Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. In our last video, we explored the first part of zombie invasion. After Rebirth, I sold off assets and hoarded 1,000,000 tons of firearms. Our protagonist Su Ming has successfully upgraded his shelter to level 6 during the severe challenges of the apocalypse, adding a lot to his survival. Nowadays, most of the weapons on Su Ming's villa, including the anti-aircraft guns and anti-aircraft machine guns, had been transferred to the 4 brand new turrets. Each turret was armed with twin-barreled Gatling defense machine guns and flamethrowers. The sniper weapon module that Su Ming had spent 50,000 points to purchase was randomly installed on turret number 1. These strong firepower configurations gave him an extra measure of peace in the zombie-infested world. However, just as Su Ming's defenses were growing stronger, the Eden organization was secretly planning a deadly attack. Not only did they intend to kill Su Ming and seize his refuge, they even sent a large number of Earth soldiers to launch a fierce attack on the refuge. In the face of this raging challenge, can Su Ming and his upgraded shelter actually succeed in fending off the attack of Eden's organization? What kind of strategy would Su Ming adopt to meet these enemies? Next, let's move on to part 2 of zombie invasion. After Rebirth, I sold off assets and hoarded 1,000,000 tons of firearms. The answer is about to be revealed, so don't walk away from the excitement, it's not to be missed. Mr. Su, what the hell is going on out here? Su Ming had just descended the stairs when Fan Zhiyuan hurriedly greeted him, panic written all over his face. Obviously, the violent shaking just now could have scared this father and daughter quite a bit. Su Ming skimmed the bedroom on the first floor, and saw Fan Xingqing shrinking into a ball, her entire body wrapped in the quilt, only revealing a head that cautiously peeked out. Don't be nervous, this is all the commotion I made and forgot to tell you guys in advance, Su Ming explained gently. So this is the case. Fan Zhiyuan sighed with relief, but the shock in his heart still hasn't subsided. Fan Zhiyuan had seen superpowered people demolish buildings, but he had never heard of anyone being able to instantly build a building, and this Su Ming's means were too amazing, almost like a miracle. You go and coax little Xingqing, I have something I have to go up to see. Su Ming casually shoved a box of jelly to Fan Zhiyuan, then turned around and returned to the second floor. This freshly built shelter, Su Ming had yet to fully fathom it. If he wasn't worried about this father and daughter downstairs, he wouldn't have bothered to come down specifically to explain. Returning to the second floor, Su Ming first checked the radar. As the shelter was upgraded to level 6, the maximum detection range of the radar was also expanded to 10 kilometers. After checking the other functions, Su Ming's gaze fell on the operation panel of the mechanical barracks. After the lesson of the last drone, Su Ming didn't hold much hope for his current points anymore, but he still couldn't help but click on the interface of the mechanical barracks. Guardian Mechanical Dirt Soldier, 10,000 points. Assassin Mechanical Dirt Soldier, 10,000 points. Raider Mechanical Dirt Soldier, 10,000 points. At the moment, the mechanical barracks only has these 3 types of mechanical dirt soldiers open, and the other options are all displayed with the word, "Not Unlocked," in big red letters. Good lord, this is simply a bottomless pit that swallows points. Su Ming secretly smacked his lips. He learned that upgrading the mechanical barracks required the same amount of points as upgrading the nuclear fusion power plant, and both required 50,000 to be upgraded. At this moment, Su Ming deeply realized the desire for points. With just over 80,000 points left on hand, Su Ming decided to first look at the details of these 3 types of mechanical earth soldiers. Guardian Mechanical Earth Soldier, durability 500/500, description, possesses strong anti-air capabilities and sturdy defenses that can effectively combat aerial units. Assassin Mechanical Earth Soldier, durability 200/200, description, equipped with a sniper rifle with a silencing device, it specializes in long-distance strikes while possessing strong concealment. Raider Mechanical Earth Soldier, durability 300/300, description, equipped with advanced assault rifles, strong offensive capabilities, and skilled in the use of a variety of firearms. When he saw the description of the Raider, Su Ming's heart stirred. After the zombie outbreak, he had hoarded a large amount of arms, and now he was worried that he had no place to use them. If these raiders could use the weapons in his system space, it would be an unexpected blessing for him. After all, as the situation developed, those assault rifles and pistols Su Ming had stockpiled would sooner or later lose their usefulness. Not to mention that the weapons in the points mall were uncharacteristically cheap, so he could completely exchange a whole bunch of them at any time to keep them in stock. Well, let's build one of each to try first. Despite his strong interest in the Raider mechanical Earth soldiers, Su Ming decided to build one of each first. After consuming 30,000 points, the words, "Construction complete," appeared on the operation panel of the mechanical barracks. This has to be seen with my own eyes. Su Ming glanced at the radar screen and couldn't wait to push open the balcony door and jump out directly from the second floor. However, when Su Ming walked up to the mechanical Earth soldier camp and saw the three standing figures, he couldn't help but freeze. This is the mechanical Earth soldiers? These three mechanical Earth soldiers were humanoid in appearance, with skin that looked no different from a real person's, the only difference being the equipment they were wearing. And when these three mechanical Earth soldiers saw Su Ming approaching, they also immediately saluted him in unison. "Commander!" Su Ming was a little surprised. It was the first time he had been greeted by a mechanical soldier in such a formal manner. The three people in front of him looked like real people, which was really hard to believe. "Are you really mechanical Earth soldiers?" Su Ming asked tentatively. "Yes, Commander," the three replied in unison once again, before dryly removing their heads with both hands and clutching them to their chests. "We are indeed mechanical Earth soldiers." "Awesome!" Su Ming's jaw dropped, and it took a while before he could squeeze out a sentence from between his teeth. Afterward, Su Ming stared at the exposed electrical lines between their necks and helplessly waved his hand. All right, put your head back on." "Yes." The three mechanical earthbenders once again moved in a neat and tidy fashion, putting their heads back on their necks. Through some testing, Su Ming realized that each type of mechanical Earth soldier had its own strengths. The Raider is the fastest and is suitable for patrols and future active offense missions. The Assassin, while less durable, has a stealth coating and can change color to match the environment, making it an ideal sniper. The Guardian has the most firepower and the highest durability of the three, and is a mobile anti-aircraft battery. After the experiment was over, Su Ming confirmed that the Raider was able to skillfully use the various light weapons stored in his system space. Su Ming then consumed another 30,000 points to create 3 Raiders and had them stand on the fence carrying a large pile of arms. As for the Assassin, Su Ming arranged for it to snipe from turret 2, while the Guardian was responsible for guarding the fusion power plant. With all the arrangements in place, Su Ming maneuvered the drone and flew to the abandoned factory building near the shelter. As the missiles broke through the wall, a large number of mutated zombies came frantically. The mechanical Earth soldiers and turrets on the fence immediately opened fire, and the gunfire was so loud that the zombies fell in pieces like cut wheat. Congratulations to the host for killing the burly infected man. The kill prompts kept ringing in Su Ming's head. Su Ming stretched, then returned to his study and continued practicing calligraphy. "It's finally here, Su Ming stared at the small red and yellow dots that were getting closer and closer on the radar screen, and a hint of anticipation passed through his eyes. The little red dots are mostly Earth soldiers from Eden's organization, while the little yellow dots represent those walkers they manipulate. Su Ming had been waiting here for a whole week, with the purpose of competing head-on with this mysterious organization that created the zombie crisis. The refuge had now risen to level 6, and Su Ming naturally wanted to see if this fully upgraded fortress of his could withstand a true test. In the past week, Su Ming had thoroughly cleaned up the zombies in the nearby abandoned factories, and also used the points he had earned to install 2 anti-aircraft machine guns and an anti-aircraft gun on the roof of the mechanical barracks building, as well as anti-aircraft missiles on the roof of the main base. In order to ensure that the fire coverage had no dead ends, Su Ming had also created 4 additional Guardian mechanical Earth soldiers, and the preparations for air defense were foolproof. More importantly, the level 6 shelter came with an escape plane, and just the shield that lasted for 3 minutes and the flight speed of Mach 10 were enough to give Su Ming the backbone to retreat. To put it bluntly, if Su Ming can't beat them, he can just run away. This is called a strategic retreat, who can say? As Eden's troops drew closer, Su Ming excitedly walked up to the 3rd-floor balcony. When Su Ming saw the vanguard force appearing in the sky, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Good lord, it's actually a bird zombie?" Su Ming originally thought that these winged monsters were the work of some mad scientist, but he didn't realize that Eden had managed to pull it off as well. It looked like their technology wasn't mature enough. Da-da-da! Da-da-da! The anti-aircraft machine guns on the roof of the building spewed out tongues of fire, and the dense network of firepower knocked the Birdman zombies apart, with shredded flesh and feathers falling from the air like rain, and many of the limbs even smashed directly into the courtyard of the shelter. Tisk, making it a bit dirty, ah! Su Ming shook his head helplessly. The battle continued. The bird walkers could not break through the anti-aircraft fire. At this time, Su Ming noticed several Eden helicopters slowly approaching from the distance. The logo sprayed on their fuselage was more than familiar to him. Finally, something interesting. As the anti-aircraft missiles were fired, a few of those helicopters could not escape being shot down despite their desperate attempts to release decoy rounds. However, just moments before the missiles hit, multiple figures jumped out of the helicopter, their gliders unfurling in the air as they headed straight for the shelter. Oh! This is their single-soldier equipment? Su Ming clearly saw through the binoculars that those Earth soldiers were wearing glider suits, trying to bypass the fire network and quickly approach the main base. However, their speed was still obviously slower. When the gliding altitude dropped to a certain level, the Gatling machine guns and flamethrowers on the turrets of Su Ming's refuge quickly captured the target, followed by heavy strafing and flame spray. Only to see the Earth soldiers either shattered into pieces by the bullets or crashed into the ground as burning meteors. That's it, huh? Su Ming raised his eyebrows, and in his heart he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He suddenly wondered if he had upgraded too quickly. This battle was simply like abusing a vegetable. Boom! 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 Seeing this, the remaining helicopters fired missiles to counterattack. As several missiles exploded inside the shelter, Su Ming immediately checked the durability on the system panel. Level 6 shelter, 640,000 points needed to upgrade to Level 7 shelter, main base durability, 150, 000/150, 000, Level 1 fusion power plant durability, 99999/100, 000, Level 1 mechanical barracks durability, 99998/100, 000, enclosure durability, 99999/100, 000, turret number 1 durability, 99998/1000000, turret number 2 durability, 99998/1000000, turret number 2 durability, 99998/1000000. This is simply tickling me. After Su Ming checked the data, he realized that his previous worries were completely redundant. Even if all weapon systems were turned off right now to allow the enemy to fight at will, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to break through this layer of steel barriers. It seems like I really did think too much. Su Ming had already lost interest in this one-sided battle. Afterwards, Su Ming went downstairs and glanced at Fan Zhiyuan, who was drawing with his daughter in the living room. Now that Fan Zhiyuan's physique had been strengthened substantially because of Su Ming's help, he could at least have the strength to play with his daughter. Cough cough, old Fana! Su Ming called out to him. Fan Zhiyuan raised his head and looked at Su Ming with some doubt. What's wrong, Mr. Su? Trouble you to clean up the outside in a while. Su Ming scratched his head in some embarrassment. Row. Fan Zhiyuan nodded, but was obviously somewhat helpless. He knew that the shelter was now much larger than before, and today's battle had seen quite a few Birdman zombies and Eden Earth soldiers fall from the air, so there were chunks of corpses and blood everywhere, and this trip to clean up was definitely not easy. Tough job, huh? Su Ming took out a can of beer from the refrigerator and handed it to him, then turned around and went up to the second floor, leaving Fan Zhiyuan alone in the living room cluttering up. After nearly 2 hours of fierce fighting, Eden's forces were finally wiped out. Regarding this battle, Su Ming had some doubts in his heart. Eden's people knew that they couldn't defeat them, yet they still desperately charged forward until everyone was wiped out. Didn't they know how to retreat? It's finally over, ah! Su Ming looked out the window. Fan Zhiyuan's lonely back looked especially bleak in the sunlight. Su Ming originally wanted to let the mechanical Earth soldiers help clean up, but those, Iron Beam, didn't know how to clean up at all, except for carrying out preset combat tasks. As for the Points Mall, other than selling some bionic female robots, Su Ming really couldn't find a cyborg with a cleaning function. It seemed that it was time to consider recruiting some strong men. In the future, the shelter would face countless attacks from Eden, and relying on Fan Zhiyuan alone to clean up the area was indeed not enough manpower. Thinking of this, Su Ming has already begun to plan his next move in his mind where to find some suitable helpers. Mr. Su, where are we going? Fan Zhiyuan was confused. Having just cleaned up the shelter, Su Ming suddenly told Fan Zhiyuan to leave. Fan Zhiyuan originally thought that Su Ming had decided to migrate to a more crowded place to continue fighting the zombies because he was worried that Eden would come to retaliate. I didn't expect the plane to land straight after flying into the middle of nowhere. Immediately afterward, under Su Ming's instructions, the three of them got into a jeep and sped off along a rarely traveled highway. Grabbing a strong man! Is it hard to believe that you want to take over the cleanup of the entire sanctuary by yourself? Su Ming rolled his eyes and said. Huh! Fan Zhiyuan was surprised by Su Ming's relaxed attitude, and in his heart, he was doubly worried about his decision-making. Concentrate on driving. Su Ming leisurely sat on the passenger side as if he had come on vacation. Thank you, Mr. Su! Fan Zhiyuan secretly sighed in relief and felt a trace of warmth in his heart. Just drive in peace. Currently Eden's targets are mainly concentrated in the big cities, and the survivors here probably don't have much weaponry. Let's first drive towards Shuifeng County. Su Ming yawned and said. Shuifeng County was located near Donghai City, and because of its remote location, its economic development was slow. Su Ming thought that this place could possibly be a haven for the survivors. Although he had come to capture the brigands, Su Ming still had a principle in his heart. As long as the survivors of Shuifeng County did not take the initiative to provoke them, he would never lay his hands on them. However, if they dared to die, Su Ming didn't mind turning them into his laborers. Glancing at the map, Su Ming realized that he only needed to drive another 3 kilometers to reach Shuifeng County. Just as he was getting excited, he suddenly realized that there was a bus straddling the highway in front of him. Old Fan, it looks like we have a strong man, Su Ming teased. Fan Zhiyuan, however, could not be as relaxed as he was, and there was his daughter, Fan Xingqing, in the car. Fan Zhiyuan does not want his daughter to be hurt because of his carelessness. Bang! Just then, a gunshot pierced the silence, and dozens of figures drilled out of the woods on both sides of the highway, surrounding the jeep. Good fellow, this group of people actually dared to surround us. Su Ming glanced out the window and realized that each of these people were holding tools in their hands, some wielding fire axes, some holding baseball bats, and there was even someone carrying a homemade spear. The group saw the jeep stop and yelled, "Get out of the car! Get the hell out of the car!" Facing the approaching survivors, Su Ming slowly stretched his back, seemingly not caring at all. Old Fan, you take care of this group of primitives, I'll deal with the one with the gun. Remember not to kill them! After saying that, Su Ming directly pulled open the car door and got out of the car. Only to see Su Ming grab the nearest survivor and raise him up with one hand, holding him in front of himself like a shield. Bang, bang, bang! Another shot rang out from the side of the bus. Surprisingly, despite the vociferousness of the shooters, the accuracy of the bullets was downright worrisome, and none of them even hit him, and one even hit his own companion. I really overestimated you. Su Ming helplessly rolled his eyes and dragged his meat shield towards the direction of the gunfire. At the same time, Fan Zhiyuan saw Su Ming get out of the car, hurriedly explained to his daughter, and then lifted the short stick to also get out of the car to counterattack. Facing these ordinary people, Fan Zhiyuan naturally didn't dare to lay a heavy hand on them. Now that his body had been strengthened by the serum, a slight exertion of force might break these people into pieces. Just as Fan Zhiyuan was carefully fighting with the people, suddenly a petite figure flashed through the crowd, like a ghost, quickly putting down all the people who were besieging him. Qing Qing? Fan Zhiyuan exclaimed and fixed his eyes on his daughter, Fan Xingqing. Hee, Dad, am I good? Fan Xingqing had a smug look on her face, like a student who had just scored 100 points on a test and was looking forward to her father's praise. Who told you to get off? Fan Zhiyuan's face instantly became serious. Fan Xingqing said nervously, I want to do you a favor, Dad. Do I need your help? Fan Zhiyuan's chiding caused Fan Xingqing's small face to turn pale, and tears immediately came to her eyes. I say, old Fan, you're almost done. Su Ming had just finished resolving the survivor with the gun when he heard Fan Zhiyuan lecturing Fan Xingqing. In fact, Su Ming understood in his heart that the reason why Fan Xingqing reacted in this way was nothing more than his concern for his daughter. Mr. Su, this is my daughter, you. Fan Xingqing wanted to explain, but his words were interrupted by Su Ming before he finished. Su Ming rolled his eyes and said, What you? Old Fan, do you know that me helping you to catch the strong man is entirely for the sake of your daughter? If it wasn't for her secretly telling me yesterday that she didn't want you to be so tired, I wouldn't have bothered to make this trip. Su Ming took a look at Fan Xingqing and faintly said, Besides, old Fan, do you intend to let her hide behind you for the rest of her life? Fan Xingqing was silent. Come to think of it, his daughter had indeed changed, and even with the serum, the speed couldn't keep up with her. Su Ming didn't continue to pay attention to Fan Xingqing, but instead squatted down and gently wiped away the tears on Fan Xingqing's face. Little Xingqing did a really good job. Come. Uncle treats you to jelly. Saying that, Su Ming's hand pulled out a bag of jelly as if by magic and handed it to Fan Xingqing. Wow! Thank you, Uncle Su! A smile instantly bloomed on Fan Xingqing's face, forgetting the unpleasantness of earlier. Alright, you go to the car with Dad first and wait for me, okay? Su Ming tenderly touched Fan Xingqing's head, then gave Fan Xingqing a wink. Seeing the father and daughter back in the car, Su Ming began to survey the group of survivors who had fallen to the ground. Well, I guess only half of them work. There were nearly 30 people down on the floor, and only half of them looked good. As for the rest, Su Ming didn't hesitate to take out a bayonet from the system space and directly pierce the heads of those useless guys. After kicking the corpses aside into the grass, Su Ming began to tie up the remaining 15 people, using a rope to bind them tightly. If only the system space could hold living people. Thinking of having to move these 15 people onto the airplane, Su Ming couldn't help but feel his head spinning. Old Fan, come down and help me move people! Su Ming shouted. Fan Xingqing was resting with his daughter in the car and had not reacted when he heard the call. Fan Xingqing then hurriedly urged, Dad, go help Uncle Su. Are you his daughter or mine? Why are you not thinking about making me work all day? Fan Xingqing sighed helplessly and once again got out of the car, walking towards Su Ming. Fan Xingqing had to admit that he really couldn't guess Su Ming's thoughts. Originally thinking that after capturing the strongest soldiers, Su Ming would look for a new big city to continue killing zombies, he didn't expect that he would actually return to Lingnan City. What surprised Fan Xingqing even more was that Su Ming had actually located the shelter in the center of the activity square. Fan Xingqing tentatively inquired, Isn't this too conspicuous? What are you afraid of? The big deal is that we'll take an airplane and run, Su Ming said confidently. That an escape plane can reach a top speed of Mach 10, and there really isn't any airplane that can catch them. And after Fan Xingqing had seen the Eden organization's attack with his own eyes, he also understood that if he wanted to live, it would be wise to attach himself to Su Ming. Although Su Ming often joined forces with Fan Xingqing to bully Fan Xingqing, but this was after all his own daughter, and his heart was still filled with warmth. Su Ming sighed as he looked at the unconscious 15 strong men. Helplessly, there were no extra rooms left in the refuge for these people. Besides, their class was simply not worthy of sharing a shelter with himself. To be honest, Su Ming felt that he had already been merciful. If it wasn't for them taking the initiative to find themselves, he wouldn't have been willing to pull them over to be stalwarts at all. Another 3,000 points to waste. After checking the shelter's building options, Su Ming decided to build the cheapest warehouse as their dormitory. Although the durability of this warehouse building was only 50,000, Su Ming felt that it was more than enough. It was a big deal to capture them again if they died. After the warehouse was built, Su Ming called Fan Xingqing over and directly splashed these people with cold water to wake them up. The men woke up and yelled, "What are you doing? Motherfucker, what's the point of sneaking up on people? Get off me if you dare!" In the face of the curses coming out of these people's mouths, Su Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. Anyway, they were all tied together and had water poured on them. He directly picked up an electric stick and electrocuted one of them. Zzz! Powerful electric currents instantly flowed through these 15 people's bodies. Su Ming had purposely turned the electric baton to the smallest gear just to torture them. After electrocuting them for a while, the originally aggressive group of people unexpectedly began to wither, and some were even directly electrocuted to incontinence. But the first thing they did was not to beg for mercy, but to curse. Seeing that there were still people who wanted to resist, Su Ming once again raised the electric baton and continued to electrocute. Zip, zip, zip! After repeated torture, these 15 people were completely powerless and didn't even dare to open their mouths again. Well, not bad! Su Ming nodded in satisfaction and announced, "From now on, you guys will be my stalwarts. As long as you clean up the area around the refuge, I'll guarantee that you won't starve to death." Hearing these words, the group looked at each other and realized that the surroundings seemed to be quite clean. However, after experiencing the electric shock just now, who dared to ask again? "Alright, next I'll introduce you to your top boss, Officer Fan." Su Ming turned to face Fan Zhiyuan. However, Su Ming saw that this group of people unexpectedly did not give a response, so his face instantly became grim. "Damn it, you won't greet the officer when you see him, right?" After saying that, Su Ming once again stabbed the electric baton into a person's body, and the sound of electricity once again rang out. "Good day, sir." This time, everyone was completely scared. This young man in front of them was simply the Dharma King of Thunder and Lightning, so in order not to be electrocuted, they forcefully pulled their voices to greet Fan Zhiyuan. "Alright, Officer Fan, I'll leave it to you next." Su Ming smiled and handed the electric baton to Fan Zhiyuan. "Congratulations on your promotion, remember to charge the electric baton." "Okay, don't worry." Fan Zhiyuan took the electric baton and looked at the 15 people who could no longer move. "Your task is to come out and clear the shelter when needed, normally stay honestly in that building, got it?" "Understood." The group had a listless look on their faces. Fan Zhiyuan frowned and pointed at the ground under their feet. "You're all limited to cleaning up the floor within half an hour, then get your asses back to the warehouse. If you still let me see you guys in half an hour." Afterward, Fan Zhiyuan raised the electric stick. "I will definitely make you guys understand what real pain means." "Good fellow, old Fan is also quite ruthless." Su Ming watched Fan Zhiyuan rule those 15 people into submission, and in his heart, he completely let go of his heart. Alas! Don't know when these days will come to an end. The moment he thought of that mysterious Eden organization, Su Ming felt a burst of headache. Eden is an organization that is a behemoth that can drop walkers on the entire blue planet at the same time. Although the Eden armies that he had encountered so far all seemed unbeatable, Su Ming did not dare to underestimate them at all. Since being reborn and awakening the system, Su Ming had been able to live such a nourishing life. If he had less of either, he would have hung up a long time ago. And in the future, he decided to focus on brushing up his points, and in the meantime, he would take this opportunity to obtain more information about the Garden of Eden. "Uncle Su, what are you doing?" Fan Xingqing's voice came, interrupting his thoughts. Su Ming organized his expression and turned his head to smile at Fan Xingqing. "Uncle is looking at the scenery." "Uncle Su, I drew a picture, would you take a look at it?" Fan Xingqing handed over a painting. Su Ming took the painting and saw that it depicted a large house with 2 adults and a child inside, while outside was a strange matchmaker that looked like a zombie. "Little Xingqing draws really well." Su Ming smiled and touched Fan Xingqing's head. "Uncle Su, will you play blocks with me?" Fan Xingqing's expectant little eyes made Su Ming nod helplessly. Now that almost half a year had passed since the zombie outbreak, the existence of Fan Zhiyuan and Fan Xingqing made Su Ming's heart feel doubly warm. Humans were such strange creatures, many times preferring to be alone, yet unable to be completely independent. It was hard for Su Ming to imagine what would happen if he were to guard this huge refuge all by himself. Perhaps he would really slowly go insane. After all, he wasn't an immortal cultivator, so naturally, he couldn't be like the immortal cultivators in the novels who were in seclusion for 100 years at a time. Even if his body and spirit were strengthened even more, Su Ming knew deep down that he was always an ordinary person. Su Ming chose to stay on in Lingnan City, and besides the fact that there were still a large number of zombies here that hadn't been cleaned up, there was a more important reason. There was a base of Eden on the outskirts of Lingnan City. Lingnan City was built by the sea, and this base on the outskirts of the city was likely one of their springboards into the Great Summer Kingdom. In order to find the exact location of this base, Su Ming dispatched 3 raiders to form a squad to go out and search for information about Eden. Ordinary zombies wouldn't attack the mechanical Earth soldiers, and Su Ming had discovered after a few days of observation that the mutated zombies wouldn't actively attack as long as the mechanical Earth soldiers didn't actively shoot. Besides, although the heads of these mutant zombies could withstand 5.56 and 7.62 caliber bullets, they certainly couldn't stop 12.7 mm firepower. In this situation, Su Ming decided to adjust his strategy. Originally, Su Ming had planned to wait for the migration of the zombie army, but he gradually realized that this was too inefficient. Su Ming, who possessed the refuge system, could always take the refuge into space and release it again, which was better than moving a few more times. Lingnan City was not only a first-tier city, but also the birthplace of civilization for the entire Great Summer Kingdom, and there were a number of parks and activity plazas in the city planned for residents to use. As such, Su Ming decided to take the refuge and keep moving through Lingnan City while perfecting the refuge's facilities and the number of mechanical Earth soldiers. After 2 weeks of hard work, the shelter now not only had more advanced defenses, but also fielded 3 squads. Ding! A beep sounded from the communication console, and Su Ming thought to himself that this must be the outgoing squad that had found the location of Eden's base, so he hurriedly tapped on the message. 3 survivors have been found. Are they to be brought back to the shelter? Survivors? When Su Ming realized that the message was surprisingly not about Eden Base's intelligence, there was inevitably some disappointment in his heart. However, facing the second squad's inquiry, Su Ming still decided to bring back these survivors. After all, the stalwarts that he had captured earlier had all died because of his mistake. Su Ming dared to swear that he definitely didn't do it on purpose. Once when he recovered the shelter, he had forgotten to get those strong men out, and when he reacted, it was already too late, and those 15 strong men had already died in the warehouse. Although Su Ming knew before that system space could not store living things, he still asked the little lotus student in his head at the first opportunity. After all, it was too troublesome to kick out the people inside the refuge every time it was retrieved. However, Shaolian's classmates didn't offer any solutions, and Su Ming could only remind himself to be careful next time. Under the cover of the second squad, the 3 survivors were brought to Su Ming's shelter unharmed. But the appearance of these 3 people made Su Ming simply not believe that they were survivors. The 3 people in front of him had a wretched appearance, but they looked very good. One middle-aged man in particular, with a noticeably large stomach, tried to hold Su Ming's hand just as he arrived close. "Stop! Or else shoot on sight!" Su Ming bellowed, and the 2 raiders behind him quickly raised their guns. "Misunderstandings! It's all a misunderstanding!" The middle-aged man, seeing that he was being pointed at by a black hole of a gun, hastily raised his hands, signaling that he meant no harm. "I just want to show my gratitude. May I ask what this officer's name is? Which army was he in before?" "Just call me Su Ming. As for the rest, I can't tell you." Su Ming had no intention of hiding his name from the middle-aged man's inquiry. "Thank you so much, Officer Su. If it wasn't for your men saving me, I might have been finished," the middle-aged man said thankfully. "You're welcome." Su Ming didn't want to pull too much from the middle-aged man. He had brought the second squad to bring the 3 of them back with the purpose of wanting them to become strong soldiers. However, the middle-aged man in front of him looked very different from those survivors who had been trapped for almost half a year, and his eyes had been surveying the buildings of the shelter. "Officer Su, have a cigarette?" Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit dull, the middle-aged man took the initiative to hand over a cigarette. Su Ming faintly shook his head and rejected his good intentions. Seeing this, the middle-aged man smoked to himself. "Officer Su, you have a nice environment here. But how come I don't remember such a building in our Lingnan city?" the middle-aged man questioned. Su Ming glanced at the middle-aged man, then said, "I had the Earth soldiers under me build this." "Oh, is that true? That's really great." A trace of surprise flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. "Oops, this fence is really thick." Noticing that the middle-aged man's interest in the sanctuary seemed to be beyond the ordinary, Su Ming had the little lotus student in his mind scan the 3 people in front of him. Host, other than this middle-aged man, the physical qualities of the other 2 have all reached the highest level of humanity. Classmate Shaolian's conclusion caused Su Ming to freeze for a moment. It seemed that this middle-aged man's identity was not simple. Moreover, Su Ming always felt that he looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. "Excellent, Officer Su, with such a shelter, the citizens of Lingnan City will be saved. After turning around, the middle-aged man once again came before Su Ming. Officer Su, my name is Jing Haitao, the deputy mayor of Lingnan City. As soon as Su Ming heard this, his heart suddenly realized. No wonder he felt that the person in front of him looked familiar. It turned out to be Vice Mayor Jing Haitao. However, Su Ming still felt strange about the two soldier kings following around Jing Haitao. So it's Vice Mayor Jing, long time no see. Su Ming feigned surprise on the surface. Jing Haitao shook his head then said, Alas, let's not talk about that much, Officer Su. Do you know about the Garden of Eden? Facing Jing Haitao's question, Su Ming pretended not to know and shook his head. This deputy mayor who suddenly appeared in front of him made him feel something wrong in his heart, as if things were not that simple. Jing Haitao looked at Su Ming and said after clenching his teeth, Officer Su, this zombie outbreak is all caused by this organization, Eden. And there's a base of Eden in our Lingnan City. Oh? Where is it? Su Ming froze, never expecting that Jing Haitao not only knew about the Garden of Eden, but actually knew the location of the base. Officer Su, since you're from the army, I won't hide anything from you. I see that you don't have enough manpower in this shelter, and at the moment, I don't think you'll be able to defeat that Eden base. How about you send more of your men to search for survivors during this time, and then organize an attack when you have enough people? Jing Haitao proposed with a smile. All right, then Vice Mayor Jing will stay here with me now, and when I find enough survivors, I will go and end Eden's base. Seeing that Jing Haitao didn't answer his question positively, Su Ming was already alerted in his heart, feeling that things might not be that simple. After arranging for Jing Haitao and the three of them to stay in the warehouse, Su Ming directly returned to the main base and turned on the listening mode. Since Jing Haitao claimed to know the location of Eden's base, Su Ming also wanted to see what kind of drugs he was selling in his gourd. Su Ming was surprised that for 3 days in a row he hadn't overheard any valuable information. In addition to thinking about how to attack Eden's base every day, Vice Mayor Jing was repeatedly asking Su Ming about the progress of his search for survivors. He hadn't even seen him or the other two pull out their communication devices. My Officer Su, you've finally come out. Jing Haitao's face was full of depression, and he had originally planned to go directly to Su Ming, but he was stopped by the 2 Earth soldiers guarding the doorway. Even though Jing Haitao claimed that he was the vice mayor, the 2 Earth soldiers still refused to let him go. Oh? It's Vice Mayor Jing. Why are you looking for me so urgently? Seeing Jing Haitao's anxious appearance, Su Ming felt vaguely curious in his heart. My Officer Su, it's been 3 days, how come we haven't found a single survivor? Jing Haitao walked quickly to Su Ming, his brows furrowed. Deputy Mayor Jing, don't be in a hurry, where's the search so easy? Besides, I have to ensure the safety of my men. Su Ming responded indifferently. Officer Su, you can't say that. Jing Haitao's expression instantly became serious. Those are the citizens of our great summer country, how can you give up the search just because you're afraid of death? Su Ming couldn't help but have 2 words emerge in his heart: Holy Mother. However, he understood that the Jing Haitao in front of him was by no means just a holy mother. This person must have some sort of connection with the Garden of Eden. Now that the location of Eden's base was still unclear, Su Ming could only accompany Jing Haitao to continue acting. But as you can see, that's really all the manpower I have here. I see that you still have 2 people under you. Why don't you send them out to organize the search as well? Su Ming made a suggestion. That won't do. Jing Haitao shook his head repeatedly. Officer Su doesn't know, both of them are ordinary people, they can't even hold a gun. Isn't sending them out there the same as sending them to their deaths? Oh. So that's how it is. Su Ming pretended to come to a sudden realization, but in his heart, he sneered coldly. An ordinary person? Ordinary people whose body values had all reached the limits of humanity. However, Su Ming didn't reveal Jing Haitao, but said with slight difficulty, Then Vice Mayor Jing might have to wait a little longer. I've sent out all the people I can right now. Officer Su is joking, don't you have 2 more at the entrance of your base? And I see that there are still quite a few patrolling Earth soldiers on the fence. If you send them out, it will definitely increase the search efforts greatly. Jing Haitao became more and more excited as he spoke. Su Ming's heart tightened. Could this be an attempt to steal the home? The thought flashed through his mind that Jing Haitao was most likely trying to move all of the Earth soldiers, and subsequently have the two ordinary people around him subdue themselves and gain command. But then, he dismissed this conclusion. This Xing Haitao is most likely trying to mobilize the Earth soldiers and then unite with the army in Eden in an inside job. Su Ming pondered. Xing Haitao was concerned about the search for survivors, presumably because he wanted to offer these people to Eden for experiments. Well, what you said, Deputy Mayor Xing, makes sense. Su Ming looked towards the Earth soldiers patrolling the fence, pondering. Anyway, the current area has been cleared of zombies. The 4 Earth soldiers I left in charge of standing guard should also be enough. Xing Haitao's eyes suddenly revealed an excited look. Officer Su, I thank you on behalf of the citizens of Lingnan City. No need to be polite, this is all what we soldiers should do. Seeing Xing Haitao acting so seriously, Su Ming couldn't help but get into the act as well. Under Su Ming's arrangement, all the mechanical Earth soldiers responsible for patrolling the fence were sent out. Only these Earth soldiers did not leave the confines of the shelter, but hid in nearby buildings on standby. Meanwhile, Xing Haitao, after seeing that Su Ming had really dispatched the Earth soldiers, ran to the entrance of the shelter from time to time, trying to strike up a conversation with the 2 Earth soldiers in charge of the daytime. After a while, Xing Haitao, who had hit the wall one after another, could only return to the warehouse in a depressed manner, and this scene made Su Ming in front of the monitor unable to help but laugh so hard that his stomach was about to hurt. These mechanical Earth soldiers were semi-artificial intelligence existences, and it was practically impossible for Xing Haitao to get information out of them. However, since Xing Haitao wanted to extract information from the mechanical Earth soldiers, how could Su Ming not fulfill his request? He took over one of the mechanical Earth soldiers and maneuvered it towards the warehouse where Xing Haitao was. Vice Mayor Xing, this is your food quota for the next 2 days. The manipulator mechanical Earth soldier placed a box of instant noodles in front of Xing Haitao. Su Ming hurriedly said through the mouth of the Earth soldier. This is all we have at the moment, so please bear with us. Xing Haitao's eyes lit up when he heard these words. Little brother, this is what you guys usually eat. Once Su Ming, who was remotely controlling the mechanical Earth soldier, heard these words, his heart couldn't help but be moved. It seemed that Xing Haitao would most likely show himself a way out next. Yeah, it's good to have these things to eat in this world now. Alas. Also, Xing Haitao nodded his head in mock approval, then his words changed. Little brother, are you willing to participate in the search for survivors? After all, there are still many citizens in Lingnan City struggling to survive the zombies right now. Good fellow, this is really an old fox. When Su Ming heard Xing Haitao's words, he couldn't help but feel helpless. In Xing Haitao's eyes, these Earth soldiers were all his men, so how could they easily expose his true thoughts? Actually, Vice Mayor Xing, I'm also subject to the arrangements of the officer. Su Ming manipulated the mechanical Earth soldier to respond indifferently. I know, but I feel that we can't be greedy and afraid of death at this time. The guns in your hands should be protecting the public, not protecting yourselves. Xing Haitao had a people-oriented look on his face, and Su Ming knew that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to extract any information today. After casually perfunctory sentences, Su Ming maneuvered the mechanical Earth soldier to leave the warehouse where Xing Haitao was. Good fellow, it's really a case of giving up the child to catch the wolf. Su Ming felt some meat pain. Although there were still more than 20,000 of these steaks in the system space, he still felt meat pain. After wrapping it up in a black plastic bag, Su Ming called out to Fan Xingqing and asked her to give this steak to Xing Haitao. Little Xingqing, you remember when the time comes? In the next 2 days, Su Ming would arrange for Fan Xingqing to deliver a steak to Xing Haitao every day. As for Fan Xingqing's safety, Su Ming wasn't worried at all. Although Fan Xingqing was only 5 years old, her ability was more than enough to deal with those 2 henchmen. Besides, Su Ming knew that Xing Haitao's purpose was definitely not that pure, and he definitely wouldn't lay his hands on Fan Xingqing. As expected, during these 2 days, apart from occasionally inquiring about the progress of the search, Xing Haitao was chatting with the mechanical Earth soldiers standing guard at the entrance. Su Ming had long since taken over the systems of these Earth soldiers. Whenever one of the Earth soldiers was about to say something crucial, Su Ming would quickly control another Earth soldier to open his mouth and interrupt. After these few maneuvers, Xing Haitao felt like his mind was about to collapse. The next night, Su Ming walked out of the base, and in front of Xing Haitao, he directly made a mechanical Earth soldier squat in a horse stance for an hour, on the grounds that he was inattentive to standing guard. As expected, when Su Ming once again maneuvered that mechanical earth soldier that was constantly interrupted to deliver bubble noodles, Xing Haitao immediately greeted him. "Little brother, you can talk to me now," Xing Haitao said eagerly. As soon as he entered the door, the mechanical earth soldier was pulled aside by Xing Haitao. "Alas! Xing Vice Mayor, you are also. Why do you have to ask me when you stand guard? My legs still hurt now." "I'm really sorry, it's all my fault." Xing Haitao pretended to be very apologetic on the surface, but he was happy in his heart. And Su Ming, who saw this scene inside the base, decided to add more fire. "Forget it, in fact, you can't be blamed for all this. That Su Ming used to be a small platoon leader. If it wasn't in time for this zombie outbreak, could he be so powerful now?" Su Ming controlled the mechanical earth soldier and complained. In the face of the native soldier's complaint, Xing Haitao also hastened to pick up the story. "Officer Su is only a platoon leader? He told me he was a regimental commander." Su Ming forced back his laughter as he maneuvered the mechanical earth soldier into self-trolling mode. "Just him and still a leader? You don't see how old he is. If he pisses me off, I'll just take his position. Who wouldn't want to be the master themselves?" "So that's how it is." Xing Haitao heard the earth soldier's complaint and knew that his chance had come. "Little brother, I'm not afraid of you turning me in. To tell you the truth, Su Ming has been sending me steaks every day for the past 2 days." In order to prevent the Turkish soldiers from disbelieving him, Xing Haitao purposely took out the intentionally leftover steak as evidence. "Fuck!" Seeing this scene, Su Ming hurriedly maneuvered the earth soldier with his gun and was about to walk out. It had to be said that the bionic degree of the mechanical earth soldiers produced by the system was nothing short of perfect. Even the expression of anger could be imitated in a subtle manner. "Little brother, you wait!" Xing Haitao hurriedly stopped him. "What? You've been bribed by the steak as well?" Su Ming questioned as he maneuvered the mechanical soldier. Facing the earth soldier's angry questioning, Xing Haitao hurriedly waved his hands. "Of course not. But have you considered the consequences of going out single-handedly to question Su Ming like this?" Su Ming hurriedly maneuvered the mechanical soldier and said, "What consequences? If it's a big deal, I'll fight him." "You can't say this nonsense." Hearing this, Xing Haitao hurriedly pulled the earth soldier aside, then asked with a mysterious expression, "Little brother, are you trying to break away from Su Ming's control?" The fox's tail had finally revealed itself. As soon as he heard this, Su Ming inside the base immediately nodded as he controlled the mechanical earth soldier. "All right, then, little brother, I'll be honest with you." Xing Haitao signaled the 2 men under him to go to the door to keep watch, revealing a sincere smile. "I'll tell you. Good fellow, this Xing Haitao is really dark inside." Su Ming breathlessly lifted the control authority of the mechanical earth soldier and shook his head helplessly. First, he had transferred the tiger away from the mountain, and now it was a countermeasure. What's even more outrageous is that Xing Haitao actually wants to turn his shelter into a biochemical lab that ostensibly receives survivors, but actually helps eat and research zombies. No wonder Xing Haitao was so concerned about the progress of the search for survivors. It turned out to be all about dedicating them to Eden for experiments. At the same time, Su Ming also learned the name of the plan for the zombie outbreak, the new Noah's Ark program. This Garden of Eden organization has a truly religious name. Jehovah, the God of all creation, saw that the earth was full of corruption, violence, and evil and planned to destroy the wicked with a flood. And he found out that there was a good man named Noah among the humans, so Noah built a huge ship according to God's instructions to allow Noah to escape the flood with his family and various land creatures. Now this new Noah's Ark project seems to be an attempt by the Eden organization to use zombies to exterminate the vast majority of humanity, leaving them behind as a congregation of believers. However, Su Ming still felt puzzled, since the zombies had already exterminated most of the human race. Why did Eden still want to establish a biochemical laboratory to study mutated zombies? Obviously, Xing Haitao's rank couldn't answer these questions. After all, which big brother would travel all the way to the great summer country to personally carry out a mission? Through the remote control just now, Su Ming had already understood Xing Haitao's entire plan. Tomorrow, Xing Haitao would notify Eden Base to send an army to attack his refuge. It had to be said that Xing Haitao had played his calculations wonderfully. In his opinion, the patrolling native soldiers in his shelter had all been sent out on search missions, and one of the 4 remaining native soldiers had been successfully turned by him. Thinking of Jing Haitao's confident expression just now, Su Ming couldn't help but want to laugh. I wonder if this guy will be so excited that he won't be able to sleep. Now that Jing Haitao's foxtail was revealed, Su Ming naturally didn't intend to startle the snake. When the time came, let Jing Haitao see for himself what it meant to be a real surprise. Chapter 84: Hope and Despair in a Flash. In order to prepare for the attack on Eden Base, Su Ming had purposely gotten up early in the morning. Originally, I thought that this Eden's army would choose the morning to attack, but I waited until noon, and the radar screen still didn't have any little red dots appearing. Inactive offense, questionable thinking. Regarding Eden's style, Su Ming did not like it at all. However, when he saw the two large black circles on Jing Haitao's eyes, his heart was instantly balanced. There was no doubt that this Jing Haitao was looking forward to the arrival of Eden's army more than self. The two just waited from day to night. The two even met at noon. Did Vice Mayor Jing not sleep well? Facing Su Ming's question, Jing Haitao waved his hand repeatedly. No, I was wondering last night where there were more survivors, and I didn't realize it was dawn before I knew it. So that's how it is, Vice Mayor Jing has really worked hard. Regarding Jing Haitao's excuse, Su Ming, who had long known his plan, couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This one is quite capable of acting. However, on the surface, Su Ming still put on a look of surprise. Vice Mayor Jing really worked his ass off for the survivors. Your spirit is worth learning from. No, it's all I should do. In the face of Su Ming's compliments, Jing Haitao also waved his hands repeatedly. You're also very responsible, Officer Su, to actually send out all the Earth soldiers to search for survivors. Yes. Su Ming hurriedly took over the conversation as soon as he heard this. Vice Mayor Jing, I'm not afraid to be honest with you. Right now what I'm most afraid of is a massive migration of the corpse tide. Officer Su is overthinking it. All the zombies around here have been cleaned up by you. Where is there any large-scale zombie wave? Looking at Su Ming's worried look, Jing Haitao superficially comforted Su Ming, but in reality, his heart was about to burst with joy. All right, Vice Mayor Jing, I'll go back first. Take care, Officer Su. Tick-tock. Watching a slew of small red dots appear in the radar screen, Su Ming, who was drinking coffee, glanced at the time on the screen. It's now 23:40. But it's finally here. Su Ming put down the ice Americana in his hand and directly pressed a button on the console. The function of this button is to lock all the exits of the warehouse where Jing Haitao is located. In order for Jing Haitao to be able to see the most wonderful performance, Su Ming could be considered to have taken great pains. After all, he's lost 2 stakes. At this time, Jing Haitao in the warehouse is not even aware of the despair that self is about to face. After receiving the news of the attack from Eden's base, he was simply ecstatic. Great! Now we can finally have a permanent base to provide Eden with survivors. As long as Eden's army captured Su Ming's refuge, then he, Jing Haitao, would be the first to take credit. As for the future, his position in Eden will surely be elevated with this 1-2-L. Coming! With the roar of a burst of engines coming from the night sky outside the warehouse, Jing Haitao hurriedly came to the window to check the situation outside. It was certainly impossible for him, an unarmed man, to go out and fight himself. The only thing left to do now is to wait quietly for hope to come. Watching Eden's helicopter had gradually reached the sky above the shelter, Jing Haitao's eyes were filled with hope. It's a good day to think. Boom! But before he could finish humming the little song in his mouth, he was interrupted by a violent explosion. Looking in the direction of the explosion, he saw that the helicopter, which had been flying in the night sky just a moment ago, had turned into a ball of fire and crashed straight down. How come? Seeing this scene in front of him, Jing Haitao's eyes were filled with disbelief. Hadn't Su Ming already moved all the troops out of the city? Then where did this missile come from? Da-da-da-da-da-da! Before Jing Haitao could react, he heard an intense burst of gunfire. Only a dozen anti-aircraft machine guns formed a dense fire network in the sky, frantically harvesting Eden's helicopter formations. There were even a lot of Eden's Earth soldiers who were directly beaten to pieces before they could even open their gliders. Quite a bit of broken flesh crackled and fell into the enclosure, and even an arm was glued directly to the glass in front of him. This? Faced with this scene in front of him, Xing Haitao's first reaction was to hurry and run. But when he got to the door and tried to pull it open to escape, he realized the door to the warehouse had long been locked. Fooled. It wasn't until now that Xing Haitao finally reacted to the fact that Su Ming hadn't moved his entire army out of the city at all. No! There's still hope for me. Xing Haitao hurriedly took out his cell phone and hurriedly sent a message to the punished Earth soldiers standing guard. The situation has changed. Now with the chaos, you hurry to sneak into the base and kill Su Ming. As long as he dies, his army will be ours at that time. After seeing the prompted words that the message was sent successfully, Xing Haitao was also completely relieved. Although Su Ming hadn't moved his entire army out, as long as he died, then the Earth soldiers under him would definitely be in disarray. At that time, as long as Eden sent ground troops to attack again, they could still occupy this refuge. And he, Xing Haitao, remains the one who gets the credit. Jingle bells. Just as Xing Haitao was staring nervously at the battle in the night sky, the cell phone he held in his hand suddenly rang. Had that Earth soldier already succeeded? Looking at the video caller displayed on the screen, Xing Haitao was ecstatic and hurriedly pressed the answer button. You made it right? The moment he was connected, Xing Haitao couldn't wait to ask before he could see the screen. Vice Mayor Jin, are you doing this to deserve the 2 stakes I gave you? You. Hearing Su Ming's flirtatious voice coming from his cell phone, Xing Haitao realized that Su Ming on the screen was looking at him with a flirtatious face, and behind Su Ming was the Earth soldier. What? Vice Mayor Xing seems surprised? The moment he saw Su Ming appear in the screen, Xing Haitao knew that self had been tricked. However, he was not willing to do so. Brother, hurry up and finish off Su Ming. Now is the best chance. Xing Haitao almost shouted these words hysterically, yet in the face of his words, the Earth soldiers behind Su Ming remained unmoved. Want to know why? Facing Su Ming's inquiry, Xing Haitao was already speechless. It really often takes only a moment to go from hope to despair. However, Su Ming did not intend to let go of the opportunity to strike Xing Haitao, only to see him directly snap his fingers. In the next second, the Earth soldier behind him took off his own head directly. These Earth soldiers are highly bionic robots. With that, Su Ming hung up the phone straight away. It's a robot. Xing Haitao stared blankly at the screen for a long time without moving another step. It's over. It's all over. Looking at the night sky as constantly being shot down helicopters, Xing Haitao knows self has completely no chance of winning. Chapter 85: The Deathless Xing Haitao. Well, it's time to talk to Xing Haitao too. Watching the little red dots on the radar screen all disappear, Su Ming also pressed the button for the warehouse door once again. Now he really wanted to see how this Xing Haitao would react. Uncle Su, I want to go see it too. Seeing Su Ming walk down the stairs, Fan Xingqing immediately turned into a residual shadow and flew in front of Su Ming. Su Ming had explained to her long ago that those 3 new uncles were all bad people. And Self's father had just told her that the fireballs falling from the sky outside were sent by those 3 bad guys. Now that she saw that it had quieted down outside, she naturally wanted to follow and watch the fun. Old Fan, this. Seeing Fan Xingqing wanting to go out with Self, a trace of difficulty appeared on Su Ming's face. After the battle just now, although most of Eden's Earth soldiers were stopped outside the fence, there were still some of the Earth soldiers' limbs that fell inside the fence. If Fan Xingqing were to see these bloody images, Su Ming would still be somewhat unable to bear it. After all, the kid's not even 6 years old. It's all right, just let him go with you. It's about time she knew what kind of environment she's in. What Su Ming didn't expect was that this time Fan Zhiyuan not only didn't block it, but instead was very supportive of Fan Xingqing going out to take a look at these broken limbs. Okay, I'll show her then. Since Fan Zhiyuan had agreed to come down, Su Ming naturally had no reason to reject Fan Xingqing again. The two had just arrived at the entrance of the warehouse when they saw Xing Haitao's 2 henchmen charging straight towards Self. Bang bang! In the face of these 2 people's attacks, Su Ming bluntly put these 2 people down. What? Vice Mayor Xing doesn't dare to come out now. Su Ming walked straight into the warehouse, his face calmly staring at Xing Haitao in front of him. You! Don't you come over here! Xing Haitao's body was constantly shaking like sifting chaff at this time, even his voice trembled as he spoke. For Eden to want a loser like you, it looks like the organization isn't very good either. Seeing that Xing Haitao was already too frightened to move, Su Ming was also too lazy to talk nonsense with him and directly threw him out of the warehouse casually. What? Didn't you say you were going to kill me just now? Why don't you do it now? Seeing Xing Haitao's wimpy appearance, Su Ming also slowly walked out of the warehouse. Su! Officer Su! Xing Haitao rose from the ground in a sorry state and squeezed a smile on his face. You are so generous, just let me go as a fart. You mustn't kill me. I have no choice but to do so. When Su Ming heard this explanation from Xing Haitao, he took out a pistol from the system space. Bang! The bullet's landing point was only a centimeter away from the top of Xing Haitao's foot, but Xing Haitao was directly shocked and fell to the ground. You're really good enough to be a deputy mayor. Not only did you join an organization like Eden, but you actually wanted to trade your own promotion path by plotting against the lives of the citizens of Lingnan City. I really doubt that underneath this layer of skin you're basically an animal. Facing Su Ming's mockery, Xing Haitao was speechless. Okay, so tell me, where exactly is the location of that Eden base? Looking at Xing Haitao's appearance, Su Ming stared at the Xing Haitao in front of him with a flat face. Just as Xing Haitao wanted to open his mouth to give an explanation, he suddenly realized that the little girl who had brought him food 2 days ago was staring at him with a smile in front of him at that moment. I say shit! Facing the situation in front of him, Xing Haitao felt that his self had never been so fast. Only to see him rush forward with an arrow step, and with one hand, he ripped Fan Xingqing directly to his own side. Nobody move! Or I'll strangle the little girl! When Su Ming saw that Xing Haitao had actually taken Fan Xingqing hostage, his entire body was instantly dumbfounded. I have to say that this Xing Haitao is really capable of death. Fan Xingqing, as a superpower, although she was currently less than 6 years old, both her speed and strength had already far exceeded the limits of human beings. Su Ming had once done a test, and the force of a random punch from Fan Xingqing could reach 1 ton. Uncle Su, I'm so scared. You have to save me. I'm scared. Uncle Su, you hurry up and save me. In the face of Xing Haitao's hostage-taking, Fan Xingqing hurriedly cooperated by letting out a burst of cries for help. Only, Su Ming clearly saw the smug smile on her small face. Su Ming! If you don't want this little girl to die, hurry up and let me go. Since Fan Xingqing's back was facing Xing Haitao, he couldn't even see the expression on Fan Xingqing's face. The current Xing Haitao only knew that this little girl was important to Su Ming. As long as self pinched this little girl's life, he, Su Ming, would not dare to act rashly. Uncle Su, please let him go. I'm so scared. Su Ming looked at Fan Xingqing, who had already grinned to the extreme at the corners of her mouth, and couldn't help but be somewhat speechless as well. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes today, Su Ming really didn't know that Fan Xingqing had such a leathery side. Oh! No saving! You're on your own! Seeing that Fan Xingqing was almost on the verge of not being able to suppress her own laughter, Su Ming also rolled his eyes helplessly. Humph! Uncle Su is the big bad guy! Seeing that Su Ming actually didn't accompany self in the play, Fan Xingqing couldn't help but let out a delicate hum. Since Su Ming wasn't going to play with her anymore, then Fan Xingqing naturally wouldn't continue to let this uncle choke himself with his hands. Jussie, then I won't play with you either. Hearing Fan Xingqing's words, before Xing Haitao could react, he realized that self's right hand, which was choking Fan Xingqing, was directly broken apart. How did this little girl get so strong? As his right hand was ripped away, Xing Haitao then felt a sudden blur before his eyes. Immediately afterward, he felt a sharp pain coming from his lower body. I'll let you dare to threaten Uncle Su with me. I'll let you be the bad guy. I'll let you choke me with your hands. Fan Xingqing kept waving her self-same soft-looking little pink fist, and rushed at Xing Haitao's crotch with a burst of output. Hiss! Seeing this scene in front of him, Su Ming immediately felt a coolness rise between his strands. Humph! That's no fun! Seeing that Xing Haitao had already fainted from the intense pain, Fan Xingqing then stopped. She twisted her head to look at Su Ming, who was eating melon behind her, and made a face at her. Uncle Su's big and bad too. Watching Fan Xingqing leave with a bounce, Su Ming looked at Jing Haitao, who had long since fainted, and couldn't help but sigh. You are really daring to die! Su Ming really didn't dare to imagine that Jing Haitao, who had taken several punches from Fan Xingqing, was currently in a state of what kind of injury he was in. I guess the pelvis is cracked? Chapter 86. The system won't let them die. Good fellow, this Jing Haitao is really a soft bone ah. Looking at the images sent back by the Earth Soldier Squad that he had sent out, Su Ming couldn't help but be somewhat speechless. After waking up Jing Haitao, not waiting for Su Ming to torture him, the goods will be all know a full account. According to the address he gave, Su Ming easily found the Eden base located on the outskirts of Lingnan City. However, what gave Su Ming a headache was that this Eden base was built underground, while on the surface there was only a factory building as cover. Although Jing Haitao had also roughly drawn a structural map of the underground base, Su Ming still didn't dare to easily attack this Eden base. Of course, he wasn't willing to risk his own mechanical earthbenders. You know, those mechanical earth soldiers are worth 10,000 points each. As for Jing Haitao and the two people he brought with him, Su Ming naturally didn't want to waste them. How can such people be allowed to die so easily? Now that a number of buildings throughout the sanctuary were covered in limbs and broken arms, it was only fitting that they be put in charge of cleaning. Moreover, the two people that Jing Haitao had brought with him were still both strong and powerful, that had to be made to maximize their value. Of course, in order to ensure that they escaped, Su Ming had also purposely spent 30 points from the points mall to exchange a pair of electric shock collars for each of the three of them. Once over the shelter's walls, the shock collar releases an electric current that completely stuns them and triggers the alarm at the same time. Why am I planning on watching a TV show again? Su Ming then realized that Self had actually unknowingly turned on the TV again. I have to admit that Self did fall during this time. Not only did I not practice my handwriting, but I was addicted to watching TV shows. Not even much mental exercise. Of course, Su Ming would also remind himself from time to time before going to bed that he absolutely couldn't look like this again the next day. But when it really came to the next day, why don't we just play for a while? Just a little while. Crap. How come it's noon? Why don't we eat first? Crap, it's getting dark. In order not to be abandoned by the times, Su Ming decided to go to the Systems Points Mall to see if there was any black technology. Let's hope the black tech in this Points Mall gives me some incentive. To Su Ming's surprise, the home page of the Points Mall actually had a large title. Some items are on sale for 5 points for a limited time. Seeing that Self Points Mall actually played the mode of e-commerce, Su Ming also could not help but be somewhat speechless. But when he clicked in with curiosity, he realized that the items inside were exactly what he needed. Anti-zombie potion, original price 100 points, now only 5 points for a second. Introduction: after using it, it will neutralize the zombie virus in your body, and you will die within 1 hour after being infected by a zombie, and at the same time, you will not undergo any necrotic transformation after death. This item is limited to 100 pieces only. I'll go, this one can have it! After seeing this anti-corpse transformation potion, Su Ming didn't have any hesitation and directly bought 100 PCS to stock up first. After all, the physical condition of the strong man had always been a concern for Su Ming. If one of them died for personal reasons, then the whole warehouse of strong men would suffer. And with the anti-corpse transformation potion, Su Ming would never have to worry about this problem again. If the strong man is really due to a weak constitution, it doesn't affect others. After exchanging the anti-corpse change potion, Su Ming looked at the other items in the Points Mall. I have to say, this Points Mall has really been updated with a lot of black technology. Take for example the flaming fog fighter that can take off vertically. It could be said that since upgrading to a level 6 shelter, this shelter system had begun to develop in the direction of a military base. Forget it, let's just wait and see. Regarding these weapons full of black technology, although Su Ming was very eager to own an army like this. However, in the current situation, Su Ming was still focusing on improving his personal strength. Although Eden's research on mutated zombies is still at the most basic level, Su Ming knows that as time goes by, even more terrifying zombies will definitely appear in the future. After browsing around the Points Mall, Su Ming realized that there were no potions that had been updated to raise his own personal strength. Since there was none, Su Ming naturally focused on the refuge. Through this period of leveling and the engagement with Eden's army 2 days ago, Su Ming's current total points had also come to 940,000. System: Upgrade Level 7 Shelter. 640,000 points have been deducted. Start upgrading the shelter. Estimated upgrade time 24 hours. After hearing that it would take an entire day to upgrade the level 7 shelter, Su Ming couldn't help but be a little surprised. But if you think about it, it's also true that this level 7 shelter not only has shields that last for an hour and higher defenses, but it also has a larger footprint. It's not unusual for it to take a day. However, Su Ming also knew that a level 7 shelter was already enough for self at the moment, and the next points he wanted to put on strengthening the turrets and various buildings. For example, with the current mechanical barracks, Su Ming was also quite looking forward to what new breed of mechanical earth soldiers would appear in the upgraded mechanical barracks. Since the shelter was currently in the process of being upgraded, it was impossible to upgrade the shelter's buildings during this period, and the bored Su Ming also looked out the window. I have to say, this Xinghaitao is really a good hand at work. Although it is true that he currently walks in a somewhat strange manner, he does do a great job. Not bad, not bad. It would really be too cheap for the three of them if they died like this. Su Ming muttered under his breath as he sat back on the sofa. He had just turned on the television when he heard the system immersed in his head sound again. Ding! Detected that the host is currently planning to be lazy again, and is now starting to release tasks. Su Ming, who was holding the remote control in his hand, froze in place on the spot after hearing the system's reason for releasing the mission this time. It seemed that self had indeed gone too far this time. Even the system in his head couldn't stand to see it. Mission: 10,000 more push-ups. Mission description: since the host likes to be lazy so much, it might be a good idea to get up and exercise. Please ask the host to complete 10,000 push-ups in less than an hour. Now start the timer. If the mission is successful, a second system space will be rewarded, which can store living things and will automatically recognize living things when the host recycles the shelter. If the mission fails, the host blows himself up in place and goes completely to heaven. Good lord, this mission is too easy. Facing the countdown in his mind, Su Ming couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Now, my physique is not like before, not to mention 10,000 an hour, even if it doubled Su Ming could withstand it. But when he saw the rewards and punishments for this mission, he instantly understood why. This mission is obviously targeting Xinghaitao and the three of them. It does seem that these three have done more than their fair share of harm. It's the system that won't even let them die. Chapter 87, Snow Wolf Special Commandos. Level 7 Shelter. 12,800,000 points are needed to upgrade Level 8 shelters. Main base durability, 250,000/250,000. Level 2 fusion power plant durability, 200,000/200,000. Level 3 mechanical battalion durability, 200,000/200,000. Level 2 airfield durability, 200,000/200,000. Level 2 chariot depot, 200,000/200,000. Wall durability, 200,000/200,000. Turret number 1 durability, 150,000/150,000. Number 2. Good lord, this is really a point-swallowing giant beast. Looking at the refreshed refuge, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. From 300,000 points to less than 20,000 points, Su Ming had only used less than 5 minutes. As for upgrading to a level 8 shelter, I can't even think about it in the short term. After a series of upgrades, the entire sanctuary had a bit of the scale of a military base. Both airfields and combat vehicle depots serve only a storage purpose and do not allow for the direct manufacture of airplanes and tanks. The only way to get the tanks is to redeem them in the Points Mall through points. As for the pilots, the mechanical earthbenders are unlocked after the mechanical barracks have been upgraded to levels 2 and 3 respectively for the chariot pilot and the aircraft pilot. As for their names, mechanical earth soldiers that can drive chariots and tanks are called landers and cost 30,000 points apiece. Mechanical earthbenders that can fly airplanes are called airships and cost 50,000 apiece. Although Su Ming knew that it did cost a lot of money to train a pilot, but never thought that this mechanical barracks actually also gives self to this set. In addition to this, the mechanical barracks also unlock the white dove with the military medicine attribute, which is capable of not only repairing mechanical earth soldiers, but also providing emergency resuscitation and battlefield first aid to humans. Good lord, looks like this is moving again. Looking at the few points he had left, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. Whether it's personnel or equipment, every single one of them is traded for points. Su Ming was not willing to consume weapons and equipment for nothing to attack a base full of unknowns. Tick-tock! Just as Su Ming was studying which city to go to next, the radar let out a beep. Looking at the 5 small red dots that appeared in the screen, Su Ming couldn't help but be a little curious. Could this be 5 survivors out looking for supplies? Regarding these 5 people scanned out by the radar, Su Ming was naturally very interested. Now with the upgrades to the shelter has once again expanded by a full circle. In order to not let Xing Haitao and the 3 of them die from overwork, Su Ming naturally wanted to absorb these 5 people. Of course, their treatment was definitely different from Xing Haitao's. Su Ming also does not know if this system of self is intentional, actually in the points mall on the shelves with the same style of energy bar in the Snow Country train. Yes, that's the energy bar made out of cockroaches. The main thing was that the selling price of this thing was still very cheap. 1 point could be exchanged for 10. Of course, Su Ming never let the 3 of them share one. After all, according to the movie, the fact that those in the end carriages can eat this stuff and still come alive to rebel is proof enough that this stuff has enough power. And as it turns out, a stick lets the 3 of them split it, and they don't have much of a problem with it other than being a little fuzzy. Dispatch the 1st and 2nd squads towards the target location and surround it. After giving the order, Su Ming sat in front of the console and looked at the picture in the screen. As the 6 mechanical earth soldiers slowly surrounded the 5 little red dots and watched the images they sent back, Su Ming couldn't help but stare. The 5 people in front of them were not ordinary survivors, but rather earth soldiers of the Great Summer Kingdom. Moreover, judging from their style of movement and the equipment on their bodies, these 5 people were definitely not ordinary earth soldiers. To be honest, this was the first time Su Ming had seen the earth soldiers of the Great Summer Kingdom since the zombie outbreak. In fact, he had always been curious as to how the Great Summer State, as a military power, had fallen in the first place. Now that it was so hard to see any earth soldiers from the Great Xia Kingdom appear, he was naturally unwilling to let go of this opportunity. Dude, what unit are you guys in? In order to show his own sincerity, Su Ming directly maneuvered one of the mechanical earth soldiers to put away his gun, and then walked out of the building with his hands raised. Who are you? Upon seeing that the man in front of them was wearing an unknown military uniform, the 5 Turkish soldiers raised their guns and aimed them at the man in front of them. I mean, no offense, as you can see, I voluntarily put my gun away, right? Su Ming still understood the vigilance of these 5 earth soldiers. Inexplicably, a man in an unknown uniform popped up, and the 5 were lucky if they didn't shoot. I'm sorry, I can't tell you. If you're a survivor in this city, I suggest you leave the city and hide out in the countryside immediately. We're on a mission. Mission? Hearing the earth soldier in the lead say that they were on a mission, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. However, Su Ming also knew that these 5 earth soldiers in front of him most likely knew the information about the zombie outbreak, or even the information about Eden Base. And judging from the route they had just marched, it was very likely that their target was that Eden Base located in the outskirts. Just a moment ago, when he was conversing with them, Su Ming had already utilized the little Lotus student in his mind to scan their physiques. Without exception, the physiques of the 5 people in front of them were all elite special forces. At the same time, Xiao Lian's classmates also scanned that all 5 were affiliated with the Snow Wolf Special Commando team. Snow Wolf Special Commando? Why does that name sound so familiar? Host, the Fan Zhiyuan you took in once served in the Snow Wolf Special Commandos. With the reminder of classmate Xiao Lian ringing in his head, Su Ming then came to a realization. He hastily moved the mechanical Earth soldier's control access to the tablet, then darted down the stairs. Old Fan! Old Fan! What's wrong with you, Mr. Su? At this time, Fan Zhiyuan saw Su Ming anxiously shouting to himself with a flat plate in his hand, and couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Take a look, do you recognize these guys? They're from the Snow Wolf Special Commando team. Huh! Fan Zhiyuan doubtfully took the tablet, and before he could see the picture on the screen, he heard a voice coming from the tablet. Who the hell are you? How did you know we're from the Snow Wolf Special Commandos? Hearing the questioning voice coming from the tablet, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Due to the fact that he had momentarily forgotten to turn off the microphone just now, it caused Self's voice to be transmitted directly out of the mechanical Earth soldier's speakers. Su Ming glanced at the screen, and sure enough, the 5 Earth soldiers who had already let their guard down a moment ago had once again raised their guns at the mechanical Earth soldier. Captain? Fan Zhiyuan immediately blurted out when he saw the image on the screen. And Lao Wu, Gangzi, Xiao Zhao and Wei. Holy shit, you're all still alive? At this moment, on the side of the mechanical Earth soldiers, the 5 members of the Snow Wolf Special Commando team who were originally full of vigilance were dumbfounded. They really didn't understand why this strange person in front of them could not only produce 2 distinctly different voices, but also clearly and unmistakably called out the nicknames of the 5 of them. Chapter 88, The Mission of the Trip. Aya, old Fan! It's great that you're still alive! Yeah, I didn't expect to see you guys today either. As soon as the 5 saw Fan Zhiyuan, they hugged him tightly. It could be seen that whether it was Fan Zhiyuan or these 5 people in front of him, the excitement in their gazes was enough to prove that they were life and death brothers. Su Ming didn't disturb the gathering of these 6 people, but instead accompanied Fan Xingqing as she drew on the side. Although he was curious as to what exactly the mission of these 5 people was, it was better to let them get excited for a while for now. Old Fan, it's good to see you. You haven't forgotten those skills you had back then, right? After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the man called Viagra touched the muscles on Fan Zhiyuan's body. How can I forget? That's what I eat. That's good. I wonder if you'd like to come and have some fun with us? As soon as the man who was called the captain on the side heard that Fan Zhiyuan still maintained his fighting strength, he also quickly came into the spirit. Captain, I may have to ask Mr. Su. Hearing these words, Fan Zhiyuan's face immediately revealed a look of difficulty, and his gaze also looked towards Su Ming, who was at the side accompanying Fan Xingqing's painting. Mr. Su? Little Xingqing, you draw first, Uncle Su will come back to accompany you later. Seeing Fan Zhiyuan mention self, Su Ming touched Fan Xingqing's head, then stood up and looked at the 6 people in front of him. Hello, Mr. Su? When facing Su Ming, the captain did not have the playful attitude he had earlier with Fan Zhiyuan, but instead solemnly saluted towards Su Ming. You're welcome. Su Ming nodded indifferently, and there wasn't much fluctuation in his eyes. If Fan Zhiyuan is willing to go with you, I naturally won't stop you, but before that, I would like to know what exactly is the goal of your mission this trip? This? In the face of Su Ming's words, the captain couldn't help but be somewhat speechless. Their missions were all confidential, so how could they casually reveal them to the Su Ming in front of them? Actually, you don't have to say anything if you don't want to, but what I want to say is that since I didn't make a move on you guys just now, it proves that our goals are most likely the same, and if I'm not mistaken, your goal should be to go to that Eden's base on the outskirts of the countryside, right? You know the Garden of Eden too? Of course, just a short while ago I fought with them. If you don't believe me, you can ask Fan Zhiyuan. Fan Zhiyuan, who was on the side, hurriedly nodded at the captain. Captain, what Mr. Su said is true. Why don't you just tell Mr. Su everything you know? In the face of Fan Zhiyuan's proposal, the captain thought seriously before nodding. Alright, this time, in addition to traveling to that Eden base, we have to locate and kill Jing Haitao, the former vice mayor of Ling'an City, who, according to the intelligence we have received, has defected to Eden. Jing Haitao, huh? As soon as Su Ming heard that the captain actually had to shoot down Jing Haitao, he immediately did not hold back his laughter. The one you call Jing Haitao has already been captured by me as a slave, so if your aim is merely to shoot him down, it would be better to keep him as a slave for me. You caught Jing Haitao? Hearing Su Ming's words, the captain's face was incredulous. In his opinion, that Jing Haitao is very cunning. How in the world did Su Ming in front of him catch it? Actually, it wasn't technically me who caught it. Seeing the captain looking at self with a puzzled expression, Su Ming also smiled helplessly. He had his eye on this shelter of mine at the time, so he undercovered himself in. Can you show me him? At this moment, the captain still somewhat didn't quite believe Su Ming's words. Okay. Under Su Ming's leadership, the group arrived at the door of the warehouse, and as the warehouse door slowly opened, the three people inside immediately cowered in the corner. Look, is this the Jing Haitao you're looking for? The captain frowned at the three men before him. He didn't know if there was Jing Haitao among the three people in front of him. Right now, he only knew that Su Ming's statement that there were 3 slaves was indeed true. He was just about to pull out the photos for comparison when one of them fell to his knees with a sudden plop. And that person is Jing Haitao. Officer Su, I was wrong. Please don't let them kill me. I'm willing to be your slave for the rest of my life. Jing Haitao's reaction was all because he saw the Daxia flag armband on the captain's arm. For what he had done since, Jing Haitao naturally knows it well. Let's not talk about shooting, even lynching. Humph, it's really you. After a photo comparison, the captain was completely sure that the person in front of him, who was like a beggar, was exactly what they were looking for. Jing Haitao. Are you relieved this time? I told you we were on the same page. Facing Su Ming's words, the captain also nodded slightly. Fine, then let this guy be a slave in your place, but Mr. Su, I can remind you, this guy is very cunning, don't let him get away. Don't worry. Only to see Su Ming take out a remote control and press the button in front of the captain. Zip, zip, zip! With a subtle sound of electric current, Jing Haitao, who was still in a kneeling position, was instantly electrocuted and his limbs convulsed. Looking at Jing Haitao, who was electrocuted on the ground and had already shown a state of rigidity, even this battle-hardened Snow Wolf Special Commandos captain felt a bit shaky. This Su Ming, too good at torturing people. Well, since we have the same purpose, let's trouble you to also tell us what you are planning to do this time when you travel to Eden Base. Su Ming closed the door of the warehouse while looking at the captain in front of him. In the face of Su Ming's inquiry, the captain did not intend to continue hiding it. Our goal is to destroy this Eden Base that is perched on the outskirts of Ling'an City. Destroy? After learning that the purpose of this special operations squad was actually to destroy the base, Su Ming helplessly asked. Then may I ask if you have any information about this base? No. The captain shook his head. So how do you destroy it? Go in with guns blazing? Upon hearing Su Ming's question, the captain was first silent for a moment, then a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. I don't know, but we'll do our best. In the face of the captain's words, Su Ming fell silent. This is the faith of the soldiers of Daxia. Alas. After a long time, Su Ming silently sighed. I know I can't stop you guys, but I don't want you to die for nothing either. Since that base is built underground, there will definitely be people coming out. I've already sent people to scout around the base. Why don't we observe for 2 more days, and see if we can sneak in under disguise? How about it? This was a group of Daxia soldiers who had faith, and Su Ming did not want them to go and sacrifice their own lives for nothing. Moreover, Su Ming felt that as long as he observed and watched more, he would definitely be able to find a breakthrough. Alright, if there's no breakthrough in 3 days, I'll have no choice but to lead a strong attack. As the captain, he naturally knew that 9 times out of 10, this mission would have no return. If the Su Ming in front of him really had a way, then it would indeed be a good choice. Seeing the captain in front of him loosen up, Su Ming couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Well, since that's the case, it might be a good idea for both of us to share information in the meantime. Facing Su Ming's sincere eyes, the captain eventually nodded. Chapter 89, 6 months ago. Half a year ago. Captain, what's with that look? Facing Xiao Zhao's inquiry, the captain's face couldn't help but look a bit grave. Shou, did you indeed not hear some strange noises coming from the headset just now? No, Captain, are you too tired? Seeing that Zhao indeed didn't hear him, the captain looked back to the remaining 3 members of the team. Captain, aren't you being a little too sensitive? That's right, we can't have any big problems here. By the way, can you drive faster, Gunzi? I'm still going back to bed. Old Wu just knows how to sleep. Do I still have to prepare a sleeping bag for you when it's time for war? Gundam, who was driving, rolled his eyes at the rearview mirror, but just then Viagra, who had been silent, spoke up. Captain, I heard it too, and a strange noise did just come over the headset. What's that noise? Old Wu and Gunzi immediately lost their joking minds after hearing Wei's words. Wei was the most unsmiling of the 5 of them, and if Wei said he heard it, then he must have heard it. I'm not sure how to describe that sound, but it kind of feels like phlegm stuck in your throat. Facing the 2's inquiries, Viagra frowned and said, That voice lasted less than 3 seconds, so I'm not sure. That's it, huh? I guess the commanding officer accidentally pushed the calm button when he was clearing his throat. Xiao Zhao, who had the most active personality, didn't take Wei's words seriously at all. That's right, we are the special forces of the special forces. If something really happened, is certainly the first to notify us. A moment to go back and ask who in the end accidentally pressed the communication button to know. Gunzi, who was driving, also didn't take this little episode just now seriously at all. The group drove to the gate of the camp, only to find that the camp, which should have been bustling with activity, was like an empty camp. Not only was there no war soil out on the drill, but even the sentries at the gate were nowhere to be seen. What's all this about today? Where's the sentry at the gate? Seeing the empty duty room, a bad feeling surfaced in the captain's heart. All hands on deck! Hearing the captain's order, the remaining 4 people also got into the spirit. Captain, do you think it's possible that our brigade is conducting one of those maneuvers where our camp is occupied in order to test our combat readiness? The captain shook his head in the face of Lao Wu's doubts. I don't know, whether this is a drill or not, we have to treat it as a real battle. Yes. Captain, we still can't reach command. Have all the bands been tried? Tried that, even the emergency bands, but I just can't get through. Gundam's words caused a look of gravity to flash across the captain's face. Bring all the live ammo in the car, looks like something's going on. Yes. The loaded party began to advance towards the camp, and after crossing the straight road of the camp, but suddenly a wail of a military dog was heard. This is the dog squad leader? Looking in the direction of the sound, the crowd realized that a military dog was desperately running through the camp. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Before the crowd could understand what was happening, they saw a large group of people with very strange running postures following behind the military dog, and these strange sounds were coming from their mouths. What the hell is going on here? Seeing the scene in front of them, all 5 of them froze. Finally, that military dog was completely surrounded by a crowd of people, and immediately afterward, it let out a burst of wailing sounds. They put the dog squad leader. The situation is not right, let's retreat. After realizing that the situation in front of him was not right, the captain gave the order to retreat at the drop of a hat. The group darted back out of the camp and began calling the rest of the unit's troops using the radio in the vehicle. No way! All of them can't be reached! After trying to call all the unit troops all over again, the crowd realized the seriousness of the situation. What the hell is going on here? Thinking back to the military dog's odd appearance just now, Xiao Zhao couldn't help but feel some chills on his back. Do you guys think there's any chance it's a walker? Walkers? Hearing Xiao Zhao's words, the crowd couldn't help but stare. Those of them who saw the movie knew the concept of zombies, but weren't zombies all existences that would be killed outright with a single headshot? You know this is an army camp, how the hell did these walkers manage to take everyone out? Zombie or not, we should save our strength now and get out of here first. Yes. The group just drove the vehicle towards the mountains. So you guys escaped in the first place? Su Ming's words caused the captain to sigh helplessly as well. In fact, we can only say that our luck is really good. Those days happened to be in night training, and by the time we noticed something strange and rushed back to the base, all of our companions had already turned into zombies. In the face of the captain's words, Su Ming couldn't help but be a little disappointed. This Snow Wolf Special Commando in front of him was a special force within a special force, and if it wasn't for this zombie outbreak, it definitely wasn't something that Su Ming, a second-generation rich man, would be able to access. Originally, he thought for sure that Self would be able to get the truth about the zombie outbreak through the captain's mouth. But what Su Ming he didn't expect was that the captain also knew little about the zombie outbreak. Then, for a long period of time, we couldn't contact any unit at all, and even the satellites of the Great Summer State lost their effect, so we had to fight a guerrilla war on the outskirts of the major cities, and it wasn't until 2 months ago that we learned of the existence of the organization Eden from the mouths of the survivors. So that's it. After hearing the captain's account, Su Ming couldn't help but feel creeped out as well. This Eden's methods were truly terrifying, actually paralyzing all of the military forces of the Great Summer Kingdom. Just as Su Ming was planning to ask for more information, the tablet placed on the coffee table to the side sounded a message tone. "See, I told you they'd come out for sure." This message was precisely the message sent by the mechanical Earth soldiers that Su Ming had left outside of Eden's base. After opening the real-time transmission, Su Ming realized that dozens of figures dressed in black combat suits had suddenly appeared within the base. And by the looks of them, they seemed to be waiting for something in the harbor near the base. There's more in a minute. 2 more chapters first. Chapter 90 Zombie Code Name, Ninja. I'll take my men and end them all right now. The captain, upon seeing these dozens of Edenian Earth soldiers walking out of the base, realized that this was the perfect opportunity. As long as Self captured all of these people, not only would he be able to get more information about Eden, but he could also use the clothes they were wearing to infiltrate the base in disguise. Don't really need to bother you guys. When Su Ming saw the captain's eager appearance, he couldn't help but raise the tablet in his hand. My men are more than enough to deal with this group. Just now, Su Ming had already learned through Xiaolian's classmate in his mind that this group of Earth soldiers were all just a bunch of ordinary people. After feeding the mechanical Earth soldiers remote commands, the mechanical Earth soldiers instantly switched the weapons in their hands to non-lethal electroshock bullets. Facing the captain's uneasy look, Su Ming pointed to the tablet in his hand. Don't worry, this little thing is not worth it to my people. The 5 assassins used the terrain and their own advantage to slowly approach the harbor, and upon reaching a suitable distance, they opened fire directly at the group of Edenian earthbenders on the harbor. Faced with a sneak attack from the assassins, Eden's Earth soldiers were completely defenseless. In less than a minute, all of these 20 or so people fell to the ground unable to move. The captain's eyes were filled with shock as he watched the images coming back through the tablet. What kind of a troop is this? Thinking back to the image of Eden's Earth soldiers falling to the ground one by one just now, the captain asked himself that he could never do it on his own. Well, I told you it was easy. Seeing that all of the Eden Earth soldiers in the harbor had been put down, Su Ming was also quick to give orders to the ambush raiders on the side. Upon receiving the order, the raider immediately turned on its own electronic jamming system. This was an ability that the raider had after the mechanical barracks had been upgraded to level 3, and could have a deceptive effect on all surveillance and radar. With a dozen or so raider mechanical Earthmen and assassin mechanical Earthmen working in tandem with each other, all of those fallen Eden Earthmen were loaded onto the armored vehicles that had already been prepared on the sidelines. It's not done! The reason why Su Ming wanted to transport all of these Eden Earth soldiers back to the refuge was to obtain more information, and secondly, to replenish the refuge with slaves. And after doing so, Su Ming transformed the appearance of all the mechanical Earth soldiers to disguise themselves as Eden Earth soldiers and continued to stand in the harbor and wait. Well, we'll have to see what the group is planning to do next. Su Ming put down the tablet and picked up the iced Americano on the coffee table and took a sip, but at this time he realized that the captain was looking at Self in a very odd way. Mr. Su. You dirt soldiers. Oh, you mean them? In the face of the captain's question, Su Ming continued to start ghosting without blushing. I'm the owner of a high-tech company, and my usual business is to research these strange technologies. I didn't expect to actually use them at this time. It's really great that we have a talent like Mr. Su in Xia State. Regarding the words spoken by Su Ming, the captain could be said to not believe a single word. If he really possessed this kind of technology, Su Ming would have long since made a name for himself in the entire Great Summer Kingdom. But he also knows that everyone has secrets that belong to themselves. The captain had also never mentioned the current situation of the Great Summer Country's chain of command to Su Ming. He and Su Ming just have the same goal for now. As for the future, who can say, right? I'm flattered, I'm just researching blindly. Su Ming humbly waved his hand and placed his gaze on the tablet. At this time, the mechanical Earth soldiers located in the harbor were also waiting for the target of the trip. A cargo ship loaded with containers slowly docked, and immediately after, several men dressed in black suits came down from the ship. They bowed slowly first, then pointed to the crates on the freighter behind them. Japanese? After hearing the words of the man in the suit, Su Ming couldn't help but be a little surprised. He never thought that these people in front of him were actually Easterners. However, after seeing the badges representing Eden on their suits, Su Ming guessed that these people should be affiliated with the members of Eden's East Japan branch. As for his words just now, they said, the goods you asked for have been delivered. Just as Su Ming was planning to use remote control to take over one of the mechanical Earth soldiers intending to communicate in Eastern English, he found that a silhouette immediately stood out behind the man, translating the man's words into English. Nice guy, professional. Su Ming signaled the captain on the side to keep quiet, and used the control system to directly open a remote conversation himself. After some conversation, Su Ming completely figured out the purpose of these Easterning people's arrival here. Ever since the last time Eden Base suffered a loss here at Self-Refuge, they had arranged for the branch to start researching even more powerful zombies with all their might. The several Easterners in front of them were the people in charge of transporting the zombies. As the crates were transported off the cargo ship one after the other, the man in the lead, an Eastern Japanese man, also began to introduce the cargo. This is a private study of a dead body that has been recently researched. Through the translation, it was learned that the box contained all the latest mutated zombies researched by the Eastern Japan branch. Zombie code name Ninja. According to the Easterlings, this zombie codenamed Ninja possessed extremely high movement speed and a strong physical body. Not only do they use skilled swordsmanship, but they are also skilled in utilizing various ninja tools to produce a degree of disruption and long-range attacks on their enemies. Most notably, these ninja zombies were all equipped with chips in their brains, which allowed them to follow the operator's commands to attack the designated targets, and would not be like ordinary zombies who only knew how to gnaw on living people. After being informed of all the methods of manipulating the ninja zombies, Su Ming didn't lay his hands on those few Eden members from the Easterning division, but instead watched them leave by boat. Currently, he was dealing with the Eden base located in Lingnan City, and if he spooked the snakes because of a momentary impulse, it would be more than worth the loss. Of course, while those suited men were organizing the crew to unload their cargo, Su Ming secretly ordered an assassin to install a metal corrosion device in the bottom of their ship. Whether or not they can return safely to their cherry blossom-filled homeland depends on whether or not they have a good life. After maneuvering the mechanical Earth soldier to open one of the cargo crates, only to see 3 zombies dressed in pitch-black ninja suits and wielding ninja swords locked inside. Hey, do you think this East Japan branch is considered to be using these mutated zombies for cultural export? Su Ming's flirtation caused the captain and the others to be speechless. What time was this? Su Ming actually had the mood to joke around. Mr. Su, what are you going to do with these ninja zombies? Throw them all in Eden Base, of course. Facing the captain's question, Su Ming pointed at the ninja zombies in the screen. These are the technological crystallization of the Easting branch. It would be too bad if we just destroyed them. Besides, we can also use these ninja zombies to probe the depths of Eden's base, can't we? Su Ming's words made the captain and the rest of the group instantly speechless. After this period of time together, they also realized that Su Ming was indeed a master who didn't see a rabbit. But as Su Ming said, it is indeed possible to use these ninja zombies to probe the reality of Eden's base. Chapter 91: When Eastern Ninja Meets Eden Soldiers. Utilizing the electronic jamming system, Su Ming easily cracked the lifting device of Eden's base. After placing all of the containers on the elevator, Su Ming watched as the containers on the screen slowly entered inside Eden's underground base. The next moment is the moment to watch. Su Ming, who was sitting on the sofa, projected the screen of the tablet in his hand onto the TV, and immediately afterward, he gave orders to the ninja zombies in the container. Kill anyone you see. There is no doubt that this is a clash of cultures. What kind of story will happen when the ninjas of the East meet the Bible-believing Earth soldiers of Eden? As 30 images were projected onto the television, the eyes of the captain and others were drawn to the images. What's up with these boxes? Seeing 10 containers inexplicably descending from the elevator, the 2 Earth soldiers in charge of standing guard could not help but be a little puzzled. But before they could walk up, the 10 containers opened neatly. This? The sudden scene caused the 2 Eden Earth soldiers to be a bit puzzled, but before they could step forward to check, they saw 2 stumps flying out from one of the containers. Pfft! The 2 shurikens hit their throats with precision, the tremendous force piercing right through their carotid arteries and throats. They tried to touch the alarm on the wall, but realized that they couldn't exert any force on their own bodies. This is also coated with a toxin that causes instant paralysis. With this thought in mind, the 2 unlucky Eden Earth soldiers lost their lives completely. As the Earth soldiers standing guard at the entrance were taken care of, the 30 ninja zombies inside the container instantly burrowed out. Looking at the facial recognition-equipped access control device in front of him, a ninja walker slices off the head of the Earth soldier standing guard and swipes his face right through the gate. The gate slowly opened, and 30 ninja zombie figures drilled directly into the Eden base like ghosts. Looking at the stunned group of people in front of them, the ninja zombies drew their ninja swords one after another, and utilized their extreme speed to kill all of them. Ring, ring, ring! The Eden Earthbenders in the monitoring room noticed what was happening at the door and rushed to sound the alarm. The alarm bells were ringing loudly throughout the base, and the Eden Earth soldiers located inside the base grabbed their weapons and began to rush towards the target area. The ninja zombies, on the other hand, went on a killing spree in the base's underground level. After slaughtering all the people in the entire underground floor, the 30 ninja zombies also arrived at the elevator door. Only 2 of the ninja zombies retracted their ninja swords into the sheaths behind their backs and used the shurikens in their hands to pry open one of the elevator doors directly. As the elevator doors were pried open, the 4 ninja zombies took grenades from the ninja pouches on their waists, pulled the safety off and threw them straight out. Boom! With a dull thud, this elevator was completely destroyed. Just see 30 ninja zombies grasping the steel cable of the elevator and fish in a row towards the second basement floor of the vast killing. Good lord, the underground floor is finished! Su Ming, who was watching all of this remotely, couldn't help but let out an exclamation. I have to say that the ninja zombies researched by this Eastern Japanese are quite powerful. Not only are they extremely fast, but they also manage to run silently. Watching these ninja zombies on the screen hulk out and kill their way to the second basement level, they had just peeled open the elevator doors when they saw that the doors were full of loaded Eden Earth soldiers. Ta-da-da-da-da! Eden's Earth soldiers didn't hesitate to choose to open fire, and under the intensive fire suppression, 3 unlucky ninja zombies were directly shot in the head and instantly fell down the elevator shaft. Sure enough, in the face of powerful heat weapons, these ninja zombies do have some disadvantages. Just when Su Ming thought that everything was going to end, he noticed that 2 ninja zombies had thrown something directly towards the Eden Earth soldiers outside the elevator. After 2 dull thuds, black smoke rolled across the screen. Good lord, there's smoke and mirrors! With the cover of the smoke, the ninja zombies drilled out of the elevator again. This time, they split into 2 separate directions and started throwing their hand swords at the Eden Earth soldiers in front of them. Before this, Su Ming had never thought that hot weapons would lose so completely. Granted, the Eden Earthbenders had also taken care of 4 ninja walkers in the ensuing firefight, but that was still a somewhat exaggerated ratio compared to the number of deaths they'd suffered. After taking care of all the Eden Earth soldiers on the second basement level, the ninja zombies didn't continue their attack underground, but instead peeled open the other 2 elevator doors, and then once again several ninja zombies took out projectiles from their ninjutsu bags. Crap, these zombies actually used poison! Su Ming clearly saw that the throwing objects in their hands had a large word poison printed on them. And after dropping the gas bombs into the elevator shaft, the group of ninja zombies directly split into 2. 2 burrowed into the elevator shaft they had just come out of, while the other 21 chose to take the safe passage down to attack. In the face of the scene before him, Su Ming couldn't help but be glad that he had made the choice just now. It would be a shame to destroy such a tough walker. The attack continued as a large number of Eden's Earthbenders began to assemble, and even a number of members in suits and white coats joined the fight. Do. As the alarms in the base blared, Su Ming saw all the Earth soldiers and members begin to wear gas masks. It seems that the alarm that just sounded was none other than the gas detection alarm in the base. The battle between the Eastern ninjas and the Eden Earth soldiers continued, but with the poison gas not having an effect, the ninja zombies were gradually losing ground. Although they did pit a number of Eden's Earth soldiers against each other by utilizing a wide variety of ninjutsu, as more and more Earth soldiers joined the battle, using cold weapons was ultimately the losing side. Well, looks like it's almost over. Su Ming looked at the only 5 images left on the TV transmitted in real time, and knew that the curtain was about to come down on this cultural clash. Well, it's time for my mechanical Earth soldiers next. All these ninja zombies are now in the 4th underground level and are about to hold out. Su Ming naturally knew that it was now time for his own mechanical Earth soldier to take the field. After giving instructions to the raiders located on the ground, Su Ming looked at the group of special warriors on the side who were carefully watching the screen. Well, now you can go back to your duties. As the raiders entered the underground base, electronic jamming was released immediately. And at this time, on the 4th underground floor, the last 5 ninja zombies were also completing their mission completely. The deaths of all the ninja zombies brought the curtain down on this cultural clash between the ninjas of the East and the Earth soldiers of Eden. Chapter 92 Angry Su Ming. Looking at the last ninja zombie falling motionless to its knees, 2 of the uneasy Eden Earth soldiers even added a few shots towards the ninja zombie's head. After thoroughly determining that they were dead, the group of people inside Eden's base couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. God, it's finally the end. Shit! Can someone tell me where the hell these weird walkers came from? Well, hurry up and come out with the bodies of those fallen Earth soldiers, they'll be necrotic soon. Tada! What idiot went off? The crowd of Edenian natives who heard the gunfire didn't take it to heart at first, and some even laughed and cursed. Originally, they thought that someone had accidentally gone off, but when they realized that their companions around them had been shot and fell to the ground, that was the only time they completely reacted. It's an enemy attack! Fire! With that, the well-relaxed group of people once again picked up their guns and began to fight back. The cacophony of gunfire instantly resonated throughout the 4th basement level, but soon the only remaining Eden Earth soldiers realized something was wrong. Those Eden Earth soldiers and members who had originally died on the 3 floors above had already undergone necrophilia, and after hearing gunshots coming from the hallway, one by one, they began to flock towards this floor along the fire escape. Originally, they thought that these zombies would be a hindrance to the people who attack Self, but what they didn't expect was that these zombies actually chose to ignore them directly. They directly bypassed the throng of Earth soldiers who kept firing and lunged in their own direction. God, why aren't those people being attacked by walkers? The only remaining Earth soldiers and members within Eden's base were now desperate. If they opened fire on the mutated zombies, they would immediately expose their own firepower and get hit. But if they didn't shoot and attack, the zombies would come at them for the smell. Under the attack of the zombies and the mechanical Earth soldiers, the remaining Eden members in the base were quickly purged of all of them. Well, next it's time to start gathering intel and tackling the walkers. Su Ming maneuvered the mechanical Earth soldiers to begin a search of the entire base. As long as he came across a computer, Su Ming would directly have the mechanical Earth soldiers copy all the data inside. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! However, what Su Ming didn't expect was that after 2 of the mechanical Earth soldiers opened a gate, there was actually a person in a white lab coat inside who was constantly begging for mercy. You're from Daxia? Looking at the appearance of the man in front of him, Su Ming directly manipulated the mechanical Earth soldier to open his mouth and ask. Right. I'm from the Daxia kingdom. Please don't kill me. Su Ming looked at the person in the screen image who had cowered into the corner of the wall, first zooming in on the image and then looking at the nameplate on that person's chest. Name Lin Igua. Position Chief Researcher, South China Branch, Eden Grand Summerland. Crap? He has the nerve to call it patriotic? Seeing the information on the nameplate, Su Ming couldn't help but break into a fit of rage. Originally, Su Ming thought that this person was at most a complicit mastermind, but now it seems that this guy is the mastermind. principal investigator. It's not a position that the average person can mix with. It could be said that this Lin Aigwe in front of him was definitely the most senior researcher in this Eden base. Please let me go. I was forced to do it too. The technology is not guilty. At this time, Lin Aigwe was still pleading. But as soon as Su Ming heard that sentence about technology not being guilty, he was immediately furious. Technically innocent? Is this technology that Lin Aigwe has mastered to transform all of the nationals of the Great Summer Country into stronger zombies? However, Su Ming knew that although the Lin Aigwe in front of him was hateful, he swore that he would know a lot of information about the Eden organization. Looking at his pale appearance, he definitely couldn't do slave work, but Su Ming naturally didn't intend to treat him so cheaply. The Great Summer has a profound torture culture, and there are even a lot of medicines in the Points Mall that help with recovery. The big deal is to spend some points on yourself, and try to let this Lin Aigwe all taste one by one. After searching the entire Eden Garden base inside and out, Su Ming also ordered a group of mechanical Earth soldiers to blow up the base and return to the refuge with Lin Aigwe. Well, let's go check on those Eden Earth soldiers first. Watching the door to the refuge slowly open, Su Ming also walked out of the main base. Facing the Eden soil soldiers that were stuffed into the armored car like a stacked Han, for some reason, Su Ming always felt that there was something in these people. Grass! I knew it! After removing the helmet and mask of one of the Eden Earth soldiers, what came into view was indeed a man with the face of a great summer nation. It seems that this Eden organization was able to successfully take root in the Great Summer Country without the cooperation of these people. Forget it, I'm afraid my blood pressure will come up. Su Ming was no longer interested in knowing exactly where the rest of those Eden Earth soldiers were from, and he looked to the captain and his party on the side, pointing at the remaining Eden Earth soldiers in the armored vehicle. These men are in your hands, please take off their masks and helmets, tie them up and then toss them aside for me. Okay. In the face of Su Ming's request, the captain chose to agree without hesitation. People have helped themselves to complete the task, it is only natural for them to help themselves to move some things. After moving all of this group of Eden Earth soldiers off the bus, the captain then realized why Su Ming was so angry just now. Of the 23 Edenian Earth soldiers, all but 8 were blondes with great summer faces. Captain! Forget it, it's better to wait for Su Ming to come back and deal with it. The captain forced down the anger in his own heart, and exhaled deeply a few times. As the mechanical Earth soldiers returned to the shelter with Lin Aigwe, Su Ming first utilized the system to start cracking the encrypted documents, while Self and the captain started interrogating Lin Aigwe. Interestingly, when Lin Aigwe saw the Daxia uniform on the captain and the Daxia pattern on his armband, he immediately clamored for humanitarian treatment. However, after being rewarded by Su Ming 2 big force pocket, this iron bone strong, Lin Aigwe will be completely honest. Chapter 93 Separation. To Su Ming's regret, the data copied from Eden's base was decrypted and no details on how the zombies had broken out were obtained. Even through the interrogation of Lin Aigwe, he had merely obtained some information about the status of the research on mutated zombies conducted by the various branches of the Blue Star. What can be summarized at this point based on intelligence is nothing more than 4 points. 1. This zombie outbreak is not just for the country of Daxia, but for all humans in the Blue Planet. 2. The Garden of Eden organization was founded 5 years ago, and had previously remained incognito, only becoming active after the zombie outbreak. 3. Every country has almost a branch of the Eden organization, the stronger the country the more branches it has. 4. Eden's top brass are concentrated in their base at the South Pole. Of course, in addition to all of this information, there are a lot of various odd research zombie programs. For example, in the case of the ninja zombies researched by the East Japan branch, they not only added elements of East Japan culture to the zombies, but also enhanced their maneuverability. Good lord, I don't know what other nonsense these people can work on. The captain couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the odd pile of zombie research plans he had put together. After seeing the terror of the ninja zombies with his own eyes, he was naturally under a lot of pressure as a captain. He and his crew were ordinary people, and the captain couldn't help but worry when he thought about the possibility of having to face such horrible zombies in the future. Actually, Captain, even though I know you probably won't answer my question, I'm still curious. Looking at the captain sitting on the sofa with a sad face, Su Ming thought twice and asked. In fact, what kind of attitude does our great summer country have towards the current situation? Sure enough, you've guessed. In the face of the questions from Su Ming's mouth, the captain knew that there was no longer any point in trying to hide this. In fact, Mr. Su, as you have guessed, it is true that there are still a portion of survivors in my great summer country currently all gathered in several underground bases throughout the country, but because the conditions there are simply too harsh, we are unable to research and manufacture more advanced weapons, and thus cannot form too large of a resistance. Oh, that's commonly known as waiting to die, is it? Su Ming unapologetically ripped off the captain's covering. So your mission now is to look around for Eden's bases and then do your best to try to destroy them? Well, sort of. At this moment, the captain is silent. In that case, I'll give you this. Su Ming pretended to pull something out of his pants pocket, but in actuality, he took out an anti-infection drug from the system space. This is an anti-infection drug I've researched. As long as you inject this, you won't be infected into a zombie. But I got this by chance. I've used one for old Fan's daughter before, and now I'm down to the last one. For the Great Summer Kingdom, Su Ming also wanted to contribute his own strength. But there was only so much he could do at the moment. Thank you, Mr. Su. I will protect it with my life. Su Ming's actions made the captain stand in awe as he carefully received the pill bottle and placed it into his personal pocket. Well, by the looks of you guys, you should be leaving as well, and as for Fan Zhiyuan, has he decided to go with you guys? Hearing Su Ming's words, a trace of embarrassment couldn't help but appear on the captain's face. These days, the five of them were eating other people's food and drinking other people's food in Su Ming's base, but in the end, they had to poach other people. It does seem a bit inappropriate. Well, you don't have to be nervous, Fan Zhiyuan told me all about it. Facing the somewhat unnatural look on the captain's face, Su Ming waved his hand indifferently. In fact, old Fan has told me before, he previously because of the mistakes of a certain mission which led to an early discharge, this time your appearance ignited the hot blood in his body. I respect his choice. Thanks. Seeing that Su Ming was willing to release Fan Zhiyuan, the captain's eyes were filled with respect. With the destruction of the underground base in Lingnan City, it's all over. The captain and the men did not linger any longer. It was time for them to go back and resume their duties. Before he left, Su Ming took out some of the arms in his system space and replaced all of the equipment of the captain and his party with 5.56, and at the same time gave the captain a portion of the compressed dry food that he couldn't use. When he was ordering, Su Ming had basically swept away the food from many supermarkets, which led to a lot of compressed dry food like compressed cookies in the system space. Su Ming didn't like eating this stuff anyway, so it would be better to keep these as the accompanying rations for the captain and his party. Mr. Su, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to take care of my daughter from now on. In front of the shelter's main door, looking at Fan Zhiyuan who was back in uniform, Su Ming realized that it was still this set of clothes that suited his temperament. It seems that this Fan Zhiyuan is destined to be a man who shed the last drop of blood for the great summer country to fight the Earth Owl. Don't worry, I'll treat little Hashihara like she's already born. Looking at Fan Zhiyuan's unwilling eyes, Su Ming knew that he was a great Daxia countryman. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety cannot be reconciled. In a time of national crisis, Fan Zhiyuan chose to stand up for his country. Although Su Ming was unable to make it this far, he had great respect for people like Fan Zhiyuan. Dad? Seeing Fan Xingqing fondly grabbing the corner of Self's coat, Fan Zhiyuan squatted down to look at Self's daughter. Daddy's going to go defend his country, so listen to Uncle Su here, got it? I will. Fan Xingqing nodded with seeming understanding, and then opened her mouth to ask. Then will Dad come back? Of course I'll be back. So be good. Fan Zhiyuan touched his daughter's head and pulled the hook with her again. After doing this, he stood up and looked at Su Ming. Mr. Su, thank you for taking care of me during this time. I'll keep my mouth shut about you. Okay, I believe you, and you be careful. Facing Fan Zhiyuan's promise, Su Ming smiled and nodded. He naturally did not worry that Fan Zhiyuan would tell Self's secret. After all, his daughter is still in Self's hands. Moreover, since that 1-second building, immortal means, if not seen with their own eyes, I guess no one will believe it. Looking at the captain and the rest of the group disappearing from Self's line of sight, Su Ming's gaze looked toward Fan Xingqing beside him. What made Su Ming feel surprised was that this little one's gaze actually looked at himself as well, and from her eyes, Su Ming couldn't read a trace of the sadness of having just parted with his father. Yay! Daddy's finally gone! I can stay up as late as I want for snacks from now on. Chapter 94 Enhanced Zombies. After parting with the captain and his group, Su Ming left Lingnan City with Fan Xingqing. Now that there were no more zombies in Lingnan City that could provide points for self, Su Ming naturally planned to start over in a different city. And Sheep City, naturally, became Su Ming's first choice. As a super first-tier city, Sheep City naturally has a very large population. After this Easting Ninja zombie incident, Su Ming was also completely aware of the terror of the Eden organization. It's only been half a year since the zombie outbreak, and they actually made zombies like this. If you don't brush up on your points and continue to arm yourself, you're likely to meet your demise in the future. Of course, Su Ming hadn't thought of directly killing them at the South Pole to end their lair, but the current refuge's escape planes simply couldn't fly that far. As for the ordinary airplanes in the Points Mall, Su Ming naturally didn't dare to try them at will. An organization that could turn most of the humans in all of Blue Star into zombies, if they said that there were no air defense means in their base at the South Pole, Su Ming would never believe it to death. Well, little Hashiharu, we're going to be living here for a while soon. In order to deal with the army of corpse tides below, Su Ming didn't choose to fly the escape plane alone this time, but instead chose to use the two improved Flame Fangs as wingmen. Only after clearing out the army of corpse tides from the open space did Su Ming release his own refuge. Uncle Su, is that a small savage waste? Yeah, except there's not much fun up there. As a landmark of the City of Sheep, the little barbarian waste is naturally visited by many tourists on weekdays. The reason why this location was chosen was also so that more walkers could be attracted to it. Okay, Hashiharu, we should go back to the house. There's going to be a lot of zombies attacking us soon. Su Ming led Fan Xingqing back inside the house, then fired a zombie bait bomb straight outside. This place was worthy of being one of the most prosperous areas of Yangqing City, and soon Su Ming could hear bursts of zombie hissing and footsteps coming from outside the fence. It's coming fast! Seeing that the sound was getting closer and closer to his own refuge, Su Ming also hurried back inside the main base. Dididida. Dididida. The Gatling on the turret had begun to continuously spit out tongues of fire, and Su Ming had also taken out a cup of ice Americano from the system space. This kind of situation Su Ming had already seen it before, and the only thing he needed to do was to wait for the sound of gunfire to end, and then check how many points he had gained this time. Well, it's time to practice mental strength too. Perhaps it was the mutated zombies that Eden had researched this time that had stimulated Su Ming. Su Ming didn't sit on the couch to watch a TV show this time, but instead honestly went back upstairs to practice his spiritual power. Originally, he thought that this was just a raid as usual, but when Su Ming's gaze flicked to the window, he discovered that there were quite a few zombie figures standing on the fence of the shelter. Crap? Seeing these zombies crackling and jumping off the fence, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a little surprised. These walkers evolved? Su Ming hurriedly checked the kill messages in his mind that had been muted by self, but after scrolling through the history, he realized that these were just ordinary zombies. With doubts, Su Ming opened the surveillance on the fence, but the picture in the surveillance made Su Ming especially surprised. The speed at which these zombies moved was much faster than the ordinary zombies self had encountered before. Based on the projections in the images, Su Ming realized that the speed of these zombies had basically reached the limit of humans. Facing such a large number of zombies with extremely fast running speed, the Gatling machine gun on the turret was obviously a bit overwhelmed. Many of the zombies weren't killed until they reached the edge of their own enclosure, and as their corpses were stacked higher and higher, the zombies behind them could naturally step on their corpses to climb towards the inside of the enclosure. Ordinary zombies are evolving, this is too curly. Facing the surveillance image in front of him, Su Ming shook his head helplessly. Although these zombies possess faster movement speeds, their brains still hadn't grown at all. The zombies that jumped off the fence would only crawl in the direction of the warehouse, where a host of self-same slaves were still being held. As for the mechanical Earth soldiers that kept firing at them, they still wouldn't bother. Now these slaves have a job to do. Seeing more and more zombies fall within the enclosure, Su Ming couldn't help but gloat a little. Actually, this is quite good. Otherwise, why should I keep these slaves for nothing? However, what Su Ming couldn't figure out was why these zombies had somehow evolved. Could it be that this is natural selection? The reason why people become zombies when they die is solely because of the virus at work in their bodies. If there was to be evolution, it was the virus that produced it, not the flesh of the corpse. Run-san! Unable to figure it out, Su Ming could only turn to the little Lotus student in his mind. Why are these walkers different from any I've encountered before? Host, as the Eden organization wanted to further exterminate the human race, it implemented artificial rainfall on most areas of the entire Blue Star, and these rainfall bombs were mixed with a large amount of the Eden organization's newly produced zombie virus number 2, and the number 2 virus further elevated the number 1 virus that originally existed in the body of the zombies. Which is why these zombies have become even more powerful. I can't believe this is still happening. Hearing Xiaolian's classmate's explanation, Su Ming did recall that it had indeed been raining constantly for the previous 2 days. Originally, I thought it was just a natural phenomenon, but I never thought that this was actually another operation organized by Eden. Then is the anti-corpse change potion I redeemed from the system earlier still useful? In the face of the situation before him, Su Ming's greatest worry was the potion's failure. Not all of the group of slaves in the warehouse intended to honestly slave for self. If Self's anti-zombie potion lost its effect because of this rainfall event, it would be a loss. Host, please rest assured that virus number 1 is the mother virus. You can understand that it is the core of all evolved versions of the virus. Whether it is an anti-necrophilia agent or anti-infection drugs, will not lose its effect due to the subsequent evolution of the virus. Hearing classmate Xiaolian's reply, Su Ming was also completely relieved. After glancing at the unending army of corpse tides in the surveillance screen, Su Ming picked up a children's storybook on the table. Looks like this won't be over until 2 days. Now that Fan Zhiyuan had left, Su Ming naturally had to take on the responsibility of telling the story. Uncle Su, what's today's bedtime story? Ahem. Looking at Fan Xingqing, who had long been lying on the bed waiting for Self to tell a story, Su Ming cleared his throat and turned over the storybook in his hand in a serious manner. Today we are going to talk about the little girl who sold mushroom bombs. Once upon a time there was a little girl who sold mushroom bombs. Chapter 95, Brutal Supervisor. Pop! The sound of a crisp leather whip resounded throughout the shelter. Hurry up and do it! Only Fan Xingqing's cute little face was filled with disgust and impatience as she waved the leather whip in her hand from time to time. If you don't clear this area today, I'll make Uncle Su not feed you! Ever since Fan Zhiyuan left, Fan Xingqing took the initiative to propose to Su Ming that her daughter take up her father's work and take the initiative to become a supervisor. Su Ming, who was drinking an iced Americano at the window, saw this scene in front of him and almost didn't spray out a mouthful of coffee. It had to be said that this Fan Xingqing had let herself go more and more since her father left the refuge. Have I been telling outrageous stories for the past 2 days? For a moment, Su Ming couldn't help but somewhat doubt if Self had played too much. In fact, originally, when Fan Xingqing had proposed to become a supervisor, Su Ming had refused. After all, this little girl had only just turned 6 years old now. If she had been exposed to such atrocious things, Su Ming was really worried that it would be detrimental to her physical and mental health. But then it was discovered that since Fan Xingqing had become a supernatural being, although her appearance was still the same as a normal child, her mind had advanced somewhat by leaps and bounds. The current Fan Xingqing already fully possessed the mind of a 16-year-old teenager. Since this was the case, Su Ming naturally didn't want to interfere with her choices anymore. As for the whip, Su Ming originally wanted to give her a pistol as a deterrent and defense tool, but it turned out that this little girl was clamoring for a cold weapon, and also a soft weapon. Having no choice, Su Ming could only spend 5 points to exchange a shepherd's whip for her in the system's points mall. I have to say, the quality of the redemption out of the points mall is really something. Just with Fan Xingqing's speed and strength, he actually froze and didn't break this shepherd's whip. I was wrong! I'll do it right away! Once again, the wailing of slaves came from outside the house. Fan Xingqing's gaze was naturally very sharp as a supernatural being. No matter which slave dared to be lazy, she would definitely whip him over and directly crack his skin. Uncle Young, are you happy here? Fan Xingqing was just like a little witch, showing an intriguing smile at Xing Haitao, who was working with his legs clamped together. I. As soon as he saw Fan Xingqing walking towards Self, Xing Haitao remembered Self's death-defying behavior at first. This is good, this little witch is considered to be completely fixated on Self. Is Uncle Zheng unhappy? Seeing that Xing Haitao was so frightened by Self that he was incoherent, Fan Xingqing's cute little face immediately clouded over. I made you unhappy! As the long whip shook in his hand, the whip was thrown between Xing Haitao's double stalks with unerring precision. Pop! Crap! Seeing such a brutal scene from Fan Xingqing, Su Ming immediately felt a coldness in his crotch. Is this little girl addicted to playing? When he recalled Fan Zhiyuan's instructions before he left, a wave of guilt rose within Su Ming's heart. Old Fan, I'm sorry for you, Looking at Fan Xingqing, who was still wielding a whip outside the house, Su Ming helplessly walked out inside the main base. Uncle Su! When Fan Xingqing saw Su Ming come out, she immediately rolled up the whip in her hand in a well-behaved manner, and then bounced over to Su Ming. Uncle Su, look at the fun they're having! Faced with Fan Xingqing's appearance of changing her face like turning over a book, Su Ming sighed helplessly and took out 2 bottles of hemostatic pills and handed them to Fan Xingqing. Little Hashiara, take it easy, don't mess them up. Yes. Hearing Su Ming's words, Fan Xingqing excitedly took the hemostatic medicine and stuffed it into her own small satchel. Well, bring the old man here. Su Ming had come out for no other reason than to torture Lin Aigua. For this kind of person, it was naturally impossible for Su Ming to let him go. A traitor with a cultured mind is definitely much more lethal than those ordinary traitors. Just when he interrogated him with the captain before, this Lin Aigua explained that he had killed nearly 100 survivors of Lingnan City. Every single survivor, who was captured by him on the lab, ended up as a walking zombie. Come on, Professor Lin, it's time for our torture of the day again. Su Ming took out a homemade turntable from behind him and placed it in front of Lin Aigua. Since there were walkers coming to attack 2 days before, it delayed the progress on your side, so to be fair, today is still considered the 3rd day. This carousel is filled with all kinds of torture, and its purpose is to let Lin Aigua choose for himself. Kill me! You're not making any sense. Faced with a carousel that has torture written all over it, Lin Aigua no longer wants to choose. Every time he wanted to die, Su Ming would take out a bottle of magical potion to cure him. Originally, he wanted the people who were locked up in the same warehouse as him to help free him, but Su Ming had long ago given the order that whoever dared to lay hands on him, then the slaves of the entire warehouse would be implicated. Thus, Lin Aigua's last path to relief was completely blocked by Su Ming. Okay guys, you can rest now. Upon seeing Su Ming holding Lin Aigua's hand and turning the dial, Fan Xingqing also had the crowd of slaves who were working all stop what they were doing and sit around in front of Lin Aigua. It was a regular daily program for the slaves. Oh, it seems like you're very lucky today, Professor Lin, to have drawn such a light penalty. Watching the needle of the dial land on the area of tattooing, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh that Lin Aigua's luck was indeed quite good today. But I'm not a tattoo artist and don't really tattoo, Su Ming said as he took out a syringe and a bottle of ink. After pumping the syringe full of ink, Su Ming smiled and squeezed out the air inside. It can't be helped, God has arranged it to be the greatest. After saying that, Su Ming directly used his spiritual power to press down on Lin Aigua's limbs and head, and immediately after that, he stuck the needle into his skin. Professor Lin, bear with me for a bit, haha, I'm limited in my skills here, I'm afraid you'll have to start all over again if you move around. Well, I'm a traitor and this is what I get. Not bad, not bad. After a lot of tossing and turning, Su Ming finally managed to stab these 12 words on Lin Aigua's body. Because of Su Ming's unskilled technique, he ended up choosing the location of the tattoo on Lin Aigua's chest. Alright, little starling, take Professor Lin back to the warehouse to rest. After doing so, Su Ming silently put away the carousel and walked back to the house without looking back. Okay. Hearing Su Ming's order, Fan Xingqing dragged Lin Aigua, whose spirit was already on the verge of breaking down, directly back to the warehouse and tied him up. Okay guys, break time is over, Time to get to work. Fan Xingqing waved the whip in her hand and once again showed a sweet smile at the slaves sitting on the ground. When Su Ming saw this scene outside the window, he couldn't help but helplessly shake his head. I have to say, this Fan Xingqing is really an atrocious supervisor. Chapter 96. The rain keeps falling. It's going to rain again. Facing the dark, cloudy sky, Su Ming sighed helplessly. This is the 5th rainstorm in the last 2 weeks. As Xiaolian's classmates said, Eden added a virus capable of evolving zombies to the rainfall bombs. Within these 2 weeks, these zombies located in Sheep City have simply gained a flying evolution. In the beginning, these zombies were simply getting faster, but now the evolution of the zombies had gone a little beyond Su Ming's expectations. Some of them have evolved to be able to attack by spitting acid, and some have evolved strong bouncing abilities. What's more, it could actually use high-frequency sound waves to summon the zombies entrenched nearby. Originally, evolution is a very long thing, but under Eden's catalyst, these zombies took less than 14 days to complete a process that would take carbon-based organisms thousands or even tens of thousands of years. I have to say, this Eden, but it wouldn't be like this if it was on the right path. When he thought of the zombies he had come into contact with during this period of time, Su Ming couldn't help but feel some brain pain. Although the current flesh and reaction speed of the zombies can't dodge the bullets of the hot weapons, but there are so many of them. The machine guns and flamethrowers on the turret were now still killing these walkers, however the number of walkers burrowing into the enclosure had greatly increased. What made Su Ming even more speechless was that his own system was like a retarded person, and in the face of these zombies that had already evolved twice or even 3 times, he still labeled them as ordinary infected people. Uncle Su, what are you looking at? Little Xingqing, why are you still out? Go back quickly, it's going to rain soon. Seeing that Fan Xingqing had actually come out of the base, Su Ming had just wanted to lead her back, when a bright lightning bolt struck down from the distant sky. Rumble! Hearing the deafening thunder, Su Ming didn't continue to stay outside and hurriedly brought Fan Xingqing back inside the base. As one thunderclap after another resounded throughout the sky, heavy rain soon poured down. Facing the pouring rain outside the window, Su Ming naturally did not have the leisure to enjoy the rain. I wonder what happened to all the walkers. Seeing that the thunder outside the house had gradually stopped, Su Ming also released the drone to scout outside the shelter. Currently, Su Ming had already cleared the zombies from the vast majority of the prosperous areas of Sheep City, and now he was in the last area. As the drone footage came in, Su Ming also saw these zombies that were under the torrential rain. One by one, they opened their mouths and seemed to be enjoying the nourishment brought by the heavy rain very much. Can you actually still play like this? The scene of a group of zombies gathered on the street in the rain, and even the expression of enjoyment and coziness can be seen on their rotting faces. It keeps raining. The downpour went straight through the morning and didn't stop until 3 in the afternoon. Through the images transmitted back from the drone, Su Ming realized that once again, obvious changes had occurred on these rain-soaked zombies. Those zombies with strong muscles became even stronger with the rain, while those with the skill of spitting acid obviously had longer necks. Good guys. At this rate they aren't completely invincible. In the face of this scene in front of him, Su Ming no longer had any slackness in his heart. These zombies were clearly evolving much faster than he was. I'll let you evolve. Su Ming directly aimed the drone's machine gun at the group of zombies on the street that were getting drenched in the rain, and then pressed the fire button. Ta-da-da-da-da. Bullets mixed with rain swept towards the position of the zombie group, and at once several unlucky zombies were directly killed by a single blow. Roar! After realizing that something was shooting at self from the sky, the remaining zombies immediately let out a hissing sound. Scream, you can't hit it anyway. Crap? Just as Su Ming was triumphantly maneuvering the drone to strafe, he discovered that quite a few zombies on the ground began to look for rocks to start throwing in the direction of the drone. And really grow a brain? Seeing that these zombies were actually able to skillfully use long-range attacks, Su Ming hurriedly maneuvered his drone to dodge in a panic. Most of these rock-throwing zombies had evolved exaggerated muscles, and the initial speed of their throws was on the verge of catching the speed of sound. It was a good thing that Blue Star's attraction was still there, or else Su Ming really wouldn't have been able to dodge these thrown rocks. Okay. It's okay if I use a missile then. Su Ming naturally didn't intend to go into any martial virtues with these zombies, as he directly pulled the drone's altitude up, and then launched the missile. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by two explosions that resounded throughout the entire street, many zombies were directly blown into body parts by the missiles. I'll see if you can match my drones! After firing all the missiles loaded on the drone, Su Ming returned straight to the shelter, ready to replenish the ammunition before continuing the bombardment. But what he didn't expect was that these zombies actually directly followed the direction the drone left and chased after it. Good guys, actually one of them is in such a hurry to die. After seeing this scene in front of him, Su Ming's originally excited mood became even more excited. Soon, the zombie horde followed the drone to the outside of the shelter's walls. Da-da-da-da-da-da! The defense machine gun on the turret started working immediately after spotting the target, and began to start slaughtering the zombies outside the fence. The targeting system on the turret was somewhat compromised in the rain, but again, there was quite a bit of hindrance to the sight and smell of these walkers. Soon these zombies attracted by the drones were put to death, but the rain didn't stop at all. Good guy. There's no stopping until now. Is this going to make the zombies all evolve into gods? Su Ming looked at the sky that still wasn't going to clear up, and after replenishing the drone with missiles, he once again began to look for the rain-drenched zombie group. The reason for this is to be able to make the future easier for self. After all, just now there was a zombie that could spit acid and directly spray the acid in its mouth nearly 20 meters high. I hope this damn rain stops soon. Su Ming couldn't even figure out what this Eden organization was up to when he thought about it. If they wanted to rule all of humanity by means of a zombie outbreak, they have now achieved their goal. Yet they are still working on more powerful mutant zombies now. From the ninja zombies created by the East Japan branch to the current collective evolution taken on zombies through the means of artificial rainfall. Could it be that this Eden has discovered a more powerful enemy? Ah! The collective howling of the zombies on the screen interrupted Su Ming's thoughts, and looking at the zombies kneeling on the ground that couldn't stop wailing, Su Ming couldn't help but frown. What are these walkers doing? Dang! 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 Just as Su Ming was trying to figure out what was going on, a dull sound rang out from the image transmitted back from the drone. Chapter 97: A zombie that's not afraid of headshots. After maneuvering the drone in a circle, Su Ming also discovered the source of this burst of sound. It was the footsteps of a mutant walker. Only to see a zombie about 3 stories tall appear in the drone's image, its body wearing thick armor like a crusader's sword and earth in the 11th and 12th century. My God! Looking at the giant zombie that appeared on the screen that was nearly 10 meters tall, Su Ming's eyes widened for a moment. Now he finally understands why these zombies kneeled on the ground and howled just now, combined with the fact that they can't fight but called their own boss to come. Farewell! Seeing that this zombie was getting closer and closer to the drone, Su Ming, who knew that he couldn't be defeated, also hurriedly fired all of the drone's 2 remaining missiles, and then maneuvered the drone to run in the direction of his own shelter. Clank, clank, clank! In the face of the incoming missiles, this giant zombie's hand movements were not slow at all. It removed the shield behind it straight away, followed by its entire body half kneeling on the ground in an attempt to use the shield to ward off the 2 oncoming missiles. Boom! Boom! As the 2 missiles exploded one after the other, Su Ming also hurriedly adjusted the drone's camera. The smoke and dust from the explosion quickly dissipated under the rain. However, what Su Ming did not expect was that the 2 missiles that Self had just fired only blew out 2 gaps in the shield in the giant zombie's hands. Crap! Is this thing this hard? Seeing this scene in the screen, Su Ming couldn't help but cry out in shock. Although he knew that the missiles carried by the drones were limited in power, causing just this little effect did take him by surprise. Originally, he wanted to use the explosion of the missile to blow this giant zombie to the ground, but now it seems to be that he really thought too much. However, today seemed to be destined to be Su Ming's day of amazement. Just as Su Ming thought that the giant zombie would chase straight towards the direction of the drone, he saw that the giant zombie slowly pulled out the giant sword in its scabbard and pointed in the direction of his escape. Soldiers! Attack! Holy shit, this thing talks! Hearing that this giant zombie had actually given the order to attack, Su Ming couldn't help but speed up the drone. Under the direction of the giant zombie, those zombies that had originally fallen to their knees and wailed on the ground, one by one, as if they had been beaten with chicken blood, attacked in the direction of their own shelter. Because of the rainy weather, many zombies slipped and fell to the ground directly because of the slippery ground. Facing the images transmitted back from the drone, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh that these zombies were really rolled up enough. As the mass of zombies approached the selfsame shelter, the machine guns on the turret once again burst into action against the tide of corpses below. The intensive bullets were harvesting the zombies that were frantically attacking their own shelters as if they were wheat. Well, next it's time to brush up on your points again. Seeing that his own drone had safely returned to the tarmac, Su Ming's face also revealed a touch of coziness. He slowly pulled an iced Americano out of his system space and began to enjoy the images from the surveillance. Dang! Knock! However, soon after, Su Ming heard a burst of dull footsteps coming from outside. Good lord, this one actually dares to really come! Looking at the giant zombie that had drilled into his own monitoring screen, although Su Ming felt a little surprised, he still didn't put much thought into it. The Gatling machine guns on the turret have now all been upgraded to 30mm caliber, and the bullets are loaded with high explosive and armor-piercing rounds. Although that giant zombie was wearing heavy armor, Su Ming felt that it still couldn't resist the Gatling on the self-turret. Besides, the zombie's weaknesses were all in its head, so as long as the helmet on its head was smashed, then everything would not be a problem. Lian-san, do you have any information on this zombie? Just in case, Su Ming still asked the OWL system in his mind. I'm sorry, host, this is one of the latest mutated zombies that Eden has researched, and I can only come up with information on this mutated zombie after the host kills the zombie. In the face of the answer given by Xiaolian's classmate, Su Ming was considered to have completely understood. This retarded owl only has the icon function when facing the mutant walkers that Eden researched. To put it bluntly, only when self kills it can it store information for self's next use. Forget it, just kill it! Facing the giant zombie that was gradually approaching his shelter, Su Ming gave instructions to two of the Gatling machine guns, telling them to aim at its large head and fire directly. Da-da-da-da-da-da! As tongues of fire continued to spit out from the barrels of the two Gatling machine guns, bullets poured towards the head of this giant zombie. In the face of such a dense rain of gunfire, this giant zombie raised its shield directly in front of it, bowing its back and launching a charge towards the shelter's walled gate. Sure enough, the weakness is the head. Seeing this giant zombie's suicidal charge, Su Ming took a sip of the ice American in his hand. It had to be said that this zombie had indeed calculated well enough to be able to utilize the shield in its hand to protect its own head. But against 30mm armor-piercing and high-explosive bullets, it was all in vain. The dense bullets soon sifted the shield in its hand directly into a sieve, followed by the helmet on its head. That can't be right. However, what Su Ming didn't expect was that until this zombie's helmet was smashed, it still didn't stop charging, still holding a broken shield and charging forward. Dang! A dull thud instantly resounded throughout the entire sanctuary, as its heavily armored body slammed against the gate of the enclosure. In the face of the loud noise coming from the gate of the enclosure, Su Ming hurriedly checked the refuge system in his mind. Just now, the durability of the self-wall gate was directly knocked away by 50 points. Good lord, is this thing that strong? The giant zombie's behavior also completely angered Su Ming, who hurriedly detached a Gatling machine gun once again to aim at the huge head. In Su Ming's opinion, the reason why it had not been killed was most likely because its brain was only the size of an ordinary human. So in that case, let's just blow this head right off with more intense firepower. Dang! The slamming of the door continued, and the Gatling on the turret spat fire. However, as its head was completely beaten to a pulp, the movement of its body slamming against the door continued unabated. It's not scientific. Seeing this scene in front of him, Su Ming couldn't help but freeze. The headless zombie in front of him was just a little too weird. This was the first time Su Ming had seen a zombie without a head that could still move freely. Facing the gate whose durability was decreasing, Su Ming couldn't think of a better way to kill this giant zombie. Why is this guy even holding up a shield? Looking at the giant zombie in the security camera screen that is still slamming the door with its right shoulder, its left hand is still holding on to the shield that is halfway up the face that has already been beaten into a sieve. Chapter 98: The Clergy. This guy's weakness was never his head. In the face of this zombie's odd movements, a bold idea immediately surfaced in Su Ming's mind. Could it be that the purpose of the giant zombie raising its shield in the beginning wasn't to protect its own head at all, but to protect its own body? After figuring this out, Su Ming also hurriedly maneuvered the 3 Gatling machine guns to fire towards the lower half of the shield. Ta-da-da-da-da! The dense bullets soon sifted the lower half of the shield in its hand, and after realizing that the shield was useless, the zombie hastily placed its right arm on its own left chest. Sure enough, this is where it's weak. Seeing the movements of the zombie in the surveillance footage, Su Ming had completely determined that this giant zombie's weakness was at the location of the heart. Inertia kills. Since Su Ming had been influenced by inertia, this had led him to think that all zombies had their weaknesses in their heads. But the giant zombie in front of him is a big guy with a height of nearly 10 meters, such a size, even if the head is mounted on the heel, is also reasonable. The intense fire soon pierced through all of the armor on its right arm, and it looked to be about to pierce through its right arm. Just when Su Ming thought that all the dust had settled, the giant zombie without a head actually let out a roar. Whoa! Su Ming really didn't understand just what position the giant zombie with its head gone was using to make a sound. But this is also, in all probability, its dying howl. I have to say, this Eden is pretty creative. In response to the zombie's roar, Su Ming couldn't help but be a little unimpressed. He once again picked up the ice American that was sitting on the table and took another sip, just waiting for the bullet to pierce the armor on its chest. However, the next scene was unexpected for Su Ming. Those zombies that had been desperately climbing towards the fence climbed onto the giant zombie's body and shielded its chest area with their bodies after hearing this roar. There were even some zombies with the skill of spitting acid that directly stood on its shoulders and spat out acid towards the machine gun that kept firing. I went to. It still works like that? Su Ming was completely stunned by the scene in front of him, and he never thought that under the leadership of this giant zombie, the zombies that would only fight individually would actually be able to do what they were told. What Su Ming didn't expect was that this giant zombie actually chose to retreat. It used the zombies under its own command to fend off the machine guns on the turret, while it flew away in the direction it came from. This guy actually knows how to escape. This giant zombie's behavior looked at Su Ming in a daze. But it's not self-styled to let the tiger return to the mountain. Since it had come, Su Ming naturally wouldn't let it leave. Buzz! Facing this zombie that was about to escape the firing range of his own turret, Su Ming directly pulled the Air Force's battle alarm. As the elevator slowly rose, 2 flaming fangs appeared above the runway. After giving orders to the mechanical earthbenders through the console, the engines on the tails of the 2 flaming fangs slowly turned over, and then spewed out pale blue flames. Under the thrust of their engines, the 2 fighters slowly lifted off into the air. The order Su Ming gave to these 2 mechanical earth soldiers was very simple, and that was to finish off this mutated giant zombie. Although the giant zombie's escape speed was fast, it was still impossible to be faster than the speed of the flaming fangs. After firing 2 missiles in succession, a kill tone finally sounded in Su Ming's head. Congratulations to the host for killing the giant crusader sword and earth infected. 1,000 points awarded. Grass! It's a big loss. Hearing that the system actually only gave 1,000 points, Su Ming couldn't help but be speechless. You know that just now, just to deal with this thing, Self first used 2 defender missiles carried by the drones, followed by a burst of machine guns from the turret, and finally even deployed the flame fangs. Those 2 defender missiles alone already cost 4,000 points. Not to mention the bullets for the machine guns on the self turrets, and the points consumed in repairing the gates. All in all, this deal is a lost cause. Alas, it seems like points are really not something you can buy indiscriminately in the future. Today's encounter let Su Ming know that the days ahead were definitely getting worse. Fortunately, now that Su Ming had accumulated nearly 1 million points, he could finally replace the machine gun on the turret with a more powerful electromagnetic defense machine gun. As the 2 flame fangs slowly landed on the runway, Su Ming glanced at the sky where the rain was decreasing. It looks like it's all over for good. Since that crusader sword Earthwalker called all the walkers to block the gun for it at the end this time, there weren't too many corpses of walkers inside the enclosure. Looking at the sky that was about to clear, Su Ming also came to the window quietly waiting for the rain to stop. Worked! As the skies cleared, it was also time for a group of slaves to clean up the bodies in the shelter. As the sun set, Fan Xingqing cheerfully waved the whip in her hand, snapping the air. Hurry up! If it's not cleaned up by nightfall, I'll let Uncle Su. Just as Fan Xingqing was planning to wield the whip again as a way to deter the slaves, she felt the whip held in her hand being jerked away by a force. Uncle Su! You're bullying me again! Originally thinking that it was Su Ming playing a prank, Fan Xingqing twisted around and just wanted to be pouty, but realized that there was no figure of Su Ming behind her. Little friend, such mistreatment of a believer in God will be punished by God. As a gentle male voice resounded throughout the entire sanctuary, Su Ming, who was still practicing calligraphy inside the house, rushed out of the house. A figure dressed in clean white robes slowly fell from the sky and landed straight within the walls of the refuge. This man was handsome with a feminine touch, and evil with a hint of coldness. He has a lofty brow, bright eyes, a straight nose, and sensual thin lips. Under the illumination of the setting sun, the man was like a layer of divine light. Lord Cleric! Please redeem us! Before Su Ming could say anything, he saw the slaves on the side falling to their knees and bowing continuously in the man's direction. Facing the bowing of the crowd of slaves, a faint smile appeared at the corner of the mouth of the man they called the cleric. Believe in the Lord and you will naturally be saved. We are willing to believe in the Lord all the days of our lives. Very good. The man nodded in the direction of the slaves with satisfaction, and then his eyes looked towards Su Ming, who had just rushed out of the house. This gentleman, this God Emperor would like to take these people who believe in the Lord away. I wonder if you have a problem with that? Chapter 99. Killing a man is also killing his heart. Oh. I'm really so sorry. I'm afraid I can't. Facing the question from this cleric, as he was called by the slaves, Su Ming mimicked his pretentious tone and politely chose to decline. Su Ming had originally thought that the Eden organization was an organization that relied on science and technology to promote its own development, but he didn't think that there were actually godly men who pretended to be gods and goddesses in it. The cleric's means of descending from the sky was nothing more than using spiritual power to lift himself up. Since he was busy dealing with that crusader sword Earthwalker just now, Su Ming had purposely turned off the radar's alarm tone alert. Adding to the fact that Fan Xingqing was now outside the base, Su Ming had only turned on the external protection of the turret machine gun, but he hadn't expected to allow this guy to take advantage of the situation. This gentleman, are you sure you want to go against this God Emperor? Upon hearing Su Ming's reply, the cleric's face instantly turned grim. This God Emperor no longer intends to pursue the matter of your enslavement of those who believe in the Lord, and I hope that you, sir, will take it as it comes. Oh? And what if I'm biased? Seeing the cleric in front of him slowly pull out the huge golden sword at his waist, Su Ming instantly became interested as well. This was the first time he'd ever fought someone with superpowers. Then you will pay for your arrogance. Seeing that Su Ming remained unmoved, this cleric also completely lost his patience. He held his sword in both hands and then slashed straight down in Su Ming's direction. That's it, huh? It seemed to Su Ming that the cleric's movements were as slow as a snail's. It seemed that the physical body of this godly man in front of him hadn't undergone any strengthening, and what he possessed was merely spiritual power. Seeing that the sword blade was getting closer and closer to his neck, Su Ming had just planned to retreat to avoid the blade, but he realized that a huge force suddenly came from behind him. Kind of interesting. Seeing that this cleric actually used his spiritual power to stop self from retreating, Su Ming was also instantly interested. Since it was a competition of spiritual power, Su Ming was naturally not willing to be left behind. He hastily mobilized his spiritual power and stopped the sword blade that was close at hand. You also possess divine power? Seeing that the huge sword in his hand couldn't come any closer, that cleric also completely realized that the person in front of him had the same ability as himself. Divine power? Hearing that this godly man was still planning on pretending to be a god even now, a sneer could not help but emerge from the corner of Su Ming's mouth. Not only do I have divine power, but I also have technology. As soon as the words fell, Su Ming pulled out a pistol straight from the system space and pulled the trigger at the godly man in front of him. Shit! Seeing that this person in front of him was actually shooting without any martial virtues, that cleric was also quick to parry his huge sword in front of himself. Clang! Accompanied by a few dull metallic clashes, the cleric holding the huge sword was immediately shaken to the point of numbness in his tiger's mouth. Phew! Su Ming pretended to blow a breath at the muzzle of the gun, and immediately afterward, he played a beautiful gun flower. How's it going? I'm not doing too bad with my American-style igloo, am I? You! In the face of Su Ming's smug look, the cleric was instantly so infuriated that he could not speak. What's wrong with me? Su Ming raised his gun once again at the godly man in front of him and smiled slightly at the corners of his mouth. Bang! 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 As the muzzle of the gun continued to spit out tongues of fire, the cleric could only utilize his own spiritual power to continuously weaken the kinetic energy on the bullets as a way to ensure that he would not be hit by the bullets. Seeing that this godly cleric's spiritual power could actually withstand bullets, Su Ming also immediately pulled out a submachine gun from the system space. Come on! Try this! Su Ming pulled the trigger straight away, directly emptying the 30 rounds of bullets in the submachine gun. But what he didn't expect was that this cleric actually did stop all 30 of these high-speed bullets. Ouch, nice yo! Seeing this scene in front of him, the playful Su Ming backed up while once again changing into an assault rifle and pulling the trigger again. Ta-da-da-da-da! When the cleric saw Su Ming, who had once again pulled out his assault rifle, he couldn't help but break down a little inside. What is the identity of this man in front of me? Doraemon? How is it that his hand can pull out such a long assault rifle from behind him? But right now was obviously not the time to study this matter, and facing the bullets that were coming at him, the cleric could only use his spiritual power once again to parry them. Good guy, actually all of them are really stopped. When Su Ming saw the pile of yellow bullet heads on the ground, he couldn't help but admire this godly man in front of him a little in his heart. He'd just emptied at least 5 magazines, and he'd let this guy stop them all. How else can we say that people are clergymen? Surely you can do what no mortal can do. Only. After fending off all of these bullets, the cleric's nostrils were bleeding from his nose. And this is a sign of mental energy overdraft. Do you need cotton balls to stop the bleeding? Putting away the assault rifle, Su Ming's right hand was like magic as he once again changed into a pack of cotton balls, his face filled with concern. You! In the face of Su Ming's murderous and even heartless behavior, that cleric could no longer hold on. Just now, in order to fend off those bullets, he had already used up all of his mental energy, and now he only felt pain in his head as if it were pins and needles. What's wrong with you? Looking at the cleric, who was a little unsteady even standing, Su Ming hurriedly stepped forward to offer his concern-filled kick. In the face of Su Ming's simple and unadorned kick, the spiritually overdrawn cleric could only allow the kick to fall on his own body. Lord Cleric! The scene in front of them caused the faith in the hearts of the slaves gathered on the sidelines to completely collapse. The cleric, who had always stood tall, was actually kicked out by Su Ming. Cut! Seeing the cleric on the ground who had completely fainted, Su Ming also did not continue to lay a heavy hand on him. The guy in front of me is much more valuable than these slaves, and from the way the group of slaves looked at him just now, we know that this godly man must know a lot of information about the Eden organization. You're awake, huh? When the cleric awoke from his stupor, he found himself tied to a pole. He had just wanted to use his own spiritual power to rip the rope, when he heard Su Ming's voice. TSK. It's the first time I've seen such a stupid supernatural power user actually overdrawing his own spiritual power alive. In the face of Su Ming's mockery that was even more murderous, the cleric's face instantly sank. You don't speak of martial virtues. Wunderkind? Seeing this godly man actually open his mouth and mention the word voodoo, Su Ming felt as if he had heard a great joke. You Eden started a zombie crisis in all of Blue Star, and this is about voodoo? That's the Lord's will. Su Ming never expected that, having reached this point, this godly man in front of him actually dared to talk tough. Okay, then you let your lord save you now. After saying that, Su Ming picked up a branding iron that had already burned red on the side. Chapter 100: The Cathedral of the Heart of God of Very Different Base. You do this to me. You'll go to hell after you die. Under Su Ming's torture, the cleric in front of him had already become moribund. However, Su Ming hadn't gained any more valuable information other than knowing that this fellow's name was Joseph. Go to hell? Hearing Joseph's words, Su Ming helplessly rolled his eyes. I'm sorry, this is the Great Summer Kingdom. Your god can't control us in the Great Summer Kingdom. Regarding Joseph's behavior of not confessing, Su Ming knew that this guy was definitely waiting for his own companions to come and rescue him. However, now that Su Ming had turned on all of the radar warnings of the refuge, as long as someone dared to approach the selfsame refuge, then Su Ming would definitely be the first to notice. Our Lord is the greatest being. Only follow the Lord's guidance. Okay, save your breath. Su Ming didn't have the heart to interrupt Joseph's broken words. This person has really been brainwashed silly by Eden and is actually attempting to persuade self even now. By the way, you'd better not waste your mental power. This rope is specially made. You won't be able to untie it. Seeing Joseph close his eyes tightly, Su Ming knew that this fellow must be trying to use his spiritual power to untie the rope right now. In the face of self's reminder, though, Joseph seemed to treat it as a deaf ear. Since this guy wants to waste his own spiritual energy, Su Ming is naturally too lazy to spend more time talking. Finally, hearing the alarm beeping from the console, Su Ming looked to the radar screen to the side. Looking at the small red dots on the screen that were wrapped in a bunch of small yellow dots, Su Ming couldn't help but helplessly shake his head. Sure enough, this Garden of Eden is still the same routine, still a few people with a bunch of zombies to attack self. Seeing the images transmitted back from the surveillance, what surprised Su Ming was that this time, Eden's people Ming didn't take the initiative to attack, but instead stopped about 200 meters away from the self-sustainable shelter. Those inside, listen, I urge you to release our clergyman at once, or you will surely be punished by the Lord. Facing the voice coming from the surveillance screen, Su Ming really didn't know what to say. Is everyone in this Eden so ordinary and confident? However, looking at the pile of Crusader Sword Earthwalkers in the picture, Su Ming also knew that this battle was destined to be a losing battle. After all, that Crusader Sword Earthwalker was only worth 1,000 points, while self would need to consume several times as many points to finish one off. Never mind, a loss of money is a loss of money. Although there was 10,000 reluctance in his heart, Su Ming still directly pressed the automatic fire button. With the constant rotation of the Gatling barrel on the turret, the dense bullets struck straight in the direction of the Crusader Sword and Earthwalkers. Su Ming's move directly caught Eden's people off guard, and there was even one unlucky person who was directly sent away by this round of strafing directly. Looking at the Crusader Sword and Earth zombies that were charging with shields in the surveillance screen, a flash of doubt also surfaced in Su Ming's mind. If the previous attack of Eden Base was through high-tech weapons, the current attack of this group was entirely with these mutated zombies. These two very different ways of attacking caused Su Ming to be really a bit puzzled. And from the way that group of slaves treated Joseph, it was clear that they were in existence much lower than the so-called clergy. Dang! Dang! Knock! Again there was a loud crash at the gate of the enclosure. In the face of these zombies' constant crashes, the only thing Su Ming could do was also wait for their bodies to be pierced by the machine guns on the turret. In order to prevent those members of the Eden organization from using their spiritual power to cross the fence, Su Ming deliberately turned on the anti-aircraft guns and anti-aircraft machine guns inside the shelter. Once these guys dared to fly over the fence, they would be greeted by a dense network of anti-aircraft fire. However, to Su Ming's surprise, this time Eden's attack didn't have a head of iron. After realizing that they were unable to break through self-defense, these people actually chose to retreat. Nice guy. Learned your lesson this time? Seeing the zombie army on the screen slowly retreating, Su Ming naturally could not let them go. If there was a weapon that could perfectly combat this Crusader Sword and Earthwalker, it was none other than the air-to-surface missiles mounted on the flaming fangs. However, this time Su Ming also kept an eye out and didn't wipe out all of this group of retreating Eden members, but instead left a small portion for them to flee, with the purpose of searching for their base. However, when the drone surveillance footage came back, Su Ming completely froze. The group of Eden members were based nowhere else than the Cathedral of the Heart of God, an iconic punching bag in the City of Sheep. When he was in college, Su Ming also visited here with his classmates, but now this place has actually become one of the bases of the Garden of Eden. Well, those of your ilk have been completely crushed by me, and no one can save you now. After repairing the shelter's fence, Su Ming walked straight outside the house to kick at Joseph, who still had his eyes tightly closed. Do you choose to cooperate? Or do you choose to continue to resist, huh? Looking at the red-hot branding iron in Su Ming's hands, Joseph, who had been waiting to be rescued, could no longer be hardened at this time. Although he couldn't see what was happening outside, he could still hear that Self's companion was indeed no match for the man in front of him. Okay, I get it. Seeing that Joseph still kept his mouth shut, Su Ming also disliked the branding iron directly onto his thigh. Baird! Along with the strong burning smell emanating out, Joseph also completely gave up his resistance. As far as he was concerned, the man in front of him was a devil. Every time Self was tortured and bruised, this man would take out a bottle of magic potion and apply it to Self. And then, those wounds would then heal with the potion, and the next torture would follow. Thinking that Self's companions could rescue Self from the situation, Joseph kept going strong. It was now that he had completely lost faith in his self-same companion. I am willing to cooperate. Oh? You're finally willing to talk. Hearing Joseph speak, Su Ming was also pleasantly surprised. It seems that the fight just now became the last straw that broke Joseph's mental defenses. Come, I'll heal you first. Since Joseph was willing to open up, Su Ming also took out the potion and applied it to the spot that had been burned by the branding iron just now. Come on. Eat some. You'll have the strength to explain your problems when you're full. Faced with the blackened strip in Su Ming's hand, although Joseph felt very disgusted, he knew that right now Self simply didn't have any choice. Seeing the bar flying towards Self's mouth, Joseph directly chose not to see it. Tightly closed eyes, also silently open mouth. Chapter 101, The Empty City. Well, thanks for your cooperation, and I've decided to send you a pain in the ass. After obtaining the information, Su Ming also directly placed the barrel of the gun against Joseph's head and pulled the trigger straight away. There was no way that Self could control a slave with superpowers at the moment. Needless to say, Joseph's information was very important. The entire Eden organization is structured as a pyramid, and at the top of the pyramid is the so-called Pope. Below the Pope are 7 cardinals who govern the 7 continents of the blue planet. And under the cardinals are the priests, and under the priests are the clergy. As for those under the clergy, they were similar to people like Lin Igua. It could be said that in the Garden of Eden organization, all of the clerics and above were humans with supernatural abilities, and according to Joseph's description, he himself was only a mid-level cleric. This Garden of Eden is pretty deep. Looking at Joseph's already cold corpse, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. Su Ming really didn't expect that there were actually almost a dozen bases just like the Divine Heart Cathedral in the entire Great Summer Country, and the purpose of their existence was to pull in survivors to join the Garden of Eden in this wasteland. As for those survivors who joined Eden, unless they possessed a certain level of scientific research, the only thing that awaited them was to be transformed into a variety of mutated zombies. Never mind, let's upgrade the weapons on the turret first. After browsing through the points mall, Su Ming still hadn't found an advancement potion that could make himself stronger. The only thing he could do at the moment was to reinforce his own shelter and upgrade the Gatling machine gun on the turret to an electromagnetic defense machine gun. As for the Divine Heart Cathedral, Su Ming also directly dispatched 2 flame fangs to destroy it with missiles. With the neighborhood cleared of zombies, there was no point in staying in Goat City now. Originally, Su Ming had planned to get the locations of the other bases from Joseph's mouth and go destroy them one by one, but the management of this Garden of Eden was just too strict. Aside from the Cathedral of the Heart of God, where he himself was located, Joseph didn't know the exact location of the rest of the bases at all. We're moving again, right? Watching that escape plane slowly rise from the underground hangar, Fan Xingqing had already sort of seen it all. Yeah, this time we're going to the Magic City. Mordor? For Fan Xingqing, Magic City was a very unfamiliar city. She had no further notion of it other than the fact that there was a pearl tower there. The reason why Su Ming had chosen to go to the Magic City was entirely because it had once been the most internationalized metropolis in the Great Summer Country. If Self had been a member of the Garden of Eden, then Su Ming would definitely have placed a base there. Not to mention other factors, there are too many foreigners gathered there. And many of these foreigners are believers in God. As the plane slowly took off, Su Ming also reclaimed the refuge within the space. Sure enough, I'm late. After a 2-hour flight, Su Ming looked at the empty Magic City below and guessed the general idea in his heart. A metropolis with a population of tens of millions of people, and now there is not a single zombie in sight, so there is only one possibility. The Magic City has been completely controlled by Eden. Regarding what the Eden organization did, Su Ming felt that he still had a better understanding of it. With so many foreigners who believed in God here, it must be a haven for Eden to gain a firm foothold within the borders of the Great Summer. As for the zombies, Su Ming felt that 9 times out of 10, they were all concentrated in the industrial area of the Magic City. Not only is it a spacious and manageable location, but more importantly, that industrial area is waterfront. After landing the airplane in an open location, Su Ming also released the refuge. Uncle Su, this city is really cold. Once off the plane, Fan Xingqing couldn't help but open her mouth and say, in the past, Uncle Su had to take missiles for a burst of indiscriminate bombardment when he landed. But this city actually doesn't need it. Uncle Su, are you sure that the population of this city is going to be bigger than that of the Goat City? Of course. Facing Fan Xingqing's question, Su Ming patiently explained. Little Xingqing, you must not be deceived by appearances. Oh, there are only possibly more bad people here. Good. I'll stay well hidden in the house and not come out. Fan Xingqing naturally understood Su Ming's meaning and hurriedly assured Su Ming. Unless Uncle Su calls out to me, I will absolutely not come out. Good boy. Su Ming, who had returned to the base, also checked the radar, but to Su Ming's surprise, not a single zombie was actually scanned on the screen. How can? Originally, Su Ming thought that these zombies were being held in a certain location, which was why he had purposely looked for open space near the industrial area to deploy his own shelter. But now through the radar, Su Ming still hadn't found a single trace of a zombie. It's not scientific. Su Ming, who was still undeterred, directly sent out 2 flame fangs and drones to look for the zombies. However, as the airplane returned, Su Ming was completely certain that this Magic City was currently an empty city. What went wrong? Late at night, Su Ming continuously substituted himself into the role of a member of the Garden of Eden, attempting to be able to figure out what exactly went wrong. But no matter how one extrapolates it, this Magic City is definitely the most strategic city in the Great Summer Country. Uncle Su. Seeing Fan Xingqing walking towards Self with a fairy tale book, Su Ming knew that this little girl wanted to stick to Self and tell stories again. Good. I'll tell you in a minute. Su Ming took the fairy tale book in her hand, but after turning over a few pages, he directly put it aside. Little Starshine, let's not tell fairy tales today, okay? This Fan Xingqing's mental age had now reached 16 or 17 years old, and Su Ming knew that it was now time to expose her to some more vivid and interesting stories. As for Magic City, anyway, there's no clue now, and the escape plane won't be recharged until tomorrow morning. Since that was the case, it would be better to tell Fan Xingqing a good story. Little Starling, I'll tell you this tonight. With a twist of Su Ming's right hand, a copy of the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms appeared in his hand. Good. I love listening to anything Uncle Su tells me. Seeing Fan Xingqing sitting obediently in front of Self, Su Ming also cleared his throat. Ahem. The rolling Yangtze River passes through the east, the waves have eliminated the heroes. Tick-tock. Su Ming had just spoken less than 2 sentences when a piercing alarm sounded inside the base. Chapter 102, Siege of the Zombies. Zombies. Densely packed with zombies. The little yellow dot that appears in the radar screen. No. Can't say it's a little yellow dot anymore. Due to the overwhelming number of zombies, these small yellow dots directly connected into a yellow area in the radar screen. Crap. That good at playing? Su Ming saw the direction where the zombies appeared, and it was the direction by the sea. Now he finally understood why the magic city had become an empty city. It turned out that all these zombies had been transferred to the sea. The radar in our own shelter can only detect fluctuations within 5 meters underground. Glancing at the wave of corpses on the radar that were getting closer and closer to his own, Su Ming knew that tonight would definitely be a vicious battle. In that case, come on then! The necrotic tide army that landed from the sea didn't attack in one direction of the refuge. They first took a detour to surround the entire refuge. It wasn't until all directions of the shelter were covered that this simultaneously launched an attack towards the shelter. Zip zip zip. Upon detecting the necrotic tide army entering the firing range, the electromagnetic defense machine guns on the turret began their own work. In the face of this wave of corpses, Su Ming didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Even deployed mechanical earth soldiers inside the power plants and mechanical barracks in the shelters. The corpse-tide army in front of him was definitely a major action by Eden against self. Seeing the zombies that kept getting shot and falling to the ground in the surveillance screen, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a hint of gratitude. Luckily, Su Ming had upgraded all of the Gatling machine guns on the turret to electromagnetic defense machine guns in Sheep City. Otherwise, Su Ming was worried that he wouldn't be able to withstand the wave of corpses in front of him. These zombies have their unique skills just like the ones in the Goat City that have evolved in the rain. Some walkers would even throw some of them straight up into the air as a distraction to the turrets. As time passed, the tide of corpses gradually approached the refuge more and more. Every time the defense machine guns on the turret changed bullets, it was their best time to catch their breath. Facing the yellow shapes on the radar screen that still couldn't be seen to the end, Su Ming also couldn't help but sigh. It's a good thing that the points needed to redeem bullets didn't change when you upgraded the electromagnetic defense machine cannon. Although it was still 5 points to kill one such evolved zombie at the moment, Su Ming was still able to earn a small amount of points from it. But even so, there were still quite a few zombies with the ability to fly and zombies with the ability to jump that took advantage of the chaos to enter within the fence. After dodging the dense network of anti-aircraft fire, these zombies also began to launch an attack towards the buildings within the fence. I went to. Good thing we did an advanced deployment. Looking at the zombies outside the window that had their heads pierced through to the bottom by the mechanical earth soldiers, the corners of Su Ming's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. This time Eden is determined to screw self. Just like that, Su Ming fought the corpse-tide army from darkness until dawn. Looking at the wave of corpses on the radar screen that still had no end in sight, Su Ming couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. At this rate, when will it end? This night, just by replenishing the bullets and repairing the weapons on the turret, Su Ming had already spent nearly 1.5 million points. Although it was true that Su Ming had earned a small amount of points during this night's battle. But he clearly sensed that these newly rushed up zombies were no longer as easy to deal with as last night's batch. These new zombies have obviously possessed even more cascading means. Good lord, that's what I call a zombie siege. Through the images transmitted back from the monitor, Su Ming realized that there were already quite a few zombies attacking the walls of the self-sustaining shelter. What made him even more speechless was that these zombies seemed to know how to utilize their own characteristics to cooperate. Facing the wall made of unknown metal, the zombies with the ability to spit acid will first spray acid onto the wall, and then those with strong strength will attack the location where the acid has been sprayed. It was a good thing that after this shelter was upgraded to level 7, the defense capability of the walls was greatly enhanced. Otherwise, with the defense capability of a level 6 shelter, Su Ming felt that he couldn't stop the onslaught of these zombies at all. As the corpses of the zombies outside the fence piled up more and more zombies also directly stepped on these corpses, made of broken limbs and arms, and jumped inside the shelter. The flamethrowers on the turret were already doing their best to burn the bodies. Although the upgraded flamethrower is capable of shooting 2,000-degree flames, it always takes time to burn a corpse. There was no doubt that the flamethrower incineration was clearly not keeping up with the number of walkers. Seeing that more and more zombies were jumping into the fence, Su Ming, who was hiding inside the main base, also began to use his spiritual power on these zombies through the air. This is really a forced workout. Su Ming looked out the window at the zombies whose heads had been twisted off by self through the air, and also couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. This was the first time he had faced such a terrifying wave of corpses. The sun had set again in the sky, but the battle for the shelter continued. By the latter part of the night, Su Ming was also seeing that the yellow area on the radar screen finally had an end. It's finally coming to an end. At this moment, Su Ming felt incomparably tired, but he clearly knew that the number of zombies that Self had killed so far was probably still half. Before the zombie outbreak, Magic City, as an international metropolis, had a population of nearly 25 million. And now, Su Ming had only killed nearly 10 million zombies. That means there could be nearly 15 million more walkers lying in ambush at the bottom of the sea. As the sun rose once more, the presence of any of the little yellow dots was finally invisible on the radar screen. In the face of the pile of broken limbs in the shelter, the always clean Su Ming didn't immediately try to find a way to deal with it, but instead upgraded the defense weapons on the turret at the first opportunity. Su Ming didn't believe that this Eden would let Self off so easily. You know that the ones attacking Self are a bunch of horrible zombies. Without the ability to think, they don't have what is known as a defeated army like a human army. Wish these guys would leave me alone for a while. Su Ming, who had been struggling for nearly 40 hours straight, was also a bit unable to stay up after upgrading the weapons on the turret. He hastily pulled out 2 glasses of ice Americano from his system space and downed them in one big gulp, followed by leaning back in his chair and dozing off. This was Su Ming's way to briefly restore his energy. The caffeine is first introduced into your body by drinking coffee, and then broken down in your body by a short sleep. This way, when you wake up again, you will be able to quickly regain some of your energy. And Eden really didn't disappoint Su Ming. It had only been half an hour since I fell asleep when the alarms in the base sounded again. Chapter 103 Negotiations. Sure enough. These old sixes will never let me have a chance to breathe. Facing the large yellow area consisting of small yellow dots that had once again appeared on the radar screen, Su Ming, who had been awakened by the sound of the alarm, also sighed helplessly. After going to the restroom to wash his face again, Su Ming also returned to the console. What was different, though, was that this time there were actually a dozen or so small red dots mixed in with the yellow area. It seems that the previous attack did not go well, and these Eden members are planning to lead the team to destroy themselves personally. However, in the face of this zombie siege, Su Ming's face didn't have a single fluctuation, and he was even looking forward to it. Because just before going to sleep, Su Ming had used the points he had earned back to upgrade all of the refuge's defense weapons. Those defense weapons, now, have a faster rate of fire and more power. Although Su Ming knew that Eden Garden must have prepared a greater number of more capable zombies for himself this time, Su Ming was full of confidence in the newly upgraded defense weapons of his sanctuary. But what made Su Ming feel surprised was that these zombie armies that had surrounded themselves did not directly attack like before, but instead stood dumbly outside the maximum range of their weapons. Looks like these guys are trying to negotiate with Self. Thinking about it, the entire blue planet only has a population of more than 7 billion people, and since the zombie outbreak until now, it has killed almost 50 million people. The zombies that Eden researched in the future were definitely getting stronger, but that was definitely not their original intention. According to their so-called new Noah's Ark program, it's certainly not about zombies ruling all of Blue Star. After all, no matter how much those zombies were strengthened, they were still essentially corpses that had already died. Even if you don't have to do it, it will be eaten away by microbes and bacteria in a few years. And there was absolutely no way this skeleton could make any more waves. The purpose of Eden's constant reinforcement of walkers is to deal with human survivors who are not of their choosing. Apart from the special case of Fan Zhiyuan and Fan Xingqing, the previous owner of the Golden Residence Garden had gained the ability to manipulate zombies through this zombie outbreak. Su Ming believed that many of the human sexual survivors must have awakened their superpowers with the help of this opportunity, and Eden, in order to solidify its own future rule, could only continue to research brand new zombies. And among these human survivors, Su Ming reckoned that it was only Self who made the most noise. "This gentleman, I think we can talk." As a gentle voice resounded over the entire sanctuary, Su Ming also turned on the sanctuary's loudspeaker. "Of course, it's time to talk about it, after all the time you Eden have plagued me. Woe is not to be spoken of, we just had a little misunderstanding." In the face of Su Ming's sarcasm, the voice did not produce a tone of annoyance. If Sir agrees to negotiate, then I will send my men inside the fence. It is the tradition of the Daxia kingdom that when two countries are at war, they do not cut off envoys, sir. As a member of the Daxia kingdom, you should abide by this traditional agreement, right? Yes. With regards to the argument that two countries fighting each other did not cut off envoys, Su Ming agreed on the surface. But in reality, he was quite disdainful inwardly. It's not like his sanctuary is an independent country in the first place. And besides, dealing with these human-faced contraptions naturally doesn't require keeping a gentleman's agreement like that. As a figure dressed in a white robe slowly landed inside the shelter, Su Ming also came to the window on the first floor. Is the gentleman not going to come out? Facing the man's question, Su Ming smiled at him and shook his head. No, I don't trust you, Eden, so it's fine to talk like this. Seeing that Su Ming refused to step out of the base, a look of difficulty appeared on the man's face. Soon, though, he got instructions from his self-same superiors on his headset. Well then, let me introduce myself. My name is Edison. I am a cleric in the Eden organization. I wonder what you call yourself, sir? Su Ming. Okay, Mr. Su, we may have had some misunderstandings before this, so this time we are also hoping to take this opportunity to clear up the misunderstandings. Well, don't talk about the scene. In the face of Edelson's chatter, Su Ming bluntly interrupted his fake and grandiose scenes. Straight up, what the hell are you guys planning on doing? Mr. Su deserves to be a native of the great summer country. He's really bold. Instead of being annoyed by the interruption, Edelson even complimented it. Mr. Su, we at Eden would like to ask you to join us in creating a beautiful new world. You realize you can't beat me and then you pull me in. Are you Eden so afraid of the weak? Mr. Su is joking, we are not bullying, we just think that Mr. Su is a rare talent and don't want to ruin you. Seeing that Su Ming was unmoved, Ederson pondered for a moment, then once again revealed that smile that made Su Ming feel hypocritical to the extreme. Mr. Su, aren't you curious as to why we were able to find your trail so quickly? That's because the satellites of the entire blue planet are currently in Eden's hands, whether it's the star chain previously launched by M country's Masic or Daxia country's Nanda satellite. All of them have already been occupied by us, Eden, so no matter where you are we'll be able to find your trail. And then what? We also have the most powerful L system, God's Eye. The reason why we were able to hide all the zombies in the Magic City in advance is because according to God's Eye's projection, we judged that the most likely place for you to go is the Magic City. Oh, so that's it. Hearing these words from Ederson, Su Ming also completely understood why Eden wanted to pull himself. Since the satellites of all of Blue Star were now in his hands, they must have seen the scene of self-placing the shelter through the satellites. Remembering Fan Xingqing's kneeling and calling out to the immortals when he saw Self's ability earlier, Su Ming knew that this Eden was definitely looking at this unique ability of Self. We've seen your methods, Mr. Su, so we'd like to invite you to join Eden and welcome the new human era together. Of course, if Mr. Su is unwilling to do so, then we at Eden can only regretfully ruin a talent like you, Mr. Su. Only to see Edelson's finger pointing to the sky above his head, he shrugged at Su Ming inside the base. Unless Mr. Su doesn't plan to live in Blue Star in the future, we'll be able to find you wherever you go. In the face of Ederson's threat, Su Ming's heart was also somewhat curious. Since this Garden of Eden wanted to draw Self in, just what kind of conditions would it offer? I say, Edelson, you've said so much that's useless. Why don't you talk about something practical? In front of Edelson, Su Ming took out a cup of ice Americano straight from the system space and took a shallow sip. What kind of price can you offer if you want me to join Eden? It's not like I'm going to be like you, risking my life to negotiate every time I encounter a tough fight, is it? Hearing Su Ming's words, Ederson's face immediately became a little unsettled. He was a divine cleric, but he was actually humiliated by this Su Ming in such a way. But after hearing his superior's reply in the headset, Edelson also revealed a look of shock. Chapter 104, Failure to Draw In. Mr. Su, since you are sincere in joining us at Eden, we at Eden will also treat you sincerely. After easing his inner surprise for a moment, Edelson once again flashed his signature smile. Just now our Pope personally contacted the Cardinal. As long as you, Mr. Su, can join us, you will be our 8th Cardinal of Eden. Oh? Hearing that Self would be able to become a Cardinal simply by joining the Garden of Eden, Su Ming couldn't help but be a little surprised as well. It looks like this Eden is bloodthirsty for Self. How about it, Mr. Su? This price is high enough. You should know that a cardinal is second only to the Pope, and is really the most powerful person in the world. Moreover, you are the first non-Anglo-Saxon cardinal in Eden. Well, indeed. In the face of Edelson's words, Su Ming first nodded very seriously, then furrowed his brows furiously. That's not right. Each of your cardinals in Eden is in charge of a continent, so wouldn't I be a lightweight if I went in? You're being overly concerned, Mr. Su. Hearing Su Ming questioning Self's future status, Edelson also hurriedly explained. Our Pope has said that you, Mr. Su, as a native of Daxia, will be in charge of the major Eden branches of Daxia, Goryeo, and Eastern Japan in the future, and as for the rest of the countries in Asiatic Asia, another cardinal will be in charge of governing them. Oh. Su Ming nodded his head as he pretended to come to a realization, and then flirted. So it's just 3 countries that will be divided among me, and you guys are teasing me here? Su. Okay. Don't explain. Seeing that Edelson was still about to speak, Su Ming directly opened his mouth to interrupt. Your Pope's calculations are quite good, aren't they? First you swindle me in, then you clean me up. At that time, if I'm in your Garden of Eden anyway, won't I be at its mercy? In the face of the angry Su Ming, Ederson was also quick to speak out to calm him down. Mr. Su, you have misunderstood. We, Eden, are absolutely sincere in inviting you to join us. If you're not satisfied with only having jurisdiction over 3 countries, then we can let you manage the entire Asia-West Asia. How about that? Late. Only to see Su Ming shaking his head in mock regret. If you had promised me to manage the whole of Asiatic Asia at the beginning just now, then we would have been peers by now, but unfortunately your Pope was just too obtuse, and now the price has changed. So Mr. Su is trying to? Seeing that Anderson actually did question Self, Su Ming also grinned. No. I want to be Pope. Mr. Su, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Hearing that Su Ming's condition was actually to become the Pope, a coldness surfaced on Anderson's face. I don't know any better? In the face of Ederson's threat, a sneer suddenly appeared on Su Ming's face. Haven't you heard the saying in the country of Daxia, the emperor takes turns to be the emperor, and this year it's my house? It's time for that Pope of yours to change. Maybe I can lead you to a better new world. You. Edelson was so angry by Su Ming's words that he couldn't speak. Well, it doesn't look like you Eden have much sincerity, so in that case, let's go to war. Mr. Su, you will regret for your choice today. At this point, Edelson no longer had the same ingratiating attitude he had a moment ago. If it wasn't for the fact that his own superior had sent him in to negotiate, he wouldn't even be willing to say a single word to a Daxia countryman like Su Ming. Now this Su Ming actually wanted to become the Pope. That was something he absolutely could not agree to. Wait. Seeing Ederson's body outside the window slowly floating into the air, Su Ming hurriedly called out to him. What? Mr. Su regrets it? Although he was very angry at Su Ming's arrogant words just now, as a cleric, Ederson was still quite responsible for the Garden of Eden. The higher-up's intention was to draw Su Ming in, so even if he was angry, he had to follow the bishop's orders. No. Facing Edelson's question, Su Ming smiled and shook his head. I just want to talk to you. Did I say I'd let you walk out safely? In the next second, the group of mechanical Earth soldiers hiding inside the mechanical barracks pulled the trigger straight away. Ta-da-da-da-da. You don't keep your word. In the face of the dense rain of bullets, Edelson first used his spiritual power to form a defense over his entire body, and then hurriedly fled towards the outside of the shelter. Yet the moment he flew over the fence, the electromagnetic defense machine guns on the turret opened fire. Cleric Edelson has been martyred. It seems that the pull is a complete failure. Prepare to attack. The cardinal outside the sanctuary did not look the slightest bit pale at the sight of Edelson, who had been beaten into a shower of blood. His heart, however, was elated after seeing the extension that this scene. Originally, he had no intention of pulling this Su Ming in. As a pure Anglo-Saxon, he didn't want to work with Su Ming, a Daxia countryman, at all. If it wasn't for the Pope personally passing down the order, he would have long ago led the zombie army to directly trample Su Ming's refuge to the ground. Granted, that turret does have great firepower, but there comes a time when the bullets run out. And on my side? There are also nearly 15 million walkers and unmanned air units. Even if the number of zombies is not enough, Self can still mobilize the zombies in Jiangnan province, or even all of Asia West to come here to support him by virtue of the identity of the red-clothed main family. Once the ammunition on Su Ming's turret was depleted, then the only thing that would greet him would be his demise. Alright, press all the zombie legions on, just let the new Crusaders zombies take care of the charge for now this time. Yes. In the face of the Cardinal's order, the group of priests and clergy did not dare to slack off in the slightest. After respectfully escorting the Cardinal away, the new Crusade walkers are also starting to make an assault on the shelter. Accompanied by the neat sound of armor clashing, only a patch of Gatling-wielding zombies were seen firing in the direction of the turret, while approaching forward. Ta-da-da-da-da. What's new about the so-called new Crusaders is that they're new in the sense that they're able to use heat weapons. For the loss he had suffered in Sheep City before, Eden's side had naturally made adjustments to the shelter's defense. As long as enough damage could be done to the turret's weapons, then the walkers behind it, who were not yet equipped with heat weapons, would be able to attack better. I have to say that this Eden is indeed very up to date. A group of priests and clergymen looked at the new Crusade walkers that kept approaching and firing in the direction of the shelter, and smug smiles appeared on their faces. Chapter 105, An Indestructible Refuge. Good lord, these zombies can actually use hot weapons? Looking at the zombie army holding Gatling and wearing Crusader armor in the surveillance screen, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a bit amused. With such an unorthodox pairing, I don't know how this group of talent at Eden came up with it. Facing the bullets that kept hitting the turret and the fence, Su Ming didn't care. This shelter has been strengthened by the system, and its defense is not something that can be easily broken by these ordinary machine guns. Moreover, the Gatling in the hands of these zombies looked like it had been installed temporarily, and they couldn't aim at all. There were even some walkers that walked around and aimed their gun barrels into the sky in a burst of da-da-da-da. Looks like they're trying to bet on the amount of ammo I have. Su Ming, who had already upgraded his weapons, had completely disregarded these zombies. Let's see who can hold out first then. After setting up the 3 automations, Su Ming then turned on the base's soundproofing mode once again and picked up the book he had thrown aside, The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, again. The 3 so-called automatics are automatic maintenance, automatic firing, and automatic ammunition replenishment. Come on, Hashiharu, I'll tell you a story. My Lord Bishop, we are currently down to less than 3 million walkers. While giving the Cardinal a report on the battle, that priest didn't even dare to look up at the Cardinal sitting above him. I know, I've already dispatched clerics to the cities near Magic City to mobilize the zombies. The Cardinal's face was filled with disbelief in the face of the priest's report. In his opinion, if Su Ming was able to create such a large shelter out of thin air, he should have awakened a spatial superpower. Since it was a space-type superpower, who knew how much space Su Ming possessed? However, the Cardinal was still convinced that even with even more space, Su Ming would still have the day when his ammunition ran out. And at that time, the originally impregnable shelter would completely become an iron bastard, unable to escape the fate of being breached. Well, you go on down, I have things to do. Seeing the priest still half kneeling in front of Self, the Cardinal also waved his hand impatiently. Yes. It's really a bummer. After seeing the priest leave, the Cardinal also lifted his own wide red robe. Go on. Looking at the young girl kneeling between his own legs, the Cardinal's face also showed a hint of obscene smile. 3 days have passed. 5 days have passed. 2 weeks have passed. Su Ming's shelter was neither out of ammunition nor food, and the weapons on the turret were still functioning as usual. What the hell is going on here? The Cardinal looked at the scene in front of him with disbelief, unable to speak for a long time. Don't these weapons have to rest? The Cardinal himself was no ordnance expert, but he knew about barrel overheating. But what about these weapons on the turret? Wouldn't they make sense to overheat the barrel? And the flamethrower up there, what the hell kind of flame is that? It was originally thought that the corpses of these zombies would quickly pile up into a huge mountain to serve as a siege ladder for the attack, but whenever the corpses accumulated to about 3 meters high, the flamethrower on the turret would spew out flames. And those corpses piled up under the fence wouldn't last 10 minutes before being burned directly into a pile of ashes. From 2 weeks ago until now, the Cardinal had already mobilized a large number of zombies from all over the Great Summer Country to attack Su Ming's refuge. Initial estimates have filled in nearly 60 million walkers at the very least. But what about the effect? Almost completely. Even the Cardinal had the illusion that the weapons on the turrets seemed more powerful. Lord Bishop, I think we should use more advanced thermal weapons to directly destroy Su Ming's refuge. In the face of the Cardinal's grim gaze, that priest finally managed to swallow his unspoken words back into his stomach. Well, I think there's some truth to what you're saying. After a moment of silence, the Cardinal also nodded and smiled grimly. Didn't we find quite a few Daxia's Dongfeng 41 missiles before, so let's use Daxia's weapons to attack the Daxia people's shelters. Yes. Alarm. Alert. ICBM descent detected. Shields automatically activated. In the face of the system's beep in his head and the countdown that was less than 20 seconds, a touch of shock could not help but appear on Su Ming's face. Great guys, they even used intercontinental missiles. In fact, last night when he realized that no zombies continued to attack, Su Ming sensed that this Eden's people were afraid that they were going to use a mushroom bomb on Self. But he really didn't expect the group to attack Self's sanctuary with ICBMs. Thanks to the gains he had made over the past 2 weeks, Su Ming had upgraded all the facilities up and down the refuge. After upgrading, the shelter's radar can automatically detect various types of weapons and emit different alert sounds. And the shield upgrade not only lasts for 24 hours, but also provides perfect protection against mushroom bomb attacks and the subsequent radiation generated. Alright, little Hashiharu, we should close our eyes. Although the shields were able to perfectly protect against mushroom bombs, they really couldn't isolate the glare from the explosion. Su Ming didn't want to be blinded, so he could only close his eyes while closing all the windows in the base. Rumble. Although the shield perfectly resisted the mushroom bomb, the air waves from the explosion still caused Su Ming inside the base to hear a hint of a vibrating ring. Uncle Su, can we open our eyes now? After the shelter system in his mind determined that the windows were still all closed, Su Ming spoke. That's fine. Rumble. When he heard the vibrations coming again, Su Ming couldn't help but be somewhat speechless. It seems that this Eden is determined to kill itself, even throwing mushroom bombs one after another. However, at the same time, Su Ming also knew that since Eden had chosen to use mushroom bombs to attack the refuge, they swore that they would definitely evacuate Magic City early. After all, that radiation stuff is no joke. Unless all of these people had only gained their superpowers through radiation, they would have no choice but to meekly choose to evacuate. The good guys aren't finished. Faced with this situation in front of him, Su Ming was also speechless. Right now there was no longer a need to stay in the Magic City, and Su Ming had decided that it was time to go to another city for a while. The shields, after being upgraded, no longer need to be recharged through long periods of time in order to function. And now what Su Ming needs to consider is which city to head to in the future. His Grace the Bishop. How's it going? Facing the priest who came to report, the Cardinal also hurriedly stood up and inquired. Has Su Ming's sanctuary been destroyed yet? Seeing the Cardinal's urgent appearance, the half-kneeling priest shook his head despite his inner apprehension. I'm sorry, Lord Bishop, we just looked at the breakthroughs coming back from the satellite. It's an indestructible sanctuary. Chapter 106, Turning the Whole into Nothing. Since you guys like to watch it so much, have a good time. Facing this gray sky above his head, Su Ming naturally knew that his every move had been watched by the people of Eden. After experiencing the mushroom bomb incident in Magic City, Su Ming changed his usual plan and directly flew the escape plane to the southwestern region of the Great Summer Country. Since this Eden had control of all of Blue Star, Self would be easily found no matter where he was. Unless the shelter is upgraded to level 8, there is no means of avoiding satellites at all. Looks like we need to rack up enough points for 1.28 million as soon as possible. Due to the fact that he had previously needed to resist the necrotic tide in the Magic City, this had led Su Ming to use all of his points to upgrade the facilities of the refuge. Not to mention everything else, just the shield that could withstand mushroom bombs and could be activated at any time had cost Su Ming 50 million points. Currently, there was still more than 300,000 points short of what was needed for a level 8 refuge, which was why Su Ming had chosen Rong City. Although the population size here was certainly not as huge as that of the southeast region, the city of Rongqing, as a new first-tier city, was indeed still more than enough to collect a 300,000 or so points. Moreover, Su Ming had another important reason for choosing Rongqing City, and that was that Rongqing City was in the inland part of the Great Summer Country, and Eden's control over this place probably wouldn't be as tight as the southeastern coastal area. The road to Shu is difficult. That's not a throwaway line. Even if the satellites in the sky discovered Self's location, it would take some time for Eden to attack Self by mobilizing the zombies. As for mushroom bombs, the last time Eden used at least a dozen mushroom bombs to bombard Self in the Magic City, but it still didn't do any damage to the sanctuary. If they insisted on launching the mushroom bomb again, then Su Ming could only resort to the guerrilla tactic of the enemy advancing and retreating. When you upgraded to a level 8 shelter, you had the two functions of blocking satellite surveillance and launching satellites. In this way, Su Ming could completely disappear from Eden's surveillance. Action! Since time was very tight, Su Ming didn't bother to let the slaves come out to clean up the blood stains and body parts inside the shelter. After firing the zombie bait shells, it quickly attracted the nearby zombies. Through the images transmitted back from the monitor on the fence, Su Ming had also completely confirmed his previous suspicions. Although these zombies located in the city of Rong had also been moisturized by the rain to produce evolution, their abilities were limited to those most basic forms after evolution. It seemed that everything was as Su Ming had expected, and Eden did not have as much control over the southwest region as the southeastern coastal region. Okay, that's enough points. With the help of the zombie bait bombs, Su Ming had easily gathered enough points needed to ascend to a level 8 shelter in less than half a day. After realizing that the number of points was already enough to upgrade to a level 8 shelter, Su Ming planned to leave Rong City overnight after resolving the remaining zombies that had been attracted by the zombie bait bombs. Now that Eden's people were probably already bringing people towards Self's side, it would be easy to get caught in a passive situation if it took too long to upgrade the level 8 shelter. After all, during the upgrading process, Su Ming was unable to upgrade or repair the buildings of the refuge, and he couldn't even move the shields. Once if they were surrounded by Eden's people or if people used mushroom bombs again, it would really be the end of the line. In response to the current situation, Su Ming only had one option, and that was to turn the whole thing into nothing. Koran-san, does it count as time if you upgrade the shelter and put it in the system space? Having no choice, Su Ming could only turn to his own L system. Host, rest assured, the shelter during the upgrade period, you can at any time to its income system space, but after the income system space, then must wait for the completion of the upgrade before deployed again. After the completion of the upgrade of the shelter, the system will take the initiative to prompt and inform the host. Will those living people starve to death when they're put into another dimension? It won't. The host can set the timed feeding function as a way to ensure that these people can get enough nutrition. One last question, how long will it take for the shelter to be upgraded to level 8? 1 month. Yes. Su Ming realized that since he had Xiaolian's classmate, Al, he didn't need to study the shelter system's manual on his own anymore. As long as it is about the self-same system, Xiaolian students can give perfect answers. There is no doubt that satellites could easily find the location of the shelter. If you don't release your refuge during the upgrade period, you can greatly increase your safety. Although there was no protection from the shelter, Su Ming and Fan Xingqing were at least people with supernatural abilities. Coupled with the addition of a hot weapon, Su Ming felt that surviving this period of time would not be a problem at all. After planning all of this, Su Ming left Rong City in his escape plane. In order to ensure safety, this time Su Ming had docked the escape plane in a large mountain. After taking the escape plane back into the system space, Su Ming also started upgrading it. 128,000 points have been deducted. Start upgrading the shelter, estimated time 1 month. Uncle Su, do we really have to live in this ravine in the future? Facing Fan Xingqing's question, Su Ming nodded and said, well, we need to keep a low profile during this period of time. Okay. Although Fan Xingqing didn't understand why Su Ming wanted to take the refuge back, she still nodded obediently. There's a lot to be done in a wide world. Seeing Fan Xingqing's aggrieved look, Su Ming couldn't help but smile. Let's just take a trip out, But before we do that, we're going to head into the mountains a little bit. Su Ming was still very concerned about the fact that there was a satellite surveillance above his head. Now that the satellites of the entire blue planet are all in the hands of Eden, then after realizing that Self has disappeared, Eden's people will naturally track Self's escape plane. Once the location of Self's final disappearance was determined, then Eden would surely quickly send someone to come and clean up Self. After all, Su Ming didn't want to fall asleep and somehow get hit by a mushroom bomb. Since both of them were superpowered, their speed was naturally much faster than ordinary people. Soon, the two of them found a feng shui treasure. Not only is the area beautiful, but there is also a naturally occurring cave. With a little camouflage, they can successfully fool the satellites in the sky. Let's live in a cave for this coming month. Okay. Facing this cave in front of her, Fan Xingqing was similarly filled with excitement. After all, growing up she hadn't seen what a cave actually looked like. Just as the two were planning to go in first to check out the situation inside the cave, a burst of rustling sound of wild beasts walking came from the cave. Starling, hide behind me! Faced with the sounds made by the beasts within the cave, Su Ming's face was also filled with vigilance. Although there are currently no human zombies within the deep forests, the artificial rainfall some time ago has most likely turned all the mountain beasts here into zombies. Woof woof woof! There's actually a dog here? Hearing a sound similar to a barking dog coming from within the cave, Su Ming immediately pulled Fan Xingqing back a few steps towards the back. Could it be that the cave is filled with zombie dogs that have mutated? But Su Ming was really a bit confused as to why a creature like a dog would appear in this deep cave. As the rustling sound inside the cave became clearer and clearer, Su Ming also pulled out an assault rifle from the system's space and vigilantly aimed in the direction of the cave. Woof woof woof! Once again a bark came from the cave. Hearing the sound, Su Ming looked towards the cave, only to find a figure about half a meter tall in the dark cave. Come out! Su Ming didn't care if this thing could understand his own words. If the creature in the cave was really a mutated zombie dog, then as long as it dared to walk out of the cave, Su Ming would not hesitate to give it a shuttle. Woof! Su Ming's voice clearly startled the creatures inside. But as a chubby figure drilled out of the cave, Su Ming and Fan Xingqing were petrified on the spot when they saw the creature in front of them. Chapter 107. This is simply a divine beast. Not only was the creature that came out of the cave in front of him not scary at all, but on the contrary, it was very naive. It was fluffy, with black and white fur that stood out, and a pair of dark ears on its round head. Crap? A panda? Seeing that the mysterious creature in the cave was actually a giant panda, Su Ming was instantly somewhat speechless. Until then, he had never known that pandas were actually capable of barking like dogs. Woof woof woof! The panda's eyes were full of vigilance, and it barked furiously at the two people in front of it, trying to scare them away by barking like that. However, what it didn't know was that in Su Ming's and Fan Xingqing's eyes, such a voice would only make it appear even more adorable. Facing this panda in front of him, Su Ming didn't know what to do for a moment. He took a closer look at the panda's body and realized there wasn't a single sign of being infected. What is the current state of this panda, Mr. Xiaolian? Just to make sure, Su Ming chose to ask the little lotus student in his mind. For this panda in front of him that came out of the cave, if his body was indeed not infected, Su Ming naturally did not intend to shoot. He doesn't like to steal bamboo shoots from pandas. Besides, this guy was properly a national treasure of the great summer country before the zombie outbreak. The current panda's physical characteristics are good, and due to the unique immune gene in its body, it can not only resist the zombie virus's attack on its body, but also utilize the zombie virus to strengthen its strength and intelligence. Good lord, it still works like that! Hearing Little Lotus' classmates' reply, Su Ming was completely shocked. What do you mean, the Chosen One? It's called the Chosen One. While all the other animals are infected with zombies, this naive panda is not only unaffected, but is also able to strengthen itself through the zombie virus. Woof! The panda is still not afraid to let its guard down in the face of the two humans who have suddenly appeared on its doorstep. It waved its self-same paw with a menacing face, in an attempt to scare off the human in front of it. Panda cat, do you eat this? Just as Su Ming was thinking about how to deal with this panda in front of him, Fan Xingqing, who had been hiding behind him, threw a jelly with its outer packaging peeled off in front of it. Seeing Fan Xingqing actually feeding the jelly to the panda, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a little helpless. "Little starling, the panda doesn't eat. It eats?" Just as Su Ming wanted to explain to Fan Xingqing that pandas don't eat snacks, he saw that the panda had already picked up the jelly on the ground with its chubby paw, and then put it into his own mouth. "Uncle Su, look!" Seeing that the panda had actually eaten the self-feeding jelly, Fan Xingqing once again took one out of her small school bag, ready to peel off the outer packaging and feed it again. "What's the deal with this panda, Mr. Xiaolian?" In the face of this scene in front of him, Su Ming also cried and laughed a little. In his impression, pandas could have always been very picky eaters. Even when you eat bamboo, you can eat the most tender part first. But what about this panda in front of us? It actually snacks. Due to the rainfall some time ago, virus number 2 has changed the panda's constitution, and the panda is now able to get the nutrients it needs from its own body through a wide variety of foods, including a variety of human snacks. Classmate Xiaolian's reply left Su Ming somewhat speechless for a moment. This is simply a divine beast. Hearing this panda's mouth once again emit a sheep-like cry, Su Ming also twisted his head to look in confusion, only to find that Fan Xingqing had already fought with this panda at some point. "Can I touch you?" Fan Xingqing carefully stretched out her hand while asking, but what Su Ming didn't expect was that the panda actually plopped down directly in front of Fan Xingqing. "Wow! Your fur is so soft!" In the face of this scene in front of him, Su Ming's mind immediately conjured up a phrase. Orcs are never slaves unless they are packaged with food and shelter. "Uncle Su, shall we keep it?" Looking at the expectant Fan Xingqing, Su Ming also nodded with a bitter smile. He was never expecting that a trip to the deep forest would actually have such a reward. "Aha! Hearing the panda actually make a different sound once again, Su Ming, who couldn't understand the panda language, could only ask little Lotus student once again. "Host, when a panda makes a sound like a sheep's baa, it means it is very happy. If it makes a sound like it means it wants to play with you, and if it makes a sound like a dog's bark, it means it is frightened." "Oh, so that's it." After knowing what this panda wanted to do, Su Ming also let Fan Xingqing play with the panda. For an overachiever like Fan Xingqing, a mere panda would definitely not be able to hurt her. Seeing that a man and a bear were having a great time in front of the cave, Su Ming also walked straight into the cave. Needless to say, this panda is very clean. Not only were there no food scraps in this cave, there wasn't even a hint of an odor. After checking the situation in the cave, Su Ming also took 2 mattresses out from the system space. For the next month, Self was going to be here hiding from Eden's trail. Looking at the one person and one bear still playing outside the cave, Su Ming was also too lazy to let Fan Xingqing come over to give him a hand. After tidying up the cave, Su Ming began to set up the camouflage netting outside the cave. With regards to the arrangement of this camouflage net, Su Ming didn't dare to be a bit lax. Since Eden was able to manipulate all the satellites, it was inevitable that they had more advanced means of filming. For this reason, Su Ming could be said to have exhausted the military knowledge about camouflage in his mind. However, when he had finished setting everything up, he realized that the panda had climbed on top of one of the mattresses at some point. "Crap? You really think you're a god beast, don't you?" In the face of Su Ming's questioning, this panda actually nodded in a very humanized manner. "I'm fucking." Just when Su Ming was planning to go forward to give this ungrateful guy a little lesson, a gunshot suddenly came from outside the cave. Chapter 108: The Mysterious Woman. Based on the size of the gunshot, Su Ming knew that the person firing the gun was not far from his own location, only less than a kilometer away. It seems that with the zombie outbreak, even this place can no longer be considered a paradise. "I'm going to go out and see what's going on, you stay here and don't move." In order to determine what exactly was discharging the gun, after Su Ming braided the leaves into a ghillie suit, he felt his way towards the location of the gunshot. Soon Su Ming discovered a separate farmhouse yard about 800 meters away from his own cave. There were 2 men guarding the outside of that courtyard house, while in the middle of the courtyard there were several men with machetes and a woman on her knees. And one of the men had a pistol at his waist. Seeing this scene in front of him, Su Ming then roughly guessed the identity of this group of people. They should be villagers from the neighborhood here, fleeing into these deep mountains to escape the zombie attacks. And at this point, it looks like 9 times out of 10, they've already landed on their feet with the help of the zombie outbreak. As for the woman kneeling on the ground, Su Ming felt that they should have snatched her back from a nearby village. This place was in the middle of a vast mountain after all, and they who had not been infected by virus number 1 were naturally unaffected by virus number 2 in the rain. After all, the number 2 virus that Eden put in place is unable to directly turn normal humans into zombies. However, it made Su Ming realize at the same time that the woman kneeling on the ground didn't seem like she was unable to resist. Judging by the way she fell to her knees, it was more like she was looking for the right opportunity. Looks like we're in for a treat this time. After discovering that the woman is not simple, Su Ming is also straight lying in the bushes to watch the play. I saw this first. So I should be the first one on. On what grounds? I'm the one who carried this bitch back. Alright. Everyone gets a piece of the action anyway. Don't even rush. One by one. Several of the men in the yard were still in a heated discussion over who would be the first to get it on, and not one of them noticed anything unusual about the woman. In their opinion, the reason why this woman fell to her knees was purely because she was scared silly by them. After a heated discussion, those same men finally decided on an order. Okay, little baby, be a good girl and come with me. Only to see a man with a lewd grin on his face walk up, just wanting to reach out and pull the clothes from the woman's body. But the next second, the woman poked her hand right through his throat. In a flash of lightning, before the man could understand what was happening, he felt a strong sense of suffocation, and then slowly fell to his knees. You seek death! Several of the surrounding men raised their machetes in the direction of the woman after seeing the scene in front of them. And the 2 men who were responsible for standing guard outside the courtyard, after hearing the sounds in the courtyard, also rushed towards the courtyard with the wooden sticks in their hands. Facing a crowd of people surrounding her, the woman's figure was like a ghost weaving in and out between these people, while the machete in her hand was constantly reaping the lives of these people. Every time the woman swung a knife, one person would have their head cut off directly. Soon, only a headless corpse remained in the courtyard. Good lord, that's a mean one. Su Ming, who had been hiding outside to watch the show, couldn't help but let out an exclamation. One could tell from the woman's movements just now that this was definitely an expert. Only what Su Ming didn't understand was why this woman was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Just for the people? Just as Su Ming was planning to see what this woman wanted to see next, he realized that the woman in the courtyard actually looked in the direction where Self was hiding. Come on out! I know you're hiding under that tree! Su Ming really couldn't figure out how exactly Self had been discovered. Seeing that Su Ming didn't move, the woman reached out and picked up the pistol on the corpse, aiming it straight in Su Ming's direction. If you don't come out, I'll shoot you! Then you shoot. Seeing that this woman was actually aiming her gun at Self, Su Ming didn't intend to continue hiding there to watch the show. He stood up slowly and pointed a finger at the gun in the woman's hand. You can try, but do you believe it? You can't take me out with a gun in your hand. However, the woman actually directly pulled the trigger after hearing Su Ming's words. Bang! Accompanied by a gunshot, Su Ming couldn't help but be somewhat speechless. He used his spiritual power to directly catch the oncoming bullet, and then directly threw this bullet straight back. The bullet that was thrown back by Su Ming accurately hit the woman's wrist. Feeling the pain coming from her wrist, the woman's hand holding the gun instantly surged with a feeling of weakness, and the gun in her hand directly fell to the ground. Look, I told you the gun in your hand couldn't kill me, and you still don't believe me. Looking at the woman staring at Self with a grudging face, Su Ming looked unconcerned. Okay, now it's my turn to ask you. Su Ming pulled out a pistol directly from the system space and aimed it at the woman in front of him. Who the hell are you? From the woman's stance just now and the location where he found himself hiding, Su Ming knew that she was definitely not an idle person. As for whether or not this mysterious woman in front of him was a member of the Garden of Eden, he would have to do further confirmation. I'm a villager from this neighborhood, and I was a soldier for 2 years before that. Beauty, I advise you to be honest. Hearing this woman say that Self was a nearby villager, Su Ming couldn't help but shake his head. A man who can see through his own disguise, that's not something you can just go and serve in the army for 2 years. Okay, I knew I couldn't fool you. Seeing Su Ming directly pierce through self's lies, the woman was not surprised. I urge you to answer my questions honestly or I'm going to have to shoot you. Facing this greasy woman in front of him, Su Ming didn't have the patience he had at the beginning. Seeing that this woman still had that playful look, in order to prevent accidents, Su Ming still put a layer of shield composed of spiritual power around his own body. Okay, I'll tell you since you want to know so badly. Only the woman's vermilion lips slightly opened. I'm your father! In the next second, a dense burst of gunfire rang out all around Su Ming. Chapter 109: A Perfect Plan. Do you really think I didn't notice these hiding in the shadows? Su Ming had long since discovered that the woman's behavior just now was a deliberate delay. The bullets that flew towards him head-on couldn't advance any further when they were about 20 centimeters away from his body. You! The woman had already been shocked by Su Ming's hand of blocking bullets through the air and froze in place, unable to speak for a long time. What's wrong with me? Seeing the woman's dumbfounded look, Su Ming casually waved his hand, and the bullets that were floating around his body crackled and fell to the ground. After dealing with those bullets floating around his own body, he only saw Su Ming rushing into the woods in front of him and lifting his hand. Before the group of people hiding in the woods could react, one by one they were directly fixed in midair by Su Ming, unable to move. If you don't tell the truth again, I will have your companions die one after the other in front of you. At this moment, Su Ming's tone was already filled with coldness. Originally Self was there to see exactly where the shots were fired, but he came to find a melon to eat. Who would have thought that this melon has somehow eaten itself? You're from Eden? You know about Eden too? Seeing that the woman actually mentioned the Garden of Eden, Su Ming couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Of course, those people I just killed were from Eden. The woman didn't beg for mercy and give in because her companion was being held hostage by Su Ming, but instead looked viciously at Su Ming in front of her. We, the people of the Great Summer Kingdom, will never be enslaved by you people of Eden. I say, pretty girl, that's not how you make up lies. In the face of these words from the woman in front of him, a sneer suddenly appeared on Su Ming's face. He pointed at the headless corpses in the courtyard and sneered. Do you think an organization like Eden would take in such third-rate goods? After fighting Eden so many times, Su Ming naturally wouldn't believe a woman's words. Just now, the few goods that were killed by the woman, even if they did join the Garden of Eden, they would be the goods that were used to be directly made into zombies. It seems you really aren't from Eden. But what Su Ming didn't expect was that the woman clearly felt relieved after hearing his words. It's true that I'm not from Eden, but I've fought with Eden, so you couldn't fool me with your ghostly words just now, so now you can answer my question honestly, right? Sure. As soon as she heard that the Su Ming in front of her had fought with Eden, a hint of a pleased smile appeared on the woman's face as well. To reacquaint myself, my name is Gu Jiejia, and if you're willing to put down my companion, I'll tell you who I am and the information about Eden. Okay. Facing Gu Jiejia's request, Su Ming chose to agree. Just in case, when he was talking to Gu Jiejia just now, he had already inquired about them through Xiaolian's classmates in his mind. This group of people were nothing more than a bunch of ordinary people, and the only one who could look past them was Gu Jiejia. But she wasn't a super powerful person either, and her physique was barely at the level of an elite special forces soldier. Su Ming casually snapped his fingers, and those who were fixed in midair crackled to the ground. Okay, now you can talk. Sure. Seeing that Su Ming had released his own companion, Gu Jiejia nodded. My identity is that of Commando Leader of the 722nd Women's Special Forces, and these companions of mine are the militia I've been organizing in the vicinity for the past 3 months, while we aim to eliminate the goons who have sold out their own countrymen for the sake of the Garden of Eden. 722nd Women's Special Forces? And Commando Leader? Facing Gu Jiejia's explanation, Su Ming couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. Looks like you're not going to tell me the truth. Can you hear me out first? Gu Jiejia didn't feel annoyed by Su Ming's words, and still asked Su Ming in a calm tone. Okay, go ahead. Su Ming at the moment was really a little curious about how many more unreliable lies Gu Jiejia could make up, so he patiently listened to her continue to make up. The reason why you don't believe that these people are from Eden is because, in your opinion, Eden only has high tech and those mutated zombies, and these people have either an overly strong physique nor a brain that is learned in a specialized field, right? Facing Gu Jiejia's question, Su Ming nodded. It looks like you've also fought Eden's people along the coast to come to such a conclusion, and what I'm telling you is that those people I killed just now were also one of the lackeys who followed Eden. Our country is a large country with a large population and a vast territory. Although the release of the zombie virus is able to affect major cities and even small counties, it can do nothing for these villages in the mountains, which are not only isolated from the world, but also do not have a large population, so it is impossible for the Garden of Eden to waste too much energy on this. For Gu Jiejia's words, Su Ming still agreed. There were indeed quite a few isolated villages within the country of Daxia, and it was naturally unrealistic for Eden to want to infect all the people in these mountain villages. And these Eden executives have obviously studied our history, and after discovering that the Great Summer Kingdom had once adopted a history such as the countryside coming to encircle the city, in order to prevent history from repeating itself, they dispatched some clerics to come to the midst of these mountain villages, and pulled these villagers into believing in their Garden of Eden ahead of time. Hearing this, Su Ming had basically believed Gu Jiejia's words. Back when he was studying, Su Ming was naturally familiar with the history of how the Great Summer Kingdom was founded. I have to say, this new Noah's Ark program of Eden is indeed sound enough. It is important to realize that in the midst of such a post-apocalyptic world, the evil in human nature is easily aroused. These villagers, with the help and inducement of the clergy, will then step by step stimulate the evil in their own hearts to the extreme. At that time, these villagers would realize that only by defecting to the Garden of Eden would self no longer be bullied and humiliated, and they could even go on to bully others. As recorded in recent history, those who chose to believe in Christianity would be sheltered by the foreigners. Even if they had done wrong on a regular basis, the county magistrate would not dare to punish them. So your usual task is to kill these villagers who have believed in Eden and are doing wrong? Sort of. Hearing Su Ming's question, Gu Jiejia's face also couldn't help but glow with a hint of bitterness. Those who are called clerics have unusual powers, and some of them are even able to catch bullets through the air like you, so the only thing we can do is to assassinate these evildoers as a deterrent to the rest of the villagers. In the face of Gu Jiejia's words, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh as well. Even knowing the current situation, he couldn't do much to change it. Right now, Su Ming only wanted to upgrade the refuge to level 9 so that he could unlock the sea navigation function. When the time comes, Self will take the refuge across the ocean and kill them directly in their Eden's old home, Antarctica, and go straight to the dragon. Just as Su Ming was thinking about how to comfort Gu Jiejia in front of him, a female member wearing the uniform of the Daxia country's special forces ran out of the jungle from the side in a hurry. Captain Gu, quickly take the villagers and retreat to the mountains. The clerics are coming. Chapter 110. Only the people of the Daxia country understand the Daxia people the most. Just as Su Ming was thinking about whether or not he could make some contribution to Gu Jiejia and the other group of patriotic soil, he heard this inspiring good news. Come live ah! With regards to the strength of the cleric, Su Ming still had some understanding. Whether it was in Sheep City or Magic City, Su Ming had dealt with them. Self faced them not to say can 1 against 100 bar, a dozen is still more than enough. Besides, this place was in the middle of a remote mountain village, and it was unlikely that Eden would send those powerful clerics here. All right, Captain Gu, take me to meet these clerics. When he saw the military uniform worn by that female member, Su Ming was also completely convinced of Gu Jiejia's identity. You. However, what Su Ming didn't expect was that Gu Jiejia didn't feel elated at hearing this news, but instead had a worried look on her face. This gentleman. My name is Su Ming. Su Ming, do you realize that we have nearly 3 clerics here? Although I admit that you were indeed very powerful in catching bullets through the air just now, those clerics are not idle either, and it's all the more important for us to retreat now to preserve our living forces. Captain Gu, you are right. In the face of Gu Jiejia's words, Su Ming first nodded his head in agreement, and then his words changed. But in the face of absolute strength, we don't need to guarantee a living force. Su Ming didn't give Gu Jiejia a chance to retort, but instead pointed to the group of villagers behind her who had just climbed up. All right, Captain Gu, just tell me the location. I'll just go myself. Just keep bringing your men to ensure that there are living forces. Hearing Su Ming's words, Gu Jiajia's silver teeth were on the verge of crunching. Where exactly did this Su Ming come from? That's 3 of Eden's clerics. Okay. I'll give it to you. After informing Su Ming of the address, Gu Jiajia began to organize the team to start moving the villagers. Seeing this scene in front of him, Su Ming naturally didn't care. He couldn't tell Gu Jiajia that he had rejected the Pope of Eden's solicitation and killed tens of millions of zombies in the Magic City, could he? After getting the address, Su Ming just wanted to go forward to meet the 3 clerics when Gu Jiajia's voice came from behind him. Su Ming, I'll advise you one last time. I hope you don't go to your death. Forget it. Facing Gu Jiajia's reminder, Su Ming twisted his head to grin at her. Thanks for the heads up, but the best thing about me is that I don't listen. After arriving at the address that Gu Jiajia had given himself, Su Ming first took a look at his surroundings. It's a very humble little mountain village, the kind so small that you can see the end of it at a glance. In order to make himself comfortable while waiting, Su Ming also purposely flipped out a rocking chair from the system space to sit at the entrance of the village. The 3 clerics in the district were naturally not on Su Ming's mind. Soon, a human voice came from outside the village entrance. Lord Cleric, you must do right by us this time. Those female soldiers didn't give us a second thought and killed quite a few of us. Yes. We are all faithful believers in the Garden of Eden. You must do right by us. Hearing the voice, Su Ming lazily looked up and found a group of villagers surrounding 3 men in suits as if they were starry-eyed. It seems that these 3 would be the clergy. However, what made Su Ming feel surprised was that these 3 clerics looked like they were all from the great summer country. But it's finally here. Su Ming slowly stretched and slowly stood up from the rocking chair. What are you? Seeing strangers appearing in front of themselves, although the villagers were very puzzled, they had a very arrogant attitude with the backing of the clergy. Boy, see those female soldiers? Su Ming nodded and said, See, I am the one they sent to kill you. Ha, this kid has lost his mind. He's trying to kill us without any weapons in his hands. That is. Do you think you're the king of Western Chu? Do you still want to kill us all by yourself? There was no doubt that these villagers did not place Su Ming in their eyes at all. In the face of the villagers' provocation, Su Ming wasn't annoyed, and straight away pulled out a submachine gun from the system space, and rushed in their direction before pulling the trigger. Ta-da-da-da! As a barrage of bullets poured out, but the bullets didn't hit the villagers' bodies, but were stopped at intervals. Phew! The villagers looked at the bullets that were close in front of them, and one of them couldn't help but be scared into a cold sweat. However, the villagers soon reacted to the fact that the reason why the bullets didn't hit their bodies was because the cleric lord had taken a shot. Thank you, Cleric Sama, for saving my life. A show of hands. Looking at the crowd of villagers kneeling down in front of self, although the 3 clerics appeared to be unperturbed on the surface, they were actually secretly happy inside. All 3 of their strengths belonged to the weakest level of existence among the clerics, which was why they were sent to this remote mountain village to complete this kind of mission. But when they arrived, they realized this mission is real flavorful. Their ability to pad their way through the Garden of Eden was nothing short of a miracle in the eyes of these villagers. There are even a number of foolish villagers who will send their own daughters directly to their residence for their enjoyment, in order to soar to the top. Please, Cleric Sama, take action! This person is definitely in league with those female soldiers. In the face of the villagers' request, the cleric who had just stepped out to intercept the bullet also nodded slightly before looking at Su Ming in front of him. This, sir, I can see that you should be a spatial-type divine power possessor. If you're willing to join us now, I can forget about what you shot just now. Hearing that cleric's words, Su Ming couldn't hold back his snort of laughter. I have to say, pulling people in has been an old Eden tradition. Then it looks like you're insistent on seeking death. Seeing the expression on Su Ming's face, the cleric made a wink at the 2 people on the side. From Su Ming's action of shooting a gun out of thin air just now, they could tell that this person was also an overachiever. Thus, they wanted to strike at the same time to kill this unknowing brat in front of them. Watching the 3 people slowly approaching towards himself, Su Ming unhurriedly took the rocking chair behind him back into the system space. I'm a little curious, are you guys from the Great Summer Kingdom or not? So what if it is? In the face of Su Ming's question, a sneer could not help but appear on the face of one of the clerics. We originally used to be elites in all walks of life, so we naturally know what it means to know what's going on. Hearing these words, Su Ming completely understood. This Eden organization has really done its homework. It's true that only the people of Daxia know the people of Daxia best. Chapter 111 The Hunt begins. The three clerics naturally knew what Su Ming's words meant. It's just a connotation that I'm a lapdog. But so what? As the saying goes, choice is everything, and they don't regret their choices. Okay, enough bullshit, you can go to hell. Seeing the three people coming towards him, Su Ming also slowly raised his hand and pointed his finger at one of them. Blast! As Su Ming's words fell, the body of the cleric he was pointing at instantly exploded into a mist of blood. The scene in front of them caused the remaining two to feel their scalps go numb all of a sudden. What the hell just happened? How come my own companion turned into a bloody mist in an instant? How was it? Was it fun? Seeing the two people frozen in place, Su Ming also spoke out in time to remind them. Should we consider wiping the oil from our feet? Maybe we can escape, oh? Su Ming's words caused the two to wake up as if from a dream, but when they wanted to escape from their original position, they realized that their bodies were unable to move at all. What's going on? The two men only felt that their own bodies were imprisoned by a powerful force, not to mention escaping, they couldn't even move their feet. Bang! Bang! Su Ming compared his finger to a gun and gestured twice in their direction. With that, the bodies of the two people who were still struggling just a moment ago also turned into two clouds of blood mist. It's no fun! Seeing that these three actually couldn't make it through a single move in their own hands, Su Ming also felt bored. It's the gods manifesting themselves. This little fairy, I was forced to do it all. I didn't want to. I was wrong, please God, please let me go. When the villagers saw that the clerics who had been unbeatable just a moment ago had actually been so easily resolved by Su Ming, they fell to their knees and continuously kowed out in front of Su Ming. Alas! Looking at the villagers in front of him who had knelt down in front of himself, Su Ming first slowly sighed, and then his gaze looked to the jungle on one side. I mean, how much longer are you going to be there? With a rustling sound, a silhouette dressed in camouflage ghillie suit slowly drilled out. Sure enough, you found out after all. The one hiding in the jungle was no other than Gu Jiejia, who had just said that she didn't care if Su Ming died or lived. Seeing Gu Jiejia in this state, Su Ming pointed to the three masses of blood mist on the ground not far away. See, I told you it was easy. Facing Su Ming's flirtation, Gu Jiejia couldn't help but blankly glance at Su Ming. How did I know you were so good? I wouldn't have come if I had known. In fact, Su Ming knew that the reason why this Gu Jiejia had come over was to prevent her from coming to shoot for cover when self was undefeated. As for herself, Su Ming felt that she didn't even think about going back alive. The Gu Jiejia in front of her was in the same category as the Snow Wolf commando captain they had met before. They were both war soil willing to dedicate their lives to the great summer country. Well, Captain Gu, what are you going to do with these people? In fact, according to Su Ming's character, he would kill all of these people. Although he knew that there were many people who were forced to join just so that they wouldn't be bullied and humiliated, in Su Ming's opinion, it was the unknown risk that was the most frightening. I thought that Su Ming had tried countless times before he completely believed Fan Zhiyuan. And that was still based on the premise that his strength could completely crush Fan Zhiyuan. But nowadays, Su Ming didn't have that much time to test these villagers. What do you think, Mr. Su? Seeing that Gu Jiejia actually threw the question back to herself, Su Ming rushed towards the group of villagers who had fallen to their knees and then snapped his fingers. In the next second, about 30 figures simultaneously exploded into blood mist. I think it should. After doing all this, Su Ming was ready to be blamed by Gu Jiejia. The corner of Gu Jiejia's mouth twitched slightly at the sight of this scene of blood and mist flying in the sky in front of her. It had to be said that this Su Ming's mobility was indeed strong enough, and with a snap of his fingers he had turned all of these 30 or so people into fertilizer for the ground's weeds. But Gu Jiejia didn't feel that Su Ming was being hasty. The situation is not the same as it was back then, and Self doesn't have as much time as he would like to have for their so-called education and reformation. If the villagers were spared this time, it was likely that the group of them would betray Self again next time. Actually, Mr. Su can just handle it next time. I think it's kinda bullet-saving for you to handle it. Okay, I will next time. Seeing that Gu Jiajia didn't blame herself, Su Ming was also quite surprised. Mr. Su, can I ask you something? After pondering for a moment, Gu Jiajia's gaze looked to Su Ming, who was on the side. Go ahead, what is it? Seeing Gu Jiajia's help-seeking gaze, Su Ming guessed that in all probability she wanted Self to take action against those clerics. Although Su Ming was planning to keep a low profile for a while, if he could do a part-time job here and go kill some clerics to earn points, he would be willing to do so. Besides, as long as Self strikes fast enough, then the message won't get out. As for the satellites in the sky, Su Ming felt that even if he was photographed, the people of Eden would not be able to associate it with Self. After all, who would be okay with abandoning a sanctuary that isn't even afraid of mushroom bombs? It's that there are some other clerics around here. I can provide their location. Okay, I promise. A cleric's life could be exchanged for 500 points. Such a good thing. Su Mingba was not happy about it. Thank you, Mr. Su. Seeing that Su Ming actually did agree, Gu Jiajia couldn't help but speculate about Su Ming's identity. Could it be that this Su Ming was the fifth type of soldier secretly cultivated by the Great Summer Kingdom? Captain Gu, I'll go back today. Let's gather here at noon tomorrow, and you'll give me the location about the clerics at that time. Su Ming naturally didn't know what Gu Jiajia's heart was thinking. All he wanted to do now was to go back to the cave to see if that panda was still on Self's mattress. Hey. Okay. Originally, Gu Jiajia still wanted to let Su Ming stay for a meal, but found that this Su Ming simply did not have the intention to stay here. At noon the next day, Gu Jiajia and Su Ming both arrived at the village entrance on time. That's what we know so far about the location of the cleric. Okay, please. After receiving the information handed over by Gu Jiajia, the corners of Su Ming's mouth also revealed a cold smile. The hunt is on. Chapter 112, Pulling Together Again, Pushing the Boat Along. Lord Andis, recently in the mountains of the southwestern region of the Great Summer Kingdom, a mysterious person who specializes in hunting clerics has emerged. Oh? In the face of his men's report, the face of the one known as Lord Andis also showed a touch of shock. There's actually a Daxia countryman here who's against our Eden? Yes, this person not only hunts our clerics, but even those villagers who joined us will not be spared, and the scene is pressed to find any traces of a fight other than just a streak of blood and flesh. The henchman's words made Andis ponder. As Eden's priest who managed the remote southwestern region of the Great Summer Kingdom, such a big mess under his own rule would definitely be reported to the Cardinal once the other priests learned about it. And once the Cardinal learns about it, Andis felt a tingle in his head at once. Eden's means of punishing her subordinates was always the same, and that was to send them straight to the lab bench. Anything else? No, this mysterious person is so godlike that we don't have any clue, but as long as there is a village with clerics, then this mysterious person will definitely appear and… Nowadays there are less than 50 clerics under our command. What? Upon hearing the news, Andis barely managed to fall out of his chair in shock. You know that before this, he had a full 300 clerics under his rule. Yes, Lord Andis, now all these clerics have returned to our headquarters and never dare to go out again. Then why didn't you report back to me sooner? Andis couldn't wait to rip this henchman's head right off at this point. How can he explain to the Cardinal above that he has lost nearly 250 men? My lord. This… You weren't here when I was looking for you earlier. Get the hell out of here! Looking at his henchmen's hastily fleeing back, Andis resisted the inner urge to strike him down. The current situation no longer allows Self to stabilize the situation by means of force. What's to be done? Andis kept pacing back and forth in the house, hoping to come up with a solution. The clerics under Self have been killed one after another, and if we don't do something about it, I'm afraid that Self will really be made into a zombie. But after thinking about it, Andis realized there was nothing Self could do. They were obviously targeting the clergy in Eden, so could they only contact the Cardinal to send reinforcements? After much thought, Andis came up with only one last resort. Ugh! Had to try this one too. Looks like all these clerics have escaped. Looking at the blur of flesh and blood in front of him, Su Ming knew that all of these clerics should have sensed the danger and chose to flee. The ones he struck out to kill just now were only some villagers who still believed in the Garden of Eden. After 2 weeks of hunting operations, Su Ming had taken care of the information given by Jia and had almost completely executed most of the clerics on the list. And during this time, Su Ming also carefully studied the different types of these superpowers. It's safe to say that the superpowers that are appearing now can be roughly categorized into 2 types. One kind is the one that takes the physical route, similar to the kind of fleshly body that becomes a god in the cultivation novels of the Great Summer Country. They either possessed amazing strength, or heaven-defying defense, and Su Ming had even seen a cleric who had hardened the skin of his entire body into steel. The other type is the one that takes the magic route, somewhat similar to the chi cultivation in novels. Their own physical bodies remain similar to those of normal people, but they have the power of spirituality, or the power to manipulate other elements. Before this, Su Ming had also encountered a cleric who could manipulate water, but it was a pity that his own strength was really too poor, or else he might have really been able to cause Su Ming quite a bit of trouble. What man? Hearing a movement in the bushes to the side, Su Ming also directly drew the pistol on his waist and aimed it into the middle of the woods. Hold your fire! When the man in the bushes saw that Su Ming had already discovered himself, he hurriedly raised his own hands high and rolled and crawled out. Eden's? Seeing the Garden of Eden icon embroidered on that person's clothes, Su Ming's heart couldn't help but rejoice. Self was looking for them, and they drilled out. Yes. That's just as well. Take me to where you clerics are hiding. I was looking for you. This? In the face of Su Ming's words, a look of difficulty appeared on the man's face. What? Don't want to. Seeing the man's stuttering appearance, Su Ming raised the gun in his hand. I can try to torture you if you don't want to. I hope you can hold out. Seeing Su Ming approaching towards himself step by step, that person knew that if he didn't say anything, he was afraid that he wouldn't really have the chance to say anything. This lord. I have come to invite you to join us in Eden. Oh? Although Su Ming had already guessed the purpose of the person in front of him on this trip, he still felt a little funny when he said it himself. Invite me to join you? I've killed a bunch of your clerics. I know all this naturally, but our priest Sama says that none of this is a problem, as long as you are willing to join us. As long as I'm willing to join? Isn't he afraid that I'm an undercover agent of the Great Summer Kingdom? Faced with Eden's renewed invitation, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a little strange. Self is clearly targeting these clerics this time. Is this Garden of Eden really not worried that Self is an undercover agent of the Great Summer Kingdom? Of course I'm not afraid. However, what Su Ming didn't expect was that in response to Self's question, that person seemed to have prepared for it. Sir, you as a member chosen by God, naturally you are already different from the rest of the Great Summer Country. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Even if you are an undercover agent, then after a while maybe you will completely give up the identity of an undercover agent. Oh? That's an interesting way of putting it. Su Ming naturally understood the meaning of that person's words. To put it bluntly, the priest in charge of this area was doing nothing more than pulling in Self, while Self did not have to do anything at all after joining the Garden of Eden. For them, as long as Self stops striking out at clerics to kill them. As for the so-called giving up the identity of an undercover agent, it was to tell Self that Eden's unification of the entire Blue Star was unstoppable. When the only human organization left in all of Blue Star is Eden, then there really won't be much of a need for choice at that point. So what are you thinking about, sir? At this moment, the man was staring nervously at Su Ming, and his heart was even more fearful. After all, if he didn't get a deal, he'd be greeted with death. Seeing the nervous expression of the man in front of him, Su Ming was also in deep thought. Since this Garden of Eden invites Self 3 times, taking this opportunity can indeed join in the water to see what the situation is. Anyway, no living soul had ever seen Self's face before in Magic City. The self-same refuge would have to wait for 2 more weeks, and Su Ming also decided to personally become an undercover agent to see what the situation was. If you want me to join you, it would be better for your master to invite me himself, and if he is willing to do so, then it would be good to meet here at noon tomorrow. After saying that, Su Ming left the spot straight away. Chapter 113, Joining the Garden of Eden. Not bad. You guys are pretty punctual. What Su Ming didn't expect was that the members of Eden in this area were quite concerned about Self, and one by one actually came so much earlier than Self. Looking at the middle-aged man in purple robes at the head of the group, Su Ming guessed that this person should be the so-called priest in the Garden of Eden. Since you are willing to join us, sir, we will naturally treat you with courtesy. My name is Andis. I still don't know how to address you, sir? Fan Zhiyuan. Seeing Andis asking about his own name, it was naturally impossible for Su Ming to inform the other party of his real name. Although Eden didn't know what Self looked like, the cleric must have carried a communication device on him when he negotiated in the Magic City before. Therefore, Su Ming decided to directly use the name Fan Zhiyuan. Mr. Fan, if you can be willing to abandon your darkness, we in Eden are naturally very welcome, but at the same time, we also know that you must have conditions. I wonder what your conditions are, Mr. Fan? Facing Andis' inquiry, Su Ming didn't rush to answer his question, but instead glanced at his surroundings. Father Andis, it seems that your Eden is quite well prepared. In the next second, Su Ming directly waved his hand, and those earth soldiers and clerics hiding in the shadows were directly fixed in the air by him, unable to move. What? You're going to destroy me if you can't get me? This flirtation from Su Ming caused a gust of fear to rise within Andis' heart. The strength of this person in front of him was simply too terrifying. Just in case, he had specially arranged snipers all around 800 meters away, and he also carried the most advanced man-portable system. Originally thought that I had made complete preparations, but I did not expect these people were still, Fan Zhiyuan, to pull out. Mr. Fan. Well, you don't need to explain, I can understand. Regarding these so-called advance arrangements made by Andis, Su Ming didn't care. It was these arrangements he made that gave the opportunity to prove self-strength. Now Su Ming was certain that the Andes in front of him no longer dared to underestimate Self. And all Self has to do now is act like he wants to swing for the fences. Well, let's keep talking about what we were talking about. Su Ming released all of those earth soldiers floating in midair, and turned his head to look at the nervous Andis. Conditions, well. To be honest, I haven't thought about it yet. After all, in this world nowadays, there doesn't seem to be much else to pursue besides living. In fact, the reason why Su Ming had said this was to confuse Andis on one hand, while on the other hand it was indeed his current intention. In this post-apocalyptic world where banknotes are equal to waste paper, there is really no point in asking for money. As for what gold, diamonds and the like, Su Ming would be even less likely to ask for them. Those things can't be brought to life or brought to death, and they can't improve their own strength if they want to come. As for women, there is a knife on the head of the character of color. Su Ming does not want to die in the hands of a woman inexplicably. The reason he had joined Eden was to see if he could get some more useful information through this route. And it's all in preparation for the final showdown. In fact, at this moment Su Ming had gradually realized that he could not stop the wheel of history. Even if he is cold-blooded and ruthless, then at the end of the day he will still be greeted by a showdown with Eden. After all, Eden would never have tolerated a non-Anglo-Saxon to be an administrator. Instead of going on like this, it is better to accept this choice of history of one's own accord. Moreover, Su Ming also knew that if he was really left with the last human on this blue star, then he was afraid that he would end up having a mental breakdown as well. Actually, I can understand Mr. Fan's words. Many capable people can't specifically say what they want when they join us at Eden, but please believe that we at Eden will definitely lead mankind to a brand new future. Okay, I'll see what happens then. Regarding the big pie that Andis had drawn for himself, Su Ming nodded perfunctorily and then asked, Then may I ask Father Andis, what kind of position will I obtain after joining you then? Faced with Su Ming's question, Andis was also lost in thought. He himself was only an ordinary priest in the Garden of Eden, and the only official position he could appoint was that of a clergyman. But obviously in front of the Fan Zhiyuan strength, obviously much stronger than Self. Not to mention anything else, just now he had fixed all of them in the sky, Andis knew that Self would never be able to do it. Mr. Fan, as you know right now you have just joined us. Seeing the difficult look on Andis' face, Su Ming naturally knew that the priest in front of him couldn't decide anything. Alright, I won't make it hard for you. just give me a cleric position, but I have an extra condition, that is, unless it's an enemy that those clerics under you can't handle, don't bother me with nothing, is that alright? Sure. Andis was pleasantly surprised to hear the terms of Fan Xingqing. Since this is also regarded as the back of a big tree, there is even such a huge organization as a background, even if the strength is stronger than self, Fan Xingqing, but also can only choose to compromise with reality. As a priest, Andis was naturally aware of the final step in the new Noah's Ark program, which was to remove all non-Anglo-Saxon members from the program. So as long as this, Fan Xingqing, does not mess up, then will come from already have a lot of opportunities to clean him up. Mr. Fan, welcome to Eden! After receiving a wooden gift box handed over by his men, Andis handed it to Su Ming. It is? Su Ming, who had received the gift box, slowly opened it, and realized that it contained a set of white cleric robes. Mr. Fan, you can leave this on normally, but if the cardinal comes to inspect, you must change into it or… I understand. Facing Andis' reminder, Su Ming nodded. There are few occasions like this one to deal with inspections from higher-ups, no matter what the place is. Okay, can you show me the living quarters next? Mr. Fan, please follow us. Just as Su Ming was planning to follow Andis to the residence to check things out, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Hello? What's up? Andis impatiently rushed to the phone to ask, but the next second his face was instantly ugly. Chapter 114 Embarrassed Andis. Mr. Fan, I'm afraid I can't show you around the residence. After hanging up the phone, Andis's face was written with trepidation and unease. Looks like the cardinal is here? Seeing Andis' face, Su Ming guessed the content of the call. There was no doubt that someone had definitely stirred up the matter of the murder of the clergy under Andis' rule, which had led the cardinal to come and inspect. At the same time, Su Ming also realized that this Garden of Eden wasn't as united as Self had imagined. Well? Facing Su Ming's inquiry, Andis nodded and said, Don't worry, Mr. Fan, I will never stab you out. Okay, I trust you. Regarding Andis' promise, Su Ming believed it on the surface, but in reality, he was very disdainful inwardly. I've only just joined the Garden of Eden, and this Andis can protect me? Moreover, for this time when the cardinal came to inspect this matter, Su Ming also wanted to see what this person who had used a mushroom bomb to blow himself up outside of the magic city actually looked like. I'll go ahead and change then. Su Ming first found an unoccupied house to change into his cleric's robes, and then returned to the middle of his usual stronghold under Andis' leadership. Priest Sama, you've finally returned! As soon as he entered the door, a cleric came running over in a hurry. What is the state of the Lord Bishop now? Seeing such a reaction from his men, Andis sensed the seriousness of the situation. However, he still held on to his last glimmer of hope and asked the cleric in front of him. His Grace the Bishop. He looks like he ate a piece of shit. Hearing this, Andis's heart stuttered. But what can Self do today? After straightening the divine robes on his self, Andis could only lead the people into the middle of the room with a stiff upper lip. Your Grace the Bishop. You are here? As soon as he entered, Andis saw the cardinal's expression as if he had eaten shit. Father Andis, right? Yes. Exactly under. Andis's heart was about to jump into his throat in the face of the knowing cardinal. Not bad, 300 clerics under your command and now there are only 50 or so left, you really know how to lighten the load for Eden. I'm guilty! Hearing this, where could Andis still stand? With a plop he fell directly to his knees in front of the cardinal. My lord, I know that I was incompetent this time, but that person's strength is simply too powerful. But… Only to see Andis, who was kneeling on the ground, point his finger straight at Su Ming. He has joined us in the Garden of Eden, so if you want to punish you, my lord, punish him. Seeing Andis' behavior of betraying self without hesitation, Su Ming was not surprised at all. Regarding the cardinal in front of him, Su Ming had already made some inquiries through the little lotus student in his mind. If the two sides really fought, Su Ming did not dare to guarantee that he would be able to completely crush them. However, it was still very easy to kill him through a sneak attack and then escape in the chaos later. However, at this time, Su Ming did want to see what kind of attitude this cardinal had towards himself. Oh? After hearing that the murderer of the clergyman had joined the Garden of Eden, the cardinal's gaze resolutely looked in Su Ming's direction. "What's your name?" Seeing the cardinal questioning self, Su Ming also slowly walked up to him. "Fan Xingqing." Su Ming's gaze met the cardinal straight on, without the slightest hint of fear in his eyes. "Fan Xingqing, right? Do you know what happens when you offend our Eden?" As he said these words, the red-clothed sect leader's tone was clearly filled with killing intent. Seeing this attitude of the cardinal, at this moment Su Ming felt that he was afraid that his undercover operation would soon come to an end. However, even so, Su Ming decided that he wanted to get this old man who had previously used a mushroom bomb to blow himself up before both sides turned their backs on each other. "It's nothing but death." As he said these words, Su Ming's body was filled with vigilance. Once the cardinal in front of him dared to make the slightest move, then he would instantly kill him directly. However, what Su Ming did not expect was that the cardinal's aged face actually revealed a satisfied smile. "Ha ha 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 ha, well said!" The cardinal's attitude caused Su Ming to be somewhat speechless, but at this time, he still didn't dare to relax his guard for a moment. "Don't worry, Mr. Fan, you chose to abandon your darkness and join us in Eden. I will naturally forget about the previous matters. And I've also been thinking lately that I really should let the Zhiyuan nation manage this matter of the Zhiyuan nation." "Thank you, Lord Bishop, for your confidence." Although the cardinal's decision had caused Su Ming to be a bit surprised, it did make sense when he thought about it carefully. This is not always before the M country or the East Japan and other countries to pull together the technical talents of the country of Daxia means well, anyway, as long as you are willing to leave the country of Daxia, then the conditions will be casually mentioned. Very good. After dealing with Su Ming, the cardinal's gaze also looked toward Andis, who was still kneeling on the ground. "Your Grace the Bishop." "I." After hearing the conversation between the cardinal and Fan Xingqing, Andis naturally knew what was waiting for him. But what could he do at the moment? "Priest Andis, although you bear an unshirkable responsibility, but seeing as you have pulled together a talent like Fan Xingqing for our Eden, I won't send you to the lab bench, and in the future, you will honestly follow under Priest Fan Xingqing as a cleric." "Thank you, Lord Bishop, for not killing me." Upon hearing the results of the treatment of Self, Andis was first relieved. But soon he realized that Self was in a future situation. Now, Fan Xingqing has become his top boss. But Self had just betrayed him without hesitation. "Well, I hope that you, Father Fan Xingqing, will fulfill your self-serving duties well, and pull all the people of the remote southwestern part of the Daxia Kingdom into our Garden of Eden at an early date, and if there's something you don't understand, you can ask Andis about it." "Yes." Seeing Su Ming promise, the cardinal also nodded in satisfaction. "Okay, I'll just head back." "Take your time, Lord Bishop." After sending the cardinal away, Su Ming also looked towards Andis, who was still kneeling on the ground, with a teasing expression on his face. "Andis, how do you feel now?" Andis was embarrassed at this point. He had never expected the cardinal to handle this in such a way. Originally intended to shift the responsibility to Fan Xingqing, but who knows, he turned into his own top boss. "Don't worry, Andis, I'm not going to put shoes on you." Seeing Andis kneel down in front of Self in fear, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a little amused. Self had only joined Eden for one day and had already gotten mixed up in a middle management position. The speed of this promotion is comparable to riding a rocket. But right now, since he had become a priest, Su Ming naturally did not intend to let go of this opportunity. There are 12 days until the shelter upgrade is complete. And in these remaining 12 days, Su Ming naturally intends to take advantage of this time to explore more about the secrets of the Garden of Eden. Chapter 115. Returning from a full load. The message was recorded successfully and has been uploaded to the cloud successfully. With the help of Andis, Su Ming also recorded and uploaded his own basic information. Anyway, Su Ming used his own face and Fan Xingqing's name, so naturally he didn't worry about being found out later. "Thank you for your help, Andis-sama." "I dare not, you are the Lord." In the face of Su Ming's gratitude, Andis almost didn't break out in a cold sweat. Originally, Fan Xingqing was much stronger than Andis, and now he had become a priest. When he thought back to the stupid things he had done in front of the cardinal, Andis could not wait to smack himself twice. Well, just go back and get some rest. I'll take care of this place from now on. But… Before Andis could finish his words, Su Ming shut him up completely with the word As he watched Andis leave within the stronghold in a sorry state, Su Ming also began to busy himself. This first thing was naturally to utilize his own power to copy and crack the data of the entire stronghold. However, to Su Ming's disappointment, even after becoming a priest, he still hadn't acquired any valuable information. The bored Su Ming could only start skulking around in the stronghold, but what made him feel surprised was that there were actually several warehouses filled with all kinds of supplies in this stronghold. Looking at the warehouse that was stuffed to the brim with supplies, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh that this Garden of Eden really wasn't an ordinary organization. Since Su Ming had never thought that he would be chosen by history, the supplies he had hoarded were only enough to last him about 200 years. But in hindsight, his decision at the time was indeed somewhat ill-considered. And the warehouses before him were the perfect complement to his previous lack of preparation. Well, it does seem like it'll be possible to build a rival power to Eden in the future. Although Su Ming possessed a variety of mechanical Earth soldiers, not to mention the fact that these mechanical Earth soldiers needed to be exchanged for points, they weren't able to have the ability to think independently like a human being. As time goes on, the number of zombies is only likely to get smaller and smaller, and the pattern of zombie sieges like the one in Magic City is likely to cease to exist. The confrontation with Eden is a war that will determine the fate of mankind. Since it's a war, it's still the people who determine the key to victory or defeat. Su Ming only waited for the completion of the upgrade of his own sanctuary before emptying these warehouses directly. These warehouses contain not only all kinds of food and drinking water, but also all kinds of weapons. As the days passed by, it wasn't far from the completion of the shelter upgrade. However, it was true that Su Ming hadn't been idle these days, as he had been giving meetings to the clerics under his own command. The meeting is well, as long as the people of Dashya country are understandable. There were indeed a few blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign clerics who objected during this period, but they were not as strong as Su Ming and only ended up receiving a brutal beating. And without the clerics out-proclaiming Eden, those villagers did get quite a bit of respite. Level 8 shelter upgrade complete. Please host set new building location. Hearing the system's voice ringing in his head, Su Ming also excitedly clicked on the refuge system. After upgrading to a level 8 shelter, not only do you unlock the satellite feature and the shielded satellite feature, but you also unlock a new building called the training camp. And training camps are, as the name suggests, places where humans can be trained. According to the system, the training camp not only trains the human body, but also stimulates its superpower. Of course, Su Ming wasn't in a hurry to start selecting the first batch of participants so soon, and the current priority was still to work with the Eden organization that was entrenched in the country of Dashya. After setting the location of the buildings in his mind, Su Ming first asked the two clerics under his command to convey the news of the meeting for himself, while he arrived in front of those warehouses. Priest Sama! Well, I'll go in and see. Regarding Su Ming's behavior, the Eden Earth soldiers in charge of standing guard outside the door did not feel anything wrong. Even though they knew that the priests or clerics went into the warehouse just to get supplies, as long as they didn't go too far, they naturally wouldn't try to stop them. After all, both the priests and the clerics were something that they, the ordinary Eden Earth soldiers, could not afford to mess with. Those who were able to become clerics, those were definitely all existences with superpowers. Well, get to work! Su Ming, who had entered the warehouse, looked at the wide array of supplies without the slightest hesitation. Since he was in a hurry, Su Ming didn't bother to differentiate between the types of these supplies, and just loaded them in his head anyway. Soon, this warehouse that stored food and drinking water was directly emptied by Su Ming. The next warehouse, on the other hand, is a weapons and ammunition depot. Although Su Ming knew that these weapons were not even close to the ones that Self had exchanged in the Points Mall, the humans in Self's sanctuary would definitely need weapons to arm themselves in the future. Anyway, Su Ming didn't bother to look at what kind of weapons these were, just load them in. After emptying the weapons and ammunition warehouse, Su Ming went to the next warehouse, which was filled with all kinds of alcohol and fuel. Load. By the time he reached the fourth warehouse, Su Ming was already too lazy to see what was inside. Just throw it in the system space anyway. After the several warehouses were completely emptied, Su Ming, who was fully loaded, also arrived at the location of the meeting. Looking at the crowd of clerics and earth soldiers under the stage who were waiting for Self to speak, Su Ming also cleared his throat. Ahem. Thinking back to the act of emptying the warehouse by Self just now, Su Ming, who was giving a lecture to the following, couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise. However, this expression on Su Ming's face left the crowd of clerics and earth soldiers on the stage completely speechless. My God, is this priest named Fan Xingqing sick? One meeting in 2 days, and all he says is nonsense. That's right, look at him actually smiling. He wouldn't have been a minor local leader before, would he? If I hadn't been able to beat him, I would have had to smoke him. Hearing the somewhat restless crowd below, Su Ming didn't open his mouth to interrupt them, but stopped to wait for them to quiet themselves. Soon, the crowd whispering on the stage realized that the sound on the stage had disappeared, and they all turned their heads towards the stage. Looks like you guys are done, huh? In the face of Su Ming's questioning, the crowd of people on the stage did not dare to speak again. Okay, so after you guys are done, it's my turn to talk. Su Ming glanced at the crowd on the stage, and his gaze also instantly turned grim. Actually, if you asked me, all of you deserve to die. Chapter 116. It was Su Ming who killed Fan Zhiyuan. Needless to say, Eden is indeed an organization with strict rules. These clerics and earth soldiers had really abided by the rules set down by Su Ming, and they hadn't brought any weapons to the meeting at all. By the time they reacted, it was too late. After blood-washing the entire auditorium, adhering to the principle of not wasting points, Su Ming then killed all of the Eden Earth soldiers within the stronghold. After doing this, Su Ming also returned to the cave overnight to pick up Fan Xingqing and the giant panda. Now that the refuge had been upgraded and completed, Su Ming naturally had no more worries. And in order to attract more Eden members to come and attack Self, Su Ming had directly chosen the location of the refuge on the outskirts of Jiangqing City this time. The city of Jiangqing, as the largest land, water and air transportation hub in the inland of the Great Xia Kingdom, was naturally one of the strategic locations for Eden's attack on the Great Xia Kingdom. After finding an open space to place the shelter out, Su Ming also couldn't wait to launch the satellite into space. This was a satellite that was unlocked only after the sanctuary was upgraded to level 8. Not only was it capable of monitoring and communicating with all of Blue Star, but it also had its own shielding and weapon functions on it. Soon, the satellites that were launched into space transmitted the images of Jiangqing City. Sure enough, this place has been completely turned into one of Eden's bases, just like Magic City. Looking at the buildings in the screen that resembled military bases and the empty streets, Su Ming knew that Jiangqing City had completely fallen. Su Ming didn't turn on the satellite shielding function of the refuge in the first place, but instead allowed the refuge to be directly exposed to the eyes of the satellites controlled by Eden. And the reason for this is to tell Eden that Self is here. After all, only by letting Eden continue to attack Self, Su Ming can gain more points and upgrade the refuge to level 9 faster. My Lord Bishop, we have lost contact with Stronghold number 3 in the southwest of the Great Summer Kingdom. Stronghold 3? Facing the report from his men, the Cardinal could not help but frown. If he remembered correctly, wasn't this Stronghold number 3 the one Self had just inspected? Stronghold number 3 is the one of Father Fan Xingqing's, right? Yes, at this time we have been unable to make contact with anyone at the Stronghold. Okay, I got it. Seeing his men leave, the Cardinal also sat down in his chair tiredly, and rubbed his self-same head. Those women who were ready to come forward to serve him were also driven away by his impatience. They say this is the East Asian Monster Room, so it really doesn't seem to live up to its name. The reason for the Cardinal's anxiety was purely the fear that the Pope would condemn him. At present, the 7 continents of the whole Blue Star, except for Asia-West Asia, which he was responsible for, the remaining 6 continents were all going very well. In fact, rather than Asiatic Asia, it was the Great Summer Kingdom that never let him off the hook. Not to mention the fact that these people from the Great Summer Country were playing the tried and true guerrilla tactics of that year. The mere existence of that Su Ming made it difficult for him to sleep or eat. He still remembered Su Ming's terrifying refuge, which not only possessed all sorts of defensive weapons, but also possessed a terrifying defense that could withstand mushroom bombs. Ugh! I should have known I wouldn't have picked this Yasi Asia in the first place. Yet the Cardinal knew deep down that it was utterly too late for regrets at this point. Now that Stronghold 3 has been destroyed, it's imperative that we find out who actually did it. Get me the Stronghold surveillance footage from 2 hours before and after Stronghold 3 was lost, as well as the footage captured by satellite. Forget it. I'd better come over here myself. After much thought, the Cardinal decided to follow up on the truth of the destruction of Stronghold 3 himself. The destruction of a stronghold is no small matter. Once the Pope is accountable, even if he's a one-man cardinal, then he could be sent straight to the lab. After all, this great summer kingdom hadn't caused him much trouble. In the past, he never knew what it meant to say that the great summer was a country full of resilience, but now he could be considered to have completely understood. While all the countries of the Blue Planet had fallen, only the people of the Great Summer Country were still persistently resisting Eden's new Noah's Ark program. Well? Find any clues? The Cardinal, who hurriedly arrived at the base, didn't have any nonsense, and asked straight away if his men had made any new discoveries. Lord Bishop, it's Su Ming. Su Ming? Hearing this nightmare-like name, the Cardinal's heart couldn't help but stutter. Over the past month, Su Ming, along with his terrifying sanctuary, had evaporated as if he had disappeared from the earth, but he had never expected that the moment this Su Ming appeared, he would destroy one of Eden's strongholds. Lord Bishop, look at this. This is the image captured by the satellite a month ago. It's the very same airplane that Su Ming was piloting, and after that, the airplane disappeared. Well, go on. I just checked the satellite photos from an hour before and after the loss of Stronghold 3, and I found that the plane reappeared over Stronghold 3. As for the surveillance of Stronghold number 3, what happened to the surveillance? Looking at his men's stammering appearance, the red-clothed sect leader couldn't help but ask after them. There seems to be some problems with the surveillance at Stronghold 3 today. It hasn't been synchronizing with our cloud. Shit! At this moment, the Cardinal could be said to hate Su Ming in his heart. It is important to realize that now in the Great Summer Kingdom, with the exception of Father Fan Xingqing, the priest he just chose for the third stronghold, the priests in the rest of the strongholds are all Anglo-Saxons. Originally, he had intended for Stronghold 3 to function as a benchmark, making it a means of subjugating the people of Daxia. But never thought that this Su Ming killed Fan Xingqing. His Grace the Bishop. If you have something to say it quickly. The look of the subordinate who was about to say something, even more so to the already irritated Cardinal, directly added fuel to the fire. That Su Ming is now not far from our base. He's in River City too? Where is he? As soon as he heard that Su Ming was also in Jiangqing City, the Cardinal hurriedly asked his men to pull up satellite photos. Lord Bishop, this is a picture taken by a satellite 5 minutes ago. This Su Ming has directly released shelters on the outskirts of Jiangqing City. God, how the hell did this guy know where I was? Looking at the photo of the shelter that caused him to be helpless, the Cardinal felt that self was going to be driven mad by this Su Ming. So what do we do now, Lord Bishop? What to do? Hearing this question, a helpless, bitter smile appeared at the corner of the Cardinal's mouth. This shelter couldn't even be destroyed by a mushroom bomb, so what could he do now? Forget it, we'll just have to leave him there for now. Go ask the priests in charge of the rest of the country to see if there's any of the newest type of mutated zombies on their side that they can offer over for support. Yes. The Cardinal, who left the base, only felt physically and mentally exhausted. He dragged his heavy steps back to his own residence, just wanted to lie down on the bed and squint for a while. But his cell phone rang with a ding 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 ding. Say, what is it? Chapter 117, Whatever It Takes. After hanging up the phone, the Cardinal didn't dare to have any delay and hurried back within the base. And it's only because the Temple Riders of the Earth are coming. The Temple Riders are the most unique of Eden's organizations, loyal only to the Pope. To put it bluntly, they are the Pope's personal guards, and their duty on weekdays is to replace the Pope in inspecting the progress of the completion of the program on each continent. Although it was true that the Cardinals were in plain sight much higher in status than these Templars riding the earth, no Cardinal dared to offend them. Bishop Byron, it's been a long time. Facing this middle-aged man in silver armor in front of him, Byron could only force out a smile. Sub-Commander Caesar, why are you so free to visit my precinct today? Hearing Byron's inquiry, the middle-aged man known as Caesar glanced meaningfully at Byron in front of him. Bishop Byron, are you going to continue to hide it? Caesar's words caused Byron to stutter inwardly. Sure enough, paper can't hold fire. Looking at Caesar's stance, Byron knew that it must have been the destruction of Stronghold 3 that had alerted them. This? Well, Bishop Byron, you don't have to explain yourself to me. Caesar interrupted Byron straight away. Currently, His Holiness the Pope is very angry and has limited you to solving all the troubles in the Great Summer Kingdom within a month, or else you don't have to be a cardinal anymore. As soon as he heard that the Pope already knew about the Great Summer Kingdom, Byron's heart grew more and more flustered. What? Bishop Byron doesn't have a solution? Seeing the look on Byron's face that was like constipation, a hint of disdain flashed in Caesar's eyes as well. If he can't even handle a big summer country, how can this Byron still have the nerve to be a cardinal? I'll figure it out right away. In the face of Caesar's questioning, how dare Byron open his mouth and say a word? Since you have a solution, Bishop Byron, it would be good for me to supervise the battle here for this period of time, and when it's over, I'll put in a good word for you, Bishop Byron, in front of the Pope. Hearing that Caesar was planning to stay, a tinge of joy rose in Byron's heart. Undoubtedly, although Caesar was a sub-leader of the Temple-Mounted Earth Regiment, he didn't know about the terrifying defensive power of Su Ming's sanctuary. Even if you know, I'm afraid it's not as good as seeing. And now that Caesar was actually planning to stay here to supervise the battle, Byron naturally intended to firmly grasp this opportunity. I'll arrange housing for Sub-Commander Caesar right away. After settling Caesar and the rest of his party, Byron then directly recruited a large number of zombies from the rest of the countries throughout Asia West. The good thing is that, with the exception of Dacia, the rest of the countries are progressing very well at the moment. Especially the Goryeo Kingdom and Eastern Japan, both of which had researched more advanced mutated zombies. And a populous country like the White Elephant country has directly provided Byron's side with zombies numbering up to 500 million. The 500 million zombies aren't as battle-hardened as the ones provided by the Goliaths and the East, but there's no reason why there are so many of them. Moreover, under the research of a group of experts from the White Elephant country, these zombies had also skillfully mastered the skills they had in their lifetime. My Lord Bishop, are we really going to do this? There was disbelief in the eyes of the men as they watched Byron work out the plan. Byron nodded helplessly in the face of his men's inquiries. It can't be helped. It's the only way to have a chance to win, so let the priests of the various countries hurry up or His Holiness won't let us off the hook. Yes. As the days passed, more and more zombies were recruited to Jiangcheng City. The zombies were uniformly placed in containers for dormancy, just waiting for the final general attack. Bishop Byron, now that 2 weeks have passed, why are you still delaying? Sub-Commander Caesar, please calm down. Tomorrow we can launch the general attack. Facing Caesar's questioning, Byron accompanied a smiling face on the surface, but in fact, inwardly he could not wait to send this obnoxious guy directly to the zombies. These days, Caesar does nothing but eat and drink with the holy cavalry of dirt under his command, and then he just goes around looking for nuns to play with. But what could he do? Bishop Byron, I did hear quite a bit about some of that Su Ming's deeds, but His Holiness the Pope meant to do whatever it takes. You should know what that means, right? Of course I understand. Just understand. Hearing Byron's answer, Caesar nodded in satisfaction. In fact, Bishop Byron, you should know the cost of this failed attack, shouldn't you? I know. Seeing Byron in this state, Caesar's face grew more and more smug. Yes, this is the glory of the Temple-Mounted Clay Regiment. As the Pope's personal guard, both priests and cardinals had to be honestly lectured in front of their temple riding dirt. Well, Bishop Byron, I'll leave you to it then. After his vanity was greatly satisfied, Caesar also left the base straight away. Looking at Caesar's departing back, Byron's gaze grew more and more grim. For tomorrow's offense, he didn't have a sure thing. After all, the defense of that shelter was just too terrifying, and the bullets seemed to be inexhaustible. Su Ming, who had disappeared for a month, had now reappeared, and who knew how much ammunition he had prepared in the meantime? Although he had spared no expense in this attack, once if he was unable to capture Su Ming's sanctuary, Byron knew exactly what would be waiting for self. It does seem like it's time for a second hand. If this Caesar is allowed to talk nonsense in front of the Pope, the only one who will suffer is probably himself. And the only people who can shut up completely are dead people. After thinking about this, Byron slowly pulled out his cell phone. These days, Su Ming had been very depressed. Self obviously didn't turn on the satellite shielding, but the Eden base in Jiangqing City still didn't launch any attack on Self. Neither the zombies nor Eden's earthbenders showed any signs of moving out. The only thing that has changed is that there are more and more containers in River City. Good lord, are these guys planning to play a big game? Through the drone's reconnaissance, Su Ming realized that the text printed on top of these containers came from various countries in Asia West. However, the only thing that Su Ming couldn't figure out was that this group of Eden people were actually repairing the railroad in the direction of Self Refuge. Looking at the railroad that was getting closer and closer to his shelter, Su Ming seemed to guess what he was going to face. Chapter 118 White Elephant's Handiwork. Incoming ICBM detected, tested not carrying mushroom bombs, are shields on? Crap? Su Ming, who was still asleep, was directly woken up by the system prompt in his mind. Finally, it's here. Then turn it on. Shields are on. Su Ming slowly stretched, then dragged his sleepy eyes into the bathroom. Buzz! Hearing the bass buzzing from the explosions above, Su Ming, who was brushing his teeth, couldn't help but be a little speechless. He didn't understand why Eden had to perform the so-called fire coverage even though he knew these things were useless against Self. Wave after wave of missiles bombarded the shelter for a full hour. And taking advantage of this time, Su Ming also grabbed the time to finish his breakfast. With the end of the bombardment, if I'm not mistaken, it would be the walker attack. However, when Su Ming's gaze looked at the radar screen, he was shocked by the images displayed on the screen. Unlike in Magic City, this time the little yellow dots on the screen connected into a long snake, swarming towards the self-same sanctuary to kill. Playing for real. Although Su Ming did roughly guess the role of the railroad in his mind, when he released the drone to check it out, he was still shocked by the images that came back. A fully loaded train, hulking over the railroad. The train, on the other hand, is hung with walkers. Even the locomotive is packed with tons of walkers. One look at this style and Su Ming knew that this was definitely from the handiwork of the White Elephant Kingdom. You guys are really good. At this moment, Su Ming could not help but let out a heartfelt sigh. He never thought that in this post-apocalyptic world after the zombie outbreak, Self would actually be able to see such a big scene. The train came to a slow stop and a large number of zombies began to jump off the train in an orderly fashion. Su Ming also roughly counted. Each section of the carriage was filled with at least 800 zombies. As he watched the nearly 10,000 zombies begin to advance towards his own shelter, Su Ming knew that these were nothing more than Eden's cannon fodder to consume his own bullets. And there's clearly more to these cannon fodder than that. As time passes, one train after another full of walkers slowly appears in the frame. Faced with this image filled with the style of a white elephant, Su Ming also silently recalled the drone. Obviously these zombies can't be transported without 3 days and 3 nights. The White Elephant Country, as a country whose population had surpassed the Great Summer Country before the zombie outbreak, the zombies sent out this time were expected to be several hundred million. I have to say, this is a really good opportunity to brush up on your points. Su Ming was also too lazy to look at the monitor screen anymore, and after taking out a cup of ice Americano from the system space, he started his own workout for the day. The weapons on the turret had already begun to spit out their tongues of fire at the zombies approaching the shelter, and one after another fell to the hail of gunfire. Bishop Byron, is this what you call an offense? Granted, Caesar expressed great shock at the fact that the shelter had carried the ICBM bombardment. But when you think about it, what does any of this have to do with him? As the Pope's personal guard at his side, Caesar only needed to know the outcome of this one. Seeing that Byron actually sent out useless zombies like White Elephant Nation to attempt to fill it with a sea of men, Caesar expressed his disdain for it. Your Excellency Caesar, don't be in a hurry. This Su Ming's shelter has hoarded a large amount of ammunition. In order to ensure the smoothness of the subsequent attack, we can only use these most useless zombies to consume his bullets first. Then if that's the case, why don't you continue bombing with ICBMs? Anyway, that White Elephant Country has countless low-level zombies. Are you still afraid of hurting those zombies? As the saying goes, it's a wake-up call. Caesar's words were as if Byron had been enlightened. In fact, he had noticed just now that the ICBM bombardment seemed to have been blocked by an invisible transparent wall. If we were to continue to mobilize ICBMs to bombard it now, would we be able to break the shelter? Aim all the missiles at the shelter and blast them, but don't make the explosions too intense. I'd like to see how long that transparent wall of the shelter can last. After giving his men their orders, Byron's gaze was also fixed on the screen. Incoming ICBM detected, tested not carrying mushroom bombs, are shields on? Inside the shelter, Su Ming, who heard the system beep, couldn't help but stare. Nice guy. It seems that these zombies produced by the White Elephant country are indeed cannon fodder in general. This Eden actually threw missiles towards the self-same shelter when the zombies attacked. No! After asking the Little Lotus student in his mind, Su Ming didn't open a shield to protect the refuge this time. After being upgraded to level 8, the self-same shelter was no longer afraid of any missile attacks. After turning on the soundproofing mode, Su Ming watched as one missile after another exploded within his own enclosure. But a single missile was only able to consume 20 durability. And what about the group of White Elephant Kingdom zombies outside? You get 5 points for killing one. Well, wish this White Elephant country had more of these zombies in its entirety. Thinking back to the train full of zombies just now, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. Originally, he was worried that Eden would directly send that kind of modified mutant zombie to attack Self, but now it seems that Self's worries were completely unnecessary. Watching the number of points in his mind continue to rise, Su Ming also slowly got up and stretched. It was expected that for the next 3 days or so, Self would have to face these zombies from the White Elephant country. In fact, what Su Ming was most looking forward to was still those containers that were placed in Jiangqing City. Recalling the ninja zombies developed by the East before, Su Ming was really a bit curious as to how many zombies with their own country's characteristics these Eden branches would research this time. Ding! Pfft. So timely? Detecting that the host is currently feeling inactive, we will now begin issuing tasks. Hearing the system's description of Self's current state, Su Ming snorted out a laugh. I have to say, this system really does know Self quite well. Mission: Superman's physique. Mission description: the host will be facing stronger enemies in the future, so it is necessary to gain more power. The host is requested to accomplish the feat of stepping into the air for 30 seconds, and this may not be accomplished with the aid of spiritual power during the mission. There is no time limit for completion of this mission, while the host can choose to refuse, and there is no penalty for refusal. Upon completion of the mission, the host can obtain a body of steel comparable to Superman's. Huh! Su Ming, who saw the mission introduction, couldn't help but be stunned. Stepping out for more than 30 seconds. Is this really something humans can do? Sure enough, this time the system's mission was to let Self pass the time. Although there is no penalty for refusing, Su Ming still wants to challenge his own limits. Chapter 119: Nanometal Technology. Failed again. The zombies outside the shelter had been attacking for 5 days and 5 nights, and during that time Su Ming had desperately challenged this task issued by the system. However, it's just too hard to pedal for 30 seconds with the power of your legs. For this task, the requirements are very strict. That's not counting time from the moment you jump up. The timer in your head will only start if you follow the stepping as defined by the system. It's the same thing as treading water in swimming, except that airs can have the density and buoyancy of water. Even if Su Ming tried his best, he would only be able to hold out for a maximum of 10 seconds. However, during these 5 days, Su Ming felt that his own flesh had indeed been further strengthened and tempered. Just keep practicing hard, and one day in the future you can break the 30-second limit. I don't know what it's like out there now. After taking a shower, Su Ming rewatched the house's surveillance with a glass of ice Americano. In the past 120 hours, those zombies from the White Elephant country have been pouring in a steady stream in the direction of the refuge. And in the meantime, the missiles that landed in the shelter have not stopped. Although it can be said to be earning enough points at the moment, but Su Ming knows that these are just appetizers from the Garden of Eden. The real hard dishes are still those containers that are placed in various places in Jiangqing City. After so much time had passed, Su Ming didn't believe that Eden's research on zombies hadn't made any progress. Seeing that the last wave of corpses in the surveillance screen was about to be wiped out, Su Ming's gaze was also tightly fixed on the screen. The next wave of walkers should be the moment to show Eden's skill. As expected, when the head of the last zombie from the White Elephant Kingdom in the picture was shattered, what was presented before Su Ming's eyes was a silence. At the same time, those missiles that kept blowing up inside the fence before also stopped attacking very silently. Finally, seeing that the missiles were no longer continuing to fall outside, Su Ming also turned on the sound transmission of the monitoring screen. Soon, he heard a roar of engines coming from the monitor. As the sound of the engines grew louder and louder, Su Ming originally thought that Eden had dispatched a tank unit, but when those small black dots gradually approached the shelter, Su Ming realized that those were actually zombies. Unlike the zombies you normally see, these zombies seemed to have undergone a more magical transformation. Extrapolating from the footage, the zombies were about 2.5 meters tall, and in addition to a reactor like Iron Man embedded in their chests, they carried a black metal box on their backs. And the sound of the engine then seemed to be coming from the metal box behind them. However, what surprised Su Ming was that these zombies didn't have any cold or hot weapons in their hands. That's all this Eden researched? Su Ming was disappointed with this new batch of zombies that appeared on the surveillance screen. Although Su Ming knew that the reactors embedded in their chests definitely possessed great power, how could they use them? Is it possible that he's planning to go to the fence and blow himself up in a suicide attack? The prerequisite for a suicide attack, then, is to break through the fire blockade on the shelter turret, otherwise that's just suicide, not an attack. Just when Su Ming thought that this pile of zombies would be wiped out by the weapons on the turret in full, the zombies that had been continuously approaching the shelter stopped in their tracks. Next. Crap? No! Seeing the picture in the surveillance, Su Ming couldn't help but cry out in shock. Just see those zombies behind the black metal box as if like a liquid slowly melted. Those black, liquid, will be zombies for full coverage, as if it is Iron Man's nano-armor transformation in general. And the only difference is that Iron Man's nano-battle armor doesn't need to carry a metal backpack of this size. Facing this scene in front of him, Su Ming straight away called out good guy. It seemed that this Eden really wasn't a vegetarian, actually breaking through the nanotechnology in such a short period of time. However, it was obvious that Su Ming was shocked too soon. Because these zombies actually do soar through the sky like Iron Man. The soles of their feet and palms spewed out bursts of orange flames, and the tremendous thrust sent them all straight up into the sky. These zombies clad in black nanometal battle armor were like locusts, and they came towards Su Ming's shelter in great numbers. That's a good idea. As the walkers flew within range of the weapons, the electromagnetic defense machine guns on the turret began their work. Granted, each of these zombies was clad in nanometal battle armor and soaring through the blue sky. But the electromagnetic defense machine guns on the turrets of the self-refuge were no slouches either. However, Su Ming soon realized that this time, Eden had indeed come up with something extraordinary. These Iron Man can not only use their own speed to avoid bullets, their body nanometal armor, the defense power is even higher. Whenever they were hit by a bullet, the nanometal on their bodies would quickly disperse the kinetic energy of the bullet throughout their bodies, thus protecting the flesh of these zombies from any damage. And what was even more unexpected to Su Ming was that they could actually use the propellers in their palms as weapons just like Iron Man. Looking at the large number of Iron Man breaking through the firepower network constructed by his own turret in the surveillance screen, a bitter smile appeared on Su Ming's lips. Originally, he was secretly happy because his own points had exceeded 1 billion, but now it seemed that all those points were going to be used to repair the weapons on the turret and replenish the bullets. A round of flurry fire had just come down, but it had actually only killed 3 such zombies. This time, Su Ming could be considered a complete loss. Looking at the Iron Man in the sky making all kinds of difficult maneuvers, Su Ming's heart was also filled with helplessness. The nanometal battle armor on these zombies would only become completely useless after taking several rounds of attacks at the same time. That said, the electromagnetic defense machine gun on the turret now becomes a complete scratch weapon. Fortunately, after the White Elephant Kingdom's replenishment, Su Ming currently possessed enough points to fight a protracted battle. Anyway, the buildings and weapons in the shelter could be replenished by consuming points to replenish their durability. For Su Ming, eliminating these zombies was just a matter of time. Forget it, a little loss is a little loss. For this scraping game in the screen, Su Ming was naturally too lazy to keep staring at the screen. He got up and stretched, intending to go and continue the challenge of that stepping task posted by the system. Right at this moment, the corner of Su Ming's eye suddenly caught a glimpse of the screen suddenly becoming pitch black. But when Su Ming looked at the screen again, the original black screen but once again appeared Iron Man, flying all over the picture. Chapter 120, each showing their power. Seeing that the monitoring screen appeared abnormal, Su Ming's first reaction was to click on the shelter system in his mind, wanting to see if there was something wrong with the monitoring at the fence. According to the data given by the shelter system, Su Ming realized that the surveillance on the fence hadn't been damaged in any way. If that's the case, then it only proves that something is blocking the surveillance cameras. Mr. Xiaoyan, help me pull up the footage from the north outer wall number 2 surveillance 2 minutes ago. Accessing, please wait. Soon, the image from 2 minutes ago played in Su Ming's mind. Slow down 8 times. After slowing down the screen 8 times, Su Ming realized that there was indeed a zombie slowly crawling across the surveillance screen. However, what made Su Ming feel strange was that since the beginning, he hadn't realized how this zombie had gotten close to the self-enclosure. Unless it's a stealthy walker. And it's a walker that can be stealthy both visually and on radar. It was important to know that the weapons on Self's turret were using radar waves to determine the position of the zombie, which meant that this zombie was definitely coated with a stealth coating similar to that found on stealth fighters. As for the visual invisibility, Su Ming guessed that it should be because Eden added chameleon-like genes when developing this kind of zombie, which led to Self not being able to detect their existence at all in the surveillance screen. Good lord, this is really each to their own. One had to admit that this Eden had really put a lot of effort into researching mutated zombies. Turret 1 electromagnetic defense machine gun has been destroyed. Turret 12 electromagnetic defense machine gun has been destroyed. Turret. Crap? Hearing the burst of beeps coming from his mind, Su Ming hurriedly tapped on the refuge system. Sure enough, the stealthy contraptions had been attacking the weapons on the self-turrets. Okay. I can afford to fix it anyway. Right now, Su Ming didn't have any way to deal with these stealthy zombies, and could only consume his own points to make repairs to the electromagnetic defense machine guns on the turret. After repairing all of these destroyed weapons, Su Ming also gave up on the task of continuing to challenge the system, and instead refocused his attention on the monitoring screen. In addition to the Iron Man soaring in the sky and these stealthy chameleons, Su Ming knew that there were definitely a third and fourth type of zombies that were coming towards his shelter. Sure enough, as the camera slowly rotated, Su Ming saw another group of densely packed small black dots in the distance coming towards the direction of Self's shelter. Excellent! Upon seeing these newly arrived zombies, Su Ming couldn't help but let out an exclamation. It was a group of martial arts Earth zombies dressed in the armor of the warring nations of the East, wielding martial arts Earth swords and wearing a variety of fang masks on their heads. Ordinary bullets that hit them would only dent the armor on their bodies. What was even more unexpected to Su Ming was that these zombies actually had the probability of being able to split a bullet in half. It seems that these zombies must be the product of the East Japan branch of Eden. After all, the zombies they researched must have been exported with their own country's culture. These martial soil zombies could be described as very agile, and they easily crossed the fence, then jumped inside. However, compared to the flying Iron Man in the sky, the Wu-2 zombies sent by the East Japan branch obviously did not anticipate the target of their own attack. Facing a building with extremely high defenses, the only thing these martial arts Earth zombies could do was to desperately swing at the building's walls with martial arts Earth knives in hand. As time passed, the zombies that had been researched by the countries of Asia West had also appeared outside of Su Ming's sanctuary as much as they could. These zombies were developed by different countries and have different abilities. There are those that can fly, those that can use a wide variety of thermal weapons, and even those that blow themselves up and dig tunnels. Although the appearance of these zombies had caused the shelter's weapons to be a bit overwhelmed, but it was because Su Ming had a lot of points in his hand. The zombies are destroying the shelter like Sisyphus pushing a rock, and no matter how many times they destroy it, they are still doing nothing. Looking out the window at these zombies that were showing their skills in their own shelters, Su Ming seemed to understand why Eden was so obsessed with the study of zombies. Instead of studying these mutated zombies, they're studying where the new humans are headed. In Su Ming's opinion, although these zombies in front of him possessed different abilities, in the final analysis there were only two types. One is a high-tech zombie like Iron Man. Su Ming guessed that the reason for using zombies with such a high level of technology was most likely that the current human flesh could not withstand the burden of this high technology on the body. Zombies are, after all, corpses controlled by the zombie virus, but humans need the synergy of every organ in their bodies to survive. Just like a bullet hitting a nanometal armor, even if it was able to convert the kinetic energy to the whole body, but if the armor was really filled with a living person, I'm afraid that the brain would be shocked and buzzed. The reason they piggybacked all this tech on the walkers was supposedly for the purpose of collecting data for subsequent research. As for the second type, it would be the mutant type. These people have fused the genes of a wide variety of animals with the zombies to give them their abilities. For example, those chameleons that can become invisible are the direction that these people want to study. It seems that this Garden of Eden has already planned the evolutionary direction of the new humans, either genetic modification or mechanical ascension. That said, however, there are still studies in some countries that combine the two. Take for example the Wutu zombies sent by the East Japan branch this time. They are equipped with both high-tech armor and possess traces of genetic modification. I have to say, this Eden is pretty well prepared. All right, it looks like my sanctuary is turning into their technological proving ground. After thinking about this point, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a little helpless. As the days go by, these walkers of all stripes have been attacking for a week now. With an attack of this magnitude, a regular sanctuary would have fallen long ago. Nay, Su Ming's refuge was a buggy existence, and as long as there were enough points, it was equivalent to a perpetual motion machine. And after 7 days and 7 nights of defense, the number of mutated zombies outside the shelter was getting smaller and smaller. Those who can fly, Iron Man, have all rested, the East Japan's Wutu zombies, and ultimately also by the bullets through the armor. Well, finally it's almost over. Looking at the remaining small yellow dots on the radar screen, Su Ming couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. During these 7 days, the points in his hand were decreasing like a floodgate opening. If there were more of these mutated zombies, then I'm afraid he'd only meet his demise. Chapter 121 Byron's Choice. Bishop Byron, there can be only the last 2 days left until our appointed day. Sub-Commander Caesar, I know. Looking at Caesar's smug face, Byron, who was sitting in the command room, forced himself to hold back his inner rage. But as you can see, that shelter is indeed impregnable, no matter what kind of zombies can do damage to it, isn't it? Oh God! In the face of Byron's explanation, Caesar's face wore a look of utter amazement. But that's what you need to address as a cardinal. I know, but... No! I don't want to hear excuses, and I'm sure His Holiness doesn't want to hear excuses from you, Bishop Byron. Caesar interrupted straight away, the smile that disgusted Byron to no end once again on his face. He slowly extended 2 fingers and waved them in front of Byron's eyes. 2 days, you only have 2 days left! With that, Caesar stopped paying attention to Byron's face and left the command room straight away. Shit! Watching the door to the command room slowly close, Byron finally couldn't help but explode. The 12 days of fighting were plainly seen by Caesar. That horrible shelter wasn't even afraid of intercontinental missiles, and the stockpile of bullets was more like endless in general. Byron dared to swear to God that the technology in this shelter was definitely not up to par with what Eden currently possessed. But what about Caesar, who witnessed it all? There is no doubt that this Caesar is trying to screw self to death. Row! Since that's the case, there's no need for you and I to be polite to you. Byron, who had figured everything out, completely gave up the original unrealistic thoughts within his heart. It was a good thing that in these 12 days, Byron had transferred all 20 of the strongest priests under self back to self. At present, the mutated zombies deployed from the Asian countries in Asia and the West are less than 10,000. After all these mutated zombies have been eliminated, Byron has decided to directly put Caesar's group into boxes and throw them directly into the refuge through the airplane. Now open all the remaining containers in Jiangqing City and dispatch all the zombies inside to Su Ming's shelter. After giving the order, Byron pulled out his cell phone and his fingers flew across the screen tapping. What? Bishop Byron wants to come and relax too? Caesar, who was playing with the nuns, saw Byron suddenly burst in, and without the slightest intention of covering his own body, rose directly from the sofa, and looked at Byron before him with his head thrown back. Facing the scene in front of him, Byron glanced at the shameless Caesar, and his face gradually grimaced. Subcommander Caesar, you are at least His Holiness the Pope's personal guard. Can't you watch your own behavior? Aren't you afraid that God will punish you for playing with nuns in the office? Punish me? As if he had heard a great joke, Caesar casually picked up the shorts that were resting on the couch and dressed himself. Bishop Byron, instead of worrying about God punishing me, you'd be better off worrying about how His Holiness will punish you, and don't forget that you have less than 2 days left. Thanks for the reminder, Subcommander Caesar, but I'm afraid you won't see this day. Looking at Caesar, who was still fooling around in front of himself, Byron shook his head with regret. The attack ahead isn't going well, Subcommander Caesar. As a mid-level commander of the Templar Mounted Earth Regiment, and His Holiness the Pope's personal bodyguard, should have a unique solution to the problem, shouldn't he? What do you want? Hearing these words, Caesar could not help but have a cold smile appear on his face. What? Is Bishop Byron planning to let us, the Temple Riding Clay Regiment, go on the offensive? Don't forget, no one but the Pope can order me around. Yet Byron sighed helplessly in the face of Caesar's reminder. I'm afraid that's up to you. Arrest! With just a wave of Byron's hand, 4 priests came in from outside the house. How dare you! Seeing the 4 priests behind Byron, Caesar panicked and grabbed his cell phone that was sitting on the coffee table. Bishop Byron, I urge you to apologize to me immediately, or I will contact the headmaster immediately. Oh, then you'll be in touch. Byron, however, appeared indifferent to Caesar's actions. Row! You wait! In the face of Caesar's threat, Byron just nodded silently. How come there's no signal? Is this all you're doing? That's natural. Byron seemed to have guessed that Caesar would react this way, as he waved his hand at the priests behind him, and the 4 priests stepped forward to subdue the shorts-clad Caesar directly to the ground. Lord Bishop. Seeing the panicked nun on the couch, Byron smiled gently at her. Don't worry, God will forgive you. In the next instant, Byron drew the pistol straight from his belt and pulled the trigger at the nun's head. Bishop Byron! I know it's wrong. Please spare me. Watching the nun just die on the couch, Caesar finally realizes that this was all planned by Byron long ago. Spare me! I'll put in a good word for you in front of His Holiness the Pope. I can help you contact Eden Base over in M. It's rumored that they've researched even more terrifying zombies over there, so we'll definitely be able to step on that sanctuary. Alas! Caesar's remark made Byron sigh. Actually, Subcommander Caesar, you also know that this is not my problem. But why do you just have to make things difficult for me 3 times? If you had said those words just now earlier, I'm afraid that refuge would have been breached by now, wouldn't it? Yes. My fault, spare me this time. I, Caesar, will surely go back and speak favorably to the Pope. I can swear to God. Swear to God. Hearing this from Caesar, Byron felt as if he had heard a great joke. But you were just playing God's woman on the couch. Byron then nodded at the 4 priests and then left the room, ignoring Caesar's pleas for mercy. What Byron didn't expect was that this plan to capture the Templar Riding Earth was going much smoother than he had imagined. Those Temple Riders of the Earth that Caesar brought with him had been emptied of their bodies by drink as long ago as Caesar. Facing those priests who came to arrest them, there was no resistance at all. After confiscating all of their communication tools, Byron placed them in a uniform container. Just waiting for the battle ahead to end, this container would be airdropped directly into Su Ming's sanctuary. Of course, to ensure the honor of the Temple Riding Clay Regiment, Byron still allowed them to wear that bright silver armor. My Lord Bishop, it's almost over at the sanctuary. Hearing that the battle over at the shelter was ending soon, Byron glanced at the container in front of him. Prepare for the airdrop. Chapter 122. Su Ming never expected that at the end of this battle, what greeted itself was actually a container. Originally, he thought that what was locked up inside was a mutated zombie that Eden couldn't even control, but according to the radar, the box actually contained a dozen or so humans. Little Lotus-san, help me see what kind of physique the people in there have. Seeing that this container was getting closer and closer to his own refuge, Su Ming also hurriedly asked the Little Lotus student in his mind to check the physical qualities of these dozen or so humans. After all, this Eden had always been at the forefront of technology. Hell, if they had already researched technologically mature human weapons. Host, these people in the container all have the physique of ordinary supernatural beings. However, their bodies are obviously much weaker than normal humans, and the fundamental systems analysis shows that they are the result of overindulgence. Ha! Hearing the reply from classmate Xiaolian in his mind, Su Ming's entire body froze. In this zombie-infested world, these dozen people can actually overindulge? For a time, Su Ming was really quite curious as to how they actually did it. Turn off automatic fire mode. At this time, the container had already arrived in the air above the shelter, and Su Ming also hurriedly turned off the shelter's automatic fire mode. With a strong curiosity, Su Ming allowed the container to land steadily inside the refuge. So, what exactly is the identity of the people contained in this container? Incoming intercontinental missiles with mushroom bombs detected. Automatically opened shields. Before Su Ming could determine exactly what these people in the box were blah blah blah, the system's beep once again came to mind. Crap? The shields once again deflected the mushroom projectiles away from the shelter. Facing the scene before him, Su Ming roughly guessed the identity of these people in the box. These people should be some very important people, and the reason why Eden is doing this is to frame self. In the face of the explosion that was isolated from the shelter, Su Ming didn't hesitate. Turn on satellite shielding mode. Satellite shielding mode is on. Facing the violent explosion above his head, Su Ming first used the light generated by the explosion to shield himself, turning on the satellite shielding function of the shelter. After roughly calculating the time, he took the one man and one bear in the base through the tunnel and directly onto the escape plane. As the explosion slowly ended, Su Ming first activated the plane's shields and ignited the engines. The moment the airplane shot up into the clouds, it simultaneously took the refuge directly back into its own system space. As for the people in the container, they were categorized with the container, and the slaves into another space where the creatures could be placed. This time, Su Ming still chose to turn the whole thing into zero. After escaping the southwestern region, Su Ming then took one person and one bear to once again burrow into the deep mountains and old forests. After picking out a large enough clearing, this released the selfsame shelter. Now Su Ming was in a deep forest in the central region of the Great Summer Country, and the reason why he was doing this was to protect the dozen or so people in the container. However, when Su Ming opened the container in front of him, he froze in place. Just inside the box were 16 men in silver armor, and engraved on their armor was a design representing the Garden of Eden. What are you? When the man at the head saw Su Ming, he immediately drew the sword at his waist and looked ferociously at Su Ming in front of him. Good man, there are still swords. In the face of this scene in front of him, Su Ming directly waved his hand and grabbed all 16 people inside the container. Looking at the horrified looks on their faces, Su Ming couldn't help but be somewhat speechless. This group of people's psychological quality is too bad, right? I ask, you answer the question and you live, is that fair? Su Ming was also too lazy to talk nonsense with these people, and his gaze went straight to the man who had just drawn his sword towards him. What is your name? What kind of position in the Garden of Eden? However, what Su Ming didn't expect was that although this person's reaction was more intense just now, he actually chose to keep his mouth shut now. In response, Su Ming had no intention of spoiling him, and picked up the sword that had fallen to the ground through the air and stabbed one of them straight through the chest. If you don't say something, I'm going to go ahead and do it. Seeing his own men die in front of him, the man was terrified and trembling. My name is Caesar, and I am the sub-commander of the Temple Riding Clay Regiment. The Temple Riding Clay Regiment? After hearing the Temple Riding Clay Regiment from Caesar's mouth, Su Ming couldn't help but frown. During his time as a priest, Su Ming had indeed heard of this so-called Temple Riding Clay Regiment. These men are said to be the Pope's personal guards, who are responsible for inspecting the degree of progress of the programs located in the various branches on a regular basis. This group of people was like the eunuchs around the ancient emperor, although they didn't have any substantial power, but this group of people were hanging around the Emperor all day long. From the fact that Eden first airdropped them to their own shelter and then dropped mushroom bombs, it was easy to see that the interior of Eden was not as impenetrable as an iron barrel. Sure enough, where there is power, there are all kinds of disputes. Yes. Seeing Caesar's stuttering look, Su Ming first released him from midair, then solemnly looked into his eyes. Sub-Commander Caesar, let me first introduce myself. My name is Su Ming. In fact, I can see that you must have been framed by a traitor. If you are willing to cooperate with me, I will let you go afterwards. Since it was infighting, then Su Ming naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Anyway, it's not much to kill one more or one less for a boozehound like Caesar. Instead of killing him for 500 points, it would be better to put him back to add more trouble within Eden. Your offer does tempt me, but I can't betray Eden, so you might as well kill me. After hearing these words from Su Ming, Caesar did have his heart moved at first. But after careful thought, he chose to decline. Once self betrays Eden, what are the consequences Caesar naturally knows? It's alright, Sub-Commander Caesar, I'm not asking you to betray Eden, I'm just curious about how Eden managed to infect all of Blue Star's human population at the same time. As for information about the location of your Eden's base branch or anything like that, I'm not interested. Really? Seeing that the Su Ming in front of him only wanted to know how the zombies had fully erupted, Caesar's face couldn't help but show a touch of surprise. Of course, I just want to know something about what happened in the first place. It's not exactly giving away information about your Eden, after all, it's not like I can go back in time and change it, is it? Alright, I hope you'll keep your end of the bargain and let me go after you've heard this. After much thought, Caesar finally chose to compromise. Seeing Caesar's willingness to speak, Su Ming also nodded in relief and smiled. Don't worry, I will definitely let you go. Chapter 123, The Truth. Mr. Su, I have to make one thing clear first. I am not a scientific researcher, and I can't answer questions about knowledge in specialized fields. Well, I can understand that. In the face of these words from Caesar, Su Ming couldn't help but nod his head. Originally, he hadn't expected a boozehound like Caesar to know the specialty. Okay, then in that case I'll start at the beginning. Caesar wasn't going to stand to remember this, but just sat down on his butt. Let's start with the organization Eden, which is the predecessor of the so-called Illuminati Freemasons, and this Neo-Noah's Ark program, which was planned 10 years ago. 10 years ago? After hearing that the new Noah's Ark program was actually planned 10 years ago, Su Ming could not help but stare. Yes, but it wasn't called the new Noah's Ark project at that time, and before that we didn't intend to use the zombie virus to destroy the rest of humanity, but rather to enslave your non-Anglo-Saxon race. When Caesar said these words, he was very open, not the least bit afraid that Su Ming would be angry with him. Just like what Su Ming had said, he didn't have the means to reverse time even now. In fact, these tactics Mr. Su should not be unfamiliar. From the beginning of the network, celebrities openly bragging about foreign countries to the textbook incident, and then there's also the black incident and so on. These are our tactics to target the Great Summer Country. Originally we intended to corrode the foundation of the Great Summer Country through this long plan, but just in 2016, a new variable appeared. Hearing this, Su Ming's mind began to desperately recall about what happened in 2016, but he really didn't want to think of any major events that could influence this Eden to change its entire plan. It was Alpha Dog that beat the Go champion, and at that point in time we also realized AL's potential. Caesar's words made Su Ming a little puzzled. He didn't understand why AL's progress would cause the Masons to change their original plan. Mr. Su is wondering what this has to do with Al, right? Facing Caesar's inquiry, Su Ming nodded. Of course it's related. Because of AL's progress, we learn more about the country of Dasha through the internet by constantly letting Al learn, thus mastering the entire internet of Blue Star with the help of his power. Well then what? In fact, up until now Su Ming still didn't quite understand what mastering the state of the nation had to do with destroying humanity with zombies. And then? Seeing that Su Ming still looked like he didn't understand, Caesar also smiled helplessly. Then Al started calculating the so-called big data, figuring out how much food the Great Summer Country would import and export to the Blue Star countries the following year, and how many resources it would need. We can then prepare those nanoscale zombie vipers in advance based on this data and import them to the Great Summer Country along with those resources. Nanoscale zombie varmints? Since when? It was about 20 years ago when the OWL system, known as God's Eye, was officially completed, and these zombie vipers were then uniformly managed and manipulated by God's Eye. And in addition to those imported resources that had nanoscale zombie vipers attached to them, we also placed a large number of zombie vipers all over the world, and through the mobility of the population, we brought these little guys out all over the world. In the face of Caesar's explanation, Su Ming couldn't help but frown. If that's true, then why are there still tons of humans that aren't infected? For example, at the beginning of the Golden Residence Garden, none of the owners turned themselves into zombies without being infected by zombies. Mr. Su, are you wondering why there are still so many human survivors like this, right? As if Caesar had read Su Ming's mind, he pointed to his own body. That's because these zombie vipers themselves don't harm the human body, and we have a different approach for each country. For example, for a country that bans guns like the Great Summer Kingdom, God's Eye will prioritize the attack on those armed troops and those it deems to need to be infected according to its own algorithm. So why were so many humans left behind? Naturally, it's for the survival of the fittest. As things stood, Caesar naturally did not intend to hide this from Su Ming. Just like you and I, Mr. Su, who have awakened our supernatural abilities, we are already considered new humans in the new Noah's Ark project. But it's a pity that you, Mr. Su, aren't of the Anglo-Saxon race, otherwise I would have recommended you to His Holiness the Pope. Huh. Upon hearing these words from Caesar, Su Ming was also somewhat in tears. At a later time, Caesar explains why there are so many new humans left, and why Eden keeps working on walkers. But after Caesar's description, the truth about the zombie outbreak was now pretty much mapped out by Su Ming. To put it bluntly, it's an OWL system helping Eden realize its evil plan to purge humanity. And the so-called new humans are those who have awakened their superpowers. As for why Eden still continued to develop new types of zombies, the reason was similar to what Su Ming had speculated earlier. Other than for the sake of dealing with Su Ming, they wanted these new humans to gain even more strength. For example, those flying, Iron Man zombies, in order to be able to make the propellers in the palms and soles of the feet can fly smoothly in the air, the bones in their bodies have long been replaced with a variety of mechanical parts. As for the stealthy chameleon zombies, they were the result of a genetic mutation. In Eden's view, the ultimate evolution of the new human race is divided into these two schools of thought: mechanical ascension as well as genetic mutation. Well, Mr. Su, I've told you all I can. Seeing Caesar look at self-apprehensively, Su Ming also smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I said I'd let you go naturally, I won't go back on my word. With a wave of Su Ming's hand, the holy cavalry clays that he had bound in midair crackled to the ground. Rumble! Only the gate of the shelter's enclosure slowly opened, revealing a gap that allowed only one person to pass through. Thank you? Seeing this scene in front of him, Caesar gratefully nodded at Su Ming. But before he could turn around, he heard a gunshot from above the turret. Only to see a holy riding earth straight away have its head blown off by a bullet, a headless corpse slowly falling to the ground. Sub-Commander Caesar, I only promised to spare you, not these men of yours, so before I regret it, run away. Without any hesitation, Caesar chose to run straight for the outside of the shelter. Now there was no point in arguing with Su Ming, being able to live was the key. Good guy, running really fast. Looking at Caesar's back as he fled in fear, Su Ming also looked at the warehouses containing slaves. Chapter 124. This panda is going to heaven. Get out and wash the floor! After sending Caesar away, Su Ming opened the door to the warehouse where the slaves were kept. The shelter was now filled with blood stains and body parts that had long since dried, and Su Ming knew that it was time to let these slaves do their work. However, what Su Ming didn't expect was that the panda had run out at some unknown time. Looking at the naive panda in front of him, the corner of Su Ming's mouth couldn't help but twitch. The little guy is really quite cute, but what is it doing running out at this hour? However, in the next second, this panda arrived next to the 15 headless corpses. Woof woof woof! Only to see it waving its own little bare paw, expelling all those slaves who wanted to get close to the corpse, and then its gaze once again looked at Su Ming. You want? For some reason, Su Ming actually read the word longing in this panda's eyes. Chubby! Chubby! Looking at Fan Xingqing, who chased out from within the main base, Su Ming was also too lazy to pay attention to this man and bear, waving his hand at the panda in front of him, and walked towards the main base. But he had only just turned around when he heard Fan Xingqing's voice from behind him. "Geez, Chubby! Why are you eating this?" When he heard Fan Xingqing's voice, although Su Ming didn't dare to believe it in his heart, when he twisted his head to look behind him, he was completely dumbfounded. The panda was chewing on one of the arms like it was eating bamboo. What Su Ming didn't expect was that it didn't seem to have much interest in meat, but was keen on gnawing on bones. Hiss! Seeing this scene in front of him, Su Ming didn't even know what to say. The naive appearance, paired with the bones it kept chewing on in its mouth, was really quite creepy. A panda that could gnaw on bones, this was really the first time Su Ming had seen it in his life. Uncle Su, come and help me. Chubby won't listen to me." Facing Fan Xingqing's request for help, Su Ming helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Although he didn't know why this panda chose to gnaw on a bone, Su Ming did see a longing in its eyes just now. Animals don't usually eat food that doesn't appeal to themselves, and it does look like these holy riders of Earth have something it needs. "Forget it, Hashihara, just let it eat." Seeing that Fan Xingqing had already struck out to start a tug-of-war mode with the panda, Su Ming helplessly opened his mouth and advised. "Maybe these people's bodies possess nutrients that attract it, and you also want Chubby to be stronger, right?" What Su Ming didn't expect was that this panda seemed to understand Self's words. Only to see it nodding at Fan Xingqing while pointing its self-same bare paw at the corpse on the ground. "Chubby, is this true?" The panda nodded frantically. "That's fine." Seeing that the panda could really understand Self's words, Fan Xingqing also let go of her little hands that were frantically scrambling for bones, and then her gaze looked towards the group of slaves that froze in place. Those slaves saw that this little witch's attention was focused on herself, one by one. Where did they dare to watch the show from where they were, and they all started their own work. "Ugh! This panda is simply going to the top." Su Ming looked at the panda that was gnawing on the bone there, and couldn't help but also be a little worried. If this thing dares to chew on a corpse today, it might dare to chew on a living person tomorrow. In order to prevent accidents, Su Ming decided to discuss with Fan Xingqing tonight to see if he could let this panda sleep outside the base. It's really a bit dangerous to keep it in the base. However, what Su Ming didn't expect was that this panda didn't return inside the main base after eating the bones, but instead directly lay down on the spot and slept. Hibernation? At this time, the sky had already drifted with snowflakes, and as he watched the panda's body gradually being buried by the white snow, Su Ming didn't know what to do with it. "Little Lotus-san, keep an eye on this panda's signs for me, and notify me immediately of any danger." Unable to do so, in the end, Su Ming could only hand over this honorable and arduous task to the little Lotus student in his mind. After returning within the main base, Su Ming shared this information that he had since grasped with Fan Zhiyuan. Since Self had attracted most of Aiden's troops in Jiangqing City earlier, this gave the side of the Great Summerland base enough respite. At the same time, Su Ming had also learned that research on superpowers had already begun on the side of the Great Summer Country base. It was believed that in the near future, the first batch of superpowers would be born in the Great Summer Country. The snow continued to fall all night, and when Su Ming walked out of the main base again the next day, he found that the panda was still sleeping in the snow, and its body had never moved. Day after day passed, and the cleanup of the shelter was well underway. Finally, by the 7th day, all the body parts and blood stains in the shelter had been cleaned up. "Holy shit, this thing can't really hibernate for a winter like a bear!" Looking at the large snow pile in the clearing, Su Ming couldn't help but be somewhat speechless. He wasn't going to wait for this panda to wake up from its nap. Now he had to travel to the next city to continue brushing up his points. Just as Su Ming intended to approach the snow pile, a rustling sound came from inside. Then, all that could be seen was a huge head burrowing right out of the snowdrift. "Hello, big brother!" Crap! After hearing this panda actually spit out human words, Su Ming almost didn't sit on his butt in shock. This panda is going to heaven. "Big brother, I'm Chubby!" Seeing that Su Ming was reacting in this way, this panda quickly got out of the snow pile, and then shook off the snow on its body. "Thank you, big brother, for giving me all those people to eat. Now I have the ability to speak too." When the panda drilled its entire body out of the snow pile, Su Ming realized that it didn't just talk, but even its body had grown a whole lot bigger. The panda is now at least 1 meter 8 in length. I see you as more of a big brother. For some reason, Su Ming felt that the panda in front of him had completely lost the naive look he had a week ago. Now it's more like a mobster wearing sunglasses. Hey, thanks for the compliment, big brother. Where is my little master? After casually chatting with Su Ming, the panda couldn't wait to find Fan Xingqing. Hearing the title Little Master, Su Ming couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Good guy, calling self big brother, calling Fan Xingqing master? According to this conversion, what should I call Fan Xingqing? But right now, Su Ming was too lazy to bother with the name calling with this panda that had just learned to speak human language. He silently pulled out his cell phone and dialed the number within the main base. Little Hashiharu, you better come out now. This panda is going to the sky. Chapter 125 Chubby Who Can CPU. For some reason, Su Ming felt that the staffing of the self-sanctuary was getting stranger and stranger. A bunch of slaves, a little girl with superpowers and a talking panda. Especially the talking panda, whose abilities are even more outrageous. After Su Ming's test, this guy's fur was now completely capable of carrying the electromagnetic defense machine guns on the self-turret hard. Even once, rushing back to bed, it simply slapped the bullet away. But even though this panda had become an elf, it was still quite loyal to Self and Fan Xingqing. In its own words, without Su Ming, there would be no fat today. Looking at the panda in front of him, Su Ming seriously doubted that in the future it would be like Rise of the Planet of the Apes and directly rule over the entire blue planet. After relocating the shelter to a small northern county nearby, Su Ming also continued to brush up his points with the help of zombie bait bombs. At the same time, he hadn't given up on that mission issued by the system. After 2 weeks of disdainful effort, Su Ming could already successfully step in the air for 15 seconds. Although there was still a considerable distance from the 30-second target, Su Ming already felt satisfied. After all, the reward for this one is having a body of steel like Superman's. With that kind of physical fitness, Su Ming estimated that he could directly pick up his gun and kill the old Antarctic home in Eden, directly driving that Pope sitting on top of the throne under the table. Alas, it does seem like it's time to cultivate a force of one's own. Looking at the empty refuge, Su Ming knew that it was also time to cultivate his own forces. Nowadays, mankind has begun to approach the direction of superpowers, and with the passage of time, the mechanical Earth soldiers produced in the self-same mechanical barracks are destined to face elimination. As for the first target of choice, it was naturally the small county near the refuge. Before that, Su Ming had already learned through the radar that there were still 15 survivors in the county. Although he didn't know what kind of state these survivors were currently in, what Su Ming could be certain of was that they were definitely not members of Eden. Little Starshine, you stay and watch the house. I'll take Chubby around the nearby counties. Since there were currently no more zombies around the shelter, Su Ming naturally swaggered out of the shelter riding Fatty. I have to say, the panda walks a pretty steady path. One person and one bear just wandered to the outside of the county town. Just as they were planning to continue walking inside, they only saw 2 figures but suddenly scurried out from the houses beside the street. Freeze! These 2 people in front of them. They were holding improvised spears as they stared warily at Su Ming and the panda on his hip. Who are you? What are you doing here? Although Su Ming's look of riding a panda was indeed strange, they still didn't dare to relax their own vigilance. This zombie crisis had already broken out for almost a year, and those who were able to survive were naturally people who had experienced countless life and death crises. Boss, why don't they both ask me? Just as Su Ming was planning to explain the purpose of his trip to the 2 people in front of him, the panda on his hip suddenly spoke. Crap! It talks. Is it weird that I can talk? It's really unseemly. Seeing the 2 people in front of him with this unseen look, Chubby couldn't help but roll his eyes. Seeing that this panda that was able to spit out human words actually laughed at itself, those 2 instantly didn't know what to say. All right, don't hold up those 2 broken sticks in your hands. Chubby had obviously learned quite a bit about language during this period of time, and it stretched out its bare paw to point at Su Ming on its back and spoke. This is my boss, Su Ming, and he's here like to take you guys in. Well, it does say the right thing. Seeing the two people in front of him look at themselves, Su Ming nodded helplessly. However, just as he was about to tell the duo in front of him about the situation of self's refuge, the fat crotch began its performance once again. I'm telling you, it's an honor for you to hang out with my boss. Even I can speak with my mouth. If you follow Boss Su, I'm afraid that each and every one of you will be able to soar into the sky. When you're out in the world, the main thing is to follow the right, big brother, don't you two agree? I think it has a point. Why don't we talk to FAI? There was no doubt that the two men in front of them were coaxed by Chubby. Seeing this scene in front of him, Su Ming suddenly remembered that some time ago, Fan Xingqing seemed to have been watching the Groucho series of movies with Fatty. And the words inside Chubby's mouth just now were naturally learned back from the movie. I have to say, this Chubby is pretty good at CPU. Both of you, hurry up and go find that brother who you're talking about. If Boss Su waits for a while, you guys are going to suffer, okay? Seeing that the two remained frozen in place, the fat bear's paw slammed into the ground. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the two people standing in place immediately dropped the weapons in their hands and flew away from the spot. How about it, big brother? I didn't embarrass you, did I? Facing the backs of the two fleeing, Chubby twisted his head to heave a smile at Su Ming on his back. Well, no shame indeed! Thinking back to Fatty's words just now, Su Ming felt that self's preparations were still insufficient. He should have found a table to put in front of Chubby first when he was under the recycler, and once if the other person didn't agree, he let Chubby just lift the table. Better yet, add hard to do? Then don't do it. Needless to say, the mouth-breathing Chubby did give the 15 survivors too much of a shock. With little effort, Su Ming brought all 15 of these survivors back to the shelter. This is your future dormitory. Your daily task is to complete all kinds of training. I'll be responsible for providing the food, but if you can't fulfill the training target after a month, you'll be kicked out of the shelter by me. Looking at these 9 men and 6 women that Self had brought back, Su Ming pointed to Fatty on the side. This is Chubby. In this month it is your instructor. The following teach to Chubby instructor to arrange tasks for you. After giving the 15 people in front of him a lecture, Su Ming then let Chubby play freely. In fact, Su Ming also wanted to go over and dig up soldiers like Gu Jiajia or Fan Zhiyuan to form the first batch of combatants for his own refuge, but in the end, he gave up on this idea. Because he wasn't sure exactly where the future was headed. Although they weren't like Gu Jiajia and the others who had a pre-established physical foundation, Su Ming valued them more for their loyalty to self. In this way, the training program for the first batch of combatants about the shelter is also considered to be the official opening of the curtain. Chapter 126, The Body of Steel. To Su Ming's surprise, after a month of training, all 15 of these people had actually persevered. Perhaps they also realized that the only thing that would greet them outside the shelter would be death. The training here is grueling, but it's not life-threatening in any way. Well, nice. Looking at the 15 people standing in front of Self, Su Ming also couldn't help but nod his head. But Su Ming knew that the next training was the key. In the end, how many of these 15 people could truly awaken their superpowers, Su Ming didn't have a clue in his heart. If they fail to awaken their superpowers, they will only be greeted with death. If any of you want to quit now, you can bring it up and I'll let him go. Once if you start awakening superpowers, there's no going back. In the face of these words from Su Ming, there was only determination in these people's eyes, without any retreat. Prior to this they had learned that humanity would soon enter the new human age. At that point, without superpowers they will be worse off than dead. Alright, since you're all willing, let's get started. Seeing that no one in front of him chose to quit, Su Ming also pointed to the training camp behind them. Time passed one day after another, and soon a month had passed. In this month, out of the 15 people who entered the training camp, 3 had already failed to awaken their superpowers and paid with their own lives. As for the remaining 12, they had already passed through the most dangerous period, and there would no longer be any danger to their lives. Alas! Let's just hope it doesn't awaken me to the kind of superpower that's too cockamamie. For these 12 people, Su Ming also didn't know what kind of superpowers they would end up possessing. Things like awakening superpowers do vary quite a bit from person to person. Forget it, let's just take care of ourselves first. After drinking a large glass of ice Americano, Su Ming also took a few deep breaths and once again challenged towards that system task. Charge! Su Ming's legs snapped and his entire body directly leapt up. After reaching the high point in midair, Su Ming's legs were like treading water as he desperately stepped on the air under his feet. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 25 seconds. The first 25 seconds were not difficult for the current Su Ming. What was truly difficult was the last 5 seconds. Hold on! Seeing that the timer in his mind had increased by 1 second, Su Ming then continuously cheered himself up. After reaching 27 seconds, Su Ming felt as if the muscles in his own legs were burning up. 3 seconds to go! Su Ming clenched his teeth and desperately stomped his legs in midair. But at this point he really felt that time was passing very slowly. Every second seemed like an hour. 28 seconds. 29 seconds. At this time, Su Ming felt that his legs were like lead, and the blazing sensation on his muscles just now had completely disappeared, replaced by a numbness and powerlessness. At the same time, Su Ming also felt that his own body had a hidden tendency to fall. Ah! There was just one last second left before 30 seconds, and Su Ming exerted his entire body's strength, his legs frantically stepping on the air underneath his feet. 30 seconds. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Create another miracle. The moment he heard the system voice in his head, the exhausted Su Ming no longer even had the strength to make the corners of his mouth turn up. Su Ming now only felt that his own eyelids were heavy, and he really wanted to have a good sleep. As for the body, you can't die from a fall at this height anyway. Su Ming just let his body start to do a free fall movement, smashing straight towards the ground of the shelter. We'll start sending the rewards below. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the body of steel. But as the rewards were given out, Su Ming, who was falling, felt a steady stream of power surging from his own heart to all parts of his body. With only the last 1 meter left from the ground, Su Ming, who had been exhausted just a moment ago, finally completely regained all of his physical strength. Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound of flesh hitting the ground, Su Ming landed steadily on top of the ground in an Iron Man landing stance. Well, sure enough, this action does hurt the floor quite a bit. Looking at the ground that had been smashed out by Self, Su Ming couldn't help but skim his lips. Is this the body of steel? Feeling the changes in his own body, Su Ming couldn't help but feel some excitement. He walked straight to the fence of the shelter and took a deep breath before slamming towards it with all his strength. Boom! A deafening ringing sound instantly resounded throughout the entire sanctuary. Looking at the fence in front of him that had been smashed out of a large pit by Self, Su Ming then looked at the hand that Self had just used to smash the wall. True to form, it's made of steel. After breaking a hole in the fence, the skin on Self's hand actually didn't leave a mark. With intense curiosity, Su Ming tapped on the refuge system in his own mind. After seeing that Self had smashed half of the durability of the fence with a single punch, Su Ming was completely shocked. Well, this time there's absolutely no need to worry about not being able to find a job if there's world peace in the future. After using Self's points to patch up the fence, Su Ming asked the little lotus student in Self's mind again. According to the answer given by Xiaolian's classmates, there was no weapon in this world that could hurt his flesh anymore. What didn't make Su Ming more regrettable was that he wasn't able to soar in the air like Superman, nor did he have Superman's signature laser silver as an attack weapon. All he has is a body of steel that rivals Superman's. I'm really greedy enough. Although Su Ming did quite covet those two other abilities of Superman, but on second thought, it was better to be a man and not be too greedy. After thinking about this point, Su Ming just intended to take a cup of ice Americano to ease himself, but found that the door of the training camp slowly opened. Oh? Did they make it? Looking at the 12 silhouettes that stepped out from within the gate, Su Ming couldn't help but have some expectations. What superpowers have these 12 people awakened? Mr. Su! Those 12 people also neatly greeted Su Ming in his direction when they saw him standing right outside the gate. However, Su Ming could clearly feel that this awe that they had felt when they first arrived was no longer present in these people's tone. It seems that after awakening their superpowers, they just drifted a bit. It just so happened that Self had now obtained the body of steel, and Su Ming decided to give the group in front of him a hard time. He slowly came to the 12, looking at them with a smile on his face. Looks like you all made it. I wonder if you'd like to play with me and familiarize yourselves with your superpowers again in the meantime? Chapter 127, 112. Mr. Su, are you going to fight the 12 of us alone? What? Can't you? Facing the question of one of them, Su Ming still said with a smile on his face. Don't worry, you guys can't hurt me. In that case, we are offended. When they heard that Su Ming actually really wanted to fight 12 by 12, they couldn't help but feel happy in their hearts. The brutal 2-month training has strengthened their friendship. Although they didn't intend to be white-eyed wolves to betray Su Ming, the ones who had just awakened their supernatural abilities did want to make Su Ming look at them differently. You guys start when you're ready. Only to see Su Ming standing with his arms folded, standing in place with the appearance of a man of the world, smiling as he looked at them. Then Mr. Su, be careful. Seeing Su Ming being so careless and light-hearted, one of them could no longer hold back. His legs snapped and his figure scurried out like a ghost. The man in front of him was called Wang Hao, and he was the most grumpy one among those 12. One of his arms slowly turned into a metal sword, and Su Ming guessed that this Wang Hao should have awakened the ability to make his own body metallized. Only, such an attack really made Su Ming not even bother to move. Su Ming just stood still and didn't move, allowing Wang Hao's attack to land on his own chest. Clang! Accompanied by a toothsome metallic friction sound, before the crowd could react to what had happened, they saw Wang Hao covering his own arm and falling to his knees in pain. This is medicine for broken bones, take it and rub it in yourself. In the face of the pained expression on Wang Hao's face, Su Ming threw a pill bottle directly to his side, and then looked at the 11 people still standing in front of him. Don't stop, why don't you guys let me continue? Upon hearing these words from Su Ming, the remaining 11 people looked at me and I looked at you, and for a moment, they were somewhat at a loss for words. If they were not mistaken, it should have been Wang Hao who initiated the attack just now, right? Mr. Su most likely has the ability to harden his skin, so how about we attack with fire and ice? Well, I think it's okay. After discussing the tactics, only 2 silhouettes slowly came forward. This was a pair of twins. The older sister, Ling Chao Chao, had awakened the ability to use flames, while the younger sister, Ling Mu Mu, had awakened the ability to use ice. Offended! The twins nodded their apologies at Su Ming, and then they charged at him. Only to see Ling Chao rushing ahead, a fierce-looking fire dragon rising from her jade hand, her teeth and claws tearing towards Su Ming's direction. Oh? Flames? Feeling the blazing heat that hit his face, Su Ming took a deep breath before blowing in the direction of the fire dragon. Phew! A gale gushed out straight from Su Ming's mouth, and the flailing fire dragon was directly blown to pieces by this terrifying wind. Ling Chaozhao was even swept up into the sky as a whole. Sister! Seeing that her sister had been easily defeated, Ling Mumu raised her hands and aimed them at Su Ming, and a single ice spike shot in Su Ming's direction like an arrow that had left the strings. However, these ice spikes were unable to stop Su Ming from advancing. Su Ming just slowly walked up to Ling Mumu, then stretched out a finger and directly popped her in the head. Ah! Ling Nilamu, whose brain was in pain, immediately lost her ability to resist and fell to the ground when she covered her forehead. Together! When the remaining 9 saw the scene in front of them, they naturally did not intend to hold back any longer. They all exerted their own supernatural abilities and attacked in Su Ming's direction. Good timing! Looking at the 9 people who surrounded him from all sides, Su Ming directly chose to use his flesh to harden his body against their attacks. How come? Seeing that their own all-out strikes couldn't even shake Su Ming's footsteps by half, a trace of powerlessness immediately rose up in the hearts of the 9 people. That's it! In the face of this scene in front of him, a sneer could not help but appear at the corner of Su Ming's mouth. One by one, just having a little superpower, you fooled around, not realizing that there is a world outside of man. Only to see Su Ming slowly raise his right hand and flick it at the head of the person closest to him. Ow! The person who was popped in the head had immediately lost his ability to resist, and like Ling Nurina before him, he directly covered his head and rolled around on the ground in pain. I told you guys to float me there, didn't I? Looking at the remaining 8 people, Su Ming directly transformed into a residual shadow and wandered between these 8 people. Whenever Su Ming passed by one of them, that person would directly cover his head and wail on the ground. Soon, the remaining 8 people lost their ability to resist. Humph! Su Ming coldly looked at the 12 people who had fallen to the ground with disdain in his eyes. If I remember correctly, there are grades in the training camp for those who have awakened their superpowers, and in your current situation, you're at most a C rank, right? In the face of Su Ming's reprimand, a crowd of people lowered their own heads in shame. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth, you are now less capable than a civilian with a gun. Even the least powerful cleric in Eden can easily dodge an oncoming bullet, can you? I'm sorry, Mr. So. It was our mistake. Seeing that the crowd had realized their mistake, Su Ming didn't try to dampen their self-confidence any further. It's good to recognize your current situation. Today you'll be given a day off, tomorrow one by one, get your ass back to the training camp and continue training. After saying that, Su Ming didn't pay any more attention to them, but walked straight into the base. Early the next morning, Su Ming couldn't help but have a satisfied smile on his face as he looked at the 12 people who were training hard in the training camp. With regards to what happened after Self left yesterday, Su Ming naturally couldn't be clearer. After these 12 people had been struck by Su Ming, there were still a few who stubbornly believed that Su Ming was exaggerating. So, these people went to find Panda Chubby again, wanting to use this to prove their own strength. But what greeted them was Fatty's thick bare paw, and as for their superpowers, Press couldn't do any damage to Chubby. After receiving a severe beating from Chubby, the undeterred group went back to Fan Xingqing, who was watching a TV series. Yet reality is often so cruel. After they found out that they actually couldn't even beat a 6-year-old girl, they completely realized the gap between themselves and the masters. Well, it seems that these people have finally realized the shortcomings in their own strength. Right now, these 12 people were also considered to have officially stepped into the threshold of superpowers, and Su Ming's next step was naturally to continue expanding his own forces. Just as Su Ming was planning to leave the shelter to look for new survivors, a burst of ringing came from the cell phone in his pants pocket. Chapter 128: The Blue Star Alliance. Hey! Old fan, why did you remember to call me today? Do you miss your daughter? After picking up the phone, Su Ming directly flirted. However, among the handset of the cell phone, Fan Ziyuan's incomparably serious voice came. No, I have business with you. What's wrong? From Fan Ziyuan's tone, it is not difficult to hear that his side is indeed in big trouble. Could it be that Eden has once again gathered heavy troops to attack the Great Summer Country Base? The Great Summer Country Base has officially changed its name, it's now called the Blue Star Alliance, and now everyone in the Alliance is looking for you everywhere. Huh! What do you want with me? Fan Ziyuan's words caused Su Ming to be somewhat puzzled at once. The Blue Star Alliance? Why does that name sound so strange? Of course it's to make you do their Blue Star Alliance's bidding after they find you. Why? Seeing that Su Ming still didn't understand what self meant, Fan Ziyuan also couldn't help but sigh. I'd better tell you from the beginning. After Fan Ziyuan's patient explanation, Su Ming also thoroughly asphalted the whole thing. Due to the fact that Su Ming had made such a big commotion some time ago, it caused Eden to focus all of its attention on dealing with Su Ming without having the time to be distracted. This then allowed for a great deal of breathing time on the Dashya base side. Originally, taking advantage of this time, the Great Summerland base was supposed to actively develop various weapons to defend against Eden's invasion. It was during this critical time period that a woman named Lu Ling became one of the leaders of the Great Summer base. Since the moment this Lu Ling came to power, he has been preaching about the community of human destiny. The so-called community of human destiny, on the other hand, wants the Great Summerland base to accept survivors from all over the world to fight against the Garden of Eden. Due to the fact that Eden was fighting with Su Ming at that time, it had no time to care about the Great Summer Country base. At first, it was true that not many people in the base were in favor of Lu Ling's opinion. After all, if you can't save the people in your own country, how can you possibly spare the resources to take care of the survivors in those other foreign countries? However, Lu Ling was not someone who was willing to follow the majority. Taking advantage of the darkness of the moon and the wind, Lu Ling sneaked into the command room to announce the address of the base of the Great Summer Kingdom directly to all blue stars. This was so bad that survivors from all over the world began to migrate towards that address she had given. With the large number of Western refugees joining in, Lu Ling's comments have gained even more support from these refugees. Instead, the survivors of the Great Xia State, who were originally in the base of the Great Xia State, had to share the only resources left with these foreign refugees. Each of these refugees is not a good person, and since they have no formal jobs, they are idle every day. Eventually the refugees grew in number, while Lu Ling simply renamed the Great Summerland base to the Blue Star Alliance. As for now, Eden was slow to find Su Ming's whereabouts, and turned its head to deal with this newly formed Blue Star Alliance again. Instead, in the battle against Eden, Lu Ling was defeated repeatedly, and was not at all as impassioned as she had been at the lectern. However, Lu Ling didn't learn any lessons from this, and instead spread out a large number of combatants from the refuge to search for Su Ming's location. Regarding Su Ming's legend, Lu Ling had naturally heard about it, so she naturally had to drag Su Ming into it. In her words, Su Ming was also a part of the community of human destiny, and if he wasn't willing to follow the Blue Star Alliance's lead, it would be tantamount to defecting to the Garden of Eden. Oh, so now this Blue Star Alliance is home to survivors from all over the world, huh? Yeah, now those refugees are causing a lot of crime on the base and making a mess. After hearing that such a turn of events had actually occurred in the base of the Great Summer Country, Su Ming couldn't help but feel speechless as well. How could such a saintly mother become one of the leaders of the Great Summerland base? Su Ming felt that this world was just too crazy. But if you think about it, even before the zombie outbreak, there were really quite a few experts out there learning to bark, weren't there? For example, the school principal who gave $100,000 scholarships to foreign students, and the expert who advised young people to suffer. This kind of person can still be active on the stage of this world no matter what era they are put in. I've talked to the captain and the others and they've all agreed to defect to you, so if you're up for it, could you give me the coordinates? Sure. Hearing that Fan Zhiyuan was willing to bring the captain and the others to defect to self, Su Ming was naturally eager to do so. In fact, in his heart, Su Ming was still quite grateful to this Lu Ling. If it wasn't for her messing around in the base of the Great Summer Country, it would have been impossible for Su Ming and people like Fan Zhiyuan to come and join self. Su Ming is really hard to imagine, this Lu Ling in the end how many disgusting things have done to make them this kind of loyalty to the country can be in the bones of the people to defect to self. So what are you going to do about the Blue Star Alliance? Hearing Fan Zhiyuan mention the Blue Star Alliance again, a bold idea suddenly sprang into Su Ming's mind. Old Fan, you give me the Blue Star Alliance's location, I'll go straight over to you guys. When Fan Zhiyuan on the other end of the cell phone heard that Su Ming was going to come over, his mind suddenly recalled the experiences he had when he was at the Golden Residence Garden. It seems like this Su Ming wants to come directly over to be neighbors with the Blue Star Alliance. Well, the matter is happily decided. You send me the location as soon as possible. Okay. After hanging up the call with Fan Zhiyuan, Su Ming slowly took out a cup of ice Americano from the system space and drank it to himself. Is not obeying the Blue Star Alliance tantamount to defecting to the Garden of Eden? When he thought of Lu Ling's words, Su Ming felt a little amused. However, Su Ming really didn't expect that the Great Summer Country base would actually have such a change of heart. Regarding this so-called Blue Star Alliance, Su Ming naturally would not listen to their arrangements. The reason why he intended to move the refuge to the vicinity of the Blue Star Alliance was naturally to select from it those who were suitable to join the selfsame refuge. Of course, if those refugees dared to look for trouble from their own sanctuary, Su Ming would definitely not be polite. Jingle bells! Seeing the coordinates that Fan Zhiyuan had sent over, Su Ming also directly gave up his intention of going out to look for survivors. Why waste your efforts in searching for them when they are readily available? After summoning Wan Hao and the other 12 people all out of the training camp, Su Ming also piloted the escape plane straight away, carrying a group of people towards the location of the Blue Star Alliance. Chapter 129 Starting to Make Trouble. Sub-Commander Caesar, that Su Ming's airplane has appeared again. Oh? Facing the report from his men, Caesar, who was sitting on the sofa and sipping red wine, couldn't help but frown. Since escaping Su Ming's refuge, Caesar, who had fled back to the South Pole, reported the matter of self being held hostage by Byron to the Pope in an added way. Sure enough, with the Pope's wrath, Byron was demoted directly from cardinal to an ordinary cleric. As for Caesar, he directly doubled as cardinal of Asia in Asia. After God's eyes calculations, his destination should be the base of the Great Summer Country, but the Great Summer Country base has been sending people to contact us recently, hoping to resolve this disaster through peaceful means. Is that woman Lu Ling sending people again? The men nodded in response to Caesar's inquiry. Yes, this Lu Ling has recently taken in quite a few more survivors from other countries, and the base in the Great Summer Country has now been renamed the Blue Star Alliance. Blue Star Alliance? Hearing the name, Caesar shook his head with a sneer on his face. It seems that this Lu Ling still hasn't realized the reason why we, Eden, are doing this, but now since Su Ming's destination is most likely their base, this is just the right time for us to further transform the zombies. But if the Pope blames it on this, no harm done. Caesar waved his hand unconcernedly at the concerns of his men. Now is the time for us to watch the show. Do you think that Su Ming would really choose to receive refugees and attempt a peaceful solution like Lu Ling? If he were such a person, he would have been our 8th cardinal of Eden by now. Seeing that his men were still a bit confused, Caesar didn't bother to explain to him again. Anyway, now listen to my orders and first pull back all those troops stationed near the base of the Great Summer Country. Yes. As his men slowly left, Caesar took another sip from his glass of red wine. Ever since the last time he had seen the horror of Su Ming's shelter in Xingqing City, Caesar had known that no matter how many more zombie troops he dispatched, he was afraid that it would be for nothing. Now that Su Ming was actually planning to head to the Blue Star Alliance, it was just the right time for these two forces to properly consume each other. After all, instead of using up Eden's resources for nothing, it would be better to use the Blue Star Alliance's hand to discuss Su Ming. Moreover, the Blue Star Alliance was full of survivors from all over the world, and if Su Ming dared to directly shoot these people, he was afraid that he would also directly provoke the anger of that Lu Ling. And in time, Caesar can reap the benefits. Is this the base of the Blue Star Alliance? After repositioning the shelter, Su Ming also came straight to the so-called base based on the coordinates given by Fan Xingqing. Looking at the Earth soldiers that were standing guard on the city wall, Su Ming didn't have any hesitation and directly strutted forward. Now that he had a body of steel, he was no longer worried about these hot weapons being able to injure himself. Stand still! Freeze! Facing the Earth soldiers standing guard at the entrance, Su Ming didn't resist, but honestly stood still. These Earth soldiers were all soldiers of the Great Summer Kingdom, and unless he was forced to do so, Su Ming did not want to start a conflict with them. Isn't this the base of the Great Summer Kingdom? I'm a survivor of the Great Summer Kingdom. You're from Daxia? Su Ming's inquiry caused the two Earth soldiers standing guard to frown. Yeah. Seeing this expression on the two Earth soldiers, Su Ming couldn't figure out what had happened for a moment. Could it be that Lu Ling had already banned the people of the amplified Xia Kingdom from entering the base established by the Great Xia Kingdom? Don't be nervous, we're asking because it's been a long time since we've seen a survivor from the Great Summer. Yes, it's been a bunch of foreigners and niggers, I don't know what they were thinking. Hearing the complaints of the two Earth soldiers, Su Ming also completely understood why the two of them saw self as this reaction just now. Okay, you can go in now. After a brief search, the Earthbender pointed to a building located within the base. Go inside for a brief check first, and once you pass, you'll receive your ID badge. Thanks. After saying goodbye to the Earth soldiers standing guard at the entrance, Su Ming went straight to the front door of that building. Unlike the entrance to the base, the person in charge of entering and registering here was a man with a foreigner's face. Stop! After seeing Su Ming, arrogance was written all over that foreign man's face. Where did you come from? Speak human, please. Su Ming did speak English, but he wasn't willing to speak at the moment. Although Su Ming's heart was prepared before he came, he really didn't expect that this base had turned into this appearance. Obviously, it is the territory of Daxia country. The registration is responsible for a foreigner even if, actually have to speak English. Seeing that Su Ming didn't use English to communicate, the foreigner gabbled out another large string of English. The general idea is that if you can't communicate in English, then you can't go in for a checkup or some such nonsense. In the end, the foreigner even directly insulted Su Ming. Hearing this, Su Ming's gaze was also completely grim. I can understand English. After saying that, Su Ming rushed at the foreigner and kicked him in the stomach. Bang! The foreigner was directly sent flying by Su Ming's kick, and his body smashed heavily against the wall behind him with a dull thud. If Su Ming hadn't withdrawn his force in time, I'm afraid that this kick would have directly shattered his internal organs. What's going on? The Earth soldiers who heard the sound looked in the direction of its source. After seeing Su Ming standing intact while the foreigner fell to the ground covering his stomach and wailing, none of these Earth soldiers actually came forward to help. Looks like these native soldiers aren't usually bullied. The scene in front of him naturally could not escape Su Ming's observation. I have to say, the management of this Blue Star Alliance is really monstrous enough. Now Su Ming finally understood why Fan Zhiyuan and the others wanted to come and defect to self. And this time, Su Ming had come within the base just to give them a downward spiral. Didn't Lu Ling make a bold statement that self would be at her beck and call? Then now comes self. Su Ming really wanted to see if this Lu Ling would still be as hard-headed as she was when giving orders after seeing self. What happened? The foreign man's wailing soon attracted a crowd of spectators within the base, and just as Su Ming was planning to continue walking towards the base, a group of people dressed in black combat uniforms suddenly appeared in front of him. Wait! The man at the head of the group, after glancing at the foreigner who was still down on the ground and unable to get up, his gaze then looked at Su Ming. Chapter 130, Making a Scene in the Blue Star Alliance, above. What? Something wrong? Su Ming glanced at the man in front of him, and flashed him what he thought was a very gentle smile. Fighting and brawling is not allowed on this base, don't you know? In the face of the man's inquiry, Su Ming was innocent. I don't know, I just came here today, but I'm really quite curious. Fighting and brawling are not allowed in this base. Is he allowed to look down on the people of the Daxia country? This? Su Ming's words left the man speechless. In fact, he had naturally heard about the foreigner who had collapsed in the doorway during the day. The man was a doctor himself, which was why he had been placed at the door in charge of examining the new survivors. It was just that this man really wasn't friendly to the Daxia countrymen on a regular basis, and many of the Daxia countrymen who worked with him were bullied quite a bit, yet there was nothing they could do about his behavior. Under Lu Ling's leadership, the entire base now presented an eerie atmosphere of foreign refugees being superior. Once these foreign refugees commit a crime, they will use their status to pressure the patrol police on the base. And the end result is basically nothing. So, having tasted the sweetness, they began to carry this trick forward, and they even had to break out in a demonstration at every turn to prove their sense of existence. If you're okay, then I'll go first. Seeing that this person in front of him had nothing to say, Su Ming had just planned to leave when he heard a chorus of rebuke. You stop! Looking towards the direction of the voice, Su Ming realized that it was the team member behind the man at the head of the group, who was also a foreigner by the looks of it. You have violated the rules of the base and are subject to our arrest. Hearing the foreign patrolman's pinched Chinese, Su Ming's face grew more and more gloomy. It seems that self has really come to the right place this time. What if I don't? Seeing that Su Ming did not intend to cooperate with himself, then the foreign patrolman also directly drew the pistol on his waist and aimed it at Su Ming. Get on your knees right now, or I'll shoot. Pfft. In the face of this scene in front of him, Su Ming couldn't help but snort out a laugh. I must say, this foreign patrolman's movements were really quite skillful. Come on! When that foreign patrolman saw that Su Ming remained unmoved, his finger was also on the trigger. Then shoot me. Yet how could Su Ming, who possessed a body of steel, be afraid of that pistol in his hand? Bang bang. In the face of Su Ming's provocation, this foreign patrolman chose to directly empty his magazine. Just when the crowd thought that Su Ming would fall into a pool of blood, they found that he was still standing intact. And the bullets that were shot at him were all fixed in midair by him. Surprise? Seeing the dazed look on the foreign patrolman's face, Su Ming gently waved his hand. In the next second, those bullets that were fixed in midair went straight towards the direction of the foreign patrolman. You! The foreign patrolman whose throat was pierced by the bullet never dreamed that the daxia man who provoked himself in front of him was actually a superpower. Freeze! Watching their own companions fall in a pool of blood, the remaining few patrolmen pulled out their guns and aimed them at Su Ming. What? You guys want to try it too? For the patrolmen with guns aimed at themselves in front of him, Su Ming's mind moved, and those patrolmen felt that the weapons in their hands were out of control. This gentleman, please calm down. The patrolman in the lead saw the scene in front of him, and naturally knew that this person was not at all something Self could deal with. The immediate priority was not to continue provoking this person. Otherwise, what greeted them would be absolute doom. I'm cool with it. I think you guys shot first, right? Su Ming looked at this leading patrolman with a disdainful expression and laughed. What? According to your meaning is that I should obediently be shot to death indiscriminately? That's not what I meant. Su Ming's words made this patrolman speechless once again. All right. Don't give me this useless crap. After twisting all the pistols in the hands of those patrolmen into a twisted shape, Su Ming also loosened his confinement on them. Now I'm going to enter the base. Any questions? Facing Su Ming's inquiry, the patrolman in the lead nodded numbly. Kidding aside, he was just an ordinary patrolman. How could he possibly stop this kind of superpowered person? Well, thanks for sparing me then. Su Ming smiled at the patrolman and then strutted into one of the buildings. Since Fan Zhiyuan had previously given Su Ming information for this base in front of him, Su Ming naturally knew how to enter. Ding! As the elevator emitted a crisp beep, Su Ming also officially entered the base's underground layer. Sure enough. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, Su Ming saw nearly 50 Earth soldiers in front of him aiming their guns in Self's direction. Alas! Regarding these Earth soldiers in front of him, Su Ming also sighed helplessly. He waved his hand once again, and those Earth soldiers were then directly confined in place, unable to move. After checking the appearance of the dozens of Earth soldiers, Su Ming directly blew the heads of those foreign land soldiers directly to pieces. It's no fun. After doing this, Su Ming entered the base within the underground layer on his own. According to intelligence, this is where the survivors are concentrated. Start messing around! Su Ming slowly pulled out a pistol from the system space and walked into the middle of the street with it in his hand. Bang! 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 Looking at the three blacks walking towards him, Su Ming didn't have any hesitation and straight away blew up their heads with bullets. Murder! The originally crowded street instantly exploded upon hearing the three gunshots. Although the foreign survivors do have a lot of privileges within this base, they still don't have any hot weapons in their hands. Su Ming just walked down the street calmly, and as long as he saw any survivors that weren't the faces of the great summer country, he raised his gun and killed them. For a while, all sorts of miserable screams resounded throughout the streets. Freeze! Soon, the patrolmen who came to provide reinforcements surrounded Su Ming. Fire! Seeing that Su Ming still didn't have any reaction, this time the patrolman didn't have any hesitation and pulled the trigger straight in Su Ming's direction. Facing the bullets that came at him, Su Ming didn't choose to utilize his spiritual power to block them, but instead chose to use his body of steel to carry them hard. Dang! Accompanied by a toothsome metallic clanging sound, Su Ming continued to walk towards the street with an unchanged expression. He even took advantage of the bullets hitting Self to take care of a couple of foreign patrolmen. Hurry up and get help! This man's superpowers can't be solved by ordinary bullets. Seeing that the guns in their hands were simply unable to cause any harm to Su Ming, several of the patrolmen also hurriedly took out their walkie-talkies. Chapter 131, Making a Scene in the Blue Star Alliance. Below. Just send these against me? Looking at the two armored vehicles coming head-on, Su Ming rushed forward with an arrow step and directly overturned the two still-moving armored vehicles to the ground. After seeing that the Earth soldiers in the car were from the Great Summer Kingdom, Su Ming still didn't choose to go for it. Where's your leader? Call it out! Facing the crowd of Earth soldiers that surrounded himself in front of him, Su Ming sat straight down on one of the overturned armored vehicles. There was no doubt that Su Ming was there to cause trouble. Who the hell are you? The officer at the head of the group forced down the fire in his heart and looked at Su Ming with an angry expression on his face. Due to some of the recent strange and bizarre orders from the base, which in itself had been suffocating him. And now it's a good thing that another one of these superpowered people has come in to pick a fight. Me? Seeing that someone had finally asked for his name, Su Ming also smiled at the officer. I'm the Su Ming that your leader Lu Ling has been looking for, so in order to minimize her troubles, I'm not coming here. You are Su Ming? Hearing this person in front of him actually say that self was Su Ming, that officer couldn't help but widen his eyes. Right. As in fake. Su Ming looked at the officer and said, Say, where is that Lu Ling? Can you introduce me to her? This? In the face of Su Ming's question, the officer didn't know how to answer well for a moment. Forget it. Seeing his difficult look, Su Ming also smiled and shook his head. I'm a person who hates to make things difficult for others, I'll just find it myself. After saying that, Su Ming jumped straight out of the armored vehicle and walked towards the end of the street. And during this process, none of the Earth soldiers dared to stop Su Ming's advance anymore. Are you kidding? That's a man of God who even overturned an armored car straight away. The rifles in their hands, what's the difference between that and a burning stick? Company commander, what are we going to do? As he watched Su Ming's silhouette disappear at the end of the street, one of the Earth soldiers cautiously asked, How about sending snipers? Sniper? The company commander was straight up pissed off and laughed when he heard the dirt soldier's words. He didn't believe that his own sniper could deal with Su Ming. It's better to contact the command directly. At the moment it seems that this Su Ming doesn't have any malicious intent towards our Daxia countrymen, and the ones he just killed were all those foreign survivors. Due to Su Ming's behavior on the streets just now, the survivors in the base had taken refuge in the houses. As for the native soldiers, they were staring at him from afar, not daring to step forward or shoot at all. Just like that, Su Ming arrived in the command room located on the first floor very smoothly. After easily kicking open the closed door, Su Ming directly arrived at the broadcasting room. Luckling, I'm here to see you. Can you please come out? Under the effect of the broadcast, Su Ming's voice resounded within the entire base. Sister Lu. That's Su Ming. At this time, Lu Ling, who was located on the third floor of the underground, never expected that this Su Ming would really break into the base and make a big mess. Looking at the images transmitted back from the broadcasting room's surveillance, Lu Ling knew that if this continued, Su Ming would find himself sooner or later, and she absolutely couldn't just sit back and wait for death. Hello, is this Professor Chen? After pondering for a while, Lu Ling finally took out her cell phone and dialed a number. That electromagnetic cannon you've newly researched, can it be used in actual combat now? Great, I'll have someone get it from you right away. After hanging up, Lu Ling hurriedly dialed another number. Captain Li, immediately lead your men to Professor Chen's lab to get the equipment, then go deal with that Su Ming. Remember not to kill him, just capture him. After doing all this, Lu Ling's heart hanging in her throat was finally on the ground. In fact, she didn't want to fight with Su Ming, but only hoped that Su Ming could be as responsible as herself. In Lu Ling's opinion, the current era should definitely not only think about considering the interests of the Great Xia state, but should also shoulder the common destiny of all mankind. If she could successfully subdue Su Ming, then when she negotiated with Eden in the future, she would have a more proactive voice. Su Ming, I hope you can understand the contribution I have made to humanity. After sighing, Lu Ling focused all of her own attention on the surveillance. Captain Li on the screen had already managed to get the latest researched electromagnetic cannon from Professor Chen with his own men. According to the guidance of the surveillance, Captain Li and his team arrived directly at the command room located on the first floor by elevator. Watching Captain Li and the others smoothly enter the broadcasting room, before Lu Ling could switch the surveillance screen to the broadcasting room, he saw a silhouette directly fly out. I thought I told them to be careful. Faced with the images coming back from the surveillance, Lu Ling's brows couldn't help but frown. She didn't understand that this Captain Li had always been very obedient to her orders, so why did he want to lay a heavy hand on Su Ming this time? However, when the second silhouette was thrown out, Lu Ling realized that self had been too naive just now. Su Ming was the only one in the broadcasting room. How was it possible for someone else to be thrown out? What exactly is the strength of this Su Ming? Lu Ling hurriedly cut the surveillance screen back to the broadcasting room, only to see Su Ming still sitting calmly in front of the microphone, while beside him, there were several figures falling to the ground not knowing if they were dead or alive. Lu Ling, you sent these people to deal with me, huh? Su Ming's voice once again resounded within the base, and this time Lu Ling decided not to escape anymore. She picked up the communicator that was placed on the desktop, intending to directly talk to Su Ming through the air. Su Ming, I know that you're very strong, and that you're a member of the Great Summer Country, so you shouldn't be like the people of the Garden of Eden, but rather you should learn what it means to take charge. Oh? Take charge? Seeing that Su Ming in the picture did not act excessively, Lu Ling also took a deep breath. Su Ming, you listen to me first, we people of the Great Summer Country. After saying his thoughts in his head, Lu Ling realized that Su Ming in the surveillance remained motionless. Before she could understand what was happening, she heard a familiar voice from behind her. Well, I have to say that the great Buddha located in Basho should give up his seat for you. Hearing Su Ming's voice ringing out behind Self, Lu Ling was directly startled and jumped in place. She really didn't understand how this Su Ming had found where Self was. You! What do you want? Facing this old woman in front of him, who had been frightened and panicked by Self, Su Ming also sighed helplessly. I'll give you 1 day to either resign your position as the leader of the Great Summerland Base, or wait for me to help you resign this leadership position. After saying that, Su Ming walked out of Lu Ling's office without looking back. Chapter 132, Protest March? I'll go straight for the jugular. After making the base a bit, Su Ming returned to his own sanctuary. For this reason, Su Ming deliberately slowed down Self's pace, deliberately letting Lu Ling know the location of Self's refuge. Su Ming knew that Lu Ling would never resign from her own position. In Lu Ling's opinion, the level of her self-same mind was already higher than the sky. And this kind of person will never be deterred by the threat of the self. Sure enough, not long after returning to the shelter, Su Ming received a beep from the radar ringing out. That came pretty fast. Looking at the small red dots in the screen that were constantly approaching towards his refuge, Su Ming also hurriedly set all the weapons on the turret to manual fire mode. Originally, he had thought that these small red dots were troops sent by Lu Ling, but when Su Ming observed them through the satellite, he realized that these people were actually all survivors from the base. These people had white and black skin tones, and of course there were quite a few who had the face of the Great Summer Kingdom. Yet they had one thing in common: none of them carried any heavy weapons. What do these guys want? Through the monitoring of the gate, Su Ming saw that this group of people had gradually approached the gate of self-refuge. What he didn't expect was that not only did the group not carry any heavy weapons, but they also didn't carry any thermal weapons. The group was seen standing in front of their own gate in unison, followed by a banner. Huh! In the face of this enigmatic operation of theirs, Su Ming couldn't help but stare in disbelief. What is this? Marching in protest? After zooming in on the image, Su Ming saw that the banner had 13 large words written on it. Fight against discrimination and uphold the community of human destiny. Crap, or you guys can play. Looking at this group of people standing in front of the door of his refuge in a well-organized manner, Su Ming even felt that he was dreaming at this moment. At this moment, there was only one question in Su Ming's heart: were they really not afraid of death? As the day wore on, the people marching and protesting outside were running out of patience. Blacks are significantly more wild than others who just hold banners and shout slogans. Seeing that the door of the shelter had not been opened for a long time, these people took out the tools they had with them and began to smash at the door for a while. There were even a number of blacks who just pulled out their lighters and lit their homemade Molotov cocktails and threw them over the fence. Yes! That's the way it should be! These gestures of the Negroes won a roar of approval from the others. Seeing one flame after another blossomed out, those holding banners continued to protest at the top of their lungs. Against discrimination! Insist on a community of human destiny! Against discrimination! Su Ming, who was located within the main base, couldn't help but cry and laugh for a moment when he saw the images transmitted back from the surveillance. He really didn't understand why these people would have such courage to run to march and protest. That said, it seems like Eden is the one to blame for this zombie crisis, right? Why don't they go march and protest in front of Eden's base? Regarding their behavior, originally Su Ming had planned to quietly watch them perform in the shelter. But not only did these people not restrain themselves, but on the contrary, they got higher and higher, and in the end, there were even several people who urinated directly on the root of the fence. Then don't blame me for being rude. The scene in front of him made Su Ming truly unable to endure it. After pulling out AM4 from the system space, Su Ming then came straight to the top of the fence. For this group of people in front of him, Su Ming felt that there was no need to waste the ammunition of the weapons on his turret. It's Su Ming! The group of people located outside the fence, after seeing Su Ming appear on the fence, some held up banners and began to protest at the top of their voices, some directly rushed at him and made international hand gestures, and some once again lit the flasks in their hands, attempting to directly throw them at Su Ming standing on the fence. Seeing the actions of the group of people below, Su Ming straightly raised the M4 in his hand. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by 2 gunshots, the bullets accurately hit the lit incendiary bottles in the hands of the 2 black men. As the flasks were shattered, the 2 black men who had originally attempted to throw themselves at Su Ming were directly stained by the flames all over their bodies. Help me! In the face of the miserable screams from the 2 men, Su Ming did not have any mercy in his eyes and continued to kill with his M4 in hand. Su Ming, who possessed a body of steel, wasn't worried at all that someone would be shooting in the dark, and straight away, he kept on utilizing point-blank shooting to shoot towards the crowd. Bang, bang, bang. Each bullet struck the calves of these people with unerring precision. This was something Su Ming did on purpose, and its purpose was to make these people lose their ability to escape. Run for it! He's shooting! Help me! I don't want to die! As more and more people lost their ability to escape, they finally realized that the Su Ming in front of them wasn't as easy to talk to as Lu Ling. However, it was too late. Under Su Ming's precise shooting, none of these people who had come to protest escaped the bullets and fell to the ground, losing their ability to escape. Of course, many of these people chose to utilize their arms for crawling after being shot in the legs. And for this kind of behavior from them, Su Ming would thoughtfully shoot bullets into their arms. Well, next it's time to practice your guts. After putting the M4 in his hand back into the system space, Su Ming directly called out all 12 people who were training in the training camp. Mr. Su, what are you? Seeing that there were people everywhere under the fence who were constantly struggling and writhing in pools of blood, they couldn't help but be puzzled in their minds. Many of you should have never killed anyone before, right? I'll give you guys some practice today. With a wave of his hand, Su Ming directly pulled out 12 daggers from the system's space and levitated them in front of the 12 people. Take one each and go down there and kill all these people, without using your superpowers in the process. This Su Ming's order made them feel a bit incredulous. As Su Ming had said, although they were survivors, it was true that no one in the small county had experience in killing. And this time, Su Ming had also forbidden them to use their supernatural abilities. You know, killing with a knife and killing with superpowers are 2 different concepts. Especially when it's inserted into a human body, you'll see the man's eyes deadpan, his breathing going from ragged to weak to nothing in its entirety. What? If you don't have this much guts, then don't hang out with me. Seeing the faces of the 12 people in front of him reveal a look of difficulty, Su Ming did not intend to give them a chance to hesitate. He didn't want to keep this bunch of softies moping around in his own sanctuary, even with their superpowers. I'll go! What Su Ming did not expect was that the first one to reach out for a knife was actually Ling Qiao. I'm going too! With Ling Qiao taking the lead, the remaining 11 people picked up the daggers suspended in front of themselves, followed by jumping off the city wall toward the direction of those dying people. Chapter 133, Peace Talks. Lu Ling, female soil, isn't your great summer kingdom going to take responsibility for what happened? That's right. In the beginning it was you who promised that the Grand Xia Society would harbor us, and that's why we chose to come here. My nationals are now coming to question me, so I expect a solution from you as soon as possible. Facing a crowd of questioning, Lu Ling, who was sitting in the conference room, felt her head spinning at this time. She never thought that this Su Ming would be so heartless that he would actually slaughter all of the people who had gone to his refuge to protest. Moreover, according to the information that had been sent back, Su Ming's sanctuary still had 12 superpowers. listening to the group of representatives from various countries in front of her constantly questioning herself in the conference room, Lu Ling couldn't wait to grab Su Ming and cut him up into 1,000 pieces. Guys! Lu Ling violently stood up from her chair and looked at the agitated representatives of the countries in front of her. I understand the pain in your hearts, and I really didn't expect this to happen. Don't say you didn't think of it, just say what to do now. Yeah. What are you going to do with that, Su Ming? Hearing the questioning, Lu Ling forced down the fire within herself and said, I will immediately make a global broadcast, strongly condemning this inhumane behavior of Su Ming, and listing Su Ming as an enemy of our Blue Star Alliance. Is that all there is? Aren't you going to conduct a military operation against that Su Ming, Lu Ling Female Earth? That's right, you Daxia people just know how to condemn. What good can condemnation do? Facing the accusations from the representatives of various countries in the conference room, Lu Ling's fists were tightly clenched, and at this time her heart was aggrieved. However, Lu Ling blamed Su Ming for all of this. But what could she do now but condemn? In the entire base, there were only about 20 tanks that could be utilized, and there were even only 3 fighters, all of which were reserved to deal with Eden. Everyone listen to me first. Secretary General Lu. Just as Lu Ling was planning to open her mouth to pacify the representatives of the various countries, the door to the conference room was violently pushed open from the outside. For a while, the crusades of the representatives of the various countries against Lu Ling came to an abrupt end, and their gazes looked towards the direction of the conference room door. What's going on? When she saw that the person who barged in was her own secretary, Lu Ling put on a disgruntled look on the surface, even though she was inwardly delighted. We're in the middle of a meeting, why are you barging right in? Can't we finish the meeting if there's something going on? Lu Ling chided while quietly winking at the secretary. The secretary, who was a human savant, naturally understood after seeing Lu Ling's expression. Only he didn't barge in to relieve Lu Ling, but he did have something important to report. I'm sorry, Secretary General Lu, I do have something urgent to report to you. So tell me what's going on, then? Hearing the secretary's words, Lu Ling couldn't help but also be very puzzled as to what exactly he had to report in such a hurry. It's Eden. Eden has agreed to make peace with us. Really? Upon hearing this news, Lu Ling couldn't believe what she had heard. It's true. Just now Eden's Asian head Caesar personally called and said that he won't be purging the remaining survivors in the future, but at the same time, he also demanded that in the future, we in the Blue Star Alliance have to listen to Eden's dispatches. 2. Great! Faced with the news that Eden had agreed to peace talks, Lu Ling was so excited that she could not even stand up a little. After easing her self-inflicted excitement, her gaze went to the representatives of the countries in the conference room. And at that moment, the representatives of various countries, after learning this exciting news, one by one, their faces were also overflowing with joy. Everyone, our Blue Star Alliance's efforts have not been in vain, and now our enemy will only be Su Ming. Hearing Lu Ling's words, the representatives of the countries in the conference room quieted down. Since Eden had already agreed to peace talks, Su Ming was destined to be an isolated and helpless existence. Everyone, now let's discuss how to deal with Su Ming. Su Ming, what will you choose this time? After putting down the glass of red wine in his hand, Caesar lazily picked up the Art of War, which was placed aside, and flipped through it. Ever since the last time he had escaped Su Ming's refuge, Caesar had stopped indulging in alcohol and sex as usual, and instead had honestly upgraded his various abilities. At the same time, after seeing the horror of Su Ming's sanctuary, Caesar knew that a large-scale attack was only depleting Eden's resources. He wouldn't be as foolish as the last Cardinal Byron, wasting so much manpower and powerlessness to attack Su Ming's impenetrable sanctuary. What he's trying to do, on the other hand, is psychologically break down his opponents. Although he currently couldn't find the location of Su Ming's refuge, he had ordered his men to use satellites to conduct real-time monitoring of the Blue Star Alliance's base. According to the footage coming from the satellite, a large group of people left the Blue Star Alliance's base yesterday and didn't return until today. After putting this information through God's eyes analysis, these people were either taken in by Su Ming or slaughtered by him. Either way, Su Ming's actions had offended the Blue Star Alliance. And the reason why he chose to make peace with the Blue Star Alliance was purely to deal with Su Ming. Caesar was really curious as to how exactly Su Ming, who was a native of the Daxia kingdom, would choose when he encountered the attack of the Daxia kingdom's army. Just as Caesar was studying the book on the art of war in his hands, the communicator sitting on the coffee table rang. Caesar Subcommander, our newly developed Angel 1 has been successfully experimented on zombies. The experimental body is currently stable in all values, but for the power of Angel 1 is still not verified. You see this? Oh? Angel 1 has made it? Hearing the report from his men, Caesar did a double take. This Angel 1 was the latest human strengthening agent he had researched after taking charge of Asia West Asia, and now he had finally succeeded in his research. Let me think. After thinking about it for a while, an aura suddenly flashed through Caesar's mind. In that case, send the zombies injected with Angel 1 to the Blue Star Alliance, and let them do the experiment for us. Yes. Well, I'll leave the matter to you to arrange. After ending the call, Caesar once again picked up the copy of The Art of War and read it carefully. Chapter 134: Strong Condemnation of Each Other. After docking with the representative sent by Eden, Lu Ling's hanging heart was completely put down. In fact, at first, after getting the news that Eden had agreed to peace talks, she actually wasn't too sure. You know, Eden is the organization that started the zombie crisis in all of Blue Star. Such a horrible organization. If it really attacked the base with all its might, Lu Ling really didn't know how long the little weapons in the self-base would be able to hold out. However, just a moment ago, the representative from Eden actually handed over their newly developed Angel 1 walker to the Blue Star Alliance. Lu Female Earth, our Eden Garden is definitely for your sake. This is our latest zombie weapon we have researched, so you won't have to worry about the safety of the base in the future. When she recalled these words from Eden's representative at the negotiation table just now, the corners of Lu Ling's mouth couldn't help but turn up. Looking at the 3 containers on the truck, Lu Ling also had the backbone to confront Su Ming at this time. However, Lu Ling still intended to insist on peace, hoping that she would be able to do so without a fight. Although she had heard a little about Su Ming's deeds before, how long ago was this? Times are moving on and Eden is advancing by leaps and bounds. Based on the data given by Eden's representative just now, Lu Ling felt that she was completely capable of stepping on Su Ming's sanctuary through the 9 Angel 1s in the container. Literally, you draft a statement about strongly condemning the statement about Su Ming's lack of humanity, and make sure to do it forcefully. We must let Su Ming know that we are capable of stepping on his sanctuary, only willing to give him a chance in the hope that he will come forward to be judged by our Blue Star Alliance as soon as possible. Don't worry, Secretary General Lu, I'll bring the first draft to you right away this afternoon. Regarding this inhumane act against Mr. Su Ming, I strongly condemn Mr. Su Ming on behalf of the Blue Star Alliance. Blue Star is owned by all humans, and the resources on Blue Star are owned by all humans. But Su Ming went on a rampage and killed the parade that our Blue Star Alliance went to protest against, and threw their corpses directly into the wilderness. Here, I hope Su Ming will recognize his mistake as soon as possible and unconditionally open his sanctuary to the survivors of the Blue Star Alliance, and accept our judgment. Ha! After hearing this segment of the global broadcast from the Blue Star Alliance, Su Ming couldn't help but be speechless. He really didn't understand how this Lu Ling dared. In the meantime, the Blue Star Alliance has had a friendly meeting with the representative party of the Garden of Eden, and both sides have reached an agreement regarding the future destiny of mankind. The Secretary General of the Blue Star Alliance, Ms. Lu Ling, highly endorsed the views of the Eden side on the future destiny of mankind, and with regard to the destiny of mankind in the future, she emphasized that the willingness of the Eden side to comply with the Blue Star Alliance for reconciliation is a very big-picture viewpoint, which fully embodies the importance of human civilization. In the future, the two parties will work hand in hand to build a better Blue Star. After hearing this section of the broadcast, Su Ming, who was originally still extremely puzzled, instantly came to a sudden realization. No wonder this Lu Ling dared to be so hard with self-put hard words. The whole half is to hold on the thigh. Good Lord, what kind of people are around this Lu Ling? Obviously, this Garden of Eden was the culprit that led to the zombie outbreak, but now it seems to be the hope of all mankind. And what about her, Lu Ling? Obviously a bully and a tough guy, but he transformed into a savior who saved the survivors in the Blue Star Alliance. I have to say, the speech was really quite well written. And this time, all the spearheads were still aimed at Self at once. Ugh! Looks like I'll need the whole speech to get it right too. Although Su Ming hadn't learned the exact format of a speech, he was still very happy to participate in this kind of game. Anyway, Self was idle, so he might as well try this kind of spaced-out quarreling game. After pondering for 2 hours, a speech that had gone through countless revisions was also placed on Su Ming's desktop. With the help of the system, Su Ming easily invaded the broadcasting system within the Blue Star Alliance base. Hello everyone, I am the Luling Mouth No Humanitarian Su Ming. For the actions of the other day, I do not think that its own behavior has any improper. On the contrary, that called Luling is the real bullying soft masters. Now that the zombie outbreak has exceeded 1 year, Eden, the culprit of this disaster, has not only not been sanctioned, but on the contrary, it has become the Blue Star Alliance's. Hurry up and turn the damn radio off! In the face of Luling's anxious urging, the secretary at the side couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. No, our base's systems have been compromised and we can't stop it no matter what. This damn Su Ming. In the face of the broadcast that resounded throughout the entire base, Luling's face turned green with anger. Doesn't she realize that Eden is to blame for this disaster? But what can the Blue Star Alliance do now? The fact that People's Eden agreed to peace talks now was already the biggest concession. But what about this Su Ming? Instead of reviewing his own inhumane acts, he used such despicable means to undermine the peace talks between the two sides. You know that there are still experts sent from Eden's side in the base now. Once peace broke down because of this matter, then he, Su Ming, would be the biggest offender. Moreover, Luling had always believed that the Great Summer should have the bearing of a great nation, and should lend a helping hand to the survivors of those small nations struggling on the brink of life and death. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. It was a truth she had always believed in. But what about this Su Ming? Even if he was selfish and self-serving, he actually incited the rest of the survivors in the base through such means. In this regard, I only strongly condemn Luling's treasonous and traitorous behavior on behalf of myself. If you don't agree with me, come to my sanctuary and find me. With my words out of the way, I hope that the people of Dexia in the base will not fall under the spell of Luling, the traitor. Thank you all. This Su Ming actually dares to say that I compel others. Hearing Su Ming actually call Self a traitor and sell out, Luling completely couldn't help herself. She jerked to her feet and looked straight at the secretary who was standing aside. Mobilize all the troops within our base immediately and set out early tomorrow morning. I'm going to completely wipe out his sanctuary. In response to Su Ming's provocation, Luling knew that she had to make a move. If Eden's view of the Blue Star Alliance was affected because of Su Ming's personal behavior, the consequences would be unimaginable. I'll go arrange it right away. Wait. Before the secretary could run out of the office, Luling's anxious voice once again came from behind her. Take the angel one that Eden gave us with you. This time we're going to cut off the roots to spite the enemy. Chapter 135 Direct Night Attack. Mr. Su, we've received notification on our side that Luling will personally bring an army to deal with you early tomorrow morning. Oh? Really? So are you coming? Facing the phone call from Fan Ziyuan, Su Ming still had a cozy, flirtatious face. I didn't want to come, but I couldn't help it. The woman gave me a death order, so I thought I'd bring the captain and the others directly to join you tonight. Sure, I'm always welcome, but I think it's martial law in your base now, right? Can you guys come out? Upon hearing Su Ming ask about this, Fan Ziyuan on the other end of the phone instantly fell silent. Okay, I get it. Seeing Fan Ziyuan's silence, Su Ming naturally knew that they definitely couldn't get out. With an operation of this magnitude, the entire base is sure to be under martial law tonight. Remember to hide far away when you hear the noise tonight, then find your own way out. Hang up! After ending the call, Su Ming walked in the direction of the Blue Star Alliance base. You're Su Ming? Outside the base, the Earth soldier standing guard at the entrance couldn't help but freeze in place when he saw Su Ming slowly walking towards himself. You know me? After hearing the Earth soldier at the door actually call out his own name, Su Ming couldn't help but be stunned. Well, the Earth soldier nodded bitterly and said, Your picture has now been distributed to every Earth soldier. So that's it, I'm kinda popular then. Su Ming nodded with emotion and then asked, "Then you should know what I'm here for, right?" A night attack, huh?" "Right answer." Hearing that Su Ming had really come for a night attack, the few Earth soldiers standing guard cried and laughed. They were all native soldiers of the Great Summer Kingdom, so they naturally knew what had happened in the base today. As for Su Ming, who had appeared in front of them, they didn't know what to do for a moment. "So what are you guys going to do about it?" In the face of Su Ming's inquiry, the officer at the head of the group was silent for a moment, and then he made way. "Mr. Su, please come inside." Under the cover of the Earth soldiers standing guard, Su Ming easily entered within the base. Su Ming's purpose was very clear, and that was to turn the entire base upside down. Jingle bells! Before he could walk to the elevator that led to the underground, Su Ming heard the sound of an alarm that resounded throughout the entire base. "Yo, were you found out so soon?" Regarding the matter of self being discovered so quickly, Su Ming naturally didn't feel any surprise. This Lu Ling has added many foreign survivors as native soldiers to the army in order to maintain her own position. Looking at the army that surrounded towards himself in front of him, Su Ming didn't stop his own steps, but instead walked towards the direction of the elevator on his own. Bang, bang, bang. Without any warning, the army directly rushed in Su Ming's direction and then directly opened fire. Facing the dense rain of gunfire, this time Su Ming chose to directly carry it hard. Su Ming, who possessed a body of steel, had bullets hitting his body as if he were scratching an itch. However, what made Su Ming more embarrassed was that even though he possessed his own body of steel, the clothes and pants on his body did not. Soon the upper half of his body was shredded by bullets. Looking at his own naked upper body, Su Ming couldn't help but be somewhat speechless. He really should see if there were any clothes in the Points Mall that would fit self-steel body. To the group of Earth soldiers in front of him that kept firing at himself, Su Ming was not polite this time either. He pulled out a Gatling from the system space and took a direct shot at those Earth soldiers. Under the suppression of Su Ming's firepower, the group of Earth soldiers quickly fell into a pool of blood. Since these Earth soldiers are injected with anti-infection drugs, they don't turn into zombies and crawl back up. After resolving these Earth soldiers who were shooting at self, Su Ming was just about to take the elevator when he heard a sound of an engine running from behind him. "Oh, I'm impressed with this woman." Seeing these armored vehicles and tanks that were constantly being transported up, Su Ming knew that the reason Lu Ling was doing this was because she didn't want self to harm the survivors in the base. And, of course, herself same person. For these tanks and armored vehicles that were transported up, Su Ming directly went up and pulled open their doors, directly pulling out the drivers inside. Tanks and armored vehicles that have lost their drivers become a pile of scrap metal. The pilots, on the other hand, were directly thrown into the air by Su Ming. As to whether or not they would survive, it was up to them. What made Su Ming feel even more surprised was that all of these drivers actually had the faces of foreigners. Looks like the self-same base radio did do quite a bit of good. Rumble. As the elevating platform in the base started up again, 3 containers appeared in front of Su Ming. Eden again? Looking at the symbol on the box that was imprinted with the Garden of Eden pattern, Su Ming also shook his head helplessly. This Lu Ling seems to be determined to go down one road, and actually accepts Eden's zombies. Just then, the loudspeaker located on the outer wall of the base also sounded Lu Ling's voice. "Su Ming, I really didn't expect you to actually dare to come. But this is good, your shelter is at least preserved, and after you die, that shelter will be able to provide for more survivors." Upon hearing these words from Lu Ling, a trace of disdain flashed across Su Ming's face. Facing 9 mutated zombies at the same time, if it was before, Su Ming would really have to weigh the situation. But now that Su Ming possessed a body of steel, he didn't believe that the thing Eden had researched would be able to break through his own flesh. As the 3 containers slowly opened, the zombies inside were also reflected in Su Ming's eyes. I have to say, this time the walkers Eden researched were always somewhat aesthetically pleasing. These zombies were covered in silver armor and had 3 pairs of white wings on their backs. They held huge golden swords in one hand, while the other held a golden round shield. Good lord, it's a 6-winged angel, isn't it? It had to be said that the 9 mutated zombies in front of them were indeed quite good looking. As their huge wings slowly spread out, these 9 zombies also soared directly into the air. In the face of this scene in front of him, Su Ming did not have any hesitation. His legs snapped together and he leapt from the ground, heading straight for one of the angel walkers in the sky. Chapter 136. Huh! It actually dodged it! In the face of Self's attack, this angel zombie didn't choose to carry on with Self like ordinary zombies, but instead utilized the huge wings behind its back to violently change its position in the air. What Su Ming didn't expect was that the angelic zombie, while dodging Su Ming's attack, also swung a sword backhandedly in Su Ming's direction. Good man, this time it's a whole lot better. Re-landing on the ground, Su Ming glanced at his own abdomen, and under the angel zombie's attack, the skin of his abdomen was cut out with a shallow white mark. This was the first time Su Ming's defense had been broken since he had possessed the body of steel. Although there was only a shallow white mark, it had to be said that this time Eden had indeed researched an extraordinary mutated zombie. It does seem like it's time to get serious. After taking a glance at the 9 angelic zombies in the sky, Su Ming adjusted his own strategy. These angelic zombies were able to adjust their position in the air with the help of their wings, but Self couldn't do the same. Since that was the case, it would be better to wait for them to attack from the air towards Self before executing a counterattack. After determining his own strategy, Su Ming walked over to a tank and ripped off the barrel above the turret straight away. Come on! This time I'll see what kind of attacks you birds have! Su Ming carried the barrel of the cannon straight on his own shoulder, and directly compared an international gesture at the angelic zombies in the sky. In the face of Su Ming's provocation on the ground, it was as if these angelic zombies also understood the meaning of this gesture, and one by one, they waved their huge swords and attacked towards Su Ming. As he watched the 9 figures transform into meteors coming from different directions of his own, Su Ming could only use the barrel of the cannon in his own hand to fend off their attacks. Although Su Ming possessed all of the skills of a special forces soldier, there was obviously nothing in those skills about how to use a baguette. Not to mention that what Su Ming had in his hand was still a tank gun barrel that was much longer than his body. Dang! 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 For a time, the giant sword in the angelic zombie's hand and the cannon barrel in Su Ming's hand were constantly colliding. Facing attacks from multiple directions, Su Ming was clearly at a disadvantage. This is not the way to go. While using the cannon barrel in his hand to parry, Su Ming's mind was simultaneously thinking rapidly about countermeasures. However, after thinking about it, Su Ming realized that Self simply didn't have a good way to deal with 9 angelic zombies at the same time. Seeing that there were constantly attacks breaking through the defense and landing on his own body, Su Ming suddenly remembered the scene from when he was a child when he fought with others and was beaten up by a group. The soft ones are afraid of the hard ones, and the hard ones are afraid of the ones who don't want to die. After figuring this out, Su Ming's gaze looked towards the angelic zombie that was closest to Self. Come on then! Only to see Su Ming directly throw away the barrel of the cannon in his hand, and then use his own body to carry down the slashes of that golden giant sword. Clang! The blade of the sword collided with Su Ming's shoulder with a crisp ringing sound. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Ming smoothly tugged on the angelic zombie's arm and leapt forward to directly ride on it. The angel zombie's height was a full 3 meters, and Su Ming just directly grabbed the helmet on its head and let it bring itself up to the sky. Exciting! With the help of the angel zombies flying up into the sky, Su Ming pulled out a Gatling from the system space, and with one hand raised, he rushed at the remaining 8 angel zombies and madly blitzed them. Although these angel zombies did have a notable maneuvering ability in the air, due to the fact that the angel zombie in Su Ming's crotch was constantly shaking its body, this led to the bullets shot out of the Gatling not being able to predict the position at all. And in the face of bullets that could not be positioned predictably, these angelic zombies had more or less taken several rounds. Although these angelic zombies were wearing thick armor on their bodies, Su Ming found that the Gatling bullets were actually able to make a small dent in this armor. After seeing that the Gatling's bullets were actually able to form damage to the armor, Su Ming also let the angelic zombie on his own crotch continuously struggle in the air. It was as if Su Ming had transformed into a large bared flower that constantly flew and rotated in the air, using the Gatling in his hand to continually conduct limited fire output against the remaining 8 angelic zombies. However, the armor on these angelic zombies was clearly not that easy to penetrate, and after emptying 5 Gatling bullets in a row, the armor on their bodies still showed no signs of rupture. Looking at the angelic zombie that was still flying in the air, Su Ming's mind, however, suddenly came up with a bold idea. Salian-san, let me ask you a question. Host. Hey, in that case there's no panic. After receiving Xiao Lian's classmate's reply, Su Ming looked towards the 8 angelic zombies in the sky with a smile on his face. It seemed to have gotten the order from the controller, and the angelic zombie under his crotch suddenly fixed his body in the air and didn't move, while the other 8 angelic zombies were holding huge swords and slashing in Su Ming's direction. Oh? Is this about sacrificing one of them? In the face of this scene before him, there was not the slightest bit of panic in Su Ming's eyes. He slowly extended his right hand to the angelic walker that was closest to himself. In the next second, the angelic zombie disappeared straight into the night sky. Hey! After throwing one angelic zombie into his own system space, he mastered the technique and threw all the remaining 8 angelic zombies into his own system space. Just like that, Su Ming directly resolved the 9 angelic zombies in front of him by virtue of his playfulness. After being thrown into the system space, they stood quietly one by one after losing their target. Done! Without the angelic zombies in the way, no one in the base dared to stop Su Ming's advance anymore. So powerful zombies had been made to disappear by Su Ming, who would dare to go to their deaths. After entering the base, Su Ming casually pulled over a foreign survivor who couldn't escape in time with his spiritual power and asked, "Please ask, where is Lu Ling?" "It's in the 3rd basement." "Then please take me there." Su Ming used his own spiritual power to directly imprison that person, allowing him to act as his own guide. After passing through corridor after corridor, Su Ming kicked open the door in front of him. What Su Ming did not expect was that there was no sign of Lu Ling inside the house, and just as Su Ming was planning to ask the foreign survivor if Lu Ling had any other hiding place, he found that the man actually pulled the grenade hidden in his arms. "Die together! Ha 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 ha!" Along with the man's hideous laughter, the grenade in his arms erupted into a cloud of orange fire. Only, as the fragments from the detonation of the grenade ran towards Su Ming, a transparent wall directly blocked all of these fragments. Ugh! Why bother? In the face of that person's deathly appearance, Su Ming also only directly utilized his spiritual power to blast him into a cloud of blood mist. Chapter 137 Crazy Lu Ling. This Lu Ling actually really intends to be a shrunken-head turtle, Seeing that no trace of Lu Ling could be found in the room, Su Ming naturally knew that this old hag was definitely hiding. However, in the face of the current situation, Su Ming also had his own coping strategy. Since this old hag liked to take on the entire human race so much, let's put her in a dilemma. Looking at the panicked crowd in the base, Su Ming directly utilized his own spiritual power to pull out a foreign survivor from the crowd. "Lu Ling, since you don't want to come out, then don't blame me." After saying that, Su Ming directly blew this person into a bloody mist in front of the crowd of survivors. "You could have just kept hiding." After easily ending that person's life, Su Ming once again grabbed a black man from the survivors. "Anyway, you've taken in quite a few foreign survivors within this base, so we can take our time." Subsequently, that black man also turned into a sky of blood mist and dissipated between this heaven and earth. "Su Ming! This is too cruel of you!" What Su Ming did not expect was that a voice accusing self actually floated out from the crowd. Looking in the direction of the voice, Su Ming realized that the one accusing self was a middle-aged man in a suit. "What? Are you still planning to go after your own countrymen?" It seemed that he had discovered that Su Ming would only lay his hands on survivors from non-Xia countries, and the middle-aged man was full of energy as he questioned Su Ming. "Su Ming, if you really have the ability, you could have used your own superpower to find Secretary General Lu, instead of relying on killing these innocent people to vent your anger. Our great summer country doesn't need someone as cruel as you. You're teaching me how to do things, huh?" Facing the middle-aged man's words, Su Ming grinned at him. "Did I say? Bang!" However, before the middle-aged man could finish his words, his head exploded open, leaving only a headless corpse that kept spurting blood shaking in place. After doing this, Su Ming grabbed another foreign survivor from the group of survivors. "I'm still very democratic as a person, so if you guys have a problem with what I'm doing, you can bring it up." In the next second, the survivor who had been caught out was once again blown into a bloody mist by Su Ming. Yes! Great job! After seeing that 4 people had already died at Su Ming's hands, the crowd of onlookers began to erupt in a burst of enthusiastic cheers and shouts of approval. At this moment, Su Ming's behavior could be said to have truly resolved their heartfelt hatred. Ever since this group of foreign survivors entered the base, each one of them was like a grandpa. Not only do they discriminate against the Daxia nationals on the base, but they also commit crimes on the base based on Lu Ling's so-called good treatment of international friends. Now they are in such a state, and that is entirely self-inflicted. Lu Ling, if you continue to hide like this, I'm afraid that the international friends you've worked so hard to pick up for so long will be slaughtered by me. Mr. Su! I caught one! However, this time, before Su Ming could do anything, he saw 2 people from the Great Summer Country dragging out a black survivor. Oh? You can't! He's a Morgoth! What Su Ming didn't expect was that as the black man was dragged out, he was followed by a fierce-facing woman. Only to see that woman using her own body to protect the black man in death, her gaze looking towards Su Ming, who was standing in place watching the show. Su Ming! You can't be this inhumane! He's not a national of our great Xia country. You don't have any right to deprive him of his life. 6. In the face of this scene in front of him, Su Ming directly waved his hand and blew that man and woman directly into blood mist. It's really a till death do us part cross-species forbidden love. After resolving the 2 people, Su Ming once again looked at the group of survivors in front of him. Mr. Su! Over here! Mr. Su, I got one! Catch this nigger, don't let him get away! At this moment, the survivors of the Great Summer Country had spontaneously formed themselves into volunteers and began to frantically search for the survivors of other countries located within the base. These survivors from other countries have been treated unfairly for too long since they arrived at the base. Now that Su Ming is here, they are naturally willing to contribute their own modest strength. Crazy! It's all crazy! Lu Ling looked at the image that came back from the screen, her eyes filled with disbelief. All along, she had wanted to teach the people of Daxia to know what fraternity was through her own way. Upon seeing that these survivors of the Great Xia Kingdom actually aided and abetted the evil, Lu Ling completely despaired. Such human beings! Is there really any hope? Watching one foreign survivor after another die in Su Ming's hands on the screen, at this moment Lu Ling seemed to understand Eden's bitterness. Perhaps. We deserve to be destroyed. Right. We deserve to be destroyed! Ha 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 ha! A seeping smile appeared at the corner of Lu Ling's mouth as she wobbled to her feet and stumbled towards the command room. Authentication successful. Secretary General Lu, is it confirmed that all commanders except you will be relieved of their authority? Facing the inquiry from the OWL system in the command room, Lu Ling pressed the OK button without hesitation. Su Ming is a devil! At this moment, Lu Ling's face was devoid of any expression, her mouth mumbled the words over and over again, while her heart was filled with determination. Is your personal heart rate tied to the base's self-destruct program? Lu Ling pressed the OK button again. Binding is successful. If the heart rate of Secretary General Lu Ling is detected to have disappeared, the base will automatically initiate the self-destruct procedure. After successfully binding her own heart rate to the self-destruct program in the base, Lu Ling first tidied up her own attire, then slowly pushed open the door of the command room and walked towards Su Ming's position with a firm step. Su Ming! Put down this survivor in your hands! Hearing that voice from behind him that disgusted him to the core, Su Ming couldn't help but twist his head to look. Oh? You're finally willing to come out? After casually slapping the survivor in front of himself into a bloody mist, Su Ming looked at Lu Ling with a smile on his face. Seeing as you're a leader at least, you might as well choose your own decency. Utilizing his own spiritual power, Su Ming threw a knife straight at Lu Ling's feet. Su Ming, do you really think you're winning? Lu Ling glanced at the knife at her own feet and looked at Su Ming with a smile on her face. Do you really think I came to see you without any preparation? Only Lu Ling slowly picked up the knife that was thrown on the ground and weighed it in her own hand. Just now, I've tied my heart rate to the base's self-destruct program, and if you kill me, you'll bury yourself in this 50-meter deep underground. What? After the survivors who had gathered around heard Lu Ling's words, Each one of them immediately stared with wide eyes. She's right. I don't have control of the base anymore. I don't have it anymore either. Lu Ling lifted all our permissions. Run! After receiving the verification of several base officials, the crowd of survivors were no longer in the mood to watch the fun and flocked toward the base's elevator leading to the outside world. Chapter 138: The Sad Man. Dragon System, lock all gates in the base. Facing the crowd that was frantically fleeing towards the outside, Lu Ling straight away utilized the earphones on her ears to give orders to the Dragon Ting system inside the base. Open the door! I don't want to die. Quickly find something to pry open the gate. With all the doors in the base locked by Lu Ling, the crowd instantly fell into a riot. And Lu Ling, who had done all of this, looked at Su Ming with a smile on her face. How about it, Su Ming? Do you still dare to kill me now? Looking at the complacent Lu Ling in front of him, Su Ming sighed helplessly. I have to say, that's really a brilliant move on your part. Su Ming truly didn't expect that this Lu Ling could actually be crazy to such an extent. Crazy enough to get the whole base to come with him. Hearing Su Ming's words, Lu Ling threw the knife she had just held in her own hand back at Su Ming's feet. If that's the case, then Mr. Su, please kill yourself now. Kill yourself? Su Ming smiled and shook his head, pointing to the group of survivors in the distance who were constantly prying the door open. Don't forget that I have mental power. I can completely bind you with my mental power before smashing the door of the base open, and in the process you can only watch, and then I'll kill you at the end when everyone has run out. Mr. Su, you're so naive! In the face of Su Ming's threat, the smile on Lu Ling's face grew more and more complacent. Even if they escape, the final result waiting for them is still death. Without the shelter of this base, these people will only starve to death or become zombie rations. Speaking here, Lu Ling pointed to the knife at Su Ming's feet. Mr. Su, as long as you kill yourself where you are right now, I'll let everyone in this base go. How's that? Alas. Su Ming used his own spiritual power to slowly pick up the knife on the ground, and with a puzzled face, he looked at Lu Ling in front of him. I'm actually really curious. Were your parents or your husband among those people I killed? Why would you choose to sacrifice your own nationals for a few foreigners? Sacrificing self-serving nationals? Facing Su Ming's question, Lu Ling felt as if she had heard a huge joke. Su Ming, you really are a narrow-minded and selfish person. You don't know what it means to be a community of human destiny at all. In your opinion, only people from the Great Xia Kingdom deserve to live in this world, right? At this sudden questioning, Su Ming was speechless. It was said that one should never let a saintly mother hold power, and the Lu Ling in front of her was exactly the kind of person who was saintly to the core. Little Lotus-san, can you crack the dragon system within this base? Sure. Cracking is expected to take 1 minute. Okay, let's get cracking then. We're using the host's cell phone to crack the dragon system, please wait. Seeing the progress bar that was loading on his own phone, Su Ming also redirected his gaze to Lu Ling. I say, Lu Ling, if you're so fraternal, why don't you go blame Eden, the culprit of this zombie outbreak, instead of pointing your finger at me here? Facing Su Ming's question, Lu Ling stammered for half a day. What? Why don't you tell me? That's all history now. It's more important for us humans to live in the present and look to the future. Hearing Lu Ling's reply, Su Ming sort of completely understood what it meant to be a dead duck. All right. Enough of this irrelevant talk. Seeing Su Ming's delay in making a move, Lu Ling directly pulled out the pistol on her waist and aimed it at her own head. I'll give you 10 more seconds to think about it, or I'll sacrifice myself and send you people to hell with me. The dragon system has been cracked and completed, and has automatically unbound the heart rate binding with Lu Ling. The voice of classmate Xiaoyan in his head gave Su Ming an instant boost, while at this time Lu Ling had already started her own countdown. 10! In the face of this scene before him, Su Ming pointed at the gun in Lu Ling's hand. How about I suggest you punch yourself in the heart so your brain can live a little while after the heartbeat is heard and you can still see the whole destruction of the base. Su Ming, do you think I really don't dare to shoot? Su Ming's words made Lu Ling feel extremely insulted. But at the same time, she did feel that Su Ming had a point, and hurriedly aimed the gun in her hand at her own heart. 9! Well, that's right. Seeing that Lu Ling actually really listened to Self's advice, Su Ming nodded in satisfaction. 8. 1. After counting down to the last second, Lu Ling's face was filled with determination. Do you think I really wouldn't dare to sacrifice myself to kill a demon like you? Come to hell with me! With that said, Lu Ling violently pulled the trigger in her hand. Bang! Accompanied by a dull gunshot, the bullet blossomed directly into a reddish flower in Lu Ling's chest. Ahem! Lu Ling, whose heart had been pierced, coughed up blood in large gulps, and her upright body became shaky, but her gaze was filled with the joy of a victor. Ahem! I won! After lying flat on the ground, Lu Ling desperately stared at herself, wanting to see the moment before the base's destruction. Alas! In fact, the dragon system within this base has already been cracked by me, and your death won't trigger the destruction of the base. Seeing that Lu Ling's breathing was getting weaker and weaker, Su Ming couldn't bear to deceive this kind person in front of him. After pulling up the screen that represented the dragon tendency system through his cell phone, Su Ming also hurriedly disliked the screen in front of her eyes. Actually, I just wanted to see how determined you were, but I didn't think you were really that determined. I'm sorry, oh. Lu Ling, whose eyes were getting darker and darker, suddenly had an inexplicable power surging within her body after seeing the picture on her cell phone. With this strength, she sat up violently from the ground, her eyes looking viciously at Su Ming. You will not die! In the face of Su Ming's astonished eyes, Lu Ling only felt a blackness in front of her eyes, and then completely lost consciousness. Ugh! Truly a sad man. Looking at Lu Ling's corpse that had long since lost its vitality, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh as well. In fact, the fact that things have come to this point is also related to Lu Ling's experience. The woman is said to have grown up abroad and has always been heavily influenced by the values over there. And it seems that Lu Ling has marched with that Greta, who is known as the eco-girl. Her values have long since been taken over there. Perhaps in Lu Ling's mind, all she did was for the fraternity in her heart. Chapter 139 Self-Deficiency. With Lu Ling killing herself, the control of the base was once again back in the hands of the captain and the others. As for how to deal with this group of foreign survivors who had fled thousands of miles to come to the great summer country, Su Ming was not involved in the discussion. After all, Su Ming didn't belong to a part of the base, and now that the matter was finished, he should return to his own sanctuary. Looking at the busy crowd within the base, Su Ming glanced at Fan Xingqing by his side. Well? Still planning to come with me? Facing Su Ming's question, Fan Xingqing smiled and shook his head. This time I guess it won't work. I really didn't expect you to get Lu Ling straight to death. Hey, don't talk nonsense. She killed herself. Su Ming directly interrupted Fan Xingqing's words and reminded him with a smile. Be careful of me suing you for slander. There's no way out. It's a mess in this base right now. Need me to stay with the captain and the others. Okay, come visit your daughter at my place when you're free. Su Ming could naturally understand Fan Xingqing's choice. In fact, he kinda regretted, if he had known this was the outcome, he would not have pushed that Lu Ling to her death. Mr. Su, there are still 2 technical representatives sent over by Eden in the base, you see? Just handle yourselves. Su Ming didn't have the slightest interest in these 2 so-called technical representatives. There were almost a handful of such technicians in the Garden of Eden, and basically he couldn't get any valuable information from them. Well, then you guys go ahead and get busy, and I'll be on my way. Seeing that there were still so many things waiting to be wrapped up within the base, Su Ming didn't intend to stay in the base any longer. After bidding farewell to Fan Xingqing and the others, Su Ming, who had returned to the refuge again, took out one of the angelic zombies in the system's space. Bang! The angel zombie's feet had just landed on the ground when Su Ming directly kicked it directly to the ground in a lightning-fast manner. Before it could get up, it stepped forward and crushed its head. Congratulations to the host for killing the Angel One infected, 10,000 points. This thing is actually worth 10,000 points. After hearing the system beeps ringing out in his head, Su Ming couldn't help but exclaim out in shock as well. All along, the most he had killed of the mutated zombies was only worth 2,000 points. But if you think about it, this angelic zombie was in existence that could cut a shallow white mark on its own skin, which was enough to prove that it was indeed extraordinary. Alright, well at least it's the newest type of mutated zombie developed by Eden, it's normal. After getting one of the angel zombies killed, Su Ming didn't kill all of the remaining 8 zombies again, but instead left them in the system space waiting to be the object of his own practice. Right now Su Ming already possessed nearly 3 million points. Although upgrading a level 9 shelter was indeed more than enough, Su Ming knew that these points absolutely had to be used carefully. Now that the mutated zombies in Eden research were getting stronger and stronger, Su Ming knew that if this went on, Self-Steel Body definitely wouldn't be able to hold out for too long. Maybe the next mutated zombie he encountered would be able to easily break through the defense of his own flesh. Although Su Ming himself was not afraid of being infected by the zombie virus, if he were to face a siege of mutated zombies, his life would still be in danger. Just like the system said, this kind of angelic zombies was called Angel 1, which meant that Eden had the possibility of researching a series of evolved versions such as 2, 3, and so on in the future. And after this battle, Su Ming also clearly understood his own shortcomings. No way. Gotta see if there's something good in this point small before I can. Recalling the scene when Self was surrounded by 9 angelic zombies, Su Ming decisively opened the point small. Martial arts class. Facing the wide array of various martial arts skills in the points mall, Su Ming realized that he had been ignoring the significance of these commodities all along. Originally, Su Ming thought that the caliber of the weapon would determine everything. But now it seems he was very wrong. Eden's ultimate goal in researching these mutant zombies must have been to get these drugs to work on people, and now these mutant zombies being researched are on the verge of having the proven ability to dodge bullets. Su Ming believed that in the near future, the fighting style of this world would most likely turn into spaced-out fights between superpowered people as well as close combat with cold weapons. Forget it, just Wing Chun! After thinking about it again and again, Su Ming finally decided to practice Wing Chun first. The main reason why he chose to practice boxing was that the weapons in the points mall that were handy were just too expensive. A system-enhanced red-tasseled spear would require 2 million points. Although Su Ming knew that this red-tasseled gun would definitely be able to play a huge role in facing those mutated zombies, but currently, the mutated zombies were after all a minority, and most of them were still those ordinary zombies that had been strengthened by the rain. Wing Chun was a different story. This kind of close and short punch combined with Su Ming's steel body had a huge advantage when dealing with those mutated zombies. All the moves of Wing Chun have been sent to the host, please practice diligently. As the system sounded a beep, Su Ming also felt the entirety of Wing Chun fist stances being crammed into his own mind. Well, it's only fair to take one for practice first. Su Ming moved his own arm, then took out an angel walker from the system space. Before it could react, it quickly pulled all the wings off its back. Roar! The angelic zombie that suffered pain hurriedly climbed up from the ground, and after seeing that the person in front of him was none other than Su Ming, this angelic zombie also slowly drew its own golden giant sword. Sure enough, the commands in this zombie's head are already set. Faced with this scene in front of him, Su Ming was also considered to have completely verified his own guesses. These mutant zombies are just like Self's mechanical Earth soldiers, equipped with semi-intelligent systems. Unless human intervention is made, they will simply mechanically fulfill the tasks given to them by their manipulators. Roar! Looking at the angelic zombie with a broken wing holding a huge sword and slashing towards himself, Su Ming also set up his stance without any panic. Wing Chun Su Ming. I was really careless. I can't believe I didn't flash. After 1 hour, Su Ming dejectedly threw the angelic zombie back into the system space. Looking at his upper body, which had been scratched with hundreds of white marks, Su Ming helplessly revealed a bitter smile. To apply the boxing techniques in one's head to actual combat, one really needs to practice constantly over a long period of time. When he had just exchanged blows with the angelic zombie, Su Ming then realized how naive his initial thoughts had been. Go on! After drinking a cup of ice Americana to relieve his exhaustion, Su Ming also released that angelic zombie once again. Chapter 140, Departure from the Country. For the next month, Su Ming used these 8 angelic zombies to practice his Wing Chun while moving around looking for zombies to brush up his points. But what Su Ming found surprising was that he never encountered any more members of the Garden of Eden during this period. Both the Institute and the base were all empty. What made Su Ming feel even more surprised was that Fan Xingqing's side was exactly the same as what he had encountered. Have they all suddenly disappeared? Regarding this current situation, Su Ming didn't feel that there was anything to be thankful for. Instead, he felt that Eden was brewing an even greater conspiracy. An organization that wanted to rule Blue Star couldn't possibly change their original intention just because Self appeared. Forget it. Or else just go out of the country to find them. Thinking about it, Su Ming finally decided to leave the country on his own to look for the existence of the Garden of Eden. After considering his own appearance, Su Ming decided to set his first stop abroad in Goryeo. For this country, before the zombie outbreak, it was the little brother of the M country. Su Ming guessed that this Goryeo kingdom is now estimated to be similar, and must still be the godson of Eden. However, this time, Su Ming did not intend to bring his own refuge forward. During this month, Su Ming once again found 50 survivors from all over the Great Summer Country. Now under the leadership of Wang Hao and the others, the new batch of survivors had begun the first stage of physical training. Anyway, Su Ming, who possessed the refuge system, could learn about the state of the refuge at any time, and even if they were thousands of miles apart, as long as Su Ming moved his mind, he could take the refuge back into his own system space. Uncle Su, are you going out? Can you take me with you? Looking at Fan Xingqing's aggrieved little face, a gentle smile appeared on Su Ming's face. I am going out to do business. It is inconvenient to take you with me. When I am not there, you have to help Uncle Su with Chubby to take good care of the house. Oh. Su Ming took a look at Chubby on the side and had to say that this panda was indeed unique enough. Since the last time he ate the bones of those angel walkers, this guy has grown a whole lot bigger. I said, Chubby, stay well with little Xingqing while I'm gone, okay? Hey, don't worry, boss. In the face of Su Ming's reminder, Fatty waved his own thick bare paw. Just those little caramels in your shelter won't make much of a dent. Fatty's words left Su Ming somewhat speechless, but Su Ming was still relieved about the strength of these two. Fan Xingqing's own superpowers had already reached grade A, and in terms of speed it was no less than Su Ming. Although Fatty's strength could not be tested through the training camp, Su Ming knew that Fatty's strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Su Ming had once tested that this fat man was fully capable of carrying a punch of 50% of his own strength. Well, I'm off. After settling everything down, Su Ming also left the refuge and headed in the direction of the national border. Uncle Su is gone. After seeing Su Ming's departing back through the monitor, Fan Xingqing immediately took out her own small whip and rode Fatty to the door of the warehouse where the slaves were kept. Nice one. That's quite a little witch. Su Ming, who possessed the sanctuary system, naturally knew that Fan Xingqing had opened the door to the warehouse not long after Self had left. Forget it. The big deal is that we'll just catch it again. Originally, Su Ming wanted to remind Fan Xingqing through the air so that she wouldn't go too far, but then he thought that it would be better to let this little girl play on her own. For those slaves held in the warehouse, Su Ming had never treated them as people. After crossing the national border, Su Ming had also completely set foot on the territory of the Goryeo kingdom. It seems that this northern kingdom of Goryeo no longer exists. After passing through a forest and looking at the city that came into view at the bottom of the mountain, Su Ming knew that this place had become Eden's springboard for advancement. That city had been completely transformed into an impenetrable military base that not only boasted a 10-meter-high fence, but was also surrounded by helicopters and armored vehicle patrols. Hearing the warning voice from behind him telling him not to move, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a little helpless. In fact, just now Su Ming had already discovered these people hiding in the depths of the forest, originally thinking that they were nothing more than ordinary survivors, but now it seemed that this was not the case. I am a native of the Great Summer Kingdom, and I come here with no ill intent. Su Ming, who possessed all the skills of a special forces soldier, was naturally not a problem when it came to language. Why are the Daxia people here? Facing the inquiry of the man behind him, Su Ming was just about to twist over when he once again heard a sound of no movement. I'm here to see Eden. I have a bit of a problem with them that needs to be dealt with. Search him first. After hearing Su Ming's words, the man behind him first ordered his own men to come forward and search him. Watching the two people in simple ghillie suits groping up and down on Self, Su Ming just couldn't take it anymore. I said, are you guys done? After utilizing his spiritual power to directly fix all of the people around himself, Su Ming directly pulled out a Gatling from the system space and pushed the barrel of the gun directly against the stomach of one of them. Now it's my turn to ask you. Who are you people? You shoot me. Right. We northern soldiers have never been afraid of death. Nor will we betray our own country. Although these people were controlled by Su Ming and could not move in place, their eyes were filled with determination. You are soldiers from the north? Su Ming never expected that these people in front of him were actually soldiers from the northern kingdom. Originally, I thought that this Eden had already slaughtered all the rebels in the northern kingdom of Goryeo, but now it seems that they still missed a lot of targets. So what if it is? Seeing the look of those people in front of him who would rather die than give in, Su Ming also cried and laughed as he released them. Since you are soldiers from the north, we are not enemies. I came here to look for the Garden of Aden to take revenge, and I didn't expect to find it so easily. You're going to go straight to them for revenge like that? Where's your backup force? Although they knew that the man in front of them was a superpower, the several northern soldiers still didn't believe that Su Ming alone could single-handedly take on an entire military base. A reserve force? Facing the northern soldiers' question, Su Ming smiled and shook his head, saying, I don't need any reserve troops. What about the battle plan? The battle plan is backwards. Seeing the North Country soldier ask about this, Su Ming pointed to the base at the bottom of the mountain. Charge in first, then I'll beat whoever beats me. Chapter 141 The Zombie Who Doesn't Speak of Martial Virtue. No, you do this. Captain, stop talking. Another Northlander soldier interrupted the captain straight away and pointed to the base at the bottom of the hill. That Daxamite has rushed down. Woohoo! Su Ming, who had rushed down the mountain, looked at this Eden Garden base that stood in front of him, and with a single punch, he directly blasted open the base's thick door. Dropping. Hearing the ear-piercing sirens ringing throughout the entire base, Su Ming's entire body became even more excited. Hey! Facing the helicopters in the sky that kept firing at him, Su Ming directly swung the armored car on the side into the air. Boom! The helicopter that couldn't dodge in time collided directly with the armored vehicle, and a brilliant firework blossomed directly in the sky above the base. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Su Ming's sudden appearance caused instant chaos within the base. Fire! Free fire! A large number of Earth soldiers rushed out from the base, and they pulled the trigger when they rushed in Su Ming's direction. Dang! The dense bullets hit Su Ming's body, but they couldn't cause any damage at all. Looking at the Earth soldiers in front of him, Su Ming straight away took out his Gatling from the system space and directly shot at them. This man is not afraid of bullets. Quickly fire! No way! The armored cars are being thrown up into the air by him. Run! This man is the devil! It is said that a soldier's defeat is like a mountain falling. After realizing that the means available to them could not cause any harm to the man in front of them, they without exception chose to abandon their guns and run away. Facing this scene in front of him, Su Ming couldn't help but feel some emotion within his heart. It was easy to tell from the attire on these men that they were all native soldiers of the Goryeo kingdom. One has to admit that the escape culture of their old ancestors has been passed down to them perfectly. There were even some Earth soldiers who clearly had the physique of an ordinary person, but when fleeing for their lives Su Ming realized that their speed was not inferior to those sprinting champions at all. If you run, you run. Facing a crowd of people scattering and fleeing, Su Ming was also too lazy to bother with these shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and walked straight towards the buildings within the base. Boom! After blasting open one of the doors with his fist, Su Ming began to search through the building. To his dismay, the building only seemed to be responsible for holding walkers. Looking at the zombies that were locked in the iron cage, Su Ming once again pulled out his assault rifle from within the system's space and directly ended the lives of these zombies. Nice one. Is this base so crotch-pulling? After rummaging through the entire base inside and out, Su Ming simply did not find any valuable clues. Even the zombies that were locked up in the iron cage were just the most ordinary kind of zombies. This is so not fun. Just as Su Ming was planning to leave, he realized that 2 helicopters suddenly flew over his own head. Is this an attempt to escape? only to see Su Ming leap, his entire body running straight towards the direction of the helicopter. After yanking on the helicopter's kickstand with his hand, Su Ming didn't rush out to shoot the two helicopters down, but instead allowed them to carry himself away. However, Su Ming's behavior was soon discovered by the pilot of the other helicopter, and after making contact through the radio, the helicopter that Su Ming was in began to make all sorts of difficult maneuvers in the air. Good lord, this is trying to throw me off. However, for Su Ming, who possessed a body of steel, the helicopter couldn't help Su Ming at all. After a dozen unsuccessful attempts, the helicopter's pilot knew it was futile to do so. After contacting the nearby base via radio to make preparations, he led Su Ming straight to that base. Looks like this guy is finally getting the hang of it. Su Ming, who was sitting on the tripod, watched as the helicopter began to slowly fly towards the front, naturally knowing what was going to greet him next. However, he was unconcerned. Currently no one was able to break through his steel body. If this helicopter could actually take him to a base with clerics, then he could still gather some intel. After flying for about an hour, Su Ming also finally saw another Eden's base appear below. Well, I'll just walk the rest of the way on my own. Utilizing his own spiritual power, Su Ming directly destroyed the propellers of the two helicopters, and then leapt forward to land on the ground again. Glancing at the two helicopters in the sky that kept falling, Su Ming continued to walk in the direction of the other base. Boom! After blasting open the gates of the base, Su Ming once again utilized his own steel body to turn the entire base upside down. And unlike the first base, this one was clearly prepared for Self's presence. Rumble! Only to see a container located in the open space of the base slowly open, from which three mutated zombies dressed in Taoist uniforms walked out. Taekwondo, huh? Looking at the three of them in that bouncing posture, Su Ming guessed the direction of the mutation of these three zombies. At first glance they are learned from the east. Only Su Ming was really curious, did this kind of zombie wearing a Taekwondo suit really have any value in actual combat? Roar! Seemingly sensing the disdain on Su Ming's face, the three Taekwondo zombies roared angrily and sped in Su Ming's direction. Ha! Only to see those three Taekwondo zombies shouting angrily in unison, but utilizing different leg techniques to attack in Su Ming's direction. 6. Facing these three zombies, Su Ming directly used his bound hand to directly topple the zombie that flew and kicked over. As for the other two zombies, Su Ming first utilized his staggered hand punch to directly smash the head of one of them, and then turned around and stabbed the other zombie's head directly through with a marking finger. Roar! The zombie that was toppled just now couldn't help but roar once again after climbing up and realizing that only Self was left on the battlefield, and then assumed a fighting stance. Come on! Seeing that this zombie actually had time to pose here, Su Ming also hooked his finger at it. Ha! Seeing that the human in front of him actually provoked himself once again, this zombie once again charged towards Su Ming's direction. However, what Su Ming didn't expect was that just as this zombie used the flying kick again, it actually pulled out a grenade from its road suit and threw it at Self. I go still! Facing this scene in front of him, Su Ming was confused. Is the idea that the Goryeo nation is not about martial virtues etched in its bones? How does this turn into a zombie and still use such a damaging trick? I really did overestimate you guys. Su Ming directly held the grenade in his hand and let it explode in his own hand. And that zombie actually slowly retreated towards the back after seeing this scene in front of him. I'm going? You still want to run? Su Ming caught up with this fleeing zombie and went forward to directly break its limbs. Looking at its writhing appearance on the ground, Su Ming straight away pulled out his pistol and shot it into a sieve. That's what happens when you don't talk about martial arts. Chapter 142 Caesar's Thoughts. Sub-Commander Caesar! Something big is going on. I said, can you be more composed? Seeing his own men rush into the office, Caesar frowned and slowly put down the art of war in his hands. You can talk calmly about anything, don't be so flustered. Su Ming. Su Ming ran away to Goryeo Kingdom? Oh? You were able to determine that? Upon hearing that Su Ming had appeared in the Goryeo Kingdom, Caesar couldn't help but stare. I don't know, but according to the report from the Goryeo side and the photos taken by the satellite, that intruder is not only invulnerable to knives and guns, but also possesses the ability to smash the gate of the base with a single punch. Then it does seem to be Su Ming without a doubt. But shouldn't he have stayed in the Great Summer Country to deal with that mess? There was no doubt that Su Ming's sudden appearance had caught Caesar a little off guard. According to Caesar's previous thoughts, as long as all of the Eden branches in the Great Summer Country were withdrawn, Su Ming wouldn't go looking for trouble for himself for the time being. When the drugs Eden research matured, they could make another comeback. But now what? This Su Ming not only didn't stay behind to rebuild the Great Summer Country after the disaster, but instead chased him out of the country. Alas! So how's it going over there in Goryeo? Regarding Su Ming's sudden appearance in Goryeo, although Caesar didn't hold any hope for the base over there, he still asked his own men with a sense of luck. The Goryeo sighed. Has all fallen? Heh. Sure enough. After hearing that the bases in Goryeo had all been destroyed, Caesar sneered. Those people have nothing to do but love to put some kind of self-destruct device on the zombies, and they also want to use the zombies to publicize their country's taekwondo, so if they fall, they fall. That? Anything else to say? Seeing that his own men were about to speak, Caesar looked up slowly. Father Li Sanghyun and Father Li Bujin, who are in charge of the management of the Goryeo Kingdom, managed to escape from the Goryeo Kingdom by chance, and the two of them are currently on their way to the nearest branch in the east. Order the Eastern Division to directly shoot down the airplane they were traveling in. There's no use keeping such trash around. Caesar's tone was very flat, slowly lifting the glass of red wine on the coffee table and taking a sip. Communicate the honorable deeds of these two priests to all the Eden chapters in all the countries of Asiatic Asia, so that they will know that this is what happens when you neglect your duties. Yes. After hearing Caesar's order, the henchman couldn't help but mourn in his heart for the priests of the various countries. If one wanted to stop Su Ming, the difficulty could be compared to reaching the sky. Okay, you can go down now. After holding his men back, Caesar couldn't help but sigh. Right now Su Ming's behavior was really something that he hadn't expected, but it turned out that this kid had made it so that the entire Eden branch of Asia in Asia couldn't do anything about him. Even the Angel One Walker that Caesar had personally supervised the production of was easily taken care of by this kid. Spatial ability, mental power, and that sword impenetrable flesh. The moment he thought of the abilities that Su Ming himself possessed, Caesar felt his own head spin. It seems that's as good as it gets. After some thought, Caesar finally took out his communicator. Bishop Mike, do you have any kind of mature technology on your side? I do have some difficulties on my side and need your support. Bishop Charles, does the continent you are in charge of have any drugs that can deal with space-based supernatural abilities? I need your help on my side. Bishop Sewell, yes. After sending messages of help to the cardinals of 5 continents in a row, Caesar also lay down on the couch in exhaustion. It was his last resort. It is important to realize that every cardinal in the Garden of Eden held a high position, and was usually in a state where no one defied anyone. Caesar naturally knew that it was very humiliating for him to do so, but compared to his own life, this amount of face was really nothing. What he's going to do now is drag down all the cardinals on every continent except Antarctica. If any of these cardinals really had the means to deal with Su Ming, then Caesar would only lose some face at most. Besides, Caesar wasn't supposed to be a cardinal, but a sub-commander of the Templar Mounted Clay Regiment. These cardinals wouldn't dare to be so blatant even if they were mocking self. But if those cardinals didn't have a way to deal with Su Ming, then that would prove that it wasn't a problem with self, but that Su Ming was too powerful. If the Pope blamed him later, Caesar would not have to worry about his own head. Life and face, Caesar still chose the former. And by asking for help, Caesar was able to fully understand the progress of the research on each continent, so it was really a double whammy. After sending a request for help to all 5 of those cardinals, Caesar lay back on the couch and quietly waited for their replies. Ding dong! Soon after, a message beep rang out from the communicator in his hand. Sub-Commander Caesar, our northern continent side has indeed researched a mechanical zombie that is not only capable of flying, but also capable of doing bombardment with more than 100 small missiles mounted on its body. If you need it, I'll immediately arrange for my men to transport it to the Locomotive Island in the Great Summer Country. Mechanical zombies? Oh. After hearing that the northern continent side had only researched that kind of mechanical zombie, a trace of disdain immediately flashed across Caesar's face. You know that the most powerful country, M, is located in the northern continent. Caesar really didn't expect that with the help of so much top-notch technology, the northern continent had worked on this flashy contraption. But come to think of it, in that free-shooting M country, the best way for these survivors is indeed to utilize this mechanical zombie in a bombing frenzy. And most of the high-tech entrepreneurs in the M country have become members of Eden, and it's only those at the bottom of the M country that have to be dealt with. Those at the bottom. To be honest, Caesar didn't think it was even necessary to waste time and energy researching too many mutated zombies, directly sending airplanes to airdrop leaves to them. Most of them would be able to smoke themselves to death. Your Excellency Caesar, I am Bishop Sewell, who is in charge of the affairs of Eden in the Grey Continent. We on the Grey Continent side are not currently researching too many human mutated zombies, but we did research quite a few animal mutated zombies, and we even replicated prehistoric creatures with the help of the zombie virus. I'll arrange for my men to load up right away. Dear Bishop Caesar, this is... I really can't thank you enough. As message after message came in, Caesar, lying on the couch, was simply delighted. With the help of these 5 continents, then even if the Pope wanted to order a chastisement, I'm afraid he would have to weigh it. The moody Caesar drained his glass of red wine and glanced at Sun Tzu's The Art of War, which lay beside self. Oh God! I'm really loving this book more and more. Chapter 143, Monster in the Sea. 256,000 points have been deducted. Now start upgrading the shelter, estimated time 3 months. Sure enough. Upon hearing that this refuge upgrade would take 3 months, Su Ming's mouth couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. He chose to leave the country because he was looking for clues about Eden, and because he wanted to draw all of Eden's attention to himself. And taking advantage of this time, Su Ming would be able to raise the refuge to level 9. Once the refuge upgrade is complete, then the next step is to head straight to Eden's headquarters at the South Pole. Technology was always advancing. Su Ming no longer had the desire to play along with Eden any longer. The current him only wanted to end this disaster as soon as possible. Next, it's time to head to the east. Looking at the endless sea in front of him, Su Ming slowly moved himself. During these 2 weeks in Goryeo, he didn't find any valuable information. Right now for Su Ming, it was to find Eden's headquarters in Asia West as soon as possible. So since Goryeo doesn't have one, it's most likely East Japan. As for how to cross the sea, Su Ming thought about it, and chose to use his own speed to step across the sea. Busan was just over 200 kilometers in a straight line from the land of eastern Japan, and this distance was really nothing difficult for Su Ming, who possessed a body of steel. Even if Su Ming was tired of running, he could still use his spiritual power to directly float in the air and rest for a while. Depart! After drinking a cup of ice Americano, Su Ming stepped on the sea and sped towards the east. To Su Ming's surprise, he had just set off not long ago when he felt that there seemed to be something under the surface of the sea that had been following him. Rumble! Before Su Ming could stop, he realized that the waves around himself had violently rolled over. Crap! Facing this scene in front of him, Su Ming hurriedly utilized his spiritual power to pull himself up into the sky, but the next second, a monster with a huge mouth of the abyss appeared above the surface of the sea where he had just stood. Woo-woo! As the monster slowly floated out of the sea, Su Ming was able to completely see the true face of the monster. Only to see the body of this monster is about 3 or 4 soccer fields in general size, its body with octopus-like tentacles, full of blood eyes dead staring at the sky, and the Su Ming issued a burst of hissing. Woo-woo! What a pleasant feeling! This is... After hearing that monster's hissing sound, Su Ming clearly felt his own spirit burst with sleepiness. This is actually a spiritual attack! It was fortunate that Su Ming's mental power was very strong and he didn't fall into a deep sleep just because he heard the sound the monster made. Nice guy, still hypnotized, huh? Su Ming, who had come back to his senses, immediately cried and laughed a little, and after seeing that the monster was just a mortal flesh, Su Ming also pulled out a few grenades from the system space. I'll let you eat! Su Ming directly threw the hand grenade into the monster's abyssal mouth, accompanied by a few dull explosions. The monster's mouth, in addition to a burst of green liquid, flowed out, suppressed no other reaction. Good lord, it doesn't hurt at all, does it? Although he knew that the power of the grenade was limited, Su Ming never expected that this monster would not feel it at all. Woo-woo! The monster once again let out a hissing sound, and before Su Ming could understand what was happening, he saw a column of water coming in his direction. You know quite a lot! Su Ming used his spiritual power to raise his height once again, dodging the attacks of these water columns. But at that moment, Su Ming suddenly felt that something seemed to exist behind self. Bang! Before Su Ming could turn his head to check, the shield that he had condensed with his spiritual power seemed to hit something, and immediately afterward, his entire body rapidly fell towards the sea. Su Ming used his spiritual energy to lift himself up again while checking behind him with his afterglow. What he didn't expect was that what the shield had just hit was actually the monster's huge tentacles. In other words, this monster had already calculated everything, and the previous attack using the water column was only to force Su Ming to adjust his height. And the ultimate goal was for him to crash on top of the tentacles. Awesome! Su Ming, who had pulled his own body up again, couldn't help but admire this monster a little. I have to say, this zombie outbreak was pretty fun. Infected humans have no brains, infected animals grow brains. Well, it's time to send you to hell. After seeing the intelligence of this monster, Su Ming also directly took out a Gatling machine gun. Ta-da-da-da-da. As the barrel of the Gatling machine gun continued to rotate and spew out tongues of fire, the monster that was located above the sea hurriedly used its own tentacles to block in front of its body, attempting to fend off the bullets in such a way. However, although this monster has a very high IQ, its body still can't resist the damage caused by hot weapons. As one tentacle after another was beaten into a sieve, this monster also finally realized that it was impossible for self to be a match for the human in front of him. Woo-woo! The monster once again let out a burst of unwilling roars, and its huge body slowly disappeared into the sea. Good lord, it's finally over! Seeing this scene in front of him, Su Ming couldn't help but helplessly shake his head. Like this kind of huge monster, as long as the disappearance into the sea self will not be able to help it. Although Su Ming possessed a body of steel, the seawater would unload most of his own strength. What's more, this monster was so big, and Su Ming wasn't a biology expert, so who the hell knew where this thing's weaknesses were? But just when Su Ming thought that it was all over, he saw that the body of the monster just now actually scurried out into the sea again. Crap? Seeing that monster running straight towards self, Su Ming didn't have any hesitation this time. He dodged the monster's abyssal maw and aimed a punch at its brain. Dang! With a violent thud, the monster was re-smashed into the sea with a scream. But in the next second, it sprang out of the sea once again. Seeing this monster in front of him whose brain had been smashed and dented by self, Su Ming was really a bit puzzled. Didn't this monster have quite a brain at first? Why are you so headstrong all of a sudden now? However, when Su Ming's gaze looked towards the sea, he suddenly found a huge fish tail sticking out from the sea. Crap? At this moment Su Ming realized that it was not that this monster had an iron head, but that there was another even more terrifying monster hiding in the sea. That monster didn't drill itself out of the sea at all, but was slapped out by the monster that was hiding in the sea. Chapter 144. This is simply a giant coin. I'm sorry I misjudged you. At this moment, Su Ming couldn't help but feel guilty. As he watched the monster being slapped into midair once again, Su Ming didn't strike out to attack it again this time, but instead watched as it fell back to the surface of the sea. Whoa! After being thrown out to sea several times in a row, the monster with tentacles was completely enraged. Only to see it use its own tentacles to quickly adjust its posture in the air, looking like it vowed to fight the monster that had just slapped it out of the sea. Boom! Accompanied by the loud sound of falling water, the two monsters directly followed the writhing into a ball. And that was when Su Ming realized that that other monster seemed to look like a sperm whale. Sperm whales versus king squid, huh? Seeing the battle of the giant beasts taking place in the sea, Su Ming's mind immediately conjured up a story that he had once only seen in a popular science book. Originally, Su Ming was still skeptical about this story, but the scene in front of him completely convinced him that these two species had definitely been feuding for a long time. After all, to be able to fight after being turned into a zombie, That's definitely a memory engraved in your genes. Never mind, it's nice to see a play. As he watched these two behemoths stirring together, Su Ming also took out a bag of potato chips from the system space and crunched on it. Only to see that great king squid zombie utilizing its own tentacles to frantically wrap around the sperm whale zombie. Originally, this move could have blocked the sperm whale's air outlet, thus causing it to suffocate, but the sperm whale that had now turned into a zombie naturally did not need oxygen to sustain itself. It opened its own bloody mouth and frantically tore into the body of the great king squid zombie. The two behemoths burrowed from the surface of the sea into the sea and back out of the sea again, neither one refusing to give in to compromise, vowing to kill the other before giving up. What's this grudge? Su Ming really couldn't understand the two of them. They had turned into zombies and actually didn't stop. Due to the fact that the great king squid zombie had previously received several bullets from Su Ming, coupled with that heavy punch just now, it was also gradually losing ground as time went on. Ugh! Count me as sorry! Seeing this scene in front of him, Su Ming felt bad for that great king squid zombie for a moment. If Self hadn't attacked it earlier, I'm afraid it wouldn't have fallen so quickly. As the sperm whale zombie continued to bite, the body of the great king squid zombie was bitten out with wound after wound. A large amount of green liquid flowed out of these wounds, and in the end, they even dyed the entire surface of the sea a fluorescent green. Eventually, under the sperm whale zombie's multiplying attack, the body of the great king squid zombie began to be slowly dismembered, and eventually floated motionlessly above the surface of the sea. Ow, 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 ow. The victorious sperm whale walkers began to emit one whale call after another, as if celebrating their victory. The end is lost. Seeing that this fight between the giant beasts had ended, Su Ming also planned to continue flying in the direction of the east. But what he didn't expect was that the sperm whale walker didn't seem to intend to let him go. Good lord, is that a favor? Seeing that it had condensed a column of water and shot it towards himself, Su Ming couldn't help but be somewhat speechless. Are all these beasts of the deep that bad-tempered? After dodging the attack of this water column, Su Ming's fire also scurried up. Since this thing doesn't know what it means to be humane, Self will teach it how to be a competent zombie. Give it to the Master Jie! Su Ming once again pulled out his Gatling machine gun and rushed at the sperm whale zombie's body before pulling the trigger. The dense bullets landed on its body as much as they could, but they didn't do any decent damage to it. Nice guy, thick skin. In the face of this scene in front of him, a sudden plan came to Su Ming's mind. Since this sea is also full of zombies, is it possible to use zombie bait bombs for the attack? After having this thought, Su Ming flung a zombie bait bomb directly onto the sperm whale zombie. Boom! As the zombie bait shells burst open, the sperm whale zombies clearly sensed that something was amiss. Well, next you'll be waiting to die. After doing this, Su Ming took out a cup of ice Americano from the system space and slowly savored it. Since this thing was messing with Self, it wouldn't want to be its deep-sea overlord in this ocean. As the sea surface boiled more and more, Su Ming knew that it was the zombie bait bombs that had worked. Ow! Hearing the miserable cries of this sperm whale zombie, Su Ming knew that at this moment there were definitely quite a few fish zombies in the sea tearing at its body. However, what Su Ming didn't expect was that after struggling for a while, this sperm whale zombie actually scurried directly out of the sea. Oh? Trying to get rid of those fish walkers that way. Su Ming was not surprised by this sperm whale zombie's reaction. After all such animal-like zombies have long brains, and it does make sense that they could come up with such a method. However, Su Ming knew that this zombie bait bomb wasn't so easy to wash away. Even if it leaps out of the sea to temporarily escape the zombies' bites, when it burrows into the sea again, those zombies will once again go to tear its body. Waiting to die. Huh! As he watched the sperm whale zombie's body cross the highest point of the parabola, what Su Ming didn't expect was that it actually floated in midair like this. Together with its large and decay-filled body, Su Ming suddenly remembered those web games he had seen before. Is this still a whale? It's like a giant kunai. Ow, 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 ow. With a hiss, the giant kun opened its bloody mouth and flew in Su Ming's direction. Are you serious, big brother? Although Su Ming had indeed encountered quite a few flying zombies before this, at the very least, they had wings that could flap the air around them. But what about this giant kun? Seeing that giant kun that was constantly approaching towards himself, Su Ming could only think of one possibility. This zombie was able to use mental power. Although he didn't quite dare to believe that this was true, there was no way to explain the phenomenon in front of him other than the fact that it could use its spiritual power. Facing the bloody mouth that was close at hand, Su Ming first used his mental power to control his body to retreat quickly, then pulled out the rocket launcher from the system's space, aiming at the zombie in front of him and pressed the trigger. Whoosh! The rocket trailed a long tail flame and flew straight towards the direction of the giant kun. Boom! As a ball of orange flames blossomed out, Su Ming's face didn't have a hint of a smile on it, but instead had a more solemn look. Because he clearly saw that the rocket exploded a meter away from the giant kun. Chapter 145. Showa. Seeing that this giant kun actually used his own spiritual power to block that rocket, Su Ming felt that his own CPU was about to give way to dry burning. To be able to utilize spiritual power to hold up such a huge body meant that this giant kun's spiritual power was already almost as strong as self's. Ow, ow, ow! Facing the giant kun that flew towards him with a roar, Su Ming originally wanted to finish it off directly. But on second thought, instead of wasting its own strength, it should be allowed to plague Eden's eastern branch. Not to mention anything else, just this huge body directly smashing on the ground could kill a bunch of people. Come here, you! After figuring this out, Su Ming directly hooked his finger in the direction of the giant kun and pulled out his pistol to fire several shots at its head. The bullets fired from the pistol were easily blocked by the giant kun with its spiritual power, but Su Ming's behavior did also enrage the giant kun that possessed intelligence. It hissed once more towards the sky, and then flew towards where Su Ming was. Come and get me! One person and one kun so of fleeing and chasing. Under Su Ming's control, the giant kun always feel that they are close to catching up with Su Ming every time, but every time it is just a little bit worse. It's finally here! After seeing the land appear at the end of his own sight, Su Ming couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. His efforts were not in vain after all. As this man and kun got closer and closer to the skies above the land of Eastern Ning, Su Ming was just thinking about what method he should use to divert the target of this giant kun behind him, when he realized that a burst of fire erupted from the base of the Garden of Eden below. Chug chug! After hearing this string of dense anti-aircraft gunfire coming from his ears, Su Ming knew that the next step would not require self to deliberately guide it. I have to say, this Eden base in the east is really quite good at what it does. In the eyes of the base's commander, this giant kun was brought by Su Ming. Therefore, he did not hesitate to give the order to fire at this giant kun. Boom, boom, boom. The dense artillery fire exploded around the giant kun, but they were all blocked by an invisible transparent wall and did not cause substantial damage to the giant kun. Ow! The giant kun that had inexplicably suffered an attack became even more furious. Its gaze was dead set on the Eden base below that was constantly firing, and it seemed to it that the humans in this base were definitely in league with Su Ming. After coming to his conclusion, the giant kun adjusted his target of attack to the base below. After utilizing its huge body and strong spiritual power to destroy the highest level of the buildings within the base, it then set its sights on the stationary cannons on the walls of the city that were constantly firing at it. Rumble! As the giant kun shook its own massive tail, the fixed cannons on the walls were swept to pieces. Hurry up and release the walkers! Damn it! Why is Su Ming also able to use zombies? The group of commanders in the base had their hands full directing, but the fighting strength of this giant kun was too strong. Even though a large number of mutated zombies had been released from the base, however, they were simply unable to break through the mental power shield that the giant kun had condensed. A good base was quickly reduced to rubble under the attack of the giant kun. Good lord, this thing is pretty strong! Su Ming, who had been watching the show from the air, couldn't help but let out an exclamation at this time. It had to be said that the people from this Easting branch really knew what it meant to cooperate, and actually drew all of the giant kun's attention to their own side. With the defeat of the army below, the people in charge of the base were also on board the helicopters specialized for escape to prepare to escape from this place of wrongdoing. However, the sound of the helicopter's engines soon attracted the attention of the giant kunai. It first looked at Su Ming, who was watching from the sky, and then at the helicopter that had fled from in front of it. After some thought, the giant Kun decisively chose that helicopter to chase. Seeing that the giant Kun actually ran after that helicopter, Su Ming couldn't help but cry and laugh a little. I have to say this thing does have a brain, but it really doesn't have much. Perhaps being able to ride in such flying contraptions was a more important key player in its mind. Since the giant Kun had made its own choice, then Su Ming must have given it enough respect. Su Ming just followed this Kun and the airplane from afar, and with the helicopter leading the way, the giant Kun soon discovered the location of the second base. Good lord, this base is finished again. Upon watching the second base choose to rush in the direction of the giant Kun with all of its artillery fire, Su Ming knew what would happen to this base. This time, however, the giant Kun did not intercept all of the cannonballs flying towards self. It's tired. Seeing that there were quite a few cannonballs exploding on the giant Kun's body, Su Ming estimated that this giant Kun's spiritual power had almost bottomed out. Come to think of it, how long has this been floating in the sky? If his spiritual energy was still that abundant, Su Ming felt that in the future, this blue star would be the world of the giant Kun. Ow, 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 ow. The giant Kun hissed towards the sky, and immediately afterward, he controlled his own body to redrill into the sea. However, just when Su Ming thought that this was the end of the matter, the originally calm sea actually churned up huge waves up to tens of meters high. Rumble! As a huge wave lapped above the shore, the water instantly surged into the streets of the town. Those zombies wandering in the streets were directly swept into the seawater, emitting grotesque sounds. The sea soon lapped at the walls of that base, and many zombies were thrown directly into the base. I can't believe it will still attack with the help of seawater. This thing's IQ is really not low. Seeing this scene in front of him, Su Ming could not help but let out a burst of emotion. But it soon proved that he had lamented too soon. Only 3 huge figures were seen leaping out of the sea, running straight at that base. I'll go! This is a messy kanai! These 3 figures looked similar to the giant Kun from earlier, the only difference being that they were not as large as the one from earlier. After flying into the base, the 3 slightly smaller giant Kuns went straight to wreaking havoc inside the base. Along with the collapse of one building after another, the people within this base soon fell into despair. Su Ming, who was floating in the air, just watched as the giant Kuns frantically destroyed the base. Good lord, this is really a million miles away! Just as Su Ming was planning to continue to watch from the sky and reap the benefits, he saw a figure slowly walk out of the base. He only saw that the man was wearing a blue wutu suit and holding an ebony black wutu sword. Facing the giant Kuns that kept destroying them overhead, the man leaped and jumped right in front of one of them. Chapter 146 8 Choppers vs. Samurai Swords. Miso! That person rushed at the giant Kun in front of him and violently swung out the martial earth blade in his hand, and as this blade was swung out, the giant Kun that was originally still alive and kicking in front of him suddenly stood still. Click! Accompanied by a crisp sheathing sound, only that giant Kun's huge body slowly split in 2, falling helplessly towards the base below. Boom! The body of the giant Kun that had been cut in 2 slashed heavily hit the ground with a dull thud. Long live Lord Kuroto! The personnel inside the base cheered after seeing this scene. In the face of the cheers from below, the face of the martial soil known as Lord Kuroto was devoid of any expression. His body crouched and leaned forward slightly, his right hand gripping the hilt of his martial arts earth sword. Miso! As the martial earth blade in Kuroto's hand was swung out once again, the remaining 2 giant Kuns were also directly split into 2. Click! After reinserting the martial earth blade into its sheath, Black Vine's gaze looked towards Su Ming in the sky. Wouldn't your excellency like to come down for a chat? Facing Black Vine's invitation, Su Ming drank the ice Americano in his hand and controlled his own body to slowly fall into the base. If I'm not mistaken, your excellency should be the Su Ming Su-jun who refused Eden's invitation, right? It's me. My name is 13 Kuroto, and I am the administrator of this base, as well as a priest of Eden. Oh. Hearing Black Vine's introduction, Su Ming slowly nodded. Jun Su, since you've come to my territory, then I advise you that you'd better be able to shake hands and make peace with us. There's an old saying in the Grand Xia Kingdom, those who know what's good for the time is good for the people. I believe that you, Jun Su, must understand that there's no good ending in going against us, the Garden of Eden. Huh! Black Vine's words made Su Ming unable to help but be somewhat speechless, now that he had already been in a state of flames with the Garden of Eden, but the Black Vine in front of him actually intended to pull himself into the gang. If Sukun doesn't agree, then I'll have no choice but to initiate a duel of martial arts earth to you. Su Ming didn't even know what to say for a moment, when he heard that Black Vine actually wanted to pull a duel with self. What era is this? How come the eastern side still insists on solving problems in such an ancient way? Although Su Ming felt that this Black Vine's brain circuits were a bit clear, this fellow's strength could not be underestimated. If he didn't have a body of steel, Su Ming really wouldn't have dared to duel with this Black Vine. After all, this was the first time Su Ming had seen someone who was able to condense their spiritual energy into the shape of a blade and thus attack. How about it, Sukuin? What's your choice? In the face of Black Vine's inquiry, Su Ming first exchanged a pair of 8 cutting knives from the system's point small, and then directly took them out in front of Black Vine. So it is. The moment he saw Su Ming pull out his 8 cutting knives, Black Ting realized that he was destined to duel with Su Ming today. During the duel, you are not allowed to attack Su Jun. Hi! After giving orders to all the members of the base, Kuroto also slowly drew his martial earth blade to look at Su Ming in front of him. Sukun, start! As the two of them stood within the open space of the base, Black Vine rushed straight to Su Ming's face and swung towards Su Ming's throat with the martial earth blade in his hand. Facing the blade that was close at hand, Su Ming unhurriedly utilized the 8 chopping blade to make use of Wing Chun's staggered hands to disarm the attack. After pushing the martial earth blade away from his own center line, Su Ming took a step forward to multiply his victory, utilizing the 8 cutting blades to continuously swing left and right alternately at Black Two's throat. Being close to Su Ming, Black Vine was unable to utilize the advantages of the martial earth blade, and could only woefully keep retreating backward in an attempt to pull away. But how could Su Ming give Black Vine this chance? Wing Chun's advantage was close and short strikes, and Su Ming kept using his 8 chopping knives to chase after Kuroto, and just like that, he chased him all the way to the corner of the fence. Clang! Just as Su Ming's blade was about to slice through Black Vine's throat, Black Vine hastily pulled out the rib differential hanging on his waist to ward off this fatal blow, and then turned around and pulled away from Su Ming once again. Sukun is a good fighter! After reinserting the rib differential into the sheath at his waist, Kuroto once again used the martial earth blade to unleash a continuous attack on Su Ming. With the lesson learned just now, this time Black Vine didn't choose to take large strides forward, but instead attacked towards Su Ming while keeping an eye on his footsteps. As long as Su Ming had the intention of getting close, then he would fly backwards. You're not so bad. Su Ming, who had failed to get close several times, couldn't help but praise Black Vine when he saw such a cautious Black Vine. It wasn't hard to tell that this Kuroto Shiro must have been a master swordsman before. It was important to know that Su Ming's Wing Chun fist was redeemed by the system, and it was not a flimsy boxing style like Master Ma's, but a killing technique generated by the system's precise calculations. If it were an ordinary person, they would have fallen under Su Ming's 8 chopping blade at this moment. But the Black Vine in front of him was not only able to quickly find his own advantage, but also able to promptly adjust the rhythm of his own offense. Although Su Ming knew that the martial earth blade in his hand couldn't break Self's steel body, but it was not easy to meet this kind of master-level opponent, so Su Ming naturally intended to take this opportunity to properly hone Self. Sukun, I'm going to get serious next. Hearing Black Vine's words, Su Ming couldn't help but stare. Did the old man play with himself just now? Su Ming was just about to open his mouth to spit, when he saw Kuroto charging towards Self with a sword in his right hand, while his left hand was tightly gripping the rib difference at his waist. It's a double dagger flow, isn't it? Seeing Black Vine's movements, Su Ming instantly realized what was going on. Historically, those who use dual swords with 2 swords generally possess superior strength themselves. Now it seems that this Kuroto is not only a master, but also the master of masters. Only to see the Black Vines cooperating with the rib difference in his left hand, continuously launching wave after wave of attacks towards Su Ming. Once Su Ming tried to get close, he would be blocked by the rib difference in Black Vine's hand. Kuroto would then pull away with the clash of blades and once again utilize his right hand's martial arts earth blade for a mid-range attack. Long live Lord Kuroto! Kuroto-sama Ganbadaddy! Under the Black Vine's blistering attack, Su Ming was also gradually losing ground. The members of the onlookers in the base also let out a burst of cheers after a burst of cheers when they saw this scene in front of them. Clang! After resisting the strike of the Black Vine slashing at his neck, Su Ming also quickly retreated to a safe distance. Sukuin, you are a man who abides by the way of the martial earth. If you are willing to surrender now, I can guarantee your previous treatment on behalf of Eden. Regarding Su Ming's deeds, Black Vine naturally knew something about them. However, the Su Ming in front of him didn't use his spatial ability to attack himself with the help of a large number of hot weapons, which made Black Vine admire him enough. Oh! Hearing Black Vine's praise of himself, Su Ming threw the 8 chopping blade back into the system space, then smiled wryly at Black Vine in front of him. Since that's the case, then Mr. Kuroto shouldn't mind if I changed my weapon, right? Chapter 147, Samurai. Sure. Facing Su Ming's inquiry, Black Vine smiled and nodded. After seeing Su Ming put the twin swords in his hands into the system space, Black Vine knew that Su Ming must be planning to change his weapons. However, at the same time, his heart is also guilty of fear, for fear that this Su Ming pulls out the Gatling out. However, when he saw that a long stick had clearly appeared in Su Ming's right hand, his heart, which was originally hanging in the air, was completely relieved. As long as it's not a hot weapon. Well, now let's get on with it. After saying that, Su Ming then attacked in the direction of the Black Vine with both hands holding his stick. In order to restrain Kuroto's twin blade flow, Su Ming decisively chose the 6.5-point stick. Since this Black Vine was able to be invincible at close and mid-range, then Su Ming naturally chose this rogue method of fighting. The 6.5-point stick's moves were very simple, with only a handful of 6.5 moves. Yet it was these 6.5 moves that could be morphed into hundreds of strikes. Clang! As the saying goes, an inch is as good as an inch. After Su Ming used the 6.5-point stick, Black Vine never had a chance to get close again. No matter what method Black Vine used, he was unable to utilize the advantages of the 2 blades in his hands, and could only woefully resist Su Ming's attacks. Black Vine did want to use his spiritual energy to form a blade to split the 6.5-point stick in Su Ming's hand, but after he made several consecutive cuts, he did not leave any blade marks on the head of the stick, and instead he was shocked to the point that his tiger's mouth went numb. Damn! Seeing that his attack could not cause any damage to Su Ming, Black 2 took back the martial earth blade in his right hand into its sheath, and took over the rib differential in his left hand to look vigilantly at Su Ming in front of him. Since the 2-sword stream was being restrained, Kuroto decided to take advantage of the short sword in a desperate move. Facing the head of the stick that Su Ming stabbed at himself once again, Black Vine turned around violently the moment the head of the stick stabbed at his body, and then his entire body stuck to the body of the stick and attacked towards the end of the stick. Oh, that's kind of funny! Looking at the black vines that were constantly approaching towards him along the body of the stick, Su Ming retreated backward quickly, while constantly shaking the stick in an attempt to throw the black vines out. However, at this time, the black vine had already grasped the frequency of Su Ming's attacks, using his own body to stick close to the body of the stick, and no matter what method Su Ming utilized, he was unable to force him back. It's almost done! As the black vine got closer and closer to Su Ming, his gaze was filled with excitement. However, right at this moment, Su Ming actually directly loosened his grip on the end of the stick and directly took a step towards him. Nanny? Seeing Su Ming give up the weapon in his hand, Black Vine couldn't help but be a little surprised. But when he intended to use the rib difference in his hand to deal a fatal blow to Su Ming, he realized that Su Ming's body was once again almost stuck to him. The rib difference in Black Vine's hand, on the other hand, was directly stabbed on top of the air behind Su Ming. Bang! Along with a huge force coming from his abdomen, Black Vine was directly sent flying directly by this punch. This is... Inch fist? Seeing Su Ming's fist that still hadn't loosened, Black Vine instantly understood why Su Ming had given up the weapon in his own hand just now. Cough, cough, cough. Kuratsuchi, who had suffered a heavy blow to his abdomen, slowly got up from the ground, coughing continuously. Su Ming's punch just now had directly broken his ribs, causing him to almost lose his ability to fight. Kuroto-sama, don't lose! Fuck Dad! Hearing the people around him constantly cheering for Self, Kuroto knew that Self had sworn to defend the honor of the martial arts land road, and he absolutely could not back down. Well? Want to continue? Compared to the fervent cheering of the people around him, Su Ming pointed to his own abdomen and inquired, "If you surrender, I will give you a life." The reason why he said this was because Su Ming felt that the black vine in front of him was a good human target. This person is endowed with profound swordsmanship. In the future, if Self learns a new martial art, he can completely let him practice against Self. However, what Su Ming did not expect was that Black Vine's face actually became solemn after hearing these words from Self. "Sukun." Kuroto was seen reinserting the rib differential back into its sheath, and then slowly drew the martial earth sword at his waist. "I am a martial soil, so please respect my honor, Sukun." After hearing these words from Black Vine, Su Ming knew that this Black Vine would never surrender. Even if Self forcibly left his life behind, I'm afraid that Black Vine would find all kinds of opportunities to seek death in the future. After all, this East Japan has a long history of harakiri culture. And for someone like Kuroto, who holds the honor of Budo-do as sacred, he can commit harakiri even with a spoon. "Okay, I respect you." Su Ming slowly picked up the 6.5-point stick on the ground and slowly lifted the stick up. Looking at Black Vine, who was rushing towards him with a sword, Su Ming did not hesitate and straight away shook the end of his stick. Bang! The head of the stick ruthlessly smashed on top of Kuroto's left arm, directly breaking his arm. But what Su Ming did not expect was that this Black Vine was indeed a ruthless person, and in the face of such pain actually froze without uttering a single scream. "Lord Kuroto." After seeing this scene, the crowd of Eden members on the scene pulled out their own guns and aimed them at Su Ming. "Stop!" Along with Kuroto's scolding, those Eden members who were ready to shoot lowered their own guns. "As a martial soil, no one can break the rules of a duel." "Hi!" In the face of Kuroto's reprimand, everyone present lowered their heads in shame. "Okay, Sukun, we can continue." Kuratsuchi took a look at his left arm, which he could no longer lift, and gripped the hilt of his martial arts earth sword tightly in his right hand as he slowly leaned forward and crouched down. Seeing the posture of the Black Vine in front of him, Su Ming knew that this Black Vine was preparing to zoom in. "Ha!" Accompanied by Black Vine's angry cry, Su Ming saw a blade coming straight towards the direction of his throat. Su Ming didn't choose to dodge this attack, but instead, he stabbed the blade with both hands holding the stick to meet it. I lost." Looking at the head of the stick that had pierced into his own heart, a faint smile appeared on Kuroto's face. "Yes, you lost this duel." After pulling the head of the stick out, Su Ming did not continue to move forward to attack. Kuroto remained in a half-kneeling position, using his last strength to maintain his balance by sticking the martial arts blade in his hand into the ground. As his breathing grew weaker and weaker, his eyes slowly lost the glimmer that should be present in a living person. "Give a generous burial to your chief, who defended your martial soil path with his own life." Su Ming didn't strike at the Eden members in the base first, but instead had them bury the Black Vines first. "Okay, you guys are up next." After the silence ended, Su Ming was just about to start asking for information about the Garden of Eden, but he heard a hissing sound coming from the distance. Chapter 148, The Man on the Queen. "No? Again?" Hearing this hissing sound, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. It looks like this Eden branch in the east is destined to make a mess of Quinn. Seeing the 5 giant kuns slowly flying towards his location, Su Ming knew that the base under his feet was destined to be finished. Facing the approaching giant kun, Su Ming directly chose to retreat. Although he was very curious about Eden's intelligence, that wasn't so bad that Self had to fight side by side with the personnel of the eastern base. "Wow! This is a real show!" Su Ming, who was hiding in the clouds, watched the 5 giant kuns rampaging through the base, having a great time. After the entire base was reduced to rubble, Su Ming was just about to go down to finish off the 5 giant kuns, but suddenly he realized that there was actually a human figure on the body of one of the giant kuns. "Crap!" Su Ming could be 100% certain that it was definitely a person and not a zombie. This gentleman on the clouds, you're finally planning to come down. Su Ming also did not expect that his movements had long been detected by that person. Drink! Only to see that person stretch out his fingers straight away, and water droplets visible to the naked eye began to coalesce around his body, and these droplets slowly condensed, eventually turning into a water dragon that attacked in Su Ming's direction. Su Ming was even more surprised that this person actually took action against self at the drop of a hat. Facing this oncoming water dragon, Su Ming directly pulled out his 6.5-point stick and directly stabbed at the water dragon's massive dragon head. Good timing! After that person saw Su Ming's move, he immediately caused the water dragon to split into two, directly causing Su Ming's move to pounce. Seeing that this person in front of him was so comfortable with the manipulation of the water dragon, Su Ming's face also became solemn. Facing the two water dragons that were coming towards him, Su Ming directly utilized his spiritual power to directly wrap them up. Pfft. The two water dragons were directly smashed to pieces after hitting that shield condensed by spiritual energy, and once again turned into two puddles of water. After resolving the two water dragons, Su Ming also took out the Gatling machine gun from the system space, and rushed in the direction of the man before pulling the trigger. But in the face of the oncoming bullets, the man only smiled faintly, and raised his hand to form a wall condensed by water in front of himself. The bullets hit the wall of water and instantly lost their original kinetic energy. Looks like some real skills. Seeing that the mysterious person in front of him easily defused Self's attack, Su Ming guessed that this person's superpower should be to manipulate water to attack and fight. Moreover, judging from his current performance, this man was already comfortable with the use of his own supernatural powers. Space-based superpowers? After seeing Su Ming first pull out a baguette and then a Gatling, that person also seemed to understand Su Ming's superpowers. Sort of, do you want to continue? Seeing that the man did not continue to attack himself, Su Ming also threw the Gatling machine gun back into system space. After all, he had only traveled to the east this time to obtain more information about Eden, not to fight with these superpowered people. It was kind of a friendly sparring match just now. After seeing Su Ming's superpower, the man didn't continue to make a move, but instead arched his hand in Su Ming's direction. To introduce myself, my name is Lu Sanshi, the guardian of this sea. I wonder what your name is. Seeing that man arching his hand towards self, Su Ming couldn't help but be somewhat speechless. This guy called Lu Sanshi first made a move with self, then arching his hand when he saw fit. How did he make self look like an immortal cultivator? Su Ming. Although Su Ming couldn't see this confused behavior of Lu Sanshi, Su Ming still politely responded to him. However, what Su Ming couldn't figure out was why this Lu Sanshi would claim to be the guardian of this sea. It seems that Mr. Su Ming hasn't heard this title before, right? Lu Sanshi seemed to have read Su Ming's mind and explained with a smile. It's just a self-appointed title. Oh. Mr. Su Ming, did you intrude within the borders of this Eastern Kingdom alone for any specific purpose? Facing Lu Sanshi's question, Su Ming did not answer at first. Although this person in front of him was able to speak fluent Daxia language, before determining his identity, Su Ming was naturally unwilling to have too much contact with him. It seems that Mr. Su Ming still doesn't quite trust me. After sensing Su Ming's alert attitude, Lu Sanshi smiled without any concern. Since that's the case, let's part ways here, but I have to remind you, Mr. Su Ming, that all the whales in this sea are my subjects, and in the future, you only need to show this item when you see them. After saying that, he only saw Lu Sanshi take out a wooden token and hand it to Su Ming. Good. Seeing Su Ming receive the token, Lu Sanshi also gently patted the giant koan that he was sitting on. Mr. Su Ming, let's leave it at that. As the giant koan gave a long cry, Lu Sanshi flew away from the base with his own 5 giant koan. By the way, Mr. Su Ming, a lot of military transport planes came from the territory of this Easting 2 days ago. If your goal is to look for these, it's fine to go to the capital of Easting. Thanks. Su Ming followed Lu Sanshi's example and arched his hand at him, and then he saw this man and 5 kuns drilling into the sea. Good lord, this is really getting interesting. Looking at the wooden token in his hand, Su Ming couldn't help but feel that this world was now getting crazier and crazier. First there was the zombie outbreak, then there was Eden, and now there's some kind of ocean guardian. It seemed that there were indeed quite a few people who had gained their own power in this disaster, and although he didn't understand what their purpose was, Su Ming knew that at the very least, this Lu Sanshur shouldn't be an enemy of his own at the moment. As for the future, in this post-apocalyptic world, I guess everyone with superpowers will think of starting their own hegemony, right? Never mind, let's follow this Lu Sanshur to visit the capital of the East. Based on Lu Sanchi's words just now, Su Ming had already roughly guessed what Eden wanted to do. The reason why there are so many transport planes coming to East Japan is just to transport zombies to ambush themselves. As for these Eden's mutated zombies, Su Ming was already not surprised. And Su Ming is also very curious, this time this Eden will give self what kind of surprise. Chapter 149, 100 Schools of Thought. When Su Ming saw the pictures of the zombie army in the capital of Eastern Japan through the shelter system in his mind, he no longer knew how to describe his feelings. I have to say that this time Eden really did put in a lot of effort in order to clean up after itself. According to the photos, there were at least thousands of mutated zombies in various forms in that eastern capital. Okay. In that case, let's see it. For the battle before him, Su Ming was naturally looking forward to it. After stepping into the streets of the capital of Easterning, Su Ming soon saw two zombies dressed in black ninja suits. Another ninja walker? Seeing the two zombies constantly moving towards himself with the help of the tall buildings on the street, Su Ming also directly took out his Gatling and opened fire at them. Originally, he thought that with the intensive firepower, self could easily eliminate these two ninja zombies. But to Su Ming's surprise, these two ninja zombies seemed to already be version 2.0. Not only did they move incredibly fast, but they were also able to use their own ninja swords to fend off bullets. Show! Seeing that hot weapons were no longer effective against the two of them, Su Ming also directly used his spiritual power to directly fix the two of them in midair. It's still easier to shoot fixed targets. Looking at the two ninja zombies that were struggling haphazardly in midair, Su Ming took out the Barrett sniper rifle directly from within the system space. Bang! With a dull gunshot, the head of one of the ninja zombies was instantly blown off. Is that the extent of it? Seeing that self had resolved one of them so easily, Su Ming also shook his head helplessly. Bang! After finishing off the two ninja zombies, Su Ming once again walked towards the direction of the Eden Garden base in the eastern capital. But before Su Ming could walk out 10 meters forward, 4 more strange mutated zombies drilled out of the street. A saber-toothed tiger, Seeing the 4 zombies in front of him that were blocking self, the corners of Su Ming's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. The image of these 4 zombies in front of him was the image of the extinct saber-toothed tiger. In fact, Su Ming was really curious. Eden had such technology, can't you make money properly? Why does it have to be a zombie crisis? With this kind of technology, you can casually dominate all of Blue Star economically. It's much better to control a bunch of people to work for you than to do all this stuff. Roar! You couldn't wait? Obviously, the saber-toothed tiger in front of Su Ming didn't think so. In their eyes, the Su Ming in front of them was a piece of prey within reach. Ugh! Come on then! Seeing that these 4 saber-toothed tiger zombies were so impatient, Su Ming also had no choice but to pull out his 8 chopping knives. Holy shit, these transformers are all screwed up! After seeing with his own eyes a car slowly turn into a robot in front of self, Su Ming was completely stunned. This thing? A zombie too? Although he felt incredulous, Su Ming still pulled the trigger. As he watched the transformer in front of him get blown into a pile of pieces, Su Ming couldn't help but let out a sigh. It must be said that this trip to Yinging really made Su Ming feel that his insights were really a bit short. During that nearly 3-hour battle just now, Su Ming had seen all sorts of mutated zombies. Some of them are able to use a variety of missiles like Iron Man, others have exaggerated muscles like Hulk, and there are even those that can switch from car to robot form to fight like Transformers. All those characterizations once seen in sci-fi movies were basically seen in the battle just now. It's really 100 different things. Looking at the gate of the base that was less than 500 meters away from himself, Su Ming had already begun to look forward to what kind of mutated zombies would appear next. But what Su Ming didn't expect was that the rest of the journey could be described as very smooth. This had come to the gate of the base, and not only had he not encountered any zombies, even the defense machine guns on the fence had not fired in his direction. As they say, when things go wrong, they go wrong. This time, Su Ming didn't utilize his own fists to blast open the gates of the base, but instead directly jumped onto the fence. Looking at the empty base, Su Ming couldn't help but frown. Su Ming, welcome to the hell I've carefully prepared for you. Since you took the initiative to come to my door, then don't blame me for not entertaining you well. Right at this moment, a voice full of complacency suddenly came from the speakers inside the base, and Su Ming could directly hear that the owner of this voice was the Caesar that Self had let go in the first place. Ha 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 ha, I believe you've already heard my voice, right? In order to thank you for not killing me in the first place, I have specially selected 10 of the most powerful mutated zombies for you. Oh! At the sight of the 10 figures that slowly appeared from the base building, Su Ming couldn't help but be somewhat speechless. These 10 mutated zombies could be described as each having their own characteristics. Some of them used knives, others used hot weapons, and there was even one that was able to use electricity. Although looking at their appearance was indeed quite intimidating, Su Ming knew that these things couldn't possibly be a match for Self. Su Ming, just enjoy the surprise I brought you! Faced with the sound that rang out once again, Su Ming glanced at his surroundings. There's no way this Caesar doesn't know about Self's abilities. If that's the case, then why would he send such a zombie to fight with Self? Roar! The roar of the zombies interrupted Su Ming's thinking. Looking at the zombies rushing towards his own direction, Su Ming decided to solve these things before considering what kind of conspiracy this Garden of Eden has in the end. Lord Caesar, the East is a strategic place for us in Eden. Will we do it if we do this? So what? In the face of his men's inquiries, Caesar took a sip of the red wine in his glass. Although Easterning is very important, but we already have those information and research data in our hands, the big deal is that we can build it later. But if we were to sacrifice Easterning in exchange for Su Ming's life, I think it's a very cost-effective deal. Seeing that Su Ming had already killed 3 mutated zombies on the screen, Caesar knew that this was the best time to take care of Su Ming. It's ready to detonate. Yes. After doing so, Caesar stretched comfortably and turned his gaze back to the monitor screen again. This is Mount Futsuki that has been sleeping for more than 300 years. I hope that this time you can show me your true strength. Chapter 150, Traveling to the White Elephant Country. Boom! Su Ming, who was fighting with the mutated zombies, suddenly heard a loud bang not far from himself. Before he could realize what was going on, he felt the earth coolly shake under his feet. Crap? Is this an earthquake? Su Ming was never expecting that Self would encounter such a large earthquake in the east. Looking at the buildings within the base that had already begun to collapse due to the earthquake, Su Ming also jumped directly onto the fence. Rumble! Su Ming, who had come to the top of the fence, looked along the source of the sound and found that the top of that Fuyue mountain was erupting with a ball of orange-red fire. Crap! Volcanic eruption now. This is the first time that Su Ming has come into such close contact with a volcano eruption. Looking at that volcanic rock like a meteor shower that constantly cuts through the sky, Su Ming could not help but feel a sense of coolness rising in his heart. Now he finally understood why there weren't any members of Eden inside that base. Dare I say that this is a conspiracy against Self, attempting to use the volcanic eruption of Mt. Tamagatake to directly kill Self. It's really a painstaking effort. Seeing that the wall under his feet was on the verge of collapsing, Su Ming also hurriedly ran towards the outside of the city. However, the earth kept shaking violently, causing those high-rise buildings in the city to collapse. Although these falling rocks could not cause any damage to Su Ming, they slowed down his escape. Holy shit! Su Ming shattered a huge rock that fell from the sky with a punch, and just as he wanted to flee forward, he realized that he couldn't stand at all. I'm really convinced, you old sixes! Having no choice but to utilize his own spiritual power to float in the air, Su Ming could only attempt to escape from the east in this way. The power of nature is terrifying. Although Su Ming possessed a body of steel and majestic spiritual power, he still had to dodge those dense volcanic rocks. And as the volcano erupted, rolling smoke quickly took over the entire sky. You guys are really awesome! I don't even want to help you guys! Su Ming spat at these old sixes of Eden as he flew in the direction of the great summer country. Looking at the buildings that kept collapsing on the ground, Su Ming knew that this blue star would not have a place called Easting in the future. It's a pity that in the future, even if there is peace, I won't be able to watch the works of those teachers from the east. When he thought of this, Su Ming couldn't help but feel some pity. Just like that, Su Ming utilized his own spiritual power to fly directly back within the borders of the great summer country. Looking at the rising smoke in the distant sky, Su Ming knew that the environment of Blue Star would become even more brutal in the future. This Garden of Eden is still really harmful enough. Right now, the zombie problem hadn't been solved, and this Garden of Eden had ignited another volcano. Su Ming really couldn't figure out the logic of this group of people. If they pollute the air of all of Blue Star, are they not going to live in the future as well? While it is true that some of the supernaturals can survive in such harsh air, most of them have to hide underground and wait for the ash to dissipate. If it was just to kill self, then Eden's cost for this round was indeed a bit too high. Ugh! Forget it. Right now, since self had already fled Easting, Su Ming was also too lazy to care about what this Garden of Eden was thinking. Anyway, according to the climate of the blue planet, the volcanic ash floating in the air will not be the first to affect the environment of Daxia, but will directly drift across the ocean to the continent where the country of M is located. It was now only a week later, and it was still far too early for the shelter upgrade to be completed. And regarding going abroad to investigate Eden's intelligence, Su Ming also had a brand new plan. Recalling the sound of Caesar's voice ringing out from the Easting base just now, Su Ming guessed that this Caesar had in all likelihood become the Cardinal of Eden in charge of Asia West. And now there is certainly no need to go to the Easting side, just now that scale of volcanic eruption will certainly cause a large earthquake and tsunami. Even in the end, the whole of eastern Japan will sink. It seems that this Caesar should be on the side of the White Elephant country. Since there was no sign of Caesar in either the east or Goryeo, his location must be in the vicinity of the White Elephant Kingdom. As a large country with a large population, the White Elephant country has been developing unevenly, but the White Elephant country itself also possesses a superior national strength. Okay. Then let's go over to the White Elephant country and take a look around. After determining his itinerary, Su Ming didn't choose to return to the refuge, but instead directly set off on the road to the White Elephant country. This time he didn't choose to keep a low profile anymore, but instead, he greatly chose a helicopter as a means of transportation. Su Ming's purpose was simple. It was to tell the people of Eden Garden where self was. After all, now that the refuge was in the midst of upgrading, in order not to affect the progress of the second batch of people awakening their superpowers, Su Ming still decided to attract Eden's attention on his own. Let's hope the White Elephant State can get me more points to brush up on. Although he had gained a lot of points in the Goryeo Kingdom and Eastern Ing, Su Ming still hoped that the White Elephant Kingdom would bring him more surprises. Just like that, Su Ming piloted the helicopter in the direction of the White Elephant country. Caesar Branch Chief, we didn't kill Su Ming. It's okay, I got it. Confronted with his men's report, Caesar waved his hand impatiently. The thing that worried him the most still happened. Originally, he thought that he would be able to kill Su Ming with the help of a natural disaster like Mount Fuji, but Caesar never expected Su Ming to actually be able to keep flying for so long. What to do now? Pacing back and forth in the room, Caesar was thoroughly out of his earlier good mood. As the previous henchman had said, the Eden branch in the east hosted quite a bit of the most technologically advanced research in Asiatic Asia. Now the East Japan has been completely reduced to a wasteland, not to mention establishing a base. I am afraid that the entire East Japan will sink to the bottom of the sea in the near future. What's more, this eruption will cause a large amount of ash to drift into the territory of the M country. Sub-Commander Caesar, it's been a long time. Just as Caesar was in a hurry inside the house, a gentle female voice suddenly sounded at the door. Sub-Commander Avril? Seeing that the visitor was none other than Avril, the only female sub-leader of the Temple Riding Clay Regiment, Caesar couldn't help but be a little surprised. This Avril was the strongest of all the sub-leaders, and if it wasn't for the fact that she was a woman, I'm afraid that the entire Sanctuary Riding Clay Regiment would have been handed over to her for leadership. Don't be nervous, it is precisely the will of His Holiness the Pope that I have come to convey this time. Seeing Caesar's weepy look, Avril smiled faintly at him. His Holiness the Pope said that you've done a very good job this time, and that although you didn't kill Su Ming, you had enough courage and daredevil impulses to fight, so you won't be punished in any way this time for this matter in Easting. Really? Upon hearing the news, Caesar couldn't believe his ears. Of course it's true. I wouldn't have the guts to make up what His Holiness the Pope meant. Avril glanced at Caesar in front of her and said, But this time around, His Holiness the Pope is indeed very attached to the matter of Su Ming, so he sent me over to assist you in your endeavors, and if it's possible, I'd like to take a look at the information about this Su Ming first. Sure. Hearing that Avril would stay behind to deal with Su Ming together with Self, Caesar's hanging heart completely relaxed. After all, as long as he could drag more people down, then he was safe enough for himself. Only one doubt persisted in Caesar's mind. That's why the Pope didn't condemn him for what happened in the East? By all accounts, it's not scientific. Chapter 151, The Zombie That Diabolizes People. After entering the White Elephant Kingdom's borders, Su Ming then arrived directly at the White Elephant Kingdom's holy city of Benares based on the pictures taken by the satellite. However, as soon as he entered the city, Su Ming manifestly wasn't directly smoked over by the smell emanating from the streets. This is too flavorful. The White Elephant Country is originally a country with a particularly wide gap between rich and poor, and Benares, as the holy city of the White Elephant Country, naturally has a huge population as well as dirty streets. And with the zombie outbreak, it's made the streets of Benares even dirtier. In fact, Su Ming had always felt that Self was a person who could endure harsh environments, but today he realized that Self was wrong. And it's still very wrong. Not only did the streets reek of corpses, what made it even harder for Su Ming to accept was that this stench of corpses was actually filled with a curry smell that drifted from nowhere. The more Su Ming walked, the more he felt sick to his stomach, and in the end, he even directly held onto the wall and vomited. I can't do it. Su Ming, who had no tears in his eyes, finally gave in to his sense of smell and exchanged an air filter from the Points Mall and put it on his face, which made him feel that he was finally able to continue on his way. According to photographs taken by satellites, the Eden base in Benares was established on the banks of the Yokohama River. After passing through a disgusting street, Su Ming also finally saw this Eden base. Unlike the bases in other countries, this Eden base in front of us is full of curry style. Roar! Just as Su Ming was marveling at the distinctive base in front of him, a burst of low roars of zombies emanated from the horizontal river on the side. Hearing the sound, Su Ming twisted his head to look and found that a zombie that looked like a giant viewer was poking out of the horizontal river one after another, slowly approaching in his direction. Holy shit! Upon seeing this scene in front of him, Su Ming felt his scalp go numb. If the appearance of the zombies encountered before could be defined as horrifying, then these zombies in front of them, which had burrowed out of the Cross River, were simply diabolical. Seeing their rounded bodies, Su Ming directly used his spiritual power to pull himself directly into midair. Roar! Those round zombies, after seeing Su Ming fly into the sky, slapped their river-soaked arms against their own round stomachs. Lola! Along with a strange sound coming from the zombies' throats, only a green column of water was seen jetting straight out of their mouths. Seeing the green water columns rushing towards him, Su Ming used his spiritual power to form a shield that was 10 meters away from him. Although these green water columns didn't look like they had much killing power, Su Ming only felt that these liquids were very soundproof. At this moment, Su Ming finally understood what it meant. A mop stained with shit was like Lu Bu descending into the world. I'm really convinced of these old sixes. Seeing the hordes of zombies below spraying green water columns towards Self, Su Ming could no longer hold back. After pulling his body up to a safe height, Su Ming directly pulled out his Gatling and charged at them to burst. The dense bullets hit the bodies of these giant view zombies, and all of a sudden these round zombies were like leaking plastic bags, and a large amount of green liquid flowed out from their bodies. In the end, it even colored the entire surface of the Yokohama River all green. Hiss! Facing this scene before him, Su Ming could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. But at that moment, the Eden base, which was built next to the Cross River, suddenly resounded with a burst of intense gunfire. Hearing the sound of the cannon, Su Ming reflexively utilized his spiritual power to wrap himself up, and seeing a cannonball explode on the shield formed by his spiritual power, Su Ming, who was already feeling nauseous, almost vomited directly into his mask when he couldn't hold back. And the only reason for this reaction is that the shells appear to have been filled with a large amount of cow excrement in addition to gunpowder. Seeing that his own shield was stained with yellowish non-Newtonian fluid, Su Ming felt very fortunate. It's a good thing I didn't use my body of steel to carry it hard just now. This is really a staple of the diaphragm. Although the White Elephant Kingdom had made many tawdry maneuvers against cow dung before, today Su Ming realized that his insight was indeed too little. Loading cow dung into a cannonball can definitely cause a strong mental attack on the enemy. Roar! Just as Su Ming was planning to exchange a small mushroom bomb directly from the system space to blow this base directly to the ground, an excited hissing sound came from the horizontal river at his feet. Looking at the source of the sound, he saw a massive zombie fish burrowing right out of the cross river. The zombie fish was about 6 meters long, with traces of decay all over its body and a pair of bull horns on its head. Even more bizarrely, this zombie fish actually had 3 pairs of human arms growing from its stomach. I don't want to eat fish for the rest of my life. Seeing this bizarre zombie fish in front of him, Su Ming became more and more revolted. Now it seemed to him that Caesar's place was no longer important. This Eden base on the Yokohama River is completely off the beaten path. From the giant-looking zombies in the Cross River to the cow dung shells fired from the base, and the strange zombie fish. Although this Eden base of Benares didn't have any particularly difficult defensive weapons, Su Ming no longer had the ambition he had before coming to the White Elephant Kingdom. Moreover, Su Ming felt that someone of Caesar's status shouldn't have chosen this kind of place as a stronghold for himself. Forget it or destroy it! After spending 2,000 points to exchange for a small mushroom bomb, Su Ming didn't have any hesitation and threw it straight towards the base below that was still continuously firing cow dung shells towards himself. Boom! With a mushroom cloud rising, this Eden base of Benares was directly leveled to the ground. It's finally clean! Seeing this scene in front of him, Su Ming no longer had any intention of continuing to stay here. He was just about to head to Eden's base in New Delhi when he suddenly saw a UFO-like flying saucer burrow right through the smoke of the explosion and then disappear into the sky. Crap! Someone's really hiding here, huh? Facing this escaping saucer-shaped ship, Su Ming was unsure if it was Caesar sitting inside though. But what's certain is that it's definitely Eden's top brass. After using the shelter system in his mind to manipulate the satellite to implement tracking and monitoring of this flying saucer, Su Ming also chased it all the way along the trajectory of the flying saucer's flight. Chapter 152, Water Attack. Huh! Isn't this the famous Kahuna Mecca? According to the satellite's guidance, Su Ming had chased him all the way from the White Elephant country to northern Burma. If it wasn't for the help of the satellites, Su Ming was afraid that even if he racked his brain, he wouldn't be able to think that there was another Eden's base here. It's really hard to imagine that the top brass of this Eden would be hiding in a country like this. Seeing this dense rainforest in front of him, Su Ming knew that this place definitely possessed an underground base. After all, that flying saucer had disappeared into this rainforest. Well, let's hope the people in this base aren't as disgusting as they are there in White Elephant Land. With his previous experience in Benares, Su Ming no longer relied so much on his own body of steel. Although Self's physical body could withstand the indiscriminate bombardment of artillery shells, it could not withstand the spiritual attack brought about by the disgusting thing. After using his spiritual energy to form a protective shield around his own body, Su Ming also burrowed into the rainforest. Not long after stepping into the rainforest, Su Ming felt countless pairs of eyes staring at him. Bang! Accompanied by a dull gunshot, the bullet pierced straight through the shield that Su Ming had condensed with his spiritual energy. Watching that armor-piercing bullet crash directly into Self, Su Ming knew that he had indeed come to the right place this time. Oh! How dare you shoot me! After pulling that sniper hiding in the shadows directly in front of Self, Su Ming also opened Self's interrogation. Where is the entrance to Eden's base below? What Eden base? I don't know. Seeing that this sniper actually dared to play dumb with himself, Su Ming also took out a knife and stabbed him in the armpit. Ah! Hearing the sniper's miserable screams, Su Ming's face still had a faint smile on it. Your clothes have revealed you to be a member of Eden, and there's really no point in playing dumb when we're all enemies. The sniper still didn't open his mouth to speak when Su Ming in front of him broke his own identity with a single word. Good, I like tough talkers like you. Su Ming once again raised the knife in his hand to stab at his other armpit, but just then another gunshot came from the distance. Oh? Exterminate? Seeing that the tongue that Self had just captured had his head blown off by a single shot, Su Ming had just wanted to use his mental power to catch the sniper in the distance who had shot to silence him, but once again, he heard a crisp gunshot. What Su Ming didn't expect was that this sniper who was responsible for silencing him chose to drink himself to death after shooting. So loyal? Su Ming knew that the 3 gunshots just now had completely exposed himself, and if he couldn't find the location of the base again, he was afraid that this operation would be a basket case. Forget it. Better waste some energy. Looking at the earth beneath his feet, Su Ming exerted his greatest strength and swung a fist at the ground. Boom! The tremendous force caused the earth to tremble, but Su Ming felt that this was not enough. Boom! 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 Along with Su Ming swinging his fist again and again, the ground had already been punched out with several cracks, and looking along one of the cracks, Su Ming realized that the bottom was precisely a huge tarmac. Found you! After determining the location of the base, Su Ming didn't choose to go down there first, but instead pulled out a flamethrower from the system space. Only to see Su Ming utilize his own spiritual power to drive the muzzle of the flamethrower deep into the crack, and then he pulled the trigger through the air. Drip, drip, drip. Hearing a sound of alarm coming from the crack, Su Ming knew that this was considered to be a complete search for the right place. What he had to do now was to utilize his spiritual power to penetrate into the cracks as a way to feel the layout of this underground base. But what Su Ming didn't expect was that this underground base was much larger than he had imagined. Even after expanding his spiritual power to 5 kilometers, Su Ming did not perceive the end of this base. Good lord, this is going to be tough. Facing this underground base in front of him, Su Ming knew that this place was definitely hiding Eden's top brass. Although Su Ming has a body of steel, he knows that such bases have a self-destruct function, and once he goes down hastily, then it is very likely that he will be buried alive in the ground. Bang! 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 Just as Su Ming was thinking about how to break through this underground base, the roar of several artillery pieces came from the distance. It seemed that this underground base had already dispatched ground troops for reinforcement, and although these artillery fires couldn't cause any damage to Su Ming, the series of explosions did make him feel annoyed. You guys aren't done, are you? Su Ming directly followed the direction of the source of the sound and sought it out, and after easily disposing of this artillery unit, Su Ming just wanted to go back and study how to break open this underground base, but then he heard the sound of a gush of water coming from a short distance away. Yeah! The sound of the water flowing caused Su Ming's mind to not be able to help but have a flash of light, and he immediately came up with a note that he didn't have to go down there personally. As the saying goes, water and fire are relentless. Since Self has a system space, why can't he load water into that space that can place living things and then carry out a water attack? After filling that vacant living space with river water, Su Ming then came directly to the crack where he had just seen the tarmac. I'll do a flooding too! Only to see Su Ming slowly stretch out his own hand, pouring a brainful of the river water he had just filled with the space into the crack. In order to prevent the doors of the various passages in the base from closing, Su Ming utilized his own spiritual power to always keep an eye on the various passage doors within the base. Once he found a gate attempting to close, Su Ming would use his own spiritual power to directly prop open the gate, allowing the water to pour in. That's a good way to do it. After pouring all the river water in the entire space into this underground base, Su Ming directly used his spiritual power to draw water from the river just now, and like a pump, he poured it into the underground base. Rumble! As time passed by, Su Ming finally heard a loud rumbling noise coming from not far away. Following the source of the sound, he found that it was none other than the flying saucer-type ship that had just been pulled out of the White Elephant Kingdom. Still want to run? When he heard the engine sound coming from the flying saucer, Su Ming directly imprisoned it with his spiritual power. Su Ming then rushed forward with an arrow step and directly smashed into the flying saucer's window. Hello? Seeing the pilot's horrified face, Su Ming directly threw him off the flying saucer, and then he drilled into the flying saucer. Since Su Ming wasn't a scientist himself, he didn't know anything about the maneuvering of flying saucers. However, his purpose was originally just to find someone, and after confining the other two Eden priests in purple robes, Su Ming was just about to take them out of the flying saucer when he heard a voice resonate from within the flying saucer. Su Ming, you will surely be punished by God for repeatedly provoking our Garden of Eden and preventing us from implementing God's plan. Oh? Facing the sound that resounded within the flying saucer, Su Ming smiled and looked at the surveillance overhead. Then I'm really looking forward to that day very much.